The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the sky was still hazy with the first faint light of dawn. In the courtyard, the old matrons and maids had already risen, beginning the new day's sweeping and tidying. Inside the room, the gold-inlaid lotus-patterned bronze incense burner at the foot of the bed still curled with slender threads of fragrant smoke. The pale blue-green bed curtains were gently hooked aside from within, and a blurred figure slowly sat up, gazing about the room in a daze. Xinran had transmigrated into this body 3 days ago. When she first woke, she was surrounded by a cacophony of noise, servants shouting and calling out unceasingly, piercing her ears. She was drenched, wrapped in a blanket, and carried back to her room. After that, she remained in a state of half-consciousness. Only when it was time for medicine or meals would someone come to rouse her, supporting her, as she was made to drink bowl after bowl of herbal soup and congee. Beside the bed, a maid was still fast asleep, slumped over the edge. Xinran looked around the room, her mind still hazy. "You're awake," a child's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. The fog in her head instantly cleared, and she warily surveyed her surroundings. "Stop looking. I'm inside your mind. I'm your beloved Tonton." Xinran was speechless. "Speak in plain language." "Oh, but it was because you were dying of illness." The childish voice stammered and haltingly recounted in detail how it had painstakingly stuffed her soul into this current body. Then Xinran realized she had transmigrated into a book. The original body's owner was the true eldest daughter who had become twisted by jealousy and committed every possible evil. The female lead was the fake eldest daughter who had been swapped at birth and raised as a noble lady in the minister's residence. After the original body's owner returned to the minister's residence and saw the wealth and splendor there and thought of her days in the countryside, she could not help but harbor resentment toward the female lead. All the family members despised her for having grown up in the countryside, finding her words and behavior vulgar. The original body's owner lived in constant fear and caution, yet no matter what she did, she was mocked, while the fake eldest daughter was loved and pampered. So when she learned that the fake eldest daughter was to marry the prince, that resentment instantly peaked. Step by step, like a clown, she committed every evil deed just to play supporting role for the male and female leads, then earned herself a terrible death. Xinran hissed. What cliché plot had she actually stumbled into? "So since I gave you a second life, you should be grateful and help me earn energy." Xinran's head ached. "How do I help you earn energy?" "By going crazy and doing evil like in the book." She might as well die again. No, I'm a gossip eating system. As long as I have gossip to eat every day, I'll have energy and you'll have life points. You only have 1 month of life points right now. If you want to live long, you need to diligently eat lots of gossip. Xinran. What a bizarre system. But eating gossip, was it what she thought it was? Exactly what you're thinking. Let me demonstrate first. The childish voice in her mind suddenly perked up. Xinran felt something move within her mind, and she immediately saw a panel, a search bar at the top and small booklets below. Whose gossip do you want to eat? Just search it in here. Our system is currently in trial, so we can give you a few days of enhanced version. How miraculous. Xinran glanced at the maid still dozing by the bed and typed in the name she had heard in her drowsy state, Suju. This maid, while a second-rank maid by the old madam's side, had taken pity on her and come to care for her of her own accord. Thinking of how the book described the old madam, she glanced again at Suju. This maid might be useful. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Suju groggily awoke. Looking up and seeing the figure on the bed, she immediately cried out in joyful surprise. "Miss, you're awake. Are you feeling better?" Suju rose hurriedly, drawing back the curtain, then reached out, as if to touch Xinran's forehead before thinking better of it, and stepping back 2 paces in embarrassment. Xinran gave a small hum. "Much better. Help me up." After lying down for 3 days, even her bones felt soft. Suju stepped outside to summon people to attend her rising and washing, and sent word to the main courtyard. A servant came in carrying a food box. Not a lavish breakfast, just a bowl of plain porridge, a basket of steamed buns, and 2 small dishes of pickled vegetables. Xinran looked at the food on the table, then lifted her gaze to Suju. Suju uneasily scratched her hair. Xinran understood instantly. Of course, an unfavored country girl was lucky to have anything to eat at all. However, she was utterly penniless. If she didn't stay here, she had nowhere else to go. Besides, a place like the capital was full of the juiciest gossip, right? The capital is full of gossip. Every household has some dirty secrets. I guarantee you'll store up tons of life points very quickly. The childish voice chimed in again, full of excitement. Xinran nodded in agreement. Having eaten nothing but liquid food for 3 days, she didn't care what the doctor's orders were and devoured the meal like a whirlwind. The serving maids in the room each wore subtly different expressions on their faces. Remembering how she used to watch short videos while eating, she opened the gossip system and treated these maids' little dramas like electronic side shows, browsing through them all. TCH, they certainly thought highly of her. She was an unfavored, true eldest daughter, yet every faction had planted people around her. Even the fake eldest daughter Xinran had planted a capable maid. She turned her head to glance at Bitao, who stood respectfully at the side, and curled her lips into a smile. Just as she finished breakfast, a matron arrived from the main courtyard. The first madam, Nei Zhao, wanted her to come over. Xinran frowned. The original body had fallen into water and developed a high fever. After 3 days of rest, she had only just recovered enough to walk about. Did this Madame Zhao truly despise her own flesh and blood daughter, who had been maliciously swapped at birth that much? Should the eldest young lady also accompany you to the madam? The matron who came to deliver the message laughed awkwardly. The eldest young lady was precious and delicate. As she had only just recovered from a chill, how could she possibly be disturbed? If the madam wishes to see her, she may come to this young lady's courtyard herself. The matron said nothing more, but Lu Xinran had already read the answer in her expression. She gave a soft laugh. Matron, please return first and report. I shall come after changing. Once the old matron left, Zizhu and Bitao supported her back to her room to change clothes. Stepping out of the courtyard, Lu Xinran paused at the crossroads and turned her head to glance at Bitao. To Wutong Court. Miss. Bitao's heart jolted. Meeting Lu Xinran's half-smiling gaze, she guiltily led the way to Wudong Court. Lu Xinran had also just woken. Unlike Lu Xinran, although she too was a transmigrator, she had the original body's memories and knew everything this body had previously experienced. She spent the entire morning digesting the original body's memories. Just as she was wondering what to do, she saw Lu Xinran enter the courtyard. Sister, what brings you here? Mother asked us to come, so I thought I'd come see sister first. Of course, I want to see if Madame Zhao's face will be unpleasant when I bring you along, you biased woman. Two successive voices sounded in Lu Xinran's ears. She stared at Lu Xinran in shock. She was certain Lu Xinran had only spoken the first sentence. What was that second voice? Utterly unsuspecting, Lu Xinran beamed at her. Come, sister, mother is still waiting. Lu Xinran studied her suspiciously, but still went with her toward the first Madame Zhao's courtyard. Just as they entered the covered corridor, they encountered a young maid from old lady Pei's quarters. Both young ladies, the old madam request your company. The old madam. Did she already know they've woken so quickly? The voice appeared in Lu Xinran's ears once more. She subtly used her peripheral vision to glance at Lu Xinran walking beside her, confirming once again that the latter had no idea her inner thoughts could be heard. In the Zhaoyan courtyard, Madame Pei kept her gaze lowered, disregarding Madame Zhao, whom she had just reprimanded. How far along are they? Returning to the old madam, the two young ladies are already on their way. The moment the maid's voice fell silent, Madame Zhao hurriedly interjected. Mother Xinlan is still unwell and must not be exposed to the wind. So you are aware that she is unwell? If she is indeed ill, then why did you permit Xinyan to enter your chamber, where she could catch a draft? This. Madame Zhao wished to argue that the two situations were not comparable. Though Lu Xinyan was her own flesh and blood, she had been raised far from her side for so many years that her uncouth disposition filled Madame Zhao with revulsion at the mere sight of her. Madame Pei sighed silently and merely ordered hot tea and refreshments to be prepared as they awaited the two young ladies' arrival. Meanwhile, Madame Zhao's sisters-in-law sat nearby, all wearing knowing smiles as they eagerly anticipated the drama to unfold. Upon entering, Lu Xinyan discovered the room filled with guests, daughters from various branches of the family, both legitimate and illegitimate, alongside young boys who had not yet begun their formal education. Everyone clustered around the old Madame Pei, yet they had unconsciously left an empty space beside her. Lu Xinyan raised an eyebrow, recognizing that this particular seat was not intended for her, so she offered her respects upon entering and casually found another place to sit. Lu Xinlan, by contrast, stood awkwardly in the room and curtsied when she met Madame Pei's concerned gaze. Grandmother, Mother Xinlan has lived in constant dread these past days. I cannot bear to remain in this estate as an unwelcome guest, stealing affection that rightfully belongs to my younger sister. Xinlan wishes to. Wishes to what? Who would dare let you go? Before Lu Xinlan could finish her words, Madame Zhao's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Lu Xinyan. Having just taken her seat, Lu Xinyan looked up in confusion and found herself meeting Madame Zhao's wrathful stare. She cannot possibly think I coerced her into saying those words, can she? A voice suddenly echoed in their ears, identical to Lu Xinyan's own, yet she had not spoken at all. What on earth was happening? While everyone puzzled over this, the same inexplicable voice resounded in their ears once more. If you despise me so, then why bring me back at all? Only to make me endure your disdain and warn me never to covet what belongs to Lu Xinlan. Madame Zhao was stunned and flustered, a blush rising to her cheeks, clearly furious at these words. Hadn't she been so vulgar and ill-mannered that she was unbearable to look upon? That alone explained why Madame Zhao treated her with such coldness. As if reading her thoughts, that voice spoke once more. How amusing. To criticize my vulgarity without considering what manner of life I have endured in the countryside, where I rise before dawn each day, to endless labor, starving and underdressed, yet you expect me to cultivate the grace and refinement of a proper lady. One might as well dream. Third Madame Feng nearly burst out laughing and hurriedly pressed her handkerchief against her lips, terrified she would lose control and laugh aloud. Madame Zhao's cheeks burned with rage as she glared at Lu Xinyan, who met her stare with an expression of innocent confusion. Surely you do not genuinely believe I pressured her into leaving? If you truly valued me, you would see how insignificant I am in this mansion. The servants here were all placed by various households, and even Lu Xinlan inserted someone of her own. Who would believe she actually wishes to leave? Who is to say this is not some calculated retreat? The moment these thoughts crossed her mind, everyone in the room broke into awkward coughs. They did not understand what was happening, but all suspected it was Lu Xinyan's inner thoughts that had somehow reached their ears. Madame Pei, seated at the head, maintained her composure and spoke up to interrupt her rambling thoughts. Xinran, why would you think such things when nothing is amiss? Knowing full well we would never permit you to leave, do you truly wish to wound your mother with such words? Lu Xinlan's hands clenched within her sleeves as she avoided Madame Zhao's gaze and bowed once more to Madame Pei. Grandmother, I have stolen my sister's fortune all these years. Now that she has returned to the estate, I cannot remain and continue to take the affection meant for her. Nonsense, what talk of taking away? Nothing that is yours can be seized by another. Madame Zhao could bear it no longer, rising swiftly to grab Lu Xinlan's wrist. Say no such thing. In my heart you will always be my daughter. None can compare. Even as she spoke, she cast a glance toward Lu Xinyan, who responded with an exasperated eye roll. She must be quite mad. Whose fool would want such nonsensical maternal affection? If not for the convenience of staying in the capital to witness the drama unfold, I would have left this place long ago to escape the suffocation. Insulted again. It had long been said she was raised in the countryside, utterly uncouth and unfit for polite society, yet she openly cursed her own mother in her thoughts. How could anyone approve of such character? Lu Xinyan felt uneasy under her intense stare, as though Madame Zhao's blazing eyes held something strange about them. Is she planning to drive me out? Does Lu Xinlan's recent behavior suggest she harbors such intentions? As expected of a protagonist, her schemes run so deep that a single well-timed word can manipulate even the foolish Madame Zhao into serving her purposes. Madame Pei, seated at the head, could bear listening no longer at this chaotic spectacle. What protagonist? What scheming? What foolish Madame Zhao? What manner of person speaks so cruelly about their own mother? Madame Pei observed Lu Xinyan shrinking meekly into the corner and sighed inwardly. This child clearly harbored deep grievances. True enough, they had overlooked her feelings entirely these past days, believing that merely restoring her to the household and providing for her adequately constituted proper treatment. They had forgotten that the servants in this mansion thrive on climbing the social ladder and trampling those below. This girl must have endured countless malicious whispers and grievances. One would have expected Madame Zhao as her mother to shield and protect her, yet she proved more hostile toward her own child than anyone else. Madame Pei found herself sighing again, unable to contain her frustration. Kong Shi and Feng Shi and the other sisters-in-law all lowered their gazes, pretending that nothing occurring in this room concerned them in the slightest. The word foolish nearly drove Madame Zhao to lose her composure entirely. This daughter was truly her bane. For the first time, Lu Xinlan grasped what it meant to feel at a loss. She had never intended any harm, yet her sister viewed her with such suspicion. She took Madame Zhao's hand and guided her back to her seat, then spoke again, hoping to redirect everyone's attention toward her earlier words. Grandmother, I was considering that there are still family members in the countryside. Now that my sister has returned to the estate, perhaps I should go back to fulfill my filial duties. What filial piety? She is pretending not to know her biological parents have passed away. How cunning and manipulative. She almost convinced me. Lu Xinlan. She closed her eyes wearily, realizing that any explanation would fall on deaf ears. Madame Zhao pulled her close like a protective mother, saying, You shall remain here in the mansion with peace of mind. I have said it before, and I will say it again. What is yours cannot be taken away by anyone. Lu Xinyan rolled her eyes once more. How on earth did this biological mother produce a son who became top scorer at such a young age? When had she ever expressed interest in competing for the protagonist's favor or attention? Overthinking is a sickness that requires treatment. Madame Pei pressed her fingers to her brow. After decades of composure and capability, she had not felt so helpless in a very long time. Xinyan Xinlan, the reason I have called you here today is that we have made some progress regarding the incident from years past, when you were switched. Upon hearing that the truth about the switched infants from years past had finally been uncovered, Lu Xinran instantly perked up. She had been feeling groggy and disoriented these past few days and had quite forgotten about this matter. An idea stirred in her mind, and she wished to open the melon-eating system to compare what the Pei family had discovered with what the system provided. Madame Pei, noticing that she had finally lifted her head to look, felt her own confused thoughts dissipate, and thus began to speak. Back then, while your mother was on her journey back to the capital, she encountered bandits on the mountain and unexpectedly went into labor. She had no choice but to take shelter at a local household to give birth. Due to the premature delivery, your mother labored for a full day and night. At this point, Lady Zhao's gaze shot toward Lu Xinran like a blade. If it were not for the damage to her constitution from the difficult childbirth, how could she have only one son? Lu Xinran wanted to roll her eyes so hard they would reach the heavens. Are they going to blame this on me again? She went into labor, she had a difficult delivery. What does that have to do with me? I should be the one blaming her for being so emotionally unstable that even trivial matters could trigger labor. A premature baby, her body was weak to begin with, and yet she has the nerve to blame me. Then who should I blame? Lu Xinran ranted furiously in her heart, and Madame Pei could barely continue her sentence. Helplessly lowering her hand, she could only wish for someone to cover Lady Zhao's eyes. At that time the number of attendants we had was limited, and everyone had been busy for a day and night utterly exhausted. This gave the couple who hosted us the opportunity. Xinran, you were switched by your own mother. This is what your aunt told us in person, and what she discovered by chance. Grandmother is telling you this because that's not how it happened. Lu Xinran's voice suddenly rang out, causing Madame Pei, who was still choosing her words carefully, to freeze mid-sentence. Unaware of the several pairs of eyes now fixed upon her, Lu Xinran continued browsing through the intelligence in the melon-eating system. It was not them who maliciously swapped the infants. It was Qin Nainai, Lady Zhao's attendant, who had long been bribed by her so-called best friend Fang Suxin. That so-called best friend had always been envious of her, unable to bear seeing her prosper. Throughout the years, she had been inciting her to quarrel, with Lu Kongda driving a wedge between the husband and wife. When she gave birth to the eldest young master, back then Fang Suxin had wanted to sabotage her and cause a difficult delivery. However, an unexpected incident at her family's home prevented her from acting in time, which is why your elder brother was born unharmed. I was Fang Suxin who wrote her a letter that year, and with a few whispered instigations from Qin Nainai, she went into labor on the road. Then Qin Nainai further tampered with things, causing her to suffer a day and night of agonizing labor. They had originally intended to take her life. Unexpectedly, she was remarkably resilient. After a day and night of childbirth, she was merely physically depleted, and her constitution weakened. Qin Nainai could not bring herself to strike again, and in her panic, she swapped me and Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran kept her head bowed, thoroughly enjoying the drama within the melon-eating system. She failed to notice that everyone in the room had turned their gaze to Qin Nainai, who stood behind Lady Zhao. Suddenly feeling the weight of so many stares, Qin Nainai was overcome with panic. Lady Zhao's handkerchief was nearly torn to shreds in her grip. All she wanted to do was rush over and rip the words from Lu Xinran's mouth, silencing her forever. Qin Nainai had served by her side for decades, since she was 10 years old. She was a born servant of the Zhao household, and her husband and child's indenture contracts were still held by her mother. How could she possibly commit such an act of betrayal? The more Lady Zhao thought about it, the more she believed Lu Xinran was spouting nonsense. Who knew if their sudden ability to hear her inner thoughts was some trick she had orchestrated? Madame Pei and the others also withdrew their gazes from Qin Nainai. She had entered the Shanshu Manor alongside Lady Zhao over 20 years ago, and had always behaved with honesty and integrity. She did not appear in the least like the treacherous servant described by Lu Xinran. Unaware of the shifting dynamics, Lu Xinran remained immersed in the joy of uncovering secrets. This melon-eating system was truly excellent. Simply ask, and the information would appear before you. Oh, found it. Now I understand why this old woman betrayed her master and fell under Fang Suxin's control. A single thought suddenly echoed in everyone's minds, and those who had harbored doubts were immediately reinvigorated. Even Lu Xinran moved to sit beside Lady Zhao, bowing his head in anticipation of Lu Xinran's further revelations. Qin Nainai's husband was a compulsive gambler. He had accumulated gambling debts at a tavern and nearly had his right hand chopped off. It was Fang Suxin who rescued him and paid off his debts. After that, the two of them kept coincidentally crossing paths. A noble lady of high birth taking notice of a lowly servant like him drove him completely mad with infatuation. He constantly praised Fang Suxin's kindness to her. Later her husband returned to gambling again, and once more Fang Suxin bailed him out. The couple accumulated a substantial debt to her, both in silver and in favor. Tisk, this Fang Suxin is deeply calculating. What exactly did Lady Zhao do to offend her that she resorted to using her own body as a lure? The more Lu Xinran thought about it, the more curious she became, and she began searching through the history between Lady Zhao and Fang Suxin. Meanwhile, the others in the room, equally intrigued by what they were hearing, fell completely silent, waiting for her to continue. Flushed with shame and rage, Lady Zhao kept turning around to glare at Qin Nainai, her eyes piercing into her like daggers. Only now, without Lu Xinran pointing it out, did she realize that throughout all these years, it was this Qin woman who had constantly whispered in her ear about how wonderful Fang Suxin was and how much the other woman cared for her. Whenever Fang Suxin visited the mansion, she would inevitably quarrel with Lu Kongda that very night. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Just as she could barely contain herself and rose to strike someone, a hand gently grasped her wrist. She turned her head and met the clear, composed gaze of Lu Xinran. Mother, wait. A silent lip movement, which Lady Zhao rarely understood, but today she comprehended it. Suppressing her fury, she wished to continue listening, but after a long while there was no sound from Lu Xinran's side. Looking up, she saw that the girl had risen to her feet and was now gracefully bowing to Madame Pei. Grandmother, I know my parents' character well. They are absolutely not the kind of people who would steal and switch another's child. Aunt has always been cunning and harsh, delighting in making difficulties for others. I believe that relying solely on her word is insufficient to judge this matter. Aunt has been bribed by both Qin Nainai and Fang Suxin. It's not her own words. She simply says whatever they tell her to say. Lu Xinran's inner voice rang clearly into everyone's ears as soon as her spoken words fell silent. Madame Pei had not anticipated so many hidden circumstances within this affair. She sighed. I was hasty in my judgment. I will order someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. Grandmother, aunt is known to be vicious and cruel. The fact that she speaks this way suggests someone may have offered her incentives. You might consider sending someone to investigate, specifically who has visited the village over the past year or two. Her words carried an unmistakable implication. Qin Nai, standing behind Lady Zhao, grew anxious. That village was precisely where her husband had personally made a trip. If discovered, how would she explain it to her mistress? Overcome with panic, she acted recklessly. That Tian sure is your own aunt. How can you speak of her thus? Gossiping behind someone's back. Truly impressive upbringing. Qin Momo rushed out in a flurry, causing Lu Xinran's eyes to light up. All present heard the word, "It's done," and Lady Pei struggled to suppress the smile tugging at her lips as she glanced toward Qin Momo. A commanding gaze swept over her with oppressive force. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Qin Momo's back. She never expected that her momentary impulsiveness would lead her to reprimand Lu Xinran right before the old madam. Are the young ladies of the minister's mansion someone like you free to reprimand at will? Qin Momo shrank her neck and hastily forced a groveling smile. Old madam, please restrain your anger. This old servant spoke in haste and chose the wrong words. She blamed it merely on choosing the wrong words, yet showed not the slightest remorse for her disrespect toward the young ladies of the mansion. Seeing her thus, Lady Pei now believed at least half of Lu Xinran's claims. A mere servant dared to leap out and accuse her in front of everyone. How many more slights and grievances had she endured in this mansion? Xiaozhen struck her mouth. Yes. Upon hearing this, the old maid beside Lady Pei immediately stepped forward, had Qin Momo restrained, and dealt 10 slaps. Is this the senior servant by your side? How do you discipline those who show such disrespect toward their masters? Lady Pei wore a stern expression, her sharp gaze sweeping toward Zhao Shi. At this moment, Zhao Shi's mind was consumed by the matter of Fang Suxin colluding with Qin Momo. In her confused turmoil, feeling Lady Pei's piercing glare, her heart skipped a beat. She hastily rose and bowed deeply to Lady Pei. This daughter-in-law failed to properly govern her subordinates. Please, mother, punish me. Having received 10 slaps, Qin Momo now cast venom-laced glares at Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran stared right back. Though she had no desire to vie for status within the mansion, she certainly did not fear a mere servant. A sneer curled within her as she delved further into Qin Momo's secrets. She snuck into Mrs. Zhao's storage room early this morning and stole a pair of golden-laid jade bracelets, hiding them on her person. She planned to sell them at the pawnshop upon leaving the mansion later. Oh, she must be a regular customer there by now. How can I make this foolish biological mother realize that her private treasury has become Qin Shi's personal money-making scheme? The assembled crowd fell silent. Though the word foolish was apt, her repeated emphasis on it made it difficult for them to face Lady Zhao afterward. Lady Pei cleared her throat lightly. Xiaozhen. Elder Su turned to look. Their eyes met, and she immediately understood her mistress's intention. Summoning attendants to restrain Qin Momo, she stepped forward to search her. The moment dry, bony hands touched Qin Momo's body, her previously hateful glare toward Lu Xinran vanished, replaced by a sudden pallor. Her body twisted incessantly backward. Old madam, this old servant knows her wrongdoing. She would never dare disrespect her master again. Please, I beg you, forgive this one offense. Hold her firmly. The more she resisted, the more it revealed a guilty conscience. Elder Su barked a command, her movements growing even swifter. Within moments, a pair of golden-laid jade bracelets were produced. Old madam. She held up the bracelets and hurried toward Lady Pei, who gestured toward Lady Zhao. Tell us, are these your belongings? Upon seeing the pair of bracelets, Lady Zhao instantly realized that everything they had just heard from those inner thoughts was true. These bracelets were part of her dowry. She had worn them for a few days in her youth, but once she acquired other jewels, they were stored away in the treasury and rarely touched. She took the bracelets from Elder Su's hands, turned around to see Qin Momo's evasive gaze, and raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap. We have served each other for many years. I considered myself kind to you. Stealing is one thing, but you also betrayed. Before Lady Zhao could finish, darkness clouded her vision. She assumed it was merely from rage. Take her away. Coming to her senses, she glared at Qin Momo, as if devouring her. Mother, this daughter-in-law believes there must be hidden circumstances behind the swap of Xinran and Xinlan from years past. That treacherous old wretch may well be involved. Indeed, it is connected to her. She finally showed a spark of wit, no longer utterly foolish. The crowd fell silent once more. Lady Pei glanced uneasily at Lu Xinran, who was watching the drama with detached amusement, and massaged her brow in exasperation. I will have someone investigate this matter. Return home, and have someone inventory what has been stolen over the years. Xinlan, assist your mother. Lady Zhao, lacking subtlety, likely had not yet grasped the implications. Lu Xinlan acknowledged, and turned to look at Lu Xinran, only to find her already lowering her head, lost in thought once more. What had occurred in the room was abrupt and bizarre. Only Lady Pei, Lady Zhao, and a few others had heard the inner voices. The rest merely exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Lady Pei lifted her teacup, took a gentle sip, and then asked warmly, Xinran dear, are the servants in your courtyard adequate? Perhaps tomorrow I shall send for more from the agency for you to choose from. No need, Lu Xinran replied automatically, only then realizing what she had declined. The servants in my courtyard serve me well. They are all long-standing members of the mansion, familiar with its customs and rules. Should any matter arise, I will not be at a loss. Once she finished consuming the secrets that ensured her survival in the capital and could live to 40, she would leave for the southern region and seek a place of serene beauty. At that time I shall adopt a boy to keep by my side and publicly present myself as a widowed woman. How carefree that would be. Lady Pei found she could no longer press her concerned words. How could this girl's thoughts leap so wildly? One moment discussing servants, the next already planning to live as a widow. Lady Pei felt that the shocks and surprises of this single morning had exceeded those of the past several years combined. She waved her hand. Very well, let us conclude here for now. If anything displeases you, henceforth come directly to your grandmother. Lu Xinran nodded with a benign smile, though she did not fully understand why. Since Lady Pei intended to support her, there was no reason to refuse. Though she had no interest in competing for the heroine's status or favor, living comfortably within the mansion was hardly a hardship worth rejecting. Lady Pei was already weary and gestured for everyone to depart. Lady Zhao, her mind entirely occupied with Qin Momo, and her treasury, rose first and strode out boldly. Lu Xinran hurried after her, casting only a fleeting remark as she passed Lu Xinran. Sister, I will visit you later. Lu Xinran simply murmured acknowledgement and followed the others out of Lady Pei's courtyard. There are also letters Feng Suxin wrote to her over the years hidden in Qin Momo's rooms. Those are meant to protect my own interests. I wonder if the foolish Lady Zhao will think to search. The items are concealed in a secret compartment beneath the bed. Given her simplicity, she would hardly suspect. Lady Zhao and Lu Xinran walking ahead of her caught fragments of the inner monologue. Enraged, Lady Zhao stopped and turned to reprimand, only to discover that as Lu Xinran drew closer, her thoughts grew increasingly audible. Lu Xinran passed by the two of them, casting only a curious glance before resuming her steps forward. Lu Xinran watched her retreating figure step by step, and only when she had walked 10 paces away did the inner voice fade beyond hearing. Only Lu Xinran noticed this detail. Beside her, Zhao Shi was still seething that Nurse Qin had lost her conscience. Lu Xinran held her arm, feeling exhausted. Mother, we cannot move against Nurse Qin yet. Have you considered how you will interact with Madame Zhou in the future? Interact? After what she did to me, what is there left between us? The more Zhao Shi thought about it, the angrier she became. Recalling how she had treated her as her closest confidant all these years, she wished she could rush to the Zhou mansion and tear Feng Suxin apart. She was so furious that she even forgot that Lu Xinran had just called her stupid. Mother, all these years Madame Zhou has been sowing discord everywhere, turning you against father and switching me and my sister, causing you to be separated from your own flesh and blood. Are you not going to confront her about any of this? But Zhao Shi turned to look at her. If she hadn't done that, I wouldn't have a daughter as intelligent, filial, and praised by everyone as you. The sudden twist caught Lu Xinran off guard, leaving her words unspoken. She felt a pang of sympathy for Lu Xinran. Under Zhao Shi's affectionate gaze, she accompanied her mother back to her courtyard. After returning to her courtyard, Lu Xinran changed her clothes and slumped back onto the bed. But no sooner had she laid down than she sat up straight. Have the kitchen send some snacks and treats. From now on, I want these in my room at all times, understood? Sueju promptly replied and immediately went to make arrangements. Soon a maidservant arrived carrying a food box. She stepped forward to take the box, and as she took out the pastries and fruits, she said, Miss, the main kitchen has just started steaming the pastries. Please use these for now, and I will have someone bring more later. Lu Xinran nodded in satisfaction. After washing her hands, she picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. In her past life, she had been frail since birth, and at the age of 10 she was diagnosed with a congenital heart defect. The final years of her life were spent in the hospital. She had to be careful with her diet and avoid emotional fluctuations. For the sake of her family, she had obediently cooperated. But how dull that life had been. Now being able to eat heartily and occasionally read the short articles from the gossip system. This was living. She picked up a yundo roll and tossed it into her mouth. Sueju, perceptive as always, lifted the teapot and poured her a cup of tea. Bitao, seeing their behavior, couldn't help but turn away and roll her eyes behind their backs. Lu Xinran had already opened the gossip system. Though she had returned, her curiosity still lingered on Zhao Shi and Lu Xinlan. She wondered what their reaction would be when they discovered that Nurse Qin had stolen over 1,000 taels of valuables. She was somewhat surprised. Nurse Qin's room had been turned upside down, and all the letters she had hidden under the bed were dug out. Moreover, Lu Xinlan seemed to know interrogation techniques. With just a few words, she made Nurse Qin confess everything, and even had her press her fingerprint on the written record. This fake daughter seems different from how she was described in the book. Astonished, she quickly opened the booklet belonging to Lu Xinlan and carefully read through its contents, but found nothing amiss. How strange, she murmured as she pinched a piece of yumpian cake. Sueju, seeing this, hurriedly asked, Miss, is it not to your taste? I'll have someone go to the main kitchen and bring another box right away. She was about to send someone off when Lu Xinran snapped out of her reverie, called out to stop her. No need, this is enough. She put down the pastry and stood up to walk slowly in the courtyard. This healthy body was something she had never dared to hope for in her previous life. Heaven know the system had been generous to her. Just know how good I am to you. Get your health back, quickly, or we need to go out. There's more excitement outside. How many life points do I have now? You ate the gossip about your birth mother and the old nurse today. It's not a big deal, so you only got 3 days of life added. The childish voice was tinged with regret, and Lu Xinran felt the same. I found out the reason she and the fake daughter were swapped, and yet it only gave me 3 more days of life. Zhao really is stupid. Even her gossip is worthless. Just as Lu Xinran entered the courtyard, she heard Lu Xinran silently cursing Zhao. Recalling the events in Zhao courtyard, she inexplicably agreed with those 2 words. Their mother indeed deserved to be called stupid. Lu Xinran was still happily gossiping when she heard greetings in the courtyard. She turned her head and saw Lu Xinran walking slowly through the open gate. Indeed, she is the true mistress of the Shangshu mansion. When she comes to my courtyard, the servants don't even announce her. Lu Xinran, who had just reached the door, paused mid-step. She had only transmigrated here 2 days ago and was still getting used to the rules of a noble household. She knew it was wrong for her original body to have taken Lu Xinran's identity and to stay in the mansion. Yet today she had merely mentioned returning to her biological parents, and everyone had misunderstood her. They even made Zhao think that Lu Xinran had threatened her behind her back. She looked at Lu Xinran, who still had pastry crumbs at the corner of her mouth, and mentally organized her words. Sister, please come in and sit. Lu Xinran, having returned to her room, saw her stop at the door and assumed she wanted to be personally invited. Reluctantly, she got up to greet her. Looking at me like that, aren't you scheming again? The sudden voice in her mind snapped Lu Xinran back to reality. She hurriedly entered the room and sat down at Lu Xinran's gesture. Bitao eagerly stepped forward to pour tea for her. Her obsequious demeanor made Lu Xinran curl her lips in disdain. So ingratiating to her own mistress, truly a two-faced servant. Lu Xinran. She looked at the tea before her, uncertain whether to drink or not. Suppressing her embarrassment, she cleared her throat. Xinran, I came to tell you that everything I said in grandmother's room was my true intention. I genuinely want to return the position of the eldest daughter of the Shangshu mansion to you. I have wronged you by taking your identity and the love and everything that should have been yours all these years. The apology came so suddenly that Lu Xinran was stunned for a moment. What does she mean by emphasizing this again? Is she digging a trap for me to fall into? I've already decided to be a lazy good-for-nothing, just eating melons and watching the excitement every day. Why can't she let me go? A series of questions echoed in Lu Xinran's ears. She closed her eyes in defeat. What had her original body done to make her so distrustful, like a startled bird? She tried to force a smile. Believe me, I will never hurt you again. We are. She wanted to say that she had heard from her heart that they had both transmigrated from the same world, that they had shared the same education and values. They should be the 2 closest people in this world able to help each other. But no matter how she tried to speak, it felt as if a giant hand was gripping her throat, preventing her from uttering a single word. Lu Xinran was still waiting for her to continue speaking when she suddenly saw her face flush red, as if she were on the verge of fainting. Startled, she rose and personally poured a bowl of tea for Lu Xinran, placing it before her. After a moment of hesitation, she patted her on the back. Could she really faint here in my room? How can she be so calculating? How does she think of all these schemes while I can't even imagine them? If she were to die of suffocation here today, Zhao would definitely come running and cause a huge scene. Madam would surely think I couldn't tolerate her because of my own greed and selfishness. Oh no, how can I survive even one more day as a sheltered lady? A string of thoughts clamored into Lu Xinran's ears, and after catching her breath, she completely abandoned her desire to share the secret that they came from the same world. She discovered that as long as she didn't mention the matter of transmigration, there was nothing abnormal about her. She took a deep breath and picked up the teacup that Lu Xinran had poured herself, lowering her head to take a few determined sips. Forget it then. If she couldn't bring up the topic of transmigration, she could at least share the fact that they could hear each other's thoughts. She had pondered this carefully and subtly questioned her younger sisters and personal maids. Earlier in Madame Pei's room, only Madame Pei, Zhao, several of their aunts, and she herself could hear Lu Xinran's thoughts. No one else was aware. The ability to hear her thoughts also seemed to have distance limitations. The farther away from her, the fainter the voice, and beyond 10 steps, it would become completely inaudible. These details had been hastily compiled after she dealt with Nanny Qin, and her hurried visit was meant to share this information with her. She wanted her to restrain her own thoughts, or perhaps find a way to prevent others from accessing her mind. With this in mind, she lifted the tea bowl again and took a sip before speaking. Xinran, I have something else I want to tell you. Could you ask the servants in the room to leave first? Huh? Lu Xinran was shocked, and before she could respond, Bai Tao had already exited the room. Cuizhu glanced between them, and followed Bai Tao out the door. As soon as they departed, the remaining maids also hurriedly followed, leaving just the 2 of them alone in the room. What is the point of sending all the servants away if not to frame me again? No, I need to think of a countermeasure quickly. If she complains of headaches or fever, should I also pretend to faint? The original body was so useless. She's been back at the Shangshu residence for half a month and hasn't saved any money at all. If I wanted to run away, I wouldn't even have the funds. The thoughts were becoming increasingly absurd, so Lu Xinlan quickly spoke up to interrupt, not wanting to listen further. How did you know that Nanny Chin was problematic when we were at grandmother's room? Of course it's because I have a gossip system. The system is very capable and knows everything. Though the voice resonated in her mind, Lu Xinlan kept her gaze fixed on the person before her, waiting for her to fabricate an excuse. Lu Xinran, who wasn't adept at telling lies, blinked nervously as a barrage of scattered thoughts echoed through Lu Xinlan's ears. She sighed in resignation. Did you discover something amiss at your aunt's countryside estate? And privately test her a few times, uncovering some clues. Yes, exactly that. Lu Xinran instantly relaxed, pressing her lips into a sweet smile. This woman is deeply calculating, but her mind works so fast. I wish she wouldn't target me at every turn. Lu Xinlan ignored the thought and proceeded to recount everything she had discovered earlier at Zhao Shi's courtyard, along with the outcomes of her actions thus far. Mother is still fixated on this narrow point. Since this matter also involves the Lu residence, I'd like to wait for father to return from his duties and hand it over to him for handling. That's perfect, elder sister. Your approach is entirely appropriate. Such a sharp mind as expected of someone raised in the Shanshu mansion since childhood. If I had arrived decades earlier, I might have been just as thorough. Lu Xinlan, hearing her thoughts, took them as genuine praise. Having laid all the groundwork through their extensive conversation, she smiled and carefully chose her words before speaking. I came here today because I have something important to tell you. But once again that familiar suffocating sensation gripped her throat. The words, "I can hear your thoughts," remained impossible to utter. Each attempt brought only the same suffocating drowsiness, teetering on the brink of death. Lu Xinran watched her face flush red once more, her expression suggesting she might gasp for air and collapse at any moment, leaving Lu Xinran utterly unsure how to react. Here we go again. What on earth does she want to say? Surely she's not trying to tell me she plans to kill me. The position of eldest young miss in the Shanshu mansion. I truly have no desire to compete for it. I won't fight for anything. I'll simply save enough money and leave the capital for Jiangnan to live as a widow. Can't I have that much peace? I knew it. I'm cut out for nothing. In palace intrigue dramas, I wouldn't survive past the 3rd episode. Wait, no, maybe just 1. She rubbed her cheek and called out toward the room. Cui Zhu, quickly fetch a physician. She couldn't let Lu Xinlan faint and die in her room. Otherwise, not even 100 mouths could clear her name. Lu Xinlan, recovering from the suffocation, was devastated. She wanted to reveal they shared the same world, but the words refused to come. She couldn't confess she could hear her thoughts either. She gazed into Lu Xinran's eyes filled with suspicion and massaged her brow in frustration. I'm sorry, I wasn't feeling well just now. You haven't fully recovered from falling into the water. I get unwell sometimes too. You should rest for a few more days, and you'll feel better. Lu Xinran exhaled in relief, though her words clearly signaled it was time to leave. Lu Xinlan rose from her seat, aware she had accomplished nothing today and might have caused significant trouble for the other party. She sighed inwardly. Younger sister should rest and recover properly. In a few days I'll take you out to stroll through the city. Knowing she couldn't stay cooped up in the mansion and would inevitably seek out the streets, she decided to accompany her. Otherwise, if her thoughts could be heard by more than just family, her presence might help smooth things over. Lu Xinran readily agreed, eager to dismiss her as quickly as possible. As for what the other person had said, it didn't matter. Given her intelligence, if someone actually tried to sell her out, she'd only help count the silver notes and mentally verify the totals using her solid 9 years of compulsory education. Lu Xinlan had already placed 1 foot over the threshold when the relentless stream of thoughts compelled her to awkwardly turn back. Overthinking is a disease. If it can be cured, do so. Oh, all right. Lu Xinran continued, seeing her out until her figure disappeared down the path, then finally snapped back to attention. What had she just meant by that? What exactly had she been imagining? After seeing the guest off, Lu Xinran stood beneath the eaves, utterly puzzled as to why Lu Xinlan had come to her courtyard. She had said she wanted to discuss something, but when the moment came to speak, she seemed to suffocate, as if she might faint at any instant. In the end, she said nothing and simply left. What on earth had that woman come for? Was it merely to mock her, so that news of her near collision with death here would spread, deepening Zhao Shi and the others' disgust toward her? Thinking of the original female lead's scheming nature, she couldn't help but draw in her breath sharply. Not that such a possibility was unlikely. She shuffled slowly into the room, gazing at the untouched tea cakes still on the table, washed her hands, and returned to her seat. Tongzi, if the female lead plots against me, can you spot it right away? Of course. Don't underestimate me. I'm quite capable. Hearing those words, she felt reassured. After all, this life was a freebie. As long as she could live one more day, she wouldn't let herself go hungry. As dusk fell, Lu Kongda and Lu Jinchuan returned to the residence one after another. Lu Xinran learned from the system that Lu Xinlan had rushed over upon hearing the news of their arrival. She recounted the day's events meticulously without the slightest embellishment or ambiguous wording that could mislead, and even spoke a few kind words in her defense. As she reviewed the system intelligence, something felt off. The female lead showing her such care. Could she really be plotting something major? Didn't she say before leaving that overthinking is a sickness that needs treatment? A child's voice echoed softly in her mind. Lu Xinran paused mid-bite, then huffed dismissively and shoved another piece of pastry into her mouth. Miss, the eldest master requests your presence. A maid delivered the message in the courtyard. Having already received word from the intelligence system, Lu Xinran rose gracefully, brushed the crumbs from her clothes, changed, and stepped out. In the study of the front courtyard, Lu Xinlan was handing Lu Kongda the letters recovered from Granny Qin's quarters. Father Qin sure has already confessed to the malicious exchange involving my sister and me. These are testimonies showing Lady Zhou's incitement. Should we report this to the authorities? Report to the authorities. Report to the authorities. Two voices rang in Lu Xinlan's ears simultaneously. Without turning around, she already knew Lu Xinran had arrived. How could he possibly report this? Fang Suxin's husband was his direct superior. How could wife and children ever outweigh his career prospects? The sneering voice appeared in both their ears at once. Lu Kongda's expression darkened slightly, and he turned to face the newcomer. He saw Lu Xinran just entering the courtyard, walking toward them. The servants around maintained their composure while Lu Xinlan, beside him, wore an expression of solemn reverence. What was happening here? Who was actually speaking? He only called me here because he wants to say this matter shouldn't be exposed, that offending the higher-ups isn't worth risking the Lu family's reputation in the capital, that Lu Xinlan's true identity must stay hidden, and that her engagement to the fourth prince mustn't be jeopardized. Huff, such grand-sounding excuses, always considering them first. Why doesn't anyone consider me? If I'm such a nuisance, why bring me back? I survived just fine in the countryside. Both despising me and putting on this generous act. So disgusting. The rapid-fire stream of complaints left Lu Kongda momentarily stunned. He looked at Lu Xinran with slight astonishment, then shockingly realized he was hearing her inner thoughts. His pupils contracted in disbelief. How could he have imagined that the person before him, with head bowed and meek demeanor, harbored such contemptuous thoughts about him inside? Fire burned in his eyes. Lu Xinran glanced up quickly, then immediately lowered her head again. Why the sudden anger? Is he like Zhao Shi, refusing to even spare me another glance? If they kick me out of the Lu estate, can I at least ask for some silver? The chaotic thoughts drilled into his ears once more, and Lu Kongda closed his eyes in speechless exasperation. Come and sit. Yes, father. Lu Xinran entered obediently, and chose to sit beside Lu Xinlan rather than between them. The female lead hadn't exaggerated or twisted things about her that made her decide to trust her, at least temporarily. Feeling Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, Lu Xinlan breathed a sigh of relief. This overthinking fellow townsman wasn't impossible to bond with after all. With Lu Xinran's earlier words weighing on him, Lu Kongda found himself unable to speak the lines he'd prepared in his mind. He wondered whether Lu Xinlan had caught those inner thoughts. At this moment he felt awkward and uncomfortable, barely able to sit still. Why is he shifting around like that? Shouldn't a gentleman remain unmoved by all winds, perfectly at peace? Or is he suffering from hemorrhoids again? Let me check the intelligence system. What intelligence system? Lu Kongda was briefly stunned to suddenly hear such loud thoughts, then realized he was experiencing social death in front of his daughter. His hemorrhoids aren't acting up, so why is he still restless? But he's so shy about it. He handles every discomfort alone, in secret, using ointment from the imperial doctors hiding in his room to apply it to his private matters. Neither his concubines nor Zhao Shi have any idea he suffers from such an embarrassing condition. Lu Kongda could barely sit still, just as restless as he was whenever this unmentionable issue flared up. You two go back first. I'll discuss this matter carefully with your mother. Father, the commotion in mother's courtyard today was quite loud. News will likely reach Lady Zhou's ears very soon. If they intend to pursue this matter, they must decide immediately. If they were to simply let it pass. Lu Xinlan pressed her lips together, feeling this was far too unfair to those around her. Lu Kongda understood her unspoken words and gave her a meaningful glance. Have you really thought this through, Lanner? Yes, father. I've made up my mind. I only wish to give my sister the justice she deserves. She wasn't the original owner, so she couldn't rightfully claim everything that belonged to Lu Xinran. Confused by their cryptic conversation, Lu Xinran wandered out of the study. She looked at Lu Xinlan beside her, who was smiling at her with warmth. She wanted to ask something but feared triggering her tendency to die within 3 episodes. After much hesitation, she finally lowered her head and hurried away. Lu Xinlan listened as Lu Xinran's inner thoughts gradually faded away. Only when the other woman's figure disappeared down the path did she stop smiling and turn to the servant beside her. Has grandfather returned to the residence? Yes, miss. The master has returned and just arrived at Jiayan courtyard. Lu Xinlan hummed in acknowledgement. Since Lu Jinxuan had gone to Peisher's courtyard, he should hear about today's events in the mansion soon. No need for her to bring it up. Let's return. She stepped onto the path Lu Xinran had just left. Walking a bit faster, she could still hear intermittent thoughts drifting through. Lu Xinran was calculating what she could eat tonight. The main kitchen sent meals to each courtyard according to set provisions, but if her request wasn't unreasonable, she could submit in order to have specific dishes prepared and delivered. She had eaten pastries all day and now felt sickened to the point of nausea. Something light would do better. Perhaps I should ask the main kitchen to prepare some sour soup with fish slices. That would hit the spot and awaken the appetite. Lu Xinlan truly admired her mindset, No matter the circumstances, her thoughts were always centered on eating and lazing about. If she were still the original self intent on completely replacing and killing her, she might not have survived 3 episodes. Upon returning to her room, Lu Xinran ordered Suju to run to the main kitchen. Her gaze swept past Bitao, whom she could not command at all, and she pondered whether to send that person back to Lu Xinlan's courtyard tomorrow. Having such a person here doing nothing was truly an eyesore. After eating and drinking her fill, she lay back on the bed to devour gossip. In Zhaoyan courtyard, the events of the day had already been recounted in detail to Lu Jinxuan. Fang married into the Zhou family, and her husband happened to be Kangda's superior. How does the master think this should be handled? Lady Pei threw the question directly to Lu Jinxuan, who had never expected such a secret hidden in the middle. Has it been confirmed? Is this matter truly related to Fang? Yes, the servants have all confessed and pressed their fingerprints on the records. Whenever Lady Pei spoke of this matter, she felt that both granddaughters had become somewhat strange after falling into the water. One had lost her former coyness and shrewdness, while the other had encountered such a bizarre incident. A faint premonition stirred in her heart that these 2 granddaughters would not be easy to manage in the future. Lu Jinxuan took the cloth and wiped his face. I'll go ask the eldest son what he thinks. I won't be back tonight. With these words, he headed out the door. Lady Pei, long accustomed to this, calmly sat at the table and sipped her calming tea. In the front study, Lu Kangda stood before Lu Jinxuan, his mind still occupied with the image Lu Xinran had described, of him hiding alone in his room, wiping the little meatball. Those words were so mesmerizing that he had even forgotten to consider his own official career. Have you discussed this matter with Zhao? Lu Kangda snapped back to attention. Not yet. After returning, he hadn't even set foot in Zhao's courtyard. Since Lu Xinran and the others had left, he had remained in the study, savoring the scene of wiping the little meatball. Father, what should be done about this? Don't you already have an answer in your heart? Lu Jinxuan looked at his son in surprise. This son of his was always scheming, eager to seize every opportunity within reach. Why was he hesitating this time? Lu Kangda's ears still echoed with Lu Xinran's string of thoughts, a bunch of high-sounding excuses, always considering everyone else. But who considers me? Hadn't they considered her? In a great aristocratic family, glory and ruin were shared. If their official careers stumbled, how could she nestle under their wings and live a peaceful life? With this thought, his wavering heart finally settled. Father, the letters are all here. It's not convenient for me to handle this matter. Perhaps you could discuss it with Lord Zhou. Lu Jinxuan's gaze swept over the box full of letters, a plan forming in his mind. No rush. This matter. We must at least give Xinran a proper explanation. The girl had suffered much grievance since returning. Some compensation was indeed necessary. Lu Xinran lay on the bed watching the conversation emerge from the intelligence system and clicked her tongue twice. She was curious to see what kind of explanation they could offer. Turning over, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep contentedly. The next morning, she woke to Suju reporting that Lady Pei had instructed them to rest well and that they didn't need to pay respects for the next few days. So she rolled over and went back to sleep. Bitao rolled her eyes in disgust, a gesture caught by Suiju as she straightened up. Lu Xinran spent her days eating and sleeping, and within a few days, she had grown rounder, no longer the frail willow-like Miss Lin. Your lifespan is less than a month. If you don't go eat gossip soon, I'll switch hosts. The system huffed in her mind. Lu Xinran sat up, stretched lazily, changed clothes, and left the courtyard. To leave the mansion, she needed permission from Lady Pei or her birth mother Zhao. Zhao's intellect made Lu Xinran feel that even one extra word was an insult to her own intelligence, so she paused her steps and headed straight for Lady Pei's courtyard. In Lady Pei's room, Zhao was sulking and wiping her tears. Mother, how could my husband just take the letters away? Shouldn't domestic matters of women be handled by me? What does it mean for him to take the letters away? She had finally come to her senses in the past few days and wanted to take the letters to confront Fang Suxin and give her a good scolding. But after searching her room for a long time, she discovered that the letters had been taken by her daughter to Lu Kangda. Lady Pei hummed indifferently. If those letters were in your hands, what would you do? Someone maliciously swapped your child. How would you seek justice for Xinran? Zhao was stunned into silence. Why should she seek justice for that wretched girl? She cursed the girl's stupidity in her heart, still planning to settle accounts with her for this matter. Or do you think such a serious matter can be solved by throwing a shrewish fit of crying and making a scene? Lady Pei's voice was heavy and Zhao flushed with embarrassment. She just wanted to slap Fang Suxin a few times and then tear her mouth apart. She hadn't thought beyond that. Zhao is both cowardly and foolish, thinking only of herself. No matter how you look at it, this affair damages the Shangshu mansion's reputation, yet she only wants to tear up Fang Suxin's face. So stupid. How did grandmother ever choose her to be the eldest daughter-in-law? The puzzled voice drew nearer, and Lady Pei's temples began to throb. Zhao heard the voice and couldn't help but rise, but was glared back into her seat by Lady Pei. Lu Xinran, guided by a servant, entered the room to find Zhao glaring at her with anger. I really don't want to acknowledge that she's the birth mother of this body. So stupid. I'm afraid of inheriting it. Lady Pei coughed lightly. What nonsense. Granddaughter pays respects to grandmother. Snapping back to reality, Lu Xinran suppressed her chaotic thoughts and bowed respectfully. Her eyes lowered, she put on a demure and obedient appearance which struck Lady Pei, who could hear her thoughts, as somewhat odd. Didn't I tell you to rest well in your rooms? You don't need to come pay respects for the next few days. Granddaughter's health has greatly improved. Staying in the courtyard all day is a bit stifling. I've been in the capital for nearly a month, but haven't had a chance to see the streets. The weather is fine today, so I thought I'd go out for a look. Go out to the streets. No, you don't understand anything. What if you cause trouble outside? Before Lady Pei could speak, Xiao had already scowled and refused flatly. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes covertly. Who asked you? You gave birth, but didn't raise me, so don't put on airs as a mother. You look down on me, and I look down on you too. Having such a birth mother is really bad luck. What did you say? Say it again. Zhao stamped her feet. Who was bad luck? Lady Pei's headache worsened. How did these mother and daughter always end up bickering like children? Old madam, the eldest young lady is here. Amid the headache, a servant entered to announce. Lu Xinran stealthily turned her head to look. Why is she everywhere? Isn't she just here to dig a trap for me again? Lu Xinran noticed Lu Xinlan's headache, and at that moment Lu Xinlan, hearing her thoughts, couldn't help but feel a headache herself. That day she had defended her so earnestly in front of Lu Kongda, thinking the other would at least remember it with gratitude. But in the end she was nothing but a little ingrate. With the memories of her original body, she entered and respectfully greeted everyone. Zhao Shi, seeing her, immediately looked as if she had found a savior. It seemed that the daughter raised by her side since childhood truly possessed the demeanor of a noble lady. Come sit here by your mother. Lu Xinran continued to roll her eyes. You have a mental illness. The sarcastic remark came along with it. Lu Xinlan smiled and looked up at Pei Shi only to see a hint of similar headache behind her smile. Fearing that Zhao Shi would continue to pester, Lu Xinran quickly turned her gaze to Pei Shi with pleading eyes. Lu Xinlan walked over to her side and bowed respectfully. Grandmother, my little sister has just arrived in the capital. I would like to take her for a stroll on the streets. The weather is fine today, so there's no time like the present. Pei Shi nodded. Go ahead. In the future you don't need to come specially to inform this old woman whenever you want to go out. Just send someone to deliver a message. Her words were magnanimous, and Lu Xinran listened with a beaming smile. However, Lu Xinlan beside her slightly furrowed her brows. She had a feeling that this fellow countrywoman would become a runaway horse the moment she left the Shangshu mansion. The two sisters left Zhaoyan courtyard. Lu Xinlan looked at Lu Xinran's attire and asked, Little sister, would you like to return to your room to change clothes? Lu Xinran shook her head. She wasn't going to see her beloved, so why bother dressing up? The gossip is what matters. The gossip is what matters. Why is she so naggy? No, I need to think of a way to shake her off so she won't delay my gossip. Lu Xinlan. In this life and the previous one, it was the first time she had been so unwelcome. Once they boarded the carriage leaving the mansion, Lu Xinran felt as joyful as a bird in the sky. She was eager to find a crowded place to gather gossip. Lu Xinlan silently listened to her thoughts and then instructed the coachman to drive to the most bustling tea house in the capital. Xinghe Tower was located on the liveliest Zhuke street in the capital. The street was extremely wide, accommodating 10 carriages side by side. The streets were bustling with people. Lu Xinran stepped down from the carriage with her mouth slightly agape, never expecting such a lively scene. She was excited to share her joy with the person beside her, but when she turned her head and saw Lu Xinlan's calm, unruffled profile, all her words got stuck in her throat. How could I be so stupid again? This is the female lead, the scheming female lead who wants to get rid of me and become the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. I must not forget. Lu Xinlan followed behind her, listening to her muttering thoughts, and expressionlessly led her to a private room on the second floor. No, wait, I came out to gather gossip. If I go into a private room, I won't see anyone. How can I gather gossip? As the thought flashed through her mind, Lu Xinlan quickly grabbed Lu Xinran's arm. I just saw Lady Zhou with several other ladies in the next room. I'll take you over to pay your respects to them. Lady Zhou. Not Fang Suxin, I hope. Lu Xinlan nodded. She is mother's sworn sister. Our families have been close for years. Since we've run into her here, we should at least say hello. Lu Xinran flipped through the little booklet provided by the system, already eager. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. She began dragging people out while Bi Tao tried several times to approach, but was subtly blocked by Cuizhu. What are you doing? Cuizhu, if you want to treat her as your true mistress, that's your business. I don't care about you, but don't interfere in my affairs. Seeing the two of them disappear into the room, Bi Tao grew anxious. Cuizhu leisurely adjusted her collar. True mistress. Do you think you can have several mistresses in the young lady's courtyard? Don't say I didn't warn you. Servants who betray their masters rarely end well. You what? Hurry up and serve the mistress. Stop being foolish. Cuizhu left the room after saying this, leaving Bi Tao alone to stomp her feet in frustration. Standing in front of the private room where Fang Suxin and the others were, Lu Xinran felt a slight excitement, but more complexity. Since she wasn't the original, her hatred for the person who had maliciously swapped them was not deep. But someone who could hold Zhao Shi in the palm of her hand was undoubtedly deeply scheming. I wonder between the female lead and her, who was more formidable. The female lead, in her thoughts expressionless, had the maid knock on the door. When we go in, just stand by my side. You don't need to say much, just recognize the people. Okay, good, very good. Not knowing them would make gossiping inconvenient. Lu Xinran looked at the person beside her with excitement, feeling that they were growing more in sync. Lu Xinran merely smiled and glanced at her sideways, concealing her achievements. Fang Suxin was invited by a friend today to meet the wife of the Dali Temple minister. Before her marriage, she had always competed with Zhao Shi. When Zhao Shi married into the Lu family, whose father-in-law was then a vice minister and now a minister, she strained every nerve to marry into the Zhou family, whose father-in-law was a left censor-in-chief of the same rank as Lu Jinxuan. Afterward, Lu Kangda entered the Ministry of Revenue, and her husband Zhou Bingshan also entered the Ministry of Revenue. But Zhou Bingshan was more adept at currying favor. 2 years ago, when promotions were due, Zhou Bingshan was first promoted to the rank of 5th-rank director of the Ministry of Revenue, while Lu Kangda remained an ordinary secretary. Lu Xinran flipped through the intelligence system, clucking her tongue in her mind. This isn't about Zhou Bingshan being good at currying favor. It's clearly Fang Suxin being more willing to go to extremes. A thought exploded in the ears of everyone inside and outside the door. The moment the door opened, Lu Xinran saw the suddenly tightened expression on the faces. Lu Xinran was still indulging in the gossip. Is Fang Suxin's husband really so clueless that he doesn't notice her playing around outside? Lu Xinran immediately tugged at her wrist to interrupt her thoughts. Little sister, come and greet Lady Zhou, Lady Meng the second, Lady Wang the second, and Lady Tang the first. Lu Xinran followed her voice and looked at the ladies. Lady Tang, the wife of Tang Xian, the Dali Temple minister. Why is she here? A puzzled voice echoed in Lady Lu's ears. She immediately looked around nonchalantly, then heard the same tone she had just heard, smiling foolishly as she greeted her. Lu Xinran greets the ladies. The women exchanged glances, instantly seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. They could all hear that strange voice. They withdrew their attention from Lu Xinran and tacitly glanced at Fang Suxin, wondering what the phrases willing to go to extremes and playing around in the voice just now meant. Fang Suxin's nails dug into her flesh as she looked at Lu Xinran with a wary gaze. It was this wretched little wretch who had ruined many of her good deeds since returning to the capital. Her gaze was hostile, but her smile remained as gentle as ever. Xinlan, who is this little sister of yours? I haven't seen her in your mansion before. What are you pretending for? You know very well who I am. When you stooped to seduce Qin Momo's man, you knew exactly who I was. Lady Lu and the other two. What kind of shocking secret was this? Fang Suxin had gone so far as to seduce a servant. Lu Xinlan was unsure how Lu Jinxuan and Lu Kangda intended to handle those letters, fearing that speaking up prematurely would ruin their plans. So, meeting the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the several ladies, she softly spoke. She is a young lady recently recognized in our mansion. When grandmother's birthday arrives in a few days' time, I shall introduce my younger sister to all of you aunties in person. Madame Lu, the principal lady of the Tang residence, gave a slight nod as if accepting this explanation. Still preoccupied with the matter Lu Xinran had just raised regarding Fang Suxin's seduction of a servant, she exchanged glances with the other two ladies and invited them to sit nearby. The four of them sat together, engaging in seemingly casual conversation, yet their gazes kept drifting toward Lu Xinran. Only Fang Suxin's expression darkened slightly, as though eager to discover what Lu Xinran might uncover. From the moment Lu Xinran entered, she had been utterly absorbed in her gossip system. She continuously navigated through her intelligence tools, discovering that they yielded the most detailed information only when she was near her targets. I previously observed her seducing Qin Mama's man. Tsk tisk, so this is how she did it. The more Lu Xinran watched, the more she marveled, while those nearby, who could hear her thoughts, grew increasingly impatient. How did she seduce him? Do tell us. As if sensing their anxiety, she clicked her tongue twice before continuing. She pretended to invite Zhao Shi to worship at the mountain temple, then arranged for the Qin couple to accompany them. Once at the temple, she deliberately separated the mistress and servant, slipped away to a streamside to remove her shoes and socks for a foot bath, and had someone lure the Qin man over. When he arrived, instead of hiding or reprimanding him, she pretended to be frightened like a startled rabbit, worried and afraid, yet refusing to put her shoes and socks back on. As a legitimate daughter of a prominent family, traveling without any attendance, allowing an unrelated man to approach, and even having him retrieve her shoes and socks to help her put them on. Her astonishment grew with each detail, while the eavesdropping ladies beside her gripped their teacups in equal disbelief, their gazes all converging on Fang Suxin. Fang Suxin's face flushed crimson instantly. How could this lowborn girl possibly know about such a concealed incident from years past? Not even her own maids and old nurses were aware of this. Her gaze toward Lu Xinran now carried murderous intent, but Lu Xinran merely looked up with confusion before lowering her eyes to continue exploring her gossip system. Let me see how Zhou Bingshan obtained his position as director of the Ministry of Revenue. Xinlan, will your betrothal to the fourth prince be brought up after the new year? Though she did not understand what this gossip system was, she dared not let Lu Xinran continue browsing, so she quickly spoke to capture her attention. As expected, Lu Xinran's focus instantly shifted to the matter of Lu Xinlan's engagement with the fourth prince. Lu Xinlan noticed only curiosity on her face and nothing else, so she replied, Marriage is a serious matter governed by parental authority and matchmakers' words. Xinran cannot speak further on this. This person is truly sinister, immediately trying to trap Lu Xinran. Does she think I would compete for this? Why would I seek trouble for myself? The familiar tone and phrasing returned to her ears, and Lu Xinran's heart finally settled. Yet this match, the one Lu Xinran did not want, she herself did not desire either. Seeing both of them mention this marriage with complete composure, Fang Suxin felt that familiar sense of losing control once again. Our Xinran is truly blessed, destined for such a fine marriage since childhood. She emphasized the words fine marriage, but Lu Xinran merely yawned boredly. How tedious. Is her sole concern really about her children's marriages? Wait, she invited Madame Tang out today. Could she be attempting to poach Lu Yuanheng's intended bride? No, I must investigate what is truly happening here. This succession of thoughts made Lu Xinran instantly wary as she glanced between Fang Suxin and Madame Tang Lu. The marriage arrangement between Lu Yuanheng and the Tang family's daughter had long been mutually understood by both families. They were merely awaiting the conclusion of the Tang family's mourning period before the Lu family would send matchmakers to formally propose. With only 2 months remaining until eldest Miss Tang emerged from mourning, Zhao Shi and Pei Shi had already begun making arrangements. Was Fang Suxin attempting to interfere at this juncture? Lu Xinran smiled toward Madame Tang Lu and asked, "How has Sister Wanra been lately? With so many matters attending to within the mansion, it has been quite some time since I last saw her." Madame Lu glanced at Fang Suxin before responding with a smile. "She is quite well. These past days she has received an embroidery pattern and is thoroughly absorbed in studying it." Her reply was deliberately vague, leaving no opening for criticism. Lu Xinran caught sight of Lu Xinlan's hand suddenly clenching from the corner of her eye. Remembering how considerately Lu Xinlan had treated her since they left home, any lingering apprehension from before dissolved. She continued scrolling through her intelligence system, murmuring to herself. Minister Tang sits comfortably as chief censor of the Court of Judicature and Revision, favored by the late emperor. Why entangle himself with the Zhou family? Zhou Bingshan's official position was obtained through dubious means, and trouble will inevitably come. Madame Lu, then do tell us how exactly Zhou Bingshan's appointment was improper. Fang Suxin sought to interrupt once more, but before she could speak she heard. The previous director of the Ministry of Revenue was transferred to the Court of Foreign Reception, and the resulting vacancy attracted everyone's attention. Zhou Bingshan and Zhou Hanwen tried numerous approaches without success until Fang Suxin discovered that Vice Minister Zhang Yuchang of the ministry had particular preferences, and she deliberately positioned herself accordingly. For several consecutive days she remained in the courtyard west of the city, indulging in his company, until the diagrams meant to ward off fire were nearly worn through. Returning home, she claimed to have gone into the mountains for spiritual retreat. Tisk, does Zhou Bingshan truly have no awareness that his position was purchased with the green grasslands growing beneath his crown? Shocked and contemptuous stares immediately fixed upon Fang Suxin, her teacup nearly shattering in her grip. This was sheer defamation, and as long as she denied it no one could prove otherwise. Zhang Yuchang apparently favors the red mole on her inner thigh the most, and even commissioned a painting of her with half-dressed legs parted, displayed prominently in his study. Thud! Fang Suxin's vision went black and she collapsed straight onto the ground. Lu Xinran's inner thoughts were so explosive that the Lu sisters, who had been half-believing and half-doubting, now saw Fang Suxin directly faint and fall to the ground, instantly turning their suspicion from 5 parts to 9. Having just finished reviewing the intelligence, she looked up at the noise and stared blankly at Fang Suxin, who had collapsed on the floor. Had something just happened? Although she had been absorbed in the intelligence, she had still been aware of the situation in the room. Weren't they all just drinking tea? How did Fang Suxin suddenly faint? This is what happens to those with improper conduct and wicked thoughts. They finally get their comeuppance. Everyone nodded slightly. Yes, they thought so too. Truly, it was the first time they had heard of a wife sacrificing herself for her husband's promotion, well, to be debauched by others. Lu Xinlan had already stood up and softly instructed, "Dong Xue, go quickly and fetch a physician." "Yes, miss." Dong Xue, upon hearing this, swiftly dashed out of the tea house. The other ladies, having snapped out of their gossip, hurriedly ordered the maids to lift Fang Suxin from the ground and support her to the nearby soft couch. The physician rushed upstairs, nervously took her pulse, extracted a silver needle from his medical case, and with a single prick Fang Suxin, who had fainted dead away, slowly regained consciousness. Lu Xinran watched in utter astonishment. Heavens, how miraculous. I must remember the acupoint where he inserted the needle. In the future, if anyone feigns a faint before me, I'll prick them with this very needle. Everyone. Though it was absurd, it made a certain sense. The Lu sisters almost instinctively committed to memory the spot where the physician had just inserted the needle. Lu Xinlan paid the consultation fee, then walked gracefully to Fang Suxin's side. "Are you still feeling unwell, Andy?" she asked with gentle tenderness, as if she had not heard a single word of Lu Xinran's earlier inner thoughts. Fang Suxin's heart tightened at that moment. Lu Xinran's inner thoughts had surely been heard by the Lu sisters and everyone else. If Zhang Yuchang had indeed drawn that mole in such a private place, what should she do? If her husband and family found out, would she still have the face to remain in Jingxing? Her heart fluttered with panic and her face grew pale. I still feel a bit dizzy. Mama Chi, she called to the old nanny who had accompanied her, signaling her to come and support her. I shall return to the mansion first. Madam Tang, I apologize for today's discourtesy. Madam Lu showed a concerned expression and even had her maid escort Fang Suxin to the carriage. Lu Xinran watched Fang Suxin's receding figure, feeling a hint of unease. Wasn't this person just now being aggressive? Why did she suddenly flee in panic? The puzzled voice appeared in everyone's ears. The Lu sisters exchanged glances, understanding everything without words. With Fang Suxin gone, Lu Xinran felt somewhat unsatisfied, having only half-eaten her melon. She grabbed Lu Xinlan's arm. Let's visit Auntie at the Zhou mansion, shall we? She just fainted here, it's only proper that we escort her back to the mansion. Lu Xinlan. Wasn't this girl just eager to watch the drama unfold? Just as she was about to decline, the still enthusiastic Madame Lu immediately made the decision. Yes, it was a bit chaotic just now, and we were remiss. Madame Zhou fainted and returned to her mansion. How could we let her go back alone? That would be too discourteous. Lu Xinlan. Fine, since everyone wanted to watch the drama, they might as well go together. Coincidentally, well, she also wanted to know what happened next. The group descended the stairs and boarded their respective carriages. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled, showing no sign of someone going to visit a sick person. Lu Xinlan cleared her throat and gently reminded her, Auntie Zhou is unwell. Remember not to say anything inappropriate. We'll just visit and then leave. Lu Xinran nodded. She understood all that. Right now she just felt that the carriage was moving too slowly. Fang Suxin's carriage was not moving fast either. She was thinking of a countermeasure the entire way. If it was discovered that she had an affair with Zhang Youchang, the Zhou family would surely not tolerate her, and even her children's marriages would be affected. But those words had been heard by Madame Lu and the others. Her nails dug into her palms. She should have strangled that wretched wretch back then. The carriage swayed to a stop before the Zhou mansion. As the maid helped her alight, she rubbed her temples and found a string of carriages following behind. Madame Lu and the others dismounted and approached her with concern. Fang Suxin, realizing the purpose of their visit to the Zhou mansion, saw darkness before her eyes and fainted again. There was a flurry of activity at the entrance. Taking the opportunity to escort her into the mansion, everyone entered Fang Suxin's courtyard. Her two daughters, several sisters-in-law, and old Madame Zhou, upon hearing the news, all rushed over. Lu Xinran and Lu Xinlan were squeezed outside until the imperial physician arrived, and then they followed him in. Do you know what's wrong with her? How could she faint twice in a row for no reason? She nudged Lu Xinlan with her shoulder. With melon to eat and drama to watch, she instantly forgot that she was supposed to keep her distance. Lu Xinlan looked at her speechlessly. What else could it be? She had exposed the other's secrets. Any normal person would faint. I wonder if she has any more melons. This kind of thing shouldn't be the first time she's done it. Since Lu Xinlan didn't answer her, she opened the gossip system to find new amusement. The Lu sisters, upon hearing this familiar voice, immediately squeezed closer to her. The Zhou family members, clearly confused by this sudden voice, looked around to see who was speaking so rudely. But after looking around, they saw no one speaking. In their bewilderment, the voice rang out clearly in their ears again. Found it. So it's true that two people in one bed are two of a kind. Fang Suxin and Zhou Bingshan were already hooking up before marriage. Fang Suxin wanted to marry up, but her family background was far from enough for a third-rank official's mansion, so she took advantage of a spring outing to design Zhou Bingshan. Tisk, does she always use this sock and foot washing trick? Was this the same method she used to seduce Zhou Bingshan? Everyone. So who else had enjoyed this trick? Wait, what was this voice saying? Old Madame Zhou's concerned expression gradually turned sharp. Her gaze swept around, trying to find out who was spreading rumors about her son and daughter-in-law. Lu Xinran, deeply engrossed in her melon, was about to continue when her arm was suddenly pulled. Sister, we can't help here at Auntie's place, so let's not add to the trouble. Let's return to the mansion first and wait for news. Lu Xinlan pulled her, leaving no room for refusal, apologized to old Madame Zhou, and took her leave, leading her out of the Zhou mansion. As soon as they left, the Lu sisters who had accompanied them also took their leave one by one. Old Madame Zhou's mind was preoccupied with the words she had just heard. Back then her son had come to her room demanding to marry Fang Suxin and had knelt down without a second word. He refused to get up until she agreed. At that time she didn't even know which family Fang Suxin belonged to. Later she met her at a banquet and found her gentle and dignified, capable of being the eldest daughter-in-law. Since she was the girl her son liked, she agreed to the match. Over the years she had been quite satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Now that her grandson had grown up and was about to discuss marriage, such a scandal had erupted. Old Madame Zhou, her face dark, left a few words and returned to her own courtyard amidst the puzzled and probing gazes of her daughters-in-law. Lu Xinran, utterly unaware that she had stirred up a series of dramas by stepping out, was still savoring the excitement as she sat in the carriage. Her gossip system required her to be near the parties involved to consume the gossip. The closer she was, the more gossip she could obtain. She had only tasted a small portion of Fang Suxin's secrets, given how daring this woman was. Even seducing servants. There must be plenty of juicy gossip to uncover. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. Beside her, Lu Xinlan, hearing her noisy inner thoughts, raised her hand to rub her brow once more. Heaven had granted her a chance to live again, not merely to clean up the messes of the person beside her, was it? After returning to the mansion, I will personally inform grandmother and mother about the Zhou family matter. If you are willing, sister, we can go to grandmother's courtyard together. No need, no need. I'll leave this matter to you, elder sister. I'm not going. I'm not familiar with these families in the capital. Ooh, just thinking about memorizing them all gives me a headache. She hasn't been the eldest daughter of the Lu family for nothing. Let her handle this tedious task. I'll just focus on eating melons and watching the show. Lu Xinran was inwardly delighted. Upon returning to the Lu residence, she wanted to immediately go back to her own courtyard, but Lu Xinlan, who had overheard her thoughts, dragged her directly into Pei Shi's courtyard. Now that you have returned to the mansion, whether you are willing or not, the position of the eldest daughter of the Lu family will be restored to you. You should gradually become familiar with the affairs of the capital. Lu Xinran was dragged by her, feeling extremely reluctant. How does this person seem to know what I'm thinking? What does she mean by the position of the eldest daughter will be restored to me? What does she mean by that? Isn't she trying to lull me into complacency and then finish me off in one move? Various thoughts began to swirl in her mind again. Lu Xinlan's hands hidden in her sleeves were clenched so tightly that veins bulged. So as soon as she had a free moment, she started thinking of her as a rival again. Pei Shi was sipping tea, inwardly calculating when the two would return after leaving the mansion, when the familiar noisy chatter reached her ears. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. How had they returned so quickly? Lu Xinlan entered and recounted everything that had happened at the tea house and the Zhou residence today. Since Lu Xinran was present, it was inconvenient to mention her inner thoughts, so she only gave Pei Shi a look that said, "I'll explain later." As soon as Pei Shi heard that Fang Suxin had fainted twice in a row, her desire to eat melons and watch the excitement became irrepressible. She glanced at Lu Xinran's side and said in a deep voice, "Fang Shi has always been close to your mother. Although the incident with Qin Shi occurred since she is ill, our household should send someone to visit her and bring some tonics to help her recover quickly. But I wonder what's wrong with her. Why does she keep fainting? Her constitution shouldn't be like this." She sighed again, her expression full of concern, which successfully elicited a snort from the other. Who knows why she fainted? Maybe she's been colluding with that certain official in the capital again. Previously I thought she was cuckolding Zhou Bingshan, but now it seems neither of them is a good person. Perhaps Zhou Bingshan was pretending not to know that she went to sleep with Zhang Yuchang. If only I could meet Zhou Bingshan. He probably looks like a sanctimonious hypocrite. A barrage of inner thoughts bombarded them, making Pei Shi even more curious. She turned her head to look at Lu Xinlan, but saw her with her head bowed, as if she hadn't noticed anything. Suppressing her urgency, she cleared her throat and said seriously, Xinran, you two sisters have just come of age. There's no rush for marriage. Rest assured, grandmother will find a suitable, good family for you. You won't be wronged. Marriage? I'm only 15. How can I get married so young? No, I need to check the female lead's marriage. See when she gets married. The flustered voice reached the ears of both, and Pei Shi frowned slightly. In the Great Chu, women traditionally married around the time they came of age. In the capital, noble families were reluctant to marry their daughters too early and would keep them for another 2 years. Even so, they would marry by 17 or 18 any later, and they would be mocked as old maids who couldn't find a husband. But the daughters of their minister's residence were never worried about marriage. For once, Lu Xinlan also spoke. Grandmother Xinlan's marriage is not urgent. Since discovering that she was not Zhao Shi's biological daughter and not the eldest daughter of the minister's residence, her identity had become somewhat awkward. Her previous engagement to the fourth prince was certainly invalid now, but she feared that Pei Shi and Zhao Shi might feel guilty and rush to settle her marriage. Nonsense, child. Grandmother has your and Xinran's marriages in mind. Found it. The female lead. She actually marries the fourth prince. This book is going for a painful love story. Knife blocking, broken legs, disfigurement, miscarriage, imprisonment, jumping off city walls, fake death substitute. Oh my god, this is so tragic. What kind of nonsensical plot is this? Fortunately, the author had some common sense. Didn't remove the uterus or dig out the heart. But she doesn't look like an idiot. How did she become such a refined, lovesick brain? Has she been cursed? And that fourth prince, he has a white moonlight in his heart, so why does he come to provoke her and insult her with all kinds of words? Such a scumbag should be chopped up and fed to the dogs. No, even that insults the dogs. Normal dogs wouldn't eat such trash. The dense inner thoughts rang in Pei Shi's and Lu Xinlan's ears. Pei Shi was so shocked her eyes almost popped out. The matriarch's composure nearly failed her. What? Painful love story. Knife blocking, broken legs, imprisonment. Could these all be what the fourth prince would do to her Xinlan? She stared at Lu Xinlan in horror. This marriage. It feels like a death sentence. It was only at this moment that Lu Xinlan realized she had not only time traveled, but also entered a book, and she was the female lead in the melodramatic, angsty romance story from Lu Xinran's inner thoughts. She released the crumpled handkerchief. She was not a brain-damaged, lovesick fool who would foolishly let the plot of that book become reality. She was not, and besides, there was her. Pei Shi had been severely startled this time, and until the two left, she didn't even remember that there was still Fong Suxin's big gossip to consume. Lu Xinran returned to her courtyard and flopped onto the soft bed without any dignity. Tongzi, did the melon we ate today have enough content? How many days of life force can it exchange for? Today's melon wasn't finished, but it's still good. It added 12 days. Let's go out more often later and try to accumulate a year first. A childish voice, soft and milky, sounded in her mind. Lu Xinran turned over happily. All right, I'll find a chance to visit the Zhou residence again in a few days and try to finish all of Fong Suxin's melon. You should pluck the wool from one sheep until it's bare. Her life had been renewed for 12 days, so she sat up in excellent spirits. Suizhu, I'm hungry. Go to the kitchen and bring back some food. Miss Dongxue from the eldest young lady's courtyard has arrived. She says she's here to deliver something to you. Lu Xinlan had also read novels in the past. Although she was busy with work and had endless cases to solve, many of the newcomers from her team and the logistics staff from the bureau enjoyed reading novels. Under their strong recommendations, she had also read a few. She knew well the tropes of the angsty romance novels that Lu Xinran mentioned. When she used to read these novels, she had mocked them the most. She never imagined she would transmigrate into the female lead of such a story. The moment she heard Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. But having learned what might befall her in the future, all she could do now was find a way to cut ties with that perverted fourth prince. After sending a gift to Lu Xinran as thanks, she went to Madame Pei's courtyard once more. She recounted in detail all the inner thoughts she had overheard at the tea house and the Zhou residence before. Grandmother, this ability of sisters seems too extraordinary. She can know many hidden matters about others. If only she herself knew, it wouldn't be much of a problem. From what I've observed of her words and behavior, she's not the type to be gossipy or cause trouble. But she doesn't know that others can hear her inner thoughts, and we cannot reveal this to her. I fear that as more people learn of this, it will arouse others' suspicions and eventually threaten her safety. Over the past few days, Lu Xinlan had been pondering how to handle the situation for this fellow transmigrator she came with. She understood all too well what would befall her if those in power discovered her ability. Madame Pei had been considering this matter even before Lu Xinlan arrived, and at this moment, she also sighed softly. We must think carefully about a solution. That child Xinran has such a flighty nature. Without a foolproof method, I fear no one can keep her safe. Thinking of how Lu Xinran's inner thoughts would come like raindrops whenever something happened, Madame Pei's head began to throb again. When Lu Xinlan came again, it wasn't solely to discuss Lu Xinran and Fong Suxin's matter. She waited until Madame Pei lowered her hand and her expression returned to normal before speaking calmly. Grandmother, regarding my marriage to the fourth prince, perhaps we should. Madame Pei's headache intensified. I will discuss this with your grandfather. This marriage isn't something we can simply disregard just because we don't wish for it to happen. It was an engagement between royalty after all, although it was merely verbal, proposed casually by the emperor and Lu Jinchuan years ago. But the emperor's words are never in jest. Anyone in the capital who knew of this understood that the Lu family's legitimate eldest daughter would marry the fourth prince. Now how could withdrawing the engagement be so simple? Lu Xinlan pressed her lips together slightly, her expression filled with distress. Grandmother, even without sister's inner thoughts, this marriage to the fourth prince cannot proceed. I am, after all, not the true, legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. Her biological parents were merely ordinary farmers in the countryside, and she herself was just a peasant girl. The person the emperor had intended to grant in marriage was the Lu family's legitimate eldest daughter, a status she no longer held. Madame Pei responded with a soft hum. You may return in peace. Our minister's mansion does not need to send its young ladies to secure positions. Moreover, the emperor was now in his prime, and the Lu family had no desire to be bound to the fourth prince through marriage. In Lu Xinran's courtyard, she stared at the servants behind Dongxue, momentarily at a loss to comprehend. Why on earth were they suddenly delivering so many fine gifts? A complete set of jewelry, the latest trendy brocades, exquisitely carved ornaments, and a whole chest filled with novels. If they wanted her to witness the wealth of the minister's mansion and understand the status befitting the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, why not simply invite her to their courtyard and let her see their storehouse? Delivering so many fine gifts. She must be taking a huge loss. Bai Tao gazed at the tray bearing what had once been her mistress's favorite set of paperweights, her eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Was her mistress mad? After a moment of surprise, Lu Xinran's face broke into a broad smile, and she ordered the items to be registered and stored away. Regardless of what that person's intentions were, anything that came into her possession was hers. These were her capital for living comfortably outside the capital when she raised her young lover in the future. The more the better. After Lu Xinlan departed, Madame Pei pondered for quite some time before ultimately deciding against summoning Madame Zhao. This daughter-in-law had grown increasingly stubborn with age, and if she learned of Fong Suxin's affairs, who knew what trouble she might stir up? Whether it was the matter at the Zhou residence or Lu Xinlan's marriage, it would be safer for her to handle everything personally. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchuan had spent the past few days crafting those letters as a trap, successfully luring Zhou Bingshan into taking the bait. So what if he was Lu Kongda's direct superior? If he didn't want his family scandal exposed, he'd have to step down from his position as director of the Ministry of Revenue. He was inwardly pleased, biding his time for Zhou Hanwen, that old rogue, to make his move. But upon returning to the residence, he learned from Madame Pei about everything that had transpired that day at the tea house and the Zhou residence. The foot-wiping cloth in his grip fell straight into the basin. Is everything you're saying true? It should be. Xinran heard it all from Xinran. This matter cannot be kept secret. Several ladies were present at the time, and afterward they all went to the Zhou residence together. Who knows how many people at the Zhou residence overheard it? Thinking of how Fang Suxin had behaved so absurdly according to Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, Madame Pei couldn't help but shake her head slightly. This time she feared there was no escaping it. Lu Jinchuan didn't even bother retrieving the foot-wiping cloth. He threw on his boots and sent someone to summon Lu Kangda to his study. He was in such a hurry that Madame Pei hadn't even had the chance to tell him about Lu Xinlan's marriage. Lu Kangda had never imagined that the daughter he had recognized from outside would bring him such great delight. His face was all but overflowing with joy impossible to suppress. If the scandal broke, not only would Zhou Bingshan fail to keep his position as director of the Ministry of Revenue, but Zhang Yuchang would hardly retain his post as vice minister either. By then, simply requesting a fifth-rank director position would be within his grasp. Seeing his unhidden joy, Lu Jinchuan spoke in a low voice. As long as your father holds the position of minister, your careers as brothers will certainly be affected. Either you'll be posted outside the capital, or if you stay here you can only hold minor offices below the fourth rank. Your fourth brother has already left the capital for Yuzhou to serve as prefect. Your second brother prefers scholarly pursuits, and in the future he should enter the Imperial Academy to succeed his father-in-law as director. I know your ambition drives you upward. This opportunity may not be grand, but it's the only one you can seize after all these years. Before your father retires, I will strive to place you as Vice Minister of Revenue. Whether you ultimately rise to Minister or Grand Secretary depends on your own abilities. Lu Kangda was overjoyed, nodding incessantly. Father need not worry. I will ensure the Lu family's honor continues through my efforts. Before going to bed, Lu Xinran opened the gossip system once more. She flipped through the booklet dedicated to Fang Suxin, scrutinizing it carefully. System what made her faint all of a sudden. And she fainted twice. Could she be pregnant again? In so many novels the heroine becomes delicate and constantly faints after getting pregnant, making the male protagonist so heartbroken he'd give her his life. Fang Suxin seemed affected and pretentious. Perhaps she was just that type. A childish voice, having endured her relentless ranting, finally replied in a soft babyish tone. She's not pregnant. Her fainting is due to intense emotional upheaval, as if she's been frightened. Frightened? Lu Xinran was bewildered. Wasn't the woman who had been so aggressive in the tea house just a while ago? Never mind. She'd find a way to visit the Zhou residence tomorrow and learn everything. She might even manage to extract a month's worth of life points from Fang Suxin. She turned over and slept blissfully, unaware that the rumor of Fang Suxin's illicit relationship with Zhang Youchang, the Vice Minister of Revenue, was spreading silently that night. The next day, some curious souls even sent visiting cards to the Zhang residence. Having been frightened twice in a row, Fang Suxin was somewhat weakened. After struggling to rest for a night, she regained some color. But when she heard that someone had sent a card to the Zhang residence wanting to see Zhang Youchang's study, she fainted again. For the next 2 days, Lu Xinran found no opportunity to visit the Zhou residence and watch the drama. When Madame Pei finally allowed them to go out, she heard that Fang Suxin had suddenly fallen ill and was sent to a manor outside the city to recuperate. She blinked. Her prey had escaped. Sitting beside her, Lu Xinlan listened to her restless, incessant inner monologue and gently reminded her. 2 days ago, someone broke into Vice Minister Zhang's study and stole many scrolls. One of the paintings depicted the wife of the Zhou family head. Lu Xinran's eyes widened. Those scandalous portraits were stolen. But wait, there were more than one such painting. Her eyes sparkled instantly. She grabbed Lu Xinlan's arm. And then, were there other people in the paintings? How I wish I could get close to Zhang Yuchang. Just 10 steps away, and I'd devour all his secrets. Her inner voice reached Lu Xinlan's ears, and she instantly understood. She had heard that others could hear her thoughts within 10 steps, and she also needed to stay within 10 steps of her target to feed on gossip. Otherwise, she only got a vague idea. Meeting her glittering gaze, Lu Xinlan pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Sister, this involves a woman's reputation. As women ourselves, we should know which spectacles to watch and which to avoid. Life is already hard for women in this world. Even if Madame Zhou was at fault, we don't know the full story behind others' actions. We must not become accomplices to injustice. Lu Xinran was stunned, never expecting to be lectured. But when she came to her senses, she felt both relieved and grateful, shaking her sister's arm. Thank you, sister. I understand. The heroine is so gentle, nothing like the book described. Her values are so upright, and she's so kind to me. I'm starting to like her. What do I do? She was right. I forgot the boundaries of gossip. How shameful. Will she later scheme against me like in the book? No, she wouldn't, right? Never mind, I have the system. It will warn me. A rapid stream of thoughts poured into Lu Xinlan's ears, and she couldn't help the corners of her mouth turning up. She raised her hand to ruffle her sister's hair, but the carriage came to a sudden halt, throwing both sisters forward. "Miss, there seems to be trouble ahead." The coachman's panicked voice carried a hint of pain. The abrupt stop must have injured him. Regaining their balance, the sisters silently parted the curtain and peered out from both sides. Many people were rushing ahead, their eager expressions indicating there was gossip to be had. Lu Xinran turned to Lu Xinlan, her eyes sparkling. "Sister, shall we go see? Maybe this gossip will add a few more days to my life. Too bad Fang Suxin's gossip wasn't fully harvested, or I'd have enough for a month." The inner voice reached Lu Xinlan's ears, tightening her heart. Suddenly she understood why her sister was so obsessed with gossip. Life points. Was it what she thought? A pang of sympathy struck her. "Since the carriage can't move, let's go ahead and see." Lu Xinran cheered, inwardly hopping off the carriage first. Then, realizing she hadn't behaved like a proper lady, she quickly reached out to help Lu Xinlan down. With servants clearing a path, they walked for about 15 minutes until they saw a scuffle in the middle of the street. A woman in her 20s holding a thin little girl in her arms both cowered and kept dodging to the side. Several people were grappling in front of them, shouting loudly. This poor woman, her husband died a year ago. Her brother from her natal family urged her to remarry, but she couldn't bear to leave her daughter, so she stayed to care for her mother-in-law. But the mother-in-law is vicious. She tricked them into the city, planning to sell them to a brothel. If the daughter's brother hadn't heard the news and rushed over, their lives would have been ruined. True. The woman stayed to care for her, working from dawn to dusk, yet the mother-in-law accused her of being a freeloader. A widow, why stay? Better go back to your family. Easy to say, but going back means more mouths to feed. Better remarry soon. The crowd was chaotic, and the sisters had gleaned the gist of the matter as they walked. But from a distance, Lu Xinran's gossip system wasn't within range. She pulled Lu Xinlan forward, squeezing through the crowd until they were within 10 steps, and the system activated automatically. I knew there was more to this. Lu Xinran flipped through the system, growing more indignant with each page. That woman's husband isn't dead at all. He had an affair with his mother's niece, but since divorcing one's wife isn't common in the countryside, he and his mother hatched this scheme. He faked his death to be with his cousin, and then had his mother torment his wife until she couldn't take it anymore, and remarried. After the woman remarries, he'll claim he never died. By then she'll already be married to another, and he can legitimately wed his cousin. This man is trash. How dare he want it all? What right does he have to sell his wife and daughter to build a house and marry his cousin? Disgusting. What a foul encounter. The more Lu Xinran read, the angrier she became, ready to tear the mother-in-law apart for the woman. Lu Xinlan, who had overheard every word of her sister's thoughts, also felt revulsion for the old woman still grappling with the woman's brother. The two girls were so absorbed in their outrage that they didn't notice the crowd had fallen silent. The crowd parted, and a cold-faced man in a pale blue brocade robe stepped forward. Lady Lu. Lu Xinlan's hands tightened. She quickly pulled her still cursing sister into a bow. Your subject pays respects to His Highness the Fourth Prince. The Fourth Prince. Those 3 words snapped Lu Xinran back to reality. She bowed while stealing a glance. A thought shot straight into Song Junyan's ears. Heavens, is this the big pervert? Song Junyan had just been about 10 paces away from the two women, hearing their inner thoughts intermittently. Now as he approached them, he clearly heard Lu Xinran's exclamation of big pervert. His gaze fell discreetly upon the two sisters, and as he shifted his line of sight, it happened to meet Lu Xinran's furtive glance. She recalled the plot from the book, Broken Legs, Miscarriage, Imprisonment, and instinctively tried to hide behind Lu Xinlan. And this is a... Song Junyan frowned slightly. What Broken Legs, Imprisonment? Is he the one being referred to? How could he not know he had such perverse thoughts? Lu Xinlan knew that the more nervous and flustered one was, the more attention they attracted. She shifted her body slightly to the side and began to introduce in a soft, gentle voice. Your Highness, this is my younger sister. As she spoke, she secretly tugged at Lu Xinran's arm. Lu Xinran hurriedly turned around and, mustering her courage, performed a curtsy again. Your subject pays respects to Your Highness. It was that voice. Song Junyan's eyes narrowed. How could he hear this person's thoughts? And how did she know the inside story? Before he could think further, he suddenly heard another voice in his ears. That scumbag actually dares to bring his cousin to watch the show. He's simply inhuman. Why can't such a man be put in a pig cage? What makes it so that only women suffer grievances and humiliation? That one beside him as well. Just because he's a prince, he does whatever he wants to her. Disgusting. Standing with these people, even the air reeks of scum. Scum. Song Junyan. He had a few things he didn't know whether to say or not. Lu Xinlan had already given up tugging at her sleeve. The girl beside her, thinking no one could hear her thoughts, was unleashing a torrent of curses in her mind. Meeting her hesitant gaze, she only responded with a simple, naive smile, looking utterly harmless. Yet she could say nothing and could only watch helplessly as she courted death through her inner thoughts. Who can go drag that scumbag out of the crowd? He's right at the entrance of Xingyi Wangxiang, wearing a brown short jacket and a flashy water blue headscarf. Someone in a water blue robe looked down at his own garment. Lu Xinlan didn't dare to look at Song Junyan's expression. Just as she turned to order a servant to drag the man out, she saw that Song Junyan had already sent his men to seize him. Their eyes met, and she nodded politely again with gentle courtesy. Lu Xinran, having finished her passionate outburst, turned around and saw this scene. Startled, she quickly tugged at Lu Xinlan's sleeve. Sister, your current status is not enough for the royal family. Your marriage to the fourth prince is certainly off. If you are sensible and considerate of your family, you should go and tell grandmother yourself, and have her and grandfather cancel this engagement, so as not to put them in a difficult position. She deliberately spoke these words with a sharp tone, and after finishing, she shot a provocative glare at Lu Xinlan. She didn't know that she looked like a fluffy kitten with its fur standing on and stretching out its tiny pink paws, utterly adorable. This made Lu Xinlan like her more and more, unable to resist the urge to rub her slightly chubby cheeks. She cleared her throat, lightly curling her fingers tightly, then replied with a smile, "Yes, what you say is right, little sister. Once I return to the mansion later, I will go find grandmother. This melodrama of tortured love. Let someone more fortunate enjoy it." Meanwhile, Song Junyan had overheard the entire conversation between the two sisters. He could understand every word individually, but put together. What did it mean? Not far away, a commotion broke out. Immediately, a man and a woman were pushed out of the crowd. The old woman, who had been pulling at the woman, and the little girl instantly changed color at the sight of the pair. The woman looked at the man with disbelief. Husband, you're alive. Daddy. The little girl tried to break free from her mother's arms and run over, but the woman quickly held her tightly. Don't go. Your father isn't dead, but for this past year he refused to come home, and he let your grandmother sell us off. Though no one said anything, the woman instantly understood everything. She staggered to her feet from the ground, and upon seeing the official uniform of the guard beside the man, she gritted her teeth and asked, holding back tears, "Esteemed officer, could you please do justice for this humble woman and allow me to divorce Zhang Dashan? From now on, whether we live or die, will have nothing to do with each other." Mother. The little girl panicked upon hearing her talk about divorce. If her mother divorced, what would become of her? Grandmother says I'm a worthless burden, a shameless jinx, and tells me to die every day. Mother, are you going to abandon me too? The woman looked down at her daughter, and tears instantly fell like broken beads, large drops streaming down. Mother wants to take you away, but I can't take you with me. She was a child of the Zhang family. Even if her own parents and siblings were willing to let her bring a burden back, Zhang Dashan and his mother would never agree. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the old woman spat. Divorce? You've been married for years and haven't even given birth to a son. If you're done, it's our Dashan who doesn't want you anymore. He'll divorce you. Dream on about divorce. The woman's body swayed further, and she hugged her daughter tightly. You haven't been able to give birth to a son all these years. I was forced to do this. Don't blame me either. The man grew more brazen with his words. I told you to remarry before, but you refused. Now you want a divorce. Who knows what you're scheming? He jumped out and turned the tables on her, causing the woman's body to shake even more violently. She pointed at Zhang Dashan, stammering you, for a long while before finally catching her breath. Zhang Dashan, if you have any conscience left, put your hand on your chest and say, is it my fault that we have no son? Which one of us is actually incapable of having children? Zhang Dashan turned his head away, clearly unwilling to argue publicly about who was infertile. But the more he acted like that, the more people's gazes drifted toward his nether regions. That must be oligospermia. So it's indeed her husband who can't conceive. He's incompetent and blames others. Shameless. Having a daughter is already heaven's favor to him. A family with no virtue like this still wants a son. In the crowd, someone heard that forceful sound of disdain. But Song Junyan's attention was caught by the term oligospermia. What kind of illness was that? Her inner voice was considerate. Amidst the cursing, it still managed to make him even more confused. His own little tadpoles are no good, so why blame his wife for not getting pregnant? She didn't go out and cheat on you to make you a cuckold. That's already giving you face. What a piece of trash, and he still dares to complain. Lu Xinran grew angrier and angrier as she watched, wishing she could rush over and kick the mother and son. The guard beside the man looked at Song Junyan, and seeing his master nod slightly, he raised his voice and said, "If you have any grievances, you should go to the government office and let the authorities seek justice for you." "Thank you, officer. I will go and beat the drum to file a complaint." Although the legal statutes of Great Chu predominantly favored men, there existed no provision that permitted a husband's family to sell a properly wedded wife into a pleasure house. Upon hearing her declaration to take them to the authorities, the mother and son were instantly stricken with panic. The old woman, without a moment's hesitation, lunged forward to seize the child, but was restrained by sympathetic onlookers. Lu Xinlan. You shameless wench. Don't think I haven't noticed those flirtatious exchanges you've been having with Butcher Zhou. You throw yourself at other men, and then play the chaste widow. Divorce. Bah. The truth is you're dying to share a bed with that Butcher Zhou, you disgraceful whore. Seeing the crowd swelling around her, and realizing she and her son were losing ground, she opened her mouth and let loose a torrent of curses. The more she ranted, the more vicious her words became, until the onlookers could hardly bear to listen. Especially those who could hear Lu Xinran's thoughts, all spat and cursed. It's not your family's niece who's been slipping around. She really fancies herself some highborn lady, does she? Faking your death to run off and carouse with your cousin while your wife stays behind to serve you and keep the household in order. Can't produce an heir yourself and still have the audacity to blame your wife for not bearing a son. Tell me about it. Take a piss and look at yourself in the reflection before you open your mouth. Just because you're shameless doesn't mean everyone else is as vile and base as you are. The surrounding crowd joined in the assault, one voice after another, all targeting the mother and son with relentless vituperation. The old woman, stripped of her dignity, jumped and flailed, desperate to curse back. But with so many people gathered, her voice was swallowed by the cacophony of condemnation within moments. The woman held her daughter close, her eyes blazing with absolute resolve. Xinran was all too familiar with that look. Her heart tightened, and she quickly stepped aside to whisper instructions to Dongxue. Xinran listened curiously to her plans. Only after Dongxue had run off to execute them did she lower her voice to ask, "How did you know she was going to take her own life?" Xinran paused briefly, the words hovering on her lips. Finding no sensation of suffocation, she finally replied softly, "Because I've witnessed far too many such cases in my past life." Throughout the year her husband had been absent under the pretense of death, the woman had never considered remarrying. She had remained with her husband's family solely for her daughter's sake. Now, first nearly being sold into a pleasure house, then discovering that Zhang Dashan was not only alive, but had fled to carouse with his cousin. The relentless series of blows made her realize her in-laws' home could no longer shelter them. She could request a divorce and return to her birth family, but she couldn't take her daughter with her. The laws here were simply unforgiving. Even if her daughter was worked to death or abused, she couldn't legally take her away. But her daughter was her entire world. If her daughter couldn't survive, then there was no meaning for her to continue living either. She had witnessed far too many such tragedies before. Some she and her colleagues had managed to save, while others. She took a deep breath. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. But since it requires only a minimal effort on my part, if by some chance I can save 2 lives. Xinran's eyes sparkled instantly. You're absolutely right. Do you need more hands? Bitao, you can command me however you like. Good heavens, she's so remarkable. This is bad. Why am I growing more fond of her by the moment? What should I do? Xinran smiled and shook her head. Feeling the small hand beside her gently hook onto her finger, she amusingly hooked her own finger around it in return. Not at present. When the need arises, you may come assist. MHM, just don't stand on ceremony with me. Completely overlooked by the 2 sisters, Song Junyan suppressed his astonishment. With an expressionless face, he raised his hand and signaled to his guards once more. The guard obeyed, grabbing Zhang Dashan by the collar. To the prefecture yamen. What are you doing? Let go of my son at once. Seeing this, the old woman could no longer concern herself with her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. She hurried over and pawed at the guard's arms. What are you going to the authorities for? You cannot take us to court. You worthless thing, you simply wish to divorce, is that not so? Very well, we agree. Let us return home and summon the village head to draft the divorce papers. Write it now, and I'm taking Nyoer with me. I will not leave her in your hands. Impossible. No wife who returns to her birth family after divorce ever takes the children with her. Don't even entertain such thoughts. Even if you drag this to court, you still cannot take Nyoer away. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fell into another stalemate. The woman couldn't bear to abandon her child, while the old woman refused to yield for the sake of her reputation. Xinran gave the person beside her hand a gentle shake. Sister, what should we do? Xinran sighed. If she still held the status of the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, then purchasing 2 servants from the street would naturally be no great matter. But her current position rendered such actions unsuitable. And Xinran herself had not yet firmly established her footing in the Lu residence, so bringing servants back was equally inappropriate. I really wish to purchase them, but would buying people be improper? Besides, why would perfectly decent people come serve us? That troubled voice surfaced in Song Junyan's ears once more. He glanced at the woman who clutched her daughter tightly, then gestured again to the person beside him. Since they had stumbled upon this matter and intervened, they might as well resolve it completely. The guard at his side approached the woman and spoke to her in low tones. Seeing her nod in agreement, he then moved over to the old woman and Zhang Dashan. Upon hearing that selling her granddaughter to a wealthy household would fetch 10 taels of silver, the old woman agreed, almost without hesitation. Fearing the other party might renege, she instead urged the woman to find someone to draft the divorce papers. Unknown to when, a clerk from the Shuntian prefecture had appeared beside Song Junyan. Someone set up a low table on the street with writing materials, and he stepped forward to begin drafting the divorce papers. In triplicate, after both parties pressed their fingerprints, he wrote out 2 additional deeds of sale. The old woman took and deftly pressed her fingerprint, not even glancing at her granddaughter. The woman holding her daughter pressed her own fingerprint on the deed of sale designated for her. Her older brother from her birth family, witnessing that she had sold herself for her daughter's sake, didn't know what to say. He simply reached out and patted her shoulder. In the future, if anything arises, send word home. Whenever your brother can assist, he certainly will. The woman's eyes reddened as she nodded, portioning out 5 taels from the 10 she had received for her own sale and pressing them into his hands. This is for father and mother. Brother, from now on they depend on you and younger brother to care for them. Xinran watched the scene from nearby, her eyes stinging. They have it so hard. Yes, but as long as they can live, there is always hope. After sighing together, the two turned and bowed to Song Junyan once more. This humble subject thanks your highness for resolving our difficulty. If he had not overheard their conversation and Lu Xinran's thoughts, this matter certainly would not have been resolved so smoothly. Song Junyan's gaze swept over Lu Xinran, who was peeking at him, but still regarded him as if he were a pervert. He gave a cold hum. Merely a small effort. It amounts to nothing. Lu Xinran peeked again. A big pervert. Viewed this way, he actually seemed rather normal. But why had he been written like that? Could it be? He transforms. Lu Xinran's nails dug into her palms instantly, which kept her from laughing out loud. She ran through all the tragedies from her 2 lifetimes in her mind, which allowed her to steady herself. Then she bowed properly, and hastily pulled Lu Xinran away. Lu Xinran hurriedly pulled the person away while Lu Xinran, still curious, cast a glance back amidst the rush. She saw Song Junyan standing with his hands behind his back in the middle of the long street, the surrounding clamor, seemingly unable to touch him even slightly. He slightly lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath them, lost in thought. This big pervert really has a good-looking exterior. No wonder the female lead would go to such extremes for him. Beside her, Lu Xinran stumbled, looking back to see only a water blue figure, the hem of the robe fluttering as long legs mounted a horse, disappearing into the street. Lu Xinran followed her gaze openly, only looking away when the water blue figure vanished. Oh no, she's watching so intently. She's not really falling for him, is she? Lu Xinran. She just instinctively glanced back. So how did it become that she would go to extremes for him? She wasn't the original version. Even if she wasn't a love-struck fool. The original only wanted to cling to the identity and wealth that once belonged to her, unwilling to leave the capital and never fit into this circle again. Lu Xinran let out a sigh, then eagerly checked how much life value today's big gossip had gained. 5 days. The childish voice carried joy. The host had life value, and it had energy too. It would surely become the most powerful gossip system. This gossip actually increased my life value by 5 days, more valuable than what Zhao gave. It seemed strolling the streets was a good idea. After the excitement, the time was still early, and the sisters didn't rush back to the mansion. Drawing on the original's memories, Lu Xinran led Lu Xinran through various shops along the street. In half a month, it will be the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet held every year at Ronghue Garden. Then grandmother and mother will take you to attend. Attending the banquet meant new dresses and jewelry. Though her status was still somewhat awkward, she could still act on behalf of Zhao and pay to acquire clothes and accessories for Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran's eyes were dazzled by the tray of various hairpins and ornaments. Will there be many people at the Empress Dowager's banquet? Many people meant more gossip, didn't it? Her eyes sparkled, sensing a golden opportunity to boost her life value. Lu Xinran. Just stay close to me, and grandmother, don't wander off. Alright. Anyway, there will be outsiders around them. I'll just milk one person dry this time. I can't repeat the mistake with Fang Suxin. I must not only eat half the gossip. Lu Xinran felt a bit helpless, suddenly filled with worry about the Empress Dowager's banquet. She had originally thought that after Lu Xinran was found, the Lu family hadn't yet announced her identity publicly. The original had planned to make Pei and Zhao claim that Lu Xinran was a relative seeking refuge, or even an illegitimate daughter of Lu Kangda. Unwilling to give up her position as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she had tried every means to keep Lu Xinran under control. The green peach sent to her courtyard was one of the arranged moves. But she wasn't the original. She wouldn't steal Lu Xinran's status as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family just for her own selfish thoughts. Especially since that marriage contract hung over her like a long sword, and she didn't want to become the female lead in a painful love story. So the Empress Dowager's banquet was the best opportunity for the Lu family to introduce Lu Xinran to the capital's elite. But she had forgotten about the system beside her, and those thoughts that leaked out like a short circuit heard by many. Thinking of her thoughts, Lu Xinran felt the most urgent thing was to clarify who could hear them. She was very sure that the fourth prince had heard her thoughts just now on the street. Many others nearby had also heard. Lu Xinran was still happily fiddling with a hairpin. Sister, I like this set. Lu Xinran hummed in acknowledgement, signaling the shopkeeper to wrap up the jewelry and deliver it directly to the Lu residence. Anything else you want? Pick a few more. No need. You and grandmother have given me so many accessories, I haven't had a chance to wear them yet. She wasn't without restraint, knowing these ornaments were all valuable. Given her awkward status, how could she be greedy and annoy others? As the sisters stepped out of the private room upstairs, they ran into several young ladies. The one leading the way smiled as she approached Lu Xinran. Isn't this the eldest Miss Lu? I heard you fell into the water and rested for quite a while. Are you fully recovered? Lu Xinran blinked, waiting for Lu Xinran to explain who this person was, so she could happily dig for gossip. Thank you for your concern, second Miss Zhang. You'll be engaged to fourth brother after the new year. I worry for him, so I must care more on his behalf. Second Miss Zhang, fourth brother. Lu Xinran instantly recalled the second vicious female supporting character in the original story, whom she herself was the first. The Zhang family was the Empress's maternal clan. Zhang Shuer was the most beloved granddaughter of Grand Preceptor Zhang, often entering the palace since childhood and close to several princes. The fourth Prince Song Junyan was not born of the Empress, but she still called him fourth brother out of personal affection. She wanted to marry Song Junyan, but the Emperor's drunken words made Lu Xinran his nominal fiancé. Loving but not getting, she keeps causing trouble for the female lead. The female lead's miscarriage was related to her, and she also had a hand in the female lead's jump from the city wall. Such a twisted person is terrifying. I must not be on her bad side. After reading the plot, Lu Xinran instinctively hid behind Lu Xinlan. Lu Xinlan, hearing her thoughts and subtly observing Zhang Shui'er's expression, saw anger rising on her face and guessed she had also heard Lu Xinran's thoughts. Zhang Shui'er's gaze swept over the group, who was slandering her. She liked fourth brother, that wasn't wrong. What did she mean by twisted and terrifying? If she found out who was speaking, she would have her servants tear that mouth apart. Lu Xinlan didn't want to entangle with Zhang Shui'er anyway, and after hearing Lu Xinran's thoughts, she was even less inclined to talk. She merely smiled politely and said, "My sister and I have matters to attend to. We can talk another day." "Wait." Zhang Shui'er raised her hand to block them. "Since when did you have another sister?" Lu Xinran rolled her eyes, thinking, what's it to you? Do you live by the sea to manage such a wide area? The disdainful voice came again. Zhang Shui'er glared, fixing her eyes on Lu Xinran, convinced she was the one speaking ill of her. "What's your name?" Lu Xinran kept rolling her eyes, only moving further behind Lu Xinlan. Such a spoiled temper. Actually seems quite suited to that big pervert. If they torment each other, they can leave everyone else alone. "I'm talking to you." The thoughts grew more absurd, and Zhang Shui'er's eyes reddened with anger. Lu Xinlan shielded her sister, her voice still gentle. "My sister is timid and afraid of strangers. She doesn't dare speak to unfamiliar people. I hope second Miss Zhang will understand." "Understand? I just asked her name. Is she that shameful?" Lu Xinran didn't understand why she was being singled out, so she timidly stepped forward and whispered, "My name is Lu Xinran." It was indeed that voice. Zhang Shui'er pointed at her, ready to curse, but before the words reached her lips, a suffocating sensation surged up. Her neck felt as if gripped by a large hand, causing her vision to darken, unable to utter a single word. The several young ladies behind her, along with the maids and matrons attending them, all anxiously crowded around. Lu Xinran watched Zhang Shui'er's instantly flushed cheeks, and her flustered expression of being unable to speak, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. She looked at Lu Xinlan with confusion, as it seemed the same had happened before in her courtyard. The shopkeeper rushed up in a panic, and upon seeing the second young lady of the Duke's mansion nearly fainting in his shop, he wished he could just faint himself. He hurriedly sent for a physician and had the largest private room prepared for Zhang Shui'er to rest. Lu Xinran tugged at Lu Xinlan's sleeve, her eyes asking if they could take the opportunity to leave. "Since second Miss Zhang is unwell, having encountered her, we should stay to help. We'll leave once she has recovered." But she wanted to say that this person was arrogant and had always looked down on her. Wouldn't staying only cause more annoyance? Lu Xinlan gave her a meaningful look. She needed to confirm Zhang Shui'er's attitude after she recovered, and whether she truly couldn't speak of being able to hear thoughts. The two sisters waited outside the door, watching the matrons and maids rushing about in panic. The physician was led upstairs by the attendant, and upon seeing Zhang Shui'er on the verge of fainting, he took out silver needles and began to apply them. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Shui'er regained consciousness, drenched in sweat. She collapsed onto the soft couch, gasping for air, not understanding what had happened to her. The physician tremblingly removed the silver needles and packed them away, then hurriedly left with his medical case. Zhang Shui'er turned sideways and saw the two sisters standing at the door, suddenly recalling what she was about to say before she suffocated. "You?" She was about to say, "Who do you think you are to dare curse me in your heart?" when the familiar suffocating sensation engulfed her again. The physician, who hadn't gone far, was called back again. This time Zhang Shui'er recovered noticeably faster than before. Lu Xinlan observed all her changes, confirming that she couldn't speak of being able to hear Lu Xinran's thoughts, and only then felt relieved. She had determined that those who heard thoughts could discuss the content of those thoughts in private, but as soon as they tried to speak of the ability to hear them, an invisible hand would choke their throat. When Zhang Shui'er came to again, she looked at Lu Xinran with a gaze tinged with wariness. This person, how could she be so eerie? No, she must tell her grandfather and mother when she returns. What kind of look is that? Why does a perfectly normal person always like to look down her nose at others? The familiar complaining voice came again, and Zhang Shui'er was furious but dared not speak. Lu Xinlan's smile became even gentler. "Since second Miss Zhang has recovered, we sisters will not disturb you further." She was about to lead Lu Xinran away, but Zhang Shui'er, being the type who couldn't stand being wronged, realized that as long as she didn't mention the thoughts she heard, she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She immediately looked at the shopkeeper standing by the door. "I want everything they bought." "This?" The shopkeeper was troubled. They were all major customers of his shop, and he dared not offend any of them. What an idiot, starting a childish competition like this. It's not some rare treasure, and she says she wants it. Why doesn't she just offer 10 times the price? Indeed, a brainless supporting female character speaking and acting so foolishly. No wonder the male lead looks down on her. Marrying someone like her would lower the IQ of the next generation. Lu Xinlan lowered her head, her fingertips digging into her palm again. Her palm was about to be torn apart. Zhang Shuer was about to turn into a fire-spouting cannon, her eyes glaring at Lu Xinran as if they could shoot daggers. 10 times it is. It's not like she couldn't afford the silver. Shopkeeper, I'll pay 10 times the price. I want everything they bought. Lu Xinran blinked in surprise. This person. She actually offered 10 times the price. But that set of jewelry has already been delivered to the Lu residence. Maybe I should have someone fetch it and split the 10 times the silver with the shopkeeper. The earnest thought reeking of calculation infuriated Zhang Shuo so much that she rolled her eyes and truly fainted dead away. Lu Xinran looked at Lu Xinlan in shock and innocence. What was wrong with these noble ladies? Why were they all so fragile, fainting at the slightest provocation? Or was it that she regretted the 10 times the silver and fainted to avoid paying? Lu Xinlan said a few kind words to the matron beside Zhang Shuer, then quickly pulled the person away. If they stayed any longer, they might end up with a mortal feud with Zhang Shuer. Damn, we were so close. Just now I forgot to see if there was any gossip to enjoy. There were several young ladies from noble families, and she had missed such a good opportunity. Lu Xinlan heard her thoughts and pulled the person along even faster. Not daring to linger on the street, Lu Xinlan stuffed the person into the carriage and prepared to return home. Sister, the most important thing in our conduct is to be consistent in words and deeds, not to gossip about others. So some words that cannot be said aloud should best not be thought in the heart. Lu Xinran, how can that be? I've already been frustrated that I can't tell anyone the big gossip from my melon-eating system. If I can't even complain in my heart, what's the point of living? Lu Xinlan pressed her temples, feeling utterly resigned. Whatever. Hissed. The carriage came to an abrupt stop again. The two sisters slammed into the carriage while their hair buns knocked loose. Miss, someone has died in the alley ahead. The officials have blocked the road. Someone died. While Lu Xinran was in shock, Lu Xinlan had already flung open the carriage curtain and jumped down. She hurriedly jumped down as well. As soon as she reached the alley, she saw a familiar figure in water blue. Why is he here? She warily tugged at Lu Xinlan's sleeve, trying to pull her back to the carriage. It's fine, I'll go take a look. Upon hearing that someone had died, Lu Xinlan's professional habit from her past life immediately kicked in. If she couldn't learn the details of the case today, she would be restless all the way home. Your subject greets the fourth prince. May I ask if I can see the situation in the alley? Song Junyan's gaze swept over the two of them, paused for a moment, and then nodded slightly. You may. Ding Si let them through. The guard immediately stepped back 2 paces. Lu Xinlan bowed and hurried inside. Lu Xinran stood at the entrance of the alley, both curious and scared, craning her neck to peer inside. Want to go in and see? A light, elegant voice sounded beside her ear. She turned her head to meet a pair of cold eyes. She shuddered, thinking of the plot in the story, and couldn't help shrinking her neck. After hesitating for a long time, feeling the increasingly cold aura of the person beside her, she slipped sideways inside. In the previously clean and orderly alley, a crowd had gathered. There were bailiffs from the Shuntian prefecture, as well as nearby residents who had mustered the courage to come out and watch the commotion. Lu Xinlan had already hurried over to where the body was found, taking stock of the surroundings, while conversing with the bailiffs and the coroner, who had arrived. At what time does the night patrol usually pass through here? And since the residents' belongings are kept here and collected at regular intervals, why did they arrive so late today? As soon as Lu Xinran approached and heard her words, her fear of the corpse kept her from getting too close. However, standing to the side only made her feel more vulnerable. Their attendants had been held back outside, and after wavering alone for a while, she finally made her way over to Lu Xinlan. They were the same age, so there was no reason for only her to be afraid. Noticing Lu Xinlan's peripheral vision catch her approach, understanding the anxiety in her heart, she took her hand proactively. Following behind Lu Xinran, Song Junyan observed their hands clasped together, once more his brows furrowing slightly before he averted his gaze and began listening to his subordinates' reports. Lu Xinlan's rapid-fire questions had been so seamless that the bailiffs and coroner beside her hadn't had time to think before answering. The patrol route here typically runs from first to third quarter of the Qin hour in the morning, but today it was shifted to first quarter of the C hour due to some incident on the street ahead. First quarter of the C hour for the patrol, then reporting to the Shuntian prefecture upon discovering the body and waiting for the bailiffs and coroner to arrive. This timeline aligned perfectly with the approaching midday hour. How often is the trash collected here, and when is the next schedule, eh? Every 3 days tomorrow. The bailiff blurted out the answer before realizing he had no idea who the young woman standing before him actually was. He glanced around for help, then risked a surreptitious look at the fourth prince, whose stern demeanor radiated authority, feeling an inexplicable urge to kneel. Stealing a glance at the body near the trash heap, she could only see the deceased face down in a stained indigo robe. One shoe had slipped off, and something dark seemed to have smeared onto the sole of the remaining sock. Realizing what she was doing, she quickly tore her gaze away. Oh dear, why did I look so closely? I'll have nightmares tonight. Why does this person look so stiff? Could the rigor mortis not have passed yet? No, I shouldn't think any more about this. Why isn't the female lead afraid at all? What exactly did that sock step in? I really want to know. Should I take one more look? Those rapid-fire inner monologues nearly interrupted Lu Xinlan's train of thought. She took a deep breath and, following Lu Xinran's gaze, looked at the deceased's bare foot. Though Song Junyent's expression remained impassive, his gaze had also landed on the corpse's feet. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran had steeled herself and risked another stolen glance at the sock. Wait, is that candle wax? It looks like it was stepped on before it had hardened. But wouldn't that hurt? The coroner, unable to hear her thoughts, was now examining the deceased's clothing. After carefully inspecting both feet, he signaled his assistant to record the findings. Wax residue was found on both the shoes and socks, the color tending toward cherry pink. There is rigor mortis present, indicating death occurred at least 2 hours ago. The coroner spoke at a rapid pace, leaving Lu Xinran bewildered, while Lu Xinlan beside her meticulously committed every detail to memory. The deceased appears to be 7 chi and 1 cun tall. Judging by the calluses on his hands, he is left-handed. As the coroner continued speaking, Lu Xinran tugged at Lu Xinlan's sleeve. Shouldn't we be heading back to the manor? If Mother finds out we encountered this on the way, she'll worry about you. What if she flies into another hysterical fit and blames me for corrupting you? Then I'd be wronged beyond even due ease and justice. Lu Xinlan's heart was itching with excitement. She had not encountered a case in many days since arriving here, and now that she had finally found one, how could she be willing to leave so easily? However, thinking of Zhao Shi's temperament, a bucket of cold water was poured over her enthusiasm. Her current status and circumstances left no room for indulging her whims. She sighed, about to suggest they return, when yet another voice reached her ears. It's a pity we don't know this person's identity. Otherwise we might be able to see how he met his end. Her eyebrows lifted instantly, and her gaze collided with Song Junyent's in midair. Song Junyent looked at the two of them, but directed his question to his subordinate. Has the deceased's identity been identified? This subordinate fails, but we have not yet been able to determine the identity of the deceased. What a pity. However, given such a short time frame, it is normal that nothing has been found. I wonder how many days the Shuntian prefecture bailiffs will need to track down his identity. She also wondered whether using the watermelon system to dig into the cause of death would count as gossip that replenishes life points. A flurry of scattered thoughts raced through her mind, and Lu Xinlan's gaze collided with Song Junyent's once more. Coming back to her senses, Lu Xinran saw their loving exchange, and her heart tightened. She quickly pulled the other woman behind her for protection. No, she didn't harm me, so I can't just stand by and watch her jump into a fire pit. This man is not a good match, no matter how handsome he is. His identity as a prince means endless troubles, and moreover, he has a spoiled, unruly childhood sweetheart. How can I make sure he stays locked with his childhood sweetheart, with no energy left to torment the female lead? Lu Xinlan lowered her eyelids, striving not to look at Song Junyent's increasingly darkening expression. This fellow townsman of hers truly dared to say anything and think anything. Song Junyent's blade-like gaze swept over Lu Xinran's face once more. Gifted with exceptional intelligence since childhood, he possessed an eidetic memory for both books and people. He was certain he had never encountered this person before. If he had never met her before, how could she possibly judge his character as unstable, moody, and a complete lunatic? He scoffed, inwardly chiding himself for even caring about the thoughts of someone he had just met. With a subtle gesture of his sleeve, he turned to address his subordinates. Knowing Lu Xinran's concern, Lu Xinlan still stepped out from behind her and walked a few steps toward Song Junyent. Your Highness, I just heard that today the constables encountered an accident on the adjacent street, which is why I arrived here an hour late. Although it may be a coincidence, why did the accident happen? And who came here during that hour? Your Highness might also send some people to investigate. Song Junyent slightly turned his body, catching a glimpse of Lu Xinran's wary gaze, as if guarding against a thief, and nodded slightly. All right, Ding-san. I obey. Ding-san quickly cupped his fists and hurried away. The coroner had thoroughly examined all the debris near the discovered corpse, confirming no further anomalies, and then directed the men to carry the body on a stretcher back to the mortuary. Lu Xinran saw a crime scene for the first time in her 2 lives. After the initial fear, she was filled with curiosity. Knowing it was pointless to stay any longer, Lu Xinlan pulled her along, made a curtsy, and prepared to leave. Song Junyent hummed indifferently, and only when the 2 sisters had walked a few steps away did he suddenly say, If Miss Lu wishes to know the follow-up of this case, you can send someone to the Shuntian prefecture to inquire after the case is solved. Lu Xinlan's heart, which had been somewhat heavy, instantly brightened at these words. She quickly made another bow. I thank your Highness for your consideration. This is considered consideration. If I didn't know the victim's identity, I could tell him what really happened. A sour voice rang in their ears. Lu Xinlan looked amusedly at the pouting person beside her, then smiled, and pulled her away as they turned and left. Song Junyent watched their retreating figures, silently counting their steps. 8 steps, 9 steps, 10 steps. The world was utterly quiet, and the chattering inner voices had completely vanished. In the carriage, Lu Xinran came to her senses, and belatedly hugged herself, feeling a lingering fear. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Lu Xinlan looked at her with amusement. If she dared to call the most favored 4th prince a pervert, would she be afraid of a dead body? Lu Xinran frowned slightly, clearly conflicted. But that's a dead body. Don't you think it's scary? Scary. Lu Xinlan smiled, and shook her head slightly. Sister, humans are far more terrifying than ghosts. The dead only use their bodies to tell us what they suffered before death, but the living are the executioners, the merciless demons. It's better to be wary of the living than to fear the dead. Lu Xinran blinked repeatedly, lowering her head as she pondered over her words. Are the living more terrifying than the dead? Remembering the content of the book that Tongzi had shown her, she shuddered and instantly agreed with those words. I understand, thank you. Lu Xinran only smiled faintly and shook her head. Don't be too polite with me, we are family, we should take care of each other. But shouldn't she be scheming against her? Just like the plots in those stories about true and false heiresses, fighting to the death over the status of the eldest legitimate daughter of the Lu family to marry a good husband to compete for more dowry. Hearing her inner thoughts, Lu Xinran couldn't help but laugh again. Remember what I told you before. It's not easy for us women to survive. We can achieve the life we want on our own without internal strife and exhaustion. They were both women and had both transmigrated into this time and space. Why make things difficult for each other? Lu Xinran's guard had already loosened, but there was still a trace of struggle. But you were the glorious eldest daughter of the Lu mansion for over a decade, and now your status has changed drastically. Are you truly reconciled? Why wouldn't I be reconciled? Lu Xinran laughed generously. Even if I lose my status as the eldest daughter of the Lu mansion, given grandmother and mother's affection for me, they won't drive me out of the house or marry me off to just anyone. When I marry in the future, I will have a dowry to rely on, and with the minister's mansion behind me, my husband's family won't treat me too poorly. If all women in this world have only marriage as a way out, what difference is there between marrying a prince and marrying someone else? It's just a roof over my head and no worries about food and clothing. Since I won't be reduced to farming or hawking goods, worrying about livelihood every day, what is there to be discontented about? Besides, is marrying a prince really that great? Lu Xinran shook her head frantically. No, not at all. Marrying Song Junyan is a hell mode. Let Zhang Shuier enjoy this blessing. As for second Miss Zhang, when we return to the mansion, we'll inform grandmother and send some nourishing items over. That's the proper etiquette. Lu Xinran nodded, understanding that she was teaching her, and gratefully agreed. From the moment Pei Shi learned that people outside the mansion could also hear Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, she knew that going out would easily cause trouble. But she didn't expect her to stir up a big one, directly angering the Duke's mansion's most favored second daughter to the point of fainting. She rubbed her temples, already afraid to think about how many messes she would have to clean up in the future. Grandmother, we met the fourth prince on the street today. After Lu Xinran finished speaking about Zhang Shuer, Lu Xinran hurried over and told them about their two encounters with Song Junyan. She frowned, speaking with worry. Grandmother, I think second Miss Zhang of the Duke's mansion is the most suitable match for the fourth prince. Given sister's current status, she certainly cannot marry a prince. So it's better to dissolve this verbal betrothal early and let second Miss Zhang pursue her beloved. What do you think? Pei Shi smiled and replied with a good, but sighed helplessly inside. If it weren't for being able to hear her inner thoughts and knowing that she truly meant well for Lu Xinran. Her words sounded like she was stirring up trouble. She turned her gaze to the elderly maids in the room. Xiaozhen Xinran has not been back to the mansion for long and is unfamiliar with many affairs in the capital. Go and stay by her side for a few days. Train that mouth of hers before she comes back. Stewardess Su had been with Pei Shi for many years and understood the mistress's intention from just one sentence. She quickly stepped forward and agreed, then stood beside Suju and Bitao. Bitao panicked instantly, her gaze falling on Lu Xinran, and then she heard her good mistress say, Grandmother, Bitao is the maid I find most capable. Earlier when sister returned to the mansion, I was afraid she had no one suitable to use, so I sent Bitao over. Now I want to be bold and ask grandmother for a favor. Give sister another capable maid, and I'll take Bitao back to my own courtyard. Pei Shi smiled and nodded. All right, let Suishi go then, just in time to be with Tsuyu. Suishi acknowledged and walked over to Tsuishu's side. Bitao nervously watched the several mistresses in the room and slunk back behind Lu Xinran. You've come back just in time. Oh, let's have lunch in my room. We would be more than happy to accompany grandmother. Lu Xinran smiled and agreed. Lu Xinran suddenly acquired a stewardess and a senior maid and was still pondering what this was all about. Suddenly hurried footsteps were heard outside the courtyard. A servant boy stood at the door and said loudly, Old madam, a servant from the fourth prince's side just came to deliver a message saying the victim's identity has been confirmed. The servant uttered this bewildering sentence, his face full of confusion. Madame Pei merely nodded, faintly gesturing for steward Su to summon the page who had met Song Junyan at the gate. Had they not briefly recounted their morning's experience upon entering, Madame Pei would have found the words inauspicious. Lu Xinran cast a subtle glance at Lu Xinran and indeed detected a surge of eagerness in her sister's unspoken thoughts. Privately, Madame Pei was reluctant to have them entangled with Song Junyan. One granddaughter raised in the capital excelled in virtue, speech, deportment, and domestic arts, yet bore no blood relation to the Lu family. The other, merely listening to the torrent of her inner monologue, gave Madame Pei a headache. She dared not imagine what kind of family she would have to marry this girl into lest she create a lifelong enemy. Neither granddaughter was suited for marriage into the imperial clan, and any entanglement with Song Junyan regardless of cause was inadvisable. However, since Song Junyan's man had already delivered the message, it would be improper to bar him from the residence. You always act with discretion. After lunch you may go and see as you wish. The handkerchief in Lu Xinlan's sleeve tightened silently. She understood Madame Pei's implication after this. They must minimize all contact with Song Junyan. Yet if she avoided Song Junyan, would she ever again have the chance to involve herself in such cases? After a simple lunch, as they emerged from Madame Pei's courtyard, they found a young maidservant from Zhao's courtyard waiting nearby. Eldest miss, the mistress requests your presence. Lu Xinran snorted inwardly, knowing this was Zhao's deliberate ploy. Will you go there first, or to the Shuntian prefecture? Tell mother that I have urgent business, and will visit her upon my return. Lu Xinlan finished speaking, and pulled Lu Xinran away, leaving the maidservant's hand frozen, mid-air, her heart fluttering with anxiety over how to report back. Lu Xinran curled her lips, delighted whenever Zhao suffered a setback. The two boarded the carriage again, but their destination was not the Shuntian prefecture. It was the charity cemetery outside the city. Knowing the victim's identity was not enough, Lu Xinran's gossip-gathering system required her to remain within 10 paces of the people involved. She had been agonizing over how to propose a visit to the charity cemetery. Yet as soon as they boarded the carriage, Lu Xinlan instructed the driver to head for the city's charity cemetery. Why the charity cemetery? His Highness is there. The victim's identity and the key findings are all there. If we go directly, we can learn more inside information. Lu Xinlan spoke as if it were the most natural thing, causing Lu Xinran to giggle foolishly inside. The charity cemetery, the mortuary. Song Junyan was reviewing the coroner's autopsy report. By the time the two sisters arrived, he had just finished organizing all the information. From the distance is still a bit off. The familiar inner voice reached his ears, and he turned to see the pair he had encountered repeatedly over the past day. Lu Xinlan alighted and hurried toward the mortuary, showing no fear of the gruesome corpse inside. Lu Xinran, however, halted at the courtyard entrance as soon as she caught the stench of decay, refusing to step forward. Your servant pays respects to your highness. Lu Xinlan's composed voice came from inside the room. Lu Xinran struggled for a long while, but ultimately dared not enter. Forget it, she had no compunction anyway. She shuffled toward the mortuary in tiny steps, finally entering the 10-pace range when she neared the doorway. Inside, Lu Xinlan looked at the deceased on the rack and asked proactively, Your Highness, may this servant know the victim's identity? Song Junyan nodded, signaling his subordinate to hand her the autopsy report. The subordinate hesitated. Not only was this an official document of the Shuntian prefecture, but Lu Xinlan was an outsider with no right to see it. Moreover, the contents were gruesome. Would a lady of her refinement not be terrified? Seeing the subordinate's hesitation, Song Junyan cast a cold glance, and the man, shuddering, hastily handed over the report. Lu Xinran, still standing at the doorway, grew anxious as she waited to hear the victim's identity. Sister, she called softly. But the moment she opened her mouth, the foul odor invaded her senses, making her feel thoroughly uncomfortable. The autopsy report was extremely detailed, and Lu Xinlan read it with such focus that she did not hear the soft call. The longer Lu Xinran waited, the more frightened she became. Alone in the courtyard, she felt a chill at her back. Gritting her teeth as Song Junyan's narrowed eyes fell upon her, she lifted her skirts and rushed in. Lu Xiaotian, male, 21 years old, residing in Changle Lane. Her eyes landed on the victim's information at the top of the report, and she immediately began searching for useful details in her gossip system. Is this suicide? As she read the cause and effect in the booklet, her brow furrowed involuntarily. Lu Xinlan had already scrutinized the autopsy report several times, memorizing every detail. She was deducing the murderer's motive when she heard this inner voice. Her gaze instinctively met Song Junyan's across the room, and both quickly looked away. Lu Xinran remained absorbed in her gossip gathering, calculating the nature of this case. The coincidences on the street today were indeed fortuitous. The killer himself never expected such circumstances. Lu Xinlan. So what happened? Spit it out. Whom can that person be considered a murderer? Well, let's assume so. Did the killer flee? He dumped Lu Xiaotian in the alley today, then packed a bundle and fled the city. I wonder how long it will take the big pervert to track down the killer. If it takes too long, the killer might disguise himself and escape capture. Wait, when did the big pervert become the magistrate of Shuntian prefecture? Wasn't he in the Ministry of Revenue? Song Junyan, who had yet to hear any useful information, once again caught the familiar epithet, big pervert. Fearing her thoughts might drift further, Lu Xinlan quickly cleared her throat. Your Highness, the murderer must be someone close to the victim, someone the victim trusted, perhaps even studied and chatted with late into the night. No, sister, you're wrong. The killer was indeed very familiar with him, but they weren't discussing refined matters. They were talking about affairs of the boudoir. Both of them had taken a fancy to a girl in the brothel and were discussing whether they could pool their money to hire her for one night, one enjoying the first half, the other the second. They got so excited that when the victim stood up, he knocked over the candle stand. Hot wax spilled and landed on his bare foot. A blister formed on his foot, and he jumped in pain, only to step on more wax with his other foot, slip and fall. Then his head struck the candle stand, opening a gash that bled profusely. In fact, he wasn't dead at the time. If his good buddy hadn't panicked and immediately called a physician, he wouldn't have died. Such a pity. Lu Xinlan and Song Junyan heard the words, "What a pity," echoing uniformly in their ears. They had seen all kinds of cases, but this one so absurd as to render them speechless was a first for them. Lu Xinlan raised her hand and rubbed her temples. She had already analyzed the autopsy results and identified many key points that could be used to solve the case. If not for Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, she believed that with her years of case-solving experience, she could crack the case in, at most, 3 to 5 days. However, being able to identify the critical points of the case did not mean she could deduce these absurd details. These two are really calculating. They even split the night into the first half and the second half. Why not just divide the 12 2-hour periods of the day, giving each person 6? Broke, but still wanting to visit a brothel. Truly you live long enough to see everything. The sarcastic remark came again, and Lu Xinlan immediately snapped back to attention. She composed her expression once again, assuming the dignified elegance of a lady of noble birth. What first half of the night, second half of the night, 12 2-hour periods of the day? These were things the two sisters had no knowledge of. After watching the entire crime process, Lu Xinran felt relieved, but then began to worry. How am I supposed to tell these details to that big pervert? That brothel is in Qingping Ward. The girl they fancied is called Xilian. They had already gone to drink with Miss Xilian once before. As long as we investigate, we can definitely find out the murderer's name. But is that person really a murderer? That guy seems pretty unlucky. He couldn't even get his whoring done, and now he's saddled with a murder case. She was still letting her imagination run wild, but Lu Xinlan dared not let her continue spouting nonsense. She quickly grabbed her hand and signaled her to bow and leave. Your Highness, I can no longer be of any help here, so I will return to the mansion with my sister. I hope to hear the good news of your Highness solving the case soon, she said as she pulled Lu Xinran outside. Before Lu Xinran could collect her thoughts, she had already been dragged out of the mortuary. She turned around and saw Song Junyan looking at them, so she quickly said, This man might like visiting brothels. Your Highness should be quite familiar with these places, so remember to check the brothels. Lu Xinlan. What to do? She felt that this fellow townsman of hers might end up dead because of her mouth. She didn't even dare to turn back and see how dark Song Junyan's face was as she pulled the person along as if a fierce dog was chasing them. Ding San and Ding Si cautiously stole glances at their master's expression. Their master? When did he become so knowledgeable and fond of brothels? Song Junyan closed his eyes resignedly, giving up the struggle. Search all the brothels in Qingping Ward and Kangle Ward. Yes. The two dashed out of the mortuary running and exclaiming in shock. Their master really did like visiting brothels. They followed their master every day. How did they not know he had this taste? Moreover, with his status, what kind of girl couldn't he have? Why would he like going to such places? Or was it that the flowers at home weren't as fragrant as the wild ones, and the master had reached the age of seeking excitement? Lu Xinran was still dazed when she was pushed into the carriage. Sister, didn't you say you were very interested in this kind of case, and wanted to learn more and participate? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Lu Xinlan. It's because I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, your life will be marked down in someone's little notebook. She looked at her weakly, and after a long while let out a low sigh. Grandmother doesn't want us to have too much involvement with the fourth prince. He is now the prefect of Shuntian Prefecture, responsible for all major and minor matters in the capital. If she wanted to get involved in these things, she would inevitably have contact with him. She didn't want to squander the love of the Lu family for the original host, and she had no capital to be willful, so giving up her past hobbies was the only thing she could do. Her expression was a little desolate, uncertain, when in this time and space where she could not persist in her true self, she would be completely assimilated by those around her. Lu Xinran blinked at her. Although she didn't understand why she had suddenly become interested in solving cases, the capital wasn't the only place with cases. It wasn't just Shuntian Prefecture. Sister, have you ever thought that the Court of Judicial Review has even more cases? The place that governs criminal law across the realm handles major and important cases. If you find a way to watch one, it would be thrilling enough. Lu Xinlan. How is this adorable head of the fellow townsman constructed? How can she be so cute? She hugged the person excitedly and planted a kiss on Lu Xinran's face. Right, I was being too narrow-minded. I forgot about the Court of Judicial Review. Not only the court, but also the Ministry of Justice. Their grandfather Lu Jinchuan was the Minister of Justice. As long as she wanted, there would always be a place to employ her talents and ambitions. Lu Xinran was suddenly kissed, froze for a moment, then grinned foolishly. Then when you go to the Court of Judicial Review, remember to take me along. I also want to join in the fun and see if I can discover the murderer from the gossip system, like today, helping them solve the case. No? How could she kiss me? I just came out of a place like that. I must smell bad. She won't find it disgusting, will she? As she thought, she stole glances at Lu Xinlan. Lu Xinlan, who had heard all her inner thoughts, said, Great, I didn't feel anything before, but now that she said it, it really is a bit disgusting. No, can't think about that. She cleared her throat. Do you remember Madame Tang, the wife of the Court of Judicial Review's chief, whom we met before? I am close friends with her eldest daughter Tang Wanru. After we attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, we'll send her an invitation and ask her to visit our mansion. She probably won't come. Lu Xinran thought of the previous time, when Madame Lu was invited to the tea house to meet Feng Suxin, and felt that the other party might deliberately avoid them. Lu Xinlan saw that she was rarely willing to think through these interpersonal relationships, so she smiled and explained to her. Big Brother's marriage to her was agreed upon long ago. Madame Tang going to see Fang Suxin doesn't necessarily mean she wants to renegotiate the betrothal. Perhaps she went out of affection or obligation. Their elder brother was impeccable in background learning, appearance, and character. Over the years, for the sake of the imperial examinations, he had only a few servants attending him in the courtyard, without even a maid or concubine. If Madame Lu had any consideration for her daughter, she would know how to choose a son-in-law. Lu Xinran nodded repeatedly. Although that was true, she hadn't even met this brother who was supposedly perfect in every aspect. For this reason alone, she felt that Lu Yuanheng was not as outstanding as Lu Xinlan claimed. Returning to the mansion, it was already dusk, and the sky was dyed with evening clouds. Because they had been to a place like the mortuary, the two did not go to see Pei Shi, they only sent someone to deliver a message. Lu Xinlan had originally planned to return to her room to bathe and change clothes before seeing Zhao Shi, but Zhao Shi repeatedly sent people to find her, so she had to detour to Zhao Shi's place. Lu Xinran curled her lips in disdain. Did Zhao Shi think that by always being so concerned about Lu Xinlan, she would become jealous? She couldn't wait for this brain-dead birth mother to stay far away from her. After a busy day, she had to think carefully about what to eat for dinner. After a soothing bath and a change of clothes, Lu Xinran enjoyed a satisfying meal of 4 dishes and a soup, then lazily strolled around the courtyard, gently rubbing her full belly. Since she could remember in her past life, every meal had been strictly measured, and she had never allowed herself such unrestrained indulgence. Eating and drinking without restraint, running about freely as she had done during the day. All of this had once seemed utterly unattainable. Beaming with joy, she grinned foolishly while Madame Su, standing beneath the eaves, watched her with an indescribable expression. She wanted to teach her some of the proper etiquette befitting a noble lady, yet felt that this carefree and relaxed demeanor was precisely how a young woman should be. After much hesitation, she ultimately swallowed back every word on the tip of her tongue. System, did the things I saw at the public morgue this afternoon increase my lifespan? Yes. The childish voice cried out excitedly. It increased by 10 days. We should go to the morgue every day from now on. Before long, you'll accumulate several years of lifespan. Lu Xinran. Going to the morgue every day was out of the question. Not to mention she was afraid she'd have nightmares. That line of thinking was wrong. It was as if she were hoping for death cases to occur every single day. Sensing her disapproval, the system felt embarrassed. I'm a righteous and kind system. You can pretend I never said anything. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. What upright and kind system survived entirely on gossip and scandal to gather energy? Her system was clearly no ordinary system. In Zhao Shi's quarters, she held on to Lu Xinlan's hand, repeatedly asking what they had done outdoors that day, and whether Lu Xinran had bullied her by flaunting her status. Mother, my sister is wonderful, gentle, charming, and lovely. Please don't think of her this way. She's wonderful. She's gentle and lovely. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Shi's voice suddenly rose. Who speaks about their own birth mother like that? She's nothing but a vulgar and ignorant country girl. The mere thought that she came from my belly makes me want to strangle her. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and she reached out once more to grip Lu Xinlan's wrist. Listen to your mother. Stay away from her from now on. Your grandmother may wish to compensate her, and I cannot stop it. But rest assured, half of my dowry goes to your eldest brother, and the other half goes to you. Not a single copper coin will be given to her. Lu Xinlan's wrist ached from being squeezed tightly. She looked at Zhao Shi with helpless resignation. Mother, if you spend more time with my sister, you'll feel her lovable and straightforward nature yourself. Mother, you must believe in yourself. The child you gave birth to will surely not be lacking. Zhao Shi opened her mouth to retort, but her daughter's words left her at a loss for how to respond. If she called Lu Xinran a vulgar eyesore of a wretched girl, wouldn't she be damning herself as well? Thinking of this, she glared resentfully at Lu Xinlan. I wonder what kind of bewitching potion that wretched girl poured into your ears to make you all favor her. Lu Xinlan wrapped her arm around Zhao Shi's and smiled softly. Because she's just like mother. The moment you see her, you can't help but want to draw close. Zhao Shi. Just like her. Does that mean she's also rather foolish? The very thought made her teeth grind with anger. That wretched girl. She hopes she never falls into her hands again. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, Madame Pei, fearing mistakes at the banquet, confined them all to the mansion for the following days to practice proper etiquette. Especially for Lu Xinran, since she would be brought to the event and formally introduced to the households of the capital. Madame Su almost watched over her day and night, teaching her etiquette or having her memorize the interpersonal networks of the capital's prestigious families. Lu Xinran possessed an excellent memory, aided by the gossip system. Madame Su was quite pleased to find that on the second attempt Lu Xinran could recall everything and answer all questions fluently. Young miss, you truly are the most intelligent young lady this old servant has ever encountered. Lu Xinran chuckled appreciatively. And compared to my eldest brother, while the young master has always studied literature and calligraphy by the master's side, this old servant does not know his capabilities well enough to make such comparisons. Madame Su replied smoothly, though she wished she could say that the young master was someone no one could simply match. Yet she dared not utter such a potentially offending remark. What if she were to remain here permanently and could never return to Madame Pei's side? Offending her new mistress would make life unbearable. Lu Xinran understood her little hesitation perfectly. She had only asked casually curious about this highly praised elder brother of hers. What a pity. I have yet to behold my eldest brother's magnificent presence. It must be that this country-bred sister of mine fails to catch his eye. Madame Su's heart trembled. She wanted to say something, but restrained herself knowing it was not a servant's place to interfere in matters between siblings. She merely filed it away in her mind, preparing to report it to the old madam later. For the past several days Lu Xinran had been practicing etiquette and rules within the courtyard, while Lu Xinlan, haunted by that inner thought, also wondered why Lu Yuanheng had never once sought to meet his own sister. Upon hearing her ask, Zhao Shi couldn't help but raise her chin proudly. Naturally, I gave the order. I refuse to acknowledge that wretched girl. Since I won't recognize her, your eldest brother certainly won't either. Why should he meet her, Lu Xinlan? So the eldest brother her original self had always regarded as flawless in every aspect was actually nothing more than she had imagined him to be. She looked at Zhao Shi, meeting her triumphant gaze. She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. Mother, if you continue treating my sister this way, then this daughter truly has no face left to remain living in this mansion. Nonsense. Zhao Shi pulled her close and held a bolt of fabric against her body to measure it. Enough. I know what you're about to say. Your mother has her reasons. Let us look at the fabric first. The fourth prince will surely attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Since you two will settle your marriages next year, and you are destined to become a princess consort, you must not be looked down upon. Early on the morning of the 14th day of the 8th month, barely as daylight began to break, Lu Xinran was dragged out of bed by Madame Su for bathing and dressing. She yawned widely, her eyes burning with fatigue as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Madam, why must we rise so early? Isn't it sufficient to arrive at Ronghui courtyard during the Qin hour? That is when Her Imperial Majesty the Empress Dowager arrives at Ronghui courtyard. We must be there by the Mao hour, a quarter past the third watch. They needed to arrive by the Mao hour, and the journey itself took another half hour. There was no way they could afford to linger in bed. Lu Xinran longed to whine and complain. This early. Surely even the Empress Dowager wouldn't be up at this hour. Dressed in a tender goose-yellow ruchuan layered with a lake blue gauze overdress and draped with a vermilion gold sash, she rose from bed yawning. The tassels dangling from her hairstyle trembled gently. Madame Su surveyed her refined and delicate appearance with satisfaction. Brought to Ronghui courtyard in this manner, she would surely not bring disgrace to the minister's residence. In Madame Pei's courtyard, the ladies and young misses from all households had already gathered. Anxious unease prickled at Lu Xinlan's heart as she kept glancing toward the courtyard entrance. For the past few days, Zhao Shi had kept her closely occupied, leaving no time to visit Lu Xinran. During the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations, not the slightest oversight could be tolerated. Having originally grown up in the countryside, her background and status made her especially vulnerable to those who looked down upon the lowly and flattered the powerful. If another mistake were made, it would only become harder for her to establish herself in the capital in the years to come. Lu Xinran placed great importance on this birthday banquet. She had a clear understanding of her position. Today's Ronghui garden was a melon patch, and she was the hedgehog in it. As long as she could gather enough life points for a few months, nothing else mattered. What were cold stares and mockery compared to life itself? Before she even entered, the Pei family members heard her constant stream of thoughts. Madame Pei frowned slightly, unable to understand what attending the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet had to do with her life. Lu Xinlan, however, had a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. She had roughly figured out the logic behind Xinran's melon-eating system. Now she was pondering whether those life points truly held any practical significance. If the value dropped below a certain threshold, would it really leave her weakened, or even take her life? Though she had many doubts, what occupied her mind more was how to help Xinran accumulate life points. But her thoughts were all over the place, blurting out anything and everything, which made it far too easy to offend people. How could she remind her not to vent her frustrations even in her own mind? When Lu Xinran entered, she saw everyone already dressed and waiting. Counting the numbers, she was the last to arrive. Madame Zhao immediately puffed up like a fighting cock, truly a country girl with no upbringing. Yes, fatherless and motherless indeed. Those around them, well practiced, lowered their heads and covered their mouths with handkerchiefs. Madame Zhao, who had brought the insult upon herself, glared at her. Though unwilling to admit it, she had to acknowledge. This biological daughter of hers, once dressed up, was even more alluring than she herself had been in her youth. Lu Xinran stepped forward and paid her respects to Madame Pei with practiced ease. Madame Pei struggled to keep from rubbing her aching brow. Come, it's time we set out. As soon as they exited the side gate, Madame Zhao pulled Lu Xinlan onto her personal carriage. Once inside, she scrutinized her from head to toe before finally saying with relief, "My Xinlan is still the more beautiful one." That grace and poise befitting a noble lady. That wretched girl could never cultivate such qualities in a lifetime. Lu Xinlan had been wearing herself out these past days, trying every argument, but Madame Zhao remained stubborn, as if blinded by lard, refusing to acknowledge Lu Xinran as her own daughter. Hearing this, now she let out a sigh of utter dejection. In the carriage ahead, Lu Xinran sat quietly beside Madame Pei, her head bowed, and eyes lowered, looking exceptionally well behaved. Only her ceaseless inner monologue made Madame Pei nearly lose the composure befitting a first-rank noble lady. The road to Ronghui Garden traveled every year had never felt so impossibly long. When they finally arrived, a servant came forward to help her down from the carriage. Lu Xinran followed behind, noticing that Madame Pei's steps seemed unsteady, as if she were trying to escape something. After Madame Zhao descended, she could no longer keep Lu Xinran by her side, and could only glare resentfully as she walked toward Lu Xinran. "She let you come over." Lu Xinran gave an awkward smile. Caught between the two, no matter how she pleaded on behalf of either, neither would yield. Lu Xinran didn't press her. "Come on, I don't want that empty, hypocritical courtesy anyway. Her attitude suits me just fine. Let's go." Afraid to let her mind wander, Lu Xinran quickly took her arm. The two sisters, one on each side, supported Madame Pei as they entered Ronghui Garden. They had arrived early, but many guests were already present. Upon seeing Madame Pei and her party, everyone rushed over warmly. Only Madame Lu and a few others had met Lu Xinran before. The rest, noticing her standing beside Madame Pei in a position equal to Lu Xinran's, cast curious glances. Madame Pei and Lu Xinran were both on edge, dreading that she might blurt out something inappropriate. "Old madam, this young lady is quite striking. Is she a cousin from the household?" Someone stepped forward to make polite conversation, but the words grated on Madame Pei's ears. "This is our second daughter, named Xinran." "Second daughter?" Those gathered exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't Lu Xintong, daughter of the second branch's Kong family, the second daughter? Madame Pei turned and cast a cool glance at Madame Zhao. Though Madame Zhao was utterly dismissive of Lu Xinran at home, now facing outsiders, she pressed a handkerchief to her eyes and spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Xinran." She choked out, casting a pitiful look at Lu Xinran. She and our Xinran were switched by mistake. "Xinran is my biological daughter." Gasps rippled through the crowd. The news hit like a boulder crashing into still water, stirring up 1,000 waves. Switched? How could a biological daughter be switched? All were from noble families, surrounded by matrons and maidservants. Even after childbirth, attendants stayed by the baby's side. Unless... The possibilities that came to mind made everyone's eyes gleam with the light of juicy gossip. Switched? Then Xinlan. As they spoke, the Zhang family members, having heard the commotion, also gathered around. Zhang Shuier, holding her mother Madame Qiu's arm, could barely contain her excitement. "Aunt Lu, does that mean Lu Xinlan is not actually of the Lu bloodline, and can no longer be called the eldest daughter of the Lu residents?" Madame Zhao hated hearing such words more than anything. If not for the Zhang family being the Empress's own clan, she would have reduced Zhang Shuier to tears on the spot. "Blood ties are nothing compared to years of raising a child. In my heart, Xinlan will always be my daughter, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family's main branch." To the ears of others, her words sounded like a desperate attempt to prove something. Zhang Shuiyer's eyes were already glistening with excitement. Lu Xinlan was not a daughter of the Lu family. If the Lu family didn't mention Xinlan's birth background, it meant her origins were certainly lowly. In the crowd, many turned their gazes toward Lu Xinlan, now assessing her with a critical eye. What Zhang Shuier could think they could too. If Lu Xinlan couldn't marry into the imperial family and had a humble background, marrying her into their own families would no longer be a case of reaching above their station. Those who had past grievances with Madame Zhao already had schemes flashing in their eyes. Lu Xinlan had anticipated this scene and stood beside Madame Pei, still graceful and composed. Lu Xinran felt the weight of the stares around her and let out a cold snort of disgust in her mind. What kind of looks are these? Do they really think that just because Lu Xinlan is no longer the eldest daughter of the Lu family, those toads in their households can reach high enough to touch her? They should take a look in the mirror and see what they're made of. The sun is already up and they're still dreaming. Two consecutive voices rang in everyone's ears. Those with shallow minds immediately changed color. Who was speaking? Who dared to call them toads? Madame Zhao, who had just been feeling sorry for her precious daughter, found the familiar inner voice incredibly satisfying. She had long wanted to curse back at those who were appraising her Xinlan. Madame Qiu was standing very close to Madame Pei, and Lu Xinran's voice was crystal clear in her ears. Zhang Shuiyer's eyes widened as she tugged at her mother's arm, pointing at Lu Xinran. She wanted to tell her that this voice came from that girl. But before her hand could even point, the familiar suffocating sensation returned. She choked on her own anger and fainted dead away. Zhang Shuier had just fainted when news arrived that the Empress Dowager's Phoenix carriage would reach the gate in a quarter of an hour. Fainting right before the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Wasn't that inauspicious? Madame Qiu, her forehead beaded with sweat from anxiety, hastily summoned a matron and maids to help Zhang Shuier aside. Lu Xinran watched the commotion with a smile, for once refraining from inner commentary. All her thoughts were now fixed on the ladies who had just been eyeing Lu Xinlan. She would wait until after paying respects to the Empress Dowager with the crowd, then find a spot close to them to enjoy the drama in peace. System isn't 10 steps too close. Based on an adult's stride length, 10 steps was only 7 or 8 meters. So close, without any cover, how easily she would be spotted while eavesdropping. A childish voice panted and puffed, and after a long while finally huffed. Wait until your life points accumulate a full year, then my energy can support a longer distance. The higher your life points, the farther the distance. Xinran was speechless. So it's my fault. My fault for not being diligent enough. While she was bickering with the system, her arm was suddenly pulled by Xinran beside her. She quickly snapped back to attention and followed Madame Pei and Madame Zhao toward the gate. No sooner had the crowd arrived outside than the Empress Dowager's procession reached the door. First the consorts alighted and supported the Empress, then the Empress led the consorts to greet the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, all the guests attending the birthday banquet knelt in orderly rows at the gate to welcome her. Xinran was afraid that Xinran might inappropriately criticize the class system at this moment, but fortunately the person beside her had already jumped into the melon patch to become a melon-eating badger, too preoccupied to complain. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. She understood this principle. Even Zhang Shuier and Madame Qiu, who were so domineering, still had to kneel and bow. With someone to share the humiliation, she felt balanced. The Empress Dowager alighted from the Phoenix carriage, looked at the kneeling women, and smiled, kindly gesturing for everyone to rise. Rise quickly, all come in, and keep me company. As she spoke, her gaze suddenly swept over Zhang Shuier, who was bowing her head low, not daring to look at her. What's wrong with Shuier? Why didn't she come to see her aunt and me? Since the Empress Dowager had already asked, Zhang Shuier could only muster up and sidle over. As soon as she lifted her head, the bloody finger marks under her nose were revealed. The Empress Dowager was startled. Empress Zhang, standing beside her, hastily pulled the girl over with concern. What happened? Did someone bully you? Zhang Shuiyer's philtrum still throbbed with pain. Thinking about why she had fainted earlier, she was so angry she wanted to cry. Her fingers twitched, but she no longer dared to recklessly lodge a complaint. Shuier is fine. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty and Aunt. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager asked no further, smiled, and hummed, then entered first, supported by eunuchs heading to the already arranged waterside pavilion. Zhang Shuier followed Madame Qiu aggrievely, and as she passed Xinran, she still shot a fierce glare. What's wrong with this person? Why does she always glare at me for no reason? Another inner thought came through. Madame Qiu looked thoughtfully at Xinran, but saw her bowing her head, obediently standing behind Madame Zhao. The doubt in her mind flashed and vanished. The Empress Dowager and Empress had already walked far, so she hurriedly led her people to follow. As soon as the Empress Dowager sat down, someone leaned in and whispered to her about what had just happened in Ronghui courtyard. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting such a swapping the cat for the prince affair to happen in the Liu family. Her gaze swept through the crowd, and in a moment she spotted the girl standing obediently beside Madame Pei. She was indeed a beauty, delicate but not weak, charming but not seductive. As if sensing her gaze, the girl looked up, revealing a pair of round, limpid almond eyes, pure and innocent. She beckoned, signaling Xinran to come closer. Xinran, slightly flustered, quickly sidestepped around the people in front and walked up to the Empress Dowager. Your subject pays respects to Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. I wish you health and happiness, enduring blessings, eternal youth, and a long life. Health and longevity, happiness, every day. She racked her brain for birthday wishes, but despite having heard them countless times before, hearing them spoken in her crisp, youthful voice made the Empress Dowager's brows relax and the smile at the corners of her lips deepen. You're a good child. Receiving praise especially from the Empress Dowager, Xinran couldn't help feeling a little smug. I got the Empress Dowager's praise. Happy. He, the Empress Dowager, said, I'm good, so who dares to look down on me for coming back from the countryside? Suddenly hearing this stream of thoughts, the Empress Dowager was slightly startled, then looked at the girl before her with a scrutinizing gaze. The voice was exactly the same coming from the person before her, but her lips hadn't moved at all just now. How long have you been back in the capital? Your Majesty, I've been back for nearly a month. Are you getting used to it? Xinran quickly nodded obediently. Grandmother and sister treat me very well. She only mentioned grandmother and sister, but not her parents. The Empress Dowager smiled at the girl before her. This last was truly interesting. She glanced at Madame Pei and Xinran standing outside the waterside pavilion. Both had barely concealed tension on their faces. Is the sister you refer to Xinran? Yes, my sister is 2 days older than me. Why is the Empress Dowager asking about Xinran? Doesn't she also think we should fight and be at odds? But with my IQ, if she wants to scheme against me, I can only lie down and accept it. What's there to fight about? Furthermore, she treats me so well, better than a real sister. Why would I fight with her? The Empress Dowager listened to her stream of thoughts with great interest. The Empress beside her went from shock to understanding, then to thoughtful contemplation, and finally cast a sidelong glance at the aggrieved Zhang Shuier. I like this girl. The old eunuch standing behind the Empress Dowager stepped forward with a smile, took a string of Buddhist prayer beads from the tray, and presented it to Xinran. Xinran felt as if she had been hit by a grand prize as she quickly accepted it with both hands and knelt to thank the Empress Dowager. Exceeded the task. Grandmother and sister can rest assured. Following the thought, the Empress Dowager looked at Madame Pei and Xinran. While the two seemed about to cry, she waved her hand to dismiss Xinran. Elated, Xinran returned to Xinran's side with the prayer beads, not forgetting to show off by shaking her wrist. Lu Xinlan's back was drenched in sweat. Within 10 steps, who knew how many people had heard her thoughts? The Empress Dowager and Empress at the head surely had heard them too. She turned away and quickly dabbed the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief. A palace attendant hurried over, knelt beside the Empress Dowager, and repeatedly begged forgiveness. Your Majesty, Consort Chun. Consort Chun is unwell. She will come later with His Majesty. That wretch. The Empress clutched her handkerchief tightly, barely restraining herself from hurling the teacup at hand. The Empress Dowager sighed. How could her son also be so foolish? She waved the attendant away, then looked at the Empress with kindness. I know you feel wronged, but alas, Consort Chun just had a miscarriage, so the Emperor cannot help but favor her a bit. It's all in the past. Don't dwell on it too much. The Empress was wronged. Lu Xinran's heart stirred, and she immediately started browsing the gossip system. The big gossip in the palace must be worth a lot. Definitely more valuable than Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao was not even comparable to a dead person. Madame Zhao's face flushed crimson with indignation. What did she mean by saying she was worthless, even less valuable than a dead person? This wretched girl actually dared to compare her with the deceased. Madame Zhao was so furious she wanted to strike someone, yet the Empress Dowager and the Empress were still seated at the head of the hall. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, the Empress forgot her grievances, and the Empress Dowager ceased consoling her daughter-in-law. Both turned their gazes toward her. Madame Zhao grew restless, but Lu Xinran remained engrossed in browsing the gossip system. Lu Xinlan was so anxious she wanted to tug at her arm, yet with so many people present, and the matter involving the Empress and the most favored consort Qin, no matter what had happened, right or wrong, they were not at liberty to discuss it freely. But why couldn't she warn her? Lu Xinlan's nose beaded with sweat from anxiety, while Lu Xinran continued to frown and scroll through the gossip system. Oh, Consort Qin isn't here. I can't see what really happened. What a pity. Madame Pei and the others exhaled heavily in relief. No, they were not at all regretful. They had come within a hair's breadth of the Lu family's ruin. Well, it's not impossible to see. Oh, I can take a look at what grievance the Empress actually suffered. Consort Qin had an unexpected miscarriage. All evidence and clues point to the Empress. Is the Empress suffering an undeserved calamity? All matters within the palace are under the Empress's jurisdiction for distribution. The food and supplies for each palace certainly pass through her hands. How can this be turned into evidence? Who hasn't bribed a few people in the palace? If someone sets a trap, the Empress couldn't clear her name, even with 100 tongues. What a miserable fate, truly too tragic. So even the Empress has such a difficult position. The Empress had initially turned fiercely sharp-eyed upon hearing her mention Consort Qin's miscarriage. Yet when she heard the subsequent words, all of which were defending and sympathizing with her, the grievance in her heart surged forth. How could the Emperor cast the blame upon her without any consideration? She had married into the Eastern Palace in her youth, and over the years she had managed the harem with diligence. Even her father and elder brother, fearing to cause her trouble, had spent these years as idle wealthy gentlemen at home, surrendering military authority and keeping no one from their household in officialdom. Even after all this, how could the Emperor still distrust her and her family? Oh, how pitiful. The Empress had never even given birth to a prince, and over the years she had long abandoned the hope of bearing one. For her, the title of Empress was merely a position of honor, yet how could? A sigh followed this sentence. The Empress at the head of the hall nearly shed tears. After all these years, finally someone understood her. Madame Qiu and Zhang Shuier exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to sympathy and shame toward the Empress. They had never known how difficult the Empress's life in the palace was. The Empress Dowager sighed. In the palace, who hadn't endured such hardships? Even though the Emperor was her own son, she had tasted every bit of the same bitterness before becoming the Empress Dowager. She reached out and patted the Empress's hand. With me here, no one can override you. The Empress responded softly, keeping her voice low so that no one else could hear her moved tone, and simply hummed an acknowledgement. Lu Xinran continued to browse the Empress's past, growing more sympathetic with each revelation. The Empress actually once served on the battlefield and was the most valiant young general in the Great Desert. Heavens, just thinking about it is so dashing. How could the Empress be so formidable? A female general who galloped across the battlefield for the sake of the man she loved entered the Eastern Palace, setting aside all her sharpness to cook and serve him. Not worth it, utterly not worth it. Having lived in such vast and free places, the desert sunset, the long river, and solitary smoke, to spend the rest of her life confined within palace walls, and Lu Xinran sighed, wanting to say that the despicable Emperor was utterly unworthy of her sacrifice, when suddenly she felt her wrist tighten, and then everyone frantically knelt to the ground. The Emperor, who had appeared without warning, looked at the Empress, who could no longer hold back her tears at the head of the hall, his heart churning with countless thoughts. Once the red-clad girl on horseback had filled her guileless eyes with nothing but him. When had they become strangers to each other, filled only with suspicion? Had she truly given up bearing their prince for his sake? Lu Xinlan gripped Lu Xinran's arm tightly, her anxiety reaching its peak. How could this girl dare to comment on everything? If her inner thoughts didn't leak out like an electric current for everyone to hear, she could curse the Emperor to the heavens in her mind. But was she throwing away her life? Lu Xinran knelt obediently and demurely, her peripheral vision just catching the sudden splash of imperial yellow on the ground. The emperor is here. Wasn't he supposed to come in the evening? Why is he here so early? She delved into the gossip system, checking the intelligence displayed, and instantly felt like an old man on the subway staring at his phone. He's going back tonight. To accompany consort Shun. To give her another child. What kind of CEO nonsense is this? So cringy, I want to dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Wait, no, didn't consort Shun just have a miscarriage? Doesn't she need to recover? The emperor. Good, now it was his turn to want to curl his toes. Who dared to be so insolent, openly gossiping about him and consort Shun? No, how did she know he was going back to accompany consort Shun? The emperor's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing expressionlessly on the pale-faced empress. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Sensing the empress dowager's reproachful look, he coughed awkwardly and glanced at the eunuch Fu beside him. Eunuch Fu, unaware of what had happened, only felt the shift in the emperor's aura and quickly called out loudly, "Rise." Lu Xinran stood up with the crowd, but since the emperor and consort Shun had not taken their seats, they dared not sit down as before. Consort Shun followed closely behind the emperor, casting a subtly provocative glance at the empress. Lu Xinran, still remembering the half-eaten juicy gossip, quickly opened the booklet belonging to consort Shun. So that's how it is. What a cunning scheme. I was wondering how she dared to seduce the emperor without resting her body. Turns out there was never any pregnancy. No pregnancy, naturally no miscarriage. She's perfectly healthy now. A few more rounds of intimate dalliance, and she might actually conceive. She can whimper and plead before the emperor, making him feel guilty and compensate her, while killing 2 birds with 1 stone by framing the empress. She looks like an innocent little white rabbit, but if you cut her open, she's blacker than anyone. Do men really fall for this delicate act? While at the emperor's position, he probably can't be bothered to discern the true nature of his bedmate. Whether it's a painted skin or a demon, it doesn't matter as long as he gets his pleasure, and it's over. Cough, cough, cough. Madame Pei coughed violently. The Lu family would meet their end in Ronghui Yuan today. How could this girl dare to think such things? Madame Pei wished she could faint on the spot. Trembling, she pointed at Lu Xinran, wanting her to shut up, but when she opened her mouth, she found not only that she couldn't make a sound, but that the suffocating sensation others experienced seemed to have failed her. The emperor's ears grew hot. His gaze fell on Madame Pei, then passed over her to Lu Xinran. So this was the granddaughter Lu Jinxuan had just found. She seemed well-behaved and quiet, the kind that gave no trouble. He raised his hand and pointed. What is your name? Lu Xinran looked up in confusion, saw the emperor looking at her, and immediately fell to her knees with a thud. Your subject Lu Xinran greets your majesty. The emperor. Excellent. The voice that had been slandering him in his mind was found. He retracted his earlier assessment. This girl was anything but trouble-free. The empress dowager, aware of the emperor's current embarrassment and chagrin, smiled and raised her hand to wave dismissively. She gestured for him to cease troubling Lu Xinran and motioned for him to take a seat beside her. Why have you come so early? Come sit. Your sudden arrival likely caught the kitchens unprepared. The empress dowager's words were spoken casually, yet the emperor, recalling the thoughts he had just overheard, grew uneasy once more. Had he been bewitched before? Otherwise, why would he have agreed to consort Shen's request, altering the time of his arrival at Ronghui Pavilion on his mother's birthday, only to return early and indulge in carnal pleasures with her? When had he become so benighted as to show no respect, even to his own mother? A flicker of bewilderment crossed the emperor's mind, yet the words that fell from his lips were, I have been occupied with the floods in Jiangnan these days, and have not visited Yongshou Palace to attend to you for some time. Today on your birthday, your majesty, it is only fitting that I spend more time with you. The empress dowager nodded with a smile as if she had never heard the earlier thoughts, and spoke with maternal affection. Your mother is doing well. You are a good emperor. It is only right that you attend to court affairs. With the floods in Jiangnan, countless commoners will be displaced and starving. You must handle this matter with due diligence. The empress dowager offered a graceful exit, and the emperor's earlier embarrassment finally dissipated. Only when his gaze fell upon consort Shun did a flicker of doubt intermingle with hesitation. Previously, when consort Shun suffered a miscarriage, all evidence pointed to the empress. Harboring suspicion toward the empress, he had not conducted a thorough investigation and directly attributed the deed to her, even reprimanding her harshly. If indeed the empress was innocent, how many such grievances must she have endured through the years? What is this look in the emperor's eyes? With so many present, does he intend to strip the empress of her last shred of dignity? The empress, a person of such noble integrity, has been wrongfully accused and rebuked by him time and again, yet she has not become twisted or resentful. What more does he want? Alas, how pitiable the empress is. Why did she not think things through back then? If she had married General Qi, she would still be galloping across the desert carefree and at ease. Why must she languish in this deep palace of bitter woman? Sigh, the emperor is unworthy of the courage and devotion she sacrificed everything for. Men are all unreliable. Whoever takes them seriously is a fool. The emperor. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Xinran, who was hiding behind her family, still appearing demure and proper. The empress dowager felt no displeasure at her son being criticized. On the contrary, she found it quite refreshing. Since becoming emperor, her son had turned into a heartless man acting increasingly absurd in the harem all these years. If this girl could truly awaken him with her words, nothing could be better. The empress had been somewhat dazed ever since she heard Lu Xinran mention the emperor's youthful exploits. The memories of their youth, which she had buried deep in her heart, she dared not touch. She had almost forgotten that she too had once lived a life of splendor and abandon. If she had married Xiyu back then. A mist of tears welled in her eyes, but she bit her tongue stubbornly and held them back. Consort Chen felt that the atmosphere in the waterside pavilion was somewhat strange. She pouted slightly, blinked her big eyes, and timidly rose to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Your subject pays respects to your Imperial Majesty. May you be blessed with boundless blessings. Mother. The Empress Dowager glanced at her with disdain, finding it inauspicious to see her affectation on her birthday. Your current status does not warrant calling me mother. You may address me as Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. When the Emperor makes you Empress, then you may call me mother. Consort Chun, having been so bluntly humiliated, swayed and looked at the Emperor with grievance. The Empress Dowager frowned deeper. Enough. Do you think I have bullied you? The Emperor dotes on you so much, perhaps it won't be long before the Empress's position is yours. Then I, the Empress Dowager, can go to the Imperial Mausoleum together with the Empress. Withdraw. The Emperor bellowed, then hastily knelt before the Empress Dowager in tension. Mother, why do you say such things? You are overwhelming your son. The Empress Dowager looked at him with complex emotions. She intended to let the matter pass and offer him a way out, but her peripheral glance caught the Empress's dazed expression, and her heart ached. In the end, she could not help but speak up to support the Empress. Emperor, you know well who has been faithfully by my side all these years. I cannot do without her. The imperial family could not divorce. From the day the Empress married into the Song family, she was destined to be a Song wife. The Empress Dowager knew that the Emperor's heart had been bewitched by Consort Shun, and she could not control that, only striving to preserve the last shred of dignity for the Empress. At least let all the officials' wives present today know that even if the Empress did not have the Emperor's favor, she still had the Empress Dowager. The disappointment in the Empress Dowager's eyes and the Empress's stubborn refusal to shed tears left the Emperor feeling deeply uneasy. Was he truly so wretched in their eyes, a heartless man? Is the Emperor feeling aggrieved now? He promised the Empress he would love her truly for life, yet within a few years of marriage he schemed to strip her father and brother of their military power. Still not at ease, he secretly administered contraceptives whenever he visited the Empress's palace, fearing she would conceive. Isn't it his backing that emboldened Consort Chun to scheme against the Empress? Even the Empress Dowager sees that he is bent on deposing the Empress. A loyalty often resides among the humble, while the educated are often the faithless. Enough. The Emperor roared, his gaze fixed directly on the direction of the Lu family. Guards. Emperor. The Empress Dowager rose in equal fury. Do you remember this is my birthday feast? Do you remember I am your mother? You came early just to return soon and accompany Consort Shin. Such absurdity. In your heart, I am not even worth a concubine. And now what do you intend to do? Do you want me to precede the Empress to the Imperial Mausoleum? If you are so overbearing, then let this birthday feast be cancelled. The Empress Dowager swept the tea set off the table in rage, and the porcelain shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. The Emperor closed his eyes. Mother, are you forcing your son's hand? Would you threaten your own son for the sake of a demon who can read hearts? Force. The Empress Dowager laughed in anger. Look at what you have become, utterly bewitched by a woman. If you care so much for her, why did you bother coming today? A perfectly good birthday feast was utterly ruined by that odious, ill-omened creature. The Empress Dowager shot another look of disgust at Consort Chun, who appeared timid and ignorant of what had happened, shrinking her shoulders to hide behind the Emperor. In response, the Emperor instinctively turned to shield her. Tisk, playing at pure love at his age, disregarding his own mother, who was about to faint from anger, truly a filial son. Alas, the little white bunny's goal is clear: to become Empress, then support her family, and finally, with a whisper at the pillow, elevate her childhood sweetheart to the highest ranks so she can secretly meet him in the harem later. So I look at Consort Chun, then look at the Empress. For the unloved, even breathing is a mistake. The Emperor turned his head to gaze at the timid, sweet Consort Chun behind him, and for the first time doubt crept into his heart. In that moment, the Empress Dowager seemed to have aged 20 years. She gripped the arm of the old palace attendant tightly. Emperor, let us thoroughly investigate the matter of Consort Chen today. I shall preside over the inquiry. Consort Chen's doe-like eyes flickered with terror in an instant. It seemed she hadn't anticipated that on the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday the matter of her previous miscarriage would be reinvestigated. She looked at the Emperor with grievance and indignation. Your Majesty, losing our child is already the greatest punishment for me. Why must you reinvestigate this matter? A teardrop hung on her eyelid, about to fall, but not quite. In that instant, a gossipy inner voice rang in everyone's ears again. A single teardrop is not enough. You must also look up at a 45-degree angle to accentuate your fragility. Then say that everything is your fault, that you are so aggrieved, and then let the tears fall. Perfect. Then say that everything is her fault, that she is so aggrieved and doesn't want the child anymore, and then let the tears fall. Perfect. The inner voice was so imperious that everyone couldn't help but listen. Those who were bold and curious looked up and saw Consort Qin clutching the emperor's sleeve, her head slightly tilted back, revealing the fair and elegant line of her jaw. "Your Majesty, please don't punish me like this. I don't want any more of our children." Tears finally slid from her eyes, tracing a path of broken beauty across her fair cheeks. "Everyone, did I really call it? Do these delicate flowers all attend training classes, or do men simply fall for this routine?" The voice of doubt once again echoed in everyone's ears. The emperor closed his eyes amidst these voices. He recalled the various moments with Consort Qin. She seemed to always shed tears like this, occasionally pulling at him and looking at him with adoring, worshipful eyes. The empress's expression was wooden. If Lu Xinran's inner voice hadn't torn through the last layer of paper, she could still deceive herself into maintaining the final dignity of an empress. Now she felt that the past 20-odd years of her life had been a joke. Life is but a fleeting dream, and there is always a moment of awakening. Watching the emperor and Consort Qin entangled so openly before all the ministers' wives, she felt nothing but boundless absurdity. She stood up and knelt before the Empress Dowager. "Mother Empress, today is your birthday. I have prepared a birthday gift for you. Would you like to see it?" She didn't need the Empress Dowager to clear her of guilt, because it was meaningless now. If not for her father and brothers, she would only wish to request to be sent to the imperial mausoleum. The Empress Dowager bent down, gripping her shoulders tightly, tears in her eyes. "Yunxiao, why must you do this?" The Empress looked up, her smile one of relief. She could not live up to the high praise that little girl had given her. Zhang Yunxia had lived a pure life all along, never stooping to such underhanded deeds. She used to care about the emperor's thoughts and would be hurt by his accusations, but when even her very breath became a fault, why should she continue to torment herself? "I beg Mother Empress to grant my wish." "Very well. Investigate." Before the Empress Dowager's sigh could finish, the emperor cut in, interrupting their conversation. "I will know the truth today." He wanted to know if he was really as blind as that little girl's inner voice had claimed. Meeting Consort Qin's incredulous gaze, his eyes gradually turned cold. "If the empress caused you to lose your child, I will issue an edict today to depose her and send her to the imperial mausoleum, never to return for the rest of her life. If there is another reason." Under his sharp gaze, Consort Qin's face turned deathly pale and her body trembled like a sieve. "If you frame the empress, I will strip you of your rank and cast you into the cold palace." Consort Qin's body went limp and she slid to the ground. Tears fell like broken pearls, large drops streaming down her eyes, filled with grievance and a desire to prove her innocence through death. "Guards, support Consort Qin properly." The emperor flicked his robe and turned to sit back on his throne. "Go to the Imperial Medical Institute and retrieve Consort Qin's pulse records for the past half year." "What can pulse records reveal?" "Consort Qin is so meticulous. How could she possibly tamper with the records?" The imperial physician who regularly checked her pulse was already won over by her. It was the imperial physician who diagnosed her pregnancy and also declared her miscarriage. "To investigate, we should have the head of the Imperial Medical Institute bring several upright senior physicians." There are also herbal residues under the mulberry tree in Consort Qin's courtyard, decoctions used to fake pregnancy and miscarriage. The medicine was procured by the imperial physician from Rinna Hall, and the prescription is still hidden in a secret compartment in his study. The emperor: "If you're so capable, you can handle the interrogation." Lu Xinran was still scrolling through her gossip system, her heart fully focused on the empress, wanting to see if Consort Qin had framed the empress in any other ways over the years. There actually is. In the 11th year of Jinghe, when Consort Qin was still a Jiu, she orchestrated a miscarriage for Beauty Wang and framed Consort Shu. In the spring of the 12th year of Jinghe, she caused a miscarriage for Consort Lu. In the autumn of the 12th year of Jinghe, she caused the empress's miscarriage. At that time, so many clues pointed to her, but the emperor, being pleased with the outcome, only sent tonics to the empress and brushed the matter aside. Lu Xinran grew more and more furious. "I'm so mad. Men really are all heartless pigs. Such a good empress. How excellent must the prince she raised be. How could the emperor be so cruel?" She wanted to curse again, bitch and dog, long-lasting pair, but was abruptly tugged by Lu Xinran beside her. Interrupted, Lu Xinran turned her head in confusion, not understanding why her good sister always pulled at her arm for no reason. The empress's figure wavered. All these years she had never understood why she had miscarried despite being so careful. So, her child's very existence had been a mistake. The emperor had not expected that Lu Xinran would repeatedly expose so many years of secrets. He had never cared about the concubine's miscarriages after all. He was not short of princes and princesses. As for the empress, he could not allow the Zhang family to become too powerful. His crown prince could not have such a maternal family. So when the empress miscarried back then, he had indeed breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing the empress swaying, clenching her teeth to keep herself from collapsing, he felt regret for the first time. Though that inner voice had made him embarrassed and angry, it was very correct. Such a magnanimous and open-minded empress. How outstanding must the prince she raised be? Consort Qin, pressed down on the chair by eunuchs on both sides, was still shedding tears of grievance. Her head slightly bowed, her hairpins trembling gently, her neck slender and fair, as if inviting one to hold it in their palm and crush it. Go summon the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, several senior physicians, and he Yi as well. Fu Gongong accepted the order and left quickly. The emperor pondered, then called for his trusted aide and whispered a few words in his ear. Consort Chun, who had no idea how things had escalated to this extent, could no longer cry. She bit her lower lip hard, her spine chilling. She felt that ever since they arrived at Ronghui courtyard, everything had slipped beyond her control. She had already arranged everything and erased all traces. Even if the emperor investigated, he would not uncover the truth. With this thought, her heart settled down again. Tears once again hung on her eyelids. Lu Xinran leaned forward and lowered her head, her mood very unpleasant. Although she had quite a few pieces of gossip, this kind of gossip made her furious, not very friendly to certain glands in her chest. System, if eating too much of this gossip gives me a terminal illness, will you take responsibility for treating it? The system was speechless. Why are you so emotionally invested? What does it have to do with you? How is it none of my business? In these hard times, we girls should help each other. It's a pity I can't help the empress. Ah, if only I could fake her death and let her leave the palace. That trash emperor doesn't deserve her at all. The vast waterside pavilion was silent. No one dared to make a sound. Not everyone could hear Lu Xinran's inner thoughts. Many people cast furtive, puzzled glances, wondering why the situation had turned out like this after just a few words from the emperor and the empress dowager. So there was more to the matter of Consort Chen's miscarriage. And why was the emperor's aura so icy and fierce? They felt the emperor was like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest touch. Lu Xinran grew bored waiting, and after arguing with the system couldn't help but yawn. So this was the empress dowager's birthday banquet. Shouldn't it be a harmonious occasion where everyone greeted each other with fake smiles and polite flattery? Why is it so terrifying? The people who heard her thoughts. If it weren't for you constantly stirring the pot, this banquet would be exactly as you described. Everyone while smiling sincerely and saying flattering words. The emperor's gaze occasionally swept toward them. The empress's accusation needed to be cleared. If Consort Chun was truly so vicious, he would naturally deal with her. But this Lu family girl who could find out everything, he could not let her roam free. Such people must either be executed or kept under close watch, ensuring they can cause no more trouble. After an hour, everyone's knees had gone numb from kneeling. My legs hurt so much. If I'd known, I would have brought a more expensive cushion. But kneeling this long, no cushion would help, right? Really, the emperor can't handle his own household affairs and just takes it out on us small fries. Complaints arose. The emperor swept a cold glance over and almost laughed in anger. This girl actually knew this was his household affair. When she was complaining in her heart, why didn't she think about not speaking of impropriety? Even as he thought this, he waved his hand and said, "Enough, all rise. Be seated. Thank you, your majesty." Never had everyone felt that being able to hear that inner voice was a good thing. Of course, it would be even better if it didn't implicate them, allowing them to focus on the drama. Everyone struggled to hide their furious expressions, clenched their servants' arms tightly, and awkwardly rose to sit in the chairs behind them. On the path, several hurried figures followed behind Eunuch Fu, and soon they arrived at the waterside pavilion. Your servants pay respects to your majesty, to the empress dowager, and to the empress. The emperor waved his hand, and the men obediently rose. Consort Chen, come here. With a cold expression, the emperor said, you examine Consort Chen carefully. Keep your head on your shoulders, I only want the truth. Chief Imperial Physician Chao, not understanding what was happening, hurriedly bowed with several senior physicians. Consort Chen looked at the scene before her, her heart racing uncontrollably. She rose extremely slowly and walked over to the physicians. Your majesty, your servant, your servant. Examine. The emperor only uttered a single word coldly. Consort Chen dared not say another word, obediently sat down beside the table and placed both hands on the desk. The physicians approached in turn, carefully examined her pulse, exchanged puzzled glances, and then Chief Physician Chao spoke. Your majesty, Consort Chen is still weak after her miscarriage. With some nourishing tonics, she can recover within a month. Your majesty, hearing Chief Physician Chao's words, Consort Chen became aggrieved again. Lu Xinran listened to the commotion ahead and felt puzzled. How could they not distinguish a drug-induced pulse? But it's not their fault. This is He Yuyi's exclusive secret formula. Within 3 hours of taking the medicine, the pulse can absolutely fool anyone. But Consort Chen took the medicine over 2 hours ago. In at most half an hour, her pulse will return to normal. What a pity she'll get away with it again. The sudden inner voice left the physicians all stunned. What did this voice mean? Was it questioning their medical skills, calling them quacks? The emperor, however, showed a thoughtful look. Where is He Yuyi? Your majesty, physician, he is not on duty today. It will take a quarter of an hour for him to come from his residence. As Eunuch Fu replied, the emperor's trusted secret guard, whom he had sent earlier, suddenly appeared with several bloodied palace servants. Consort Chen saw the people from her own palace, and her heart began to race again. Your majesty, what happened to them? The emperor did not look at her, but asked his trusted guard coldly. Have they confessed? Yes, your majesty. They have confessed. This is the herbal residue and the decoction found in the small kitchen. Consort Chen looked at the medicine packet and the herbal residue dug up from under the tree, and finally realized belatedly that her scheme had been exposed. The emperor threw the medicine packet at her feet. Do you have anything to say? Consort Chun, like a delicate white flower in a storm, trembled weakly. Your servant has nothing to say. It is your servant's fault. Your servant was greedy for your majesty's affection, greedy to bear a child belonging to your majesty. Just now she said subject, now she says servant. Didn't she say in the bedchamber that if they were born in an ordinary family, they would be a regular couple? How can the emperor really fall for such cliched words? Or does being at a high status make one lose the ability to spot a scheming woman? A series of inner thoughts appeared densely again. The emperor's fists clenched within his sleeves. His dignity as the emperor could not tolerate repeated provocations. This newly recovered junior of the Liu family could be allowed to die of illness. Consort Chun, prostrate at his feet, looked up at him with pitiful sorrow. In the past he would have softened. But repeatedly mocked by that inner voice, he now felt instinctive disgust at the sight of Consort Chun's delicate demeanor. Without a trace of pity, he kicked Consort Chun. Why did you frame the empress? In her pain, Consort Chun was kicked several steps away. Only then did she finally begin to panic. Your servant did not frame the empress. Your servant's monthly cycle was just a few days late. Your servant thought she had your majesty's baby, so she couldn't wait to tell your majesty. It turned out to be a false alarm. She was unwilling to tell the emperor that way lest he think she was scheming, so she conceived a plan to kill two birds with one stone. In the autumn of the 12th year of Jinghe, the empress had a miscarriage. Do you know who caused it? Consort Chin's face grew paler, and the panic in her eyes could no longer be concealed. She collapsed on the ground. Your servant does not know. Your majesty, your servant only wanted to have a baby belonging to us. Baby, she says. With such a vicious and malicious heart, how terrifying would the child she raises be? When he grows up and starts competing for the throne, won't this mother and son arrange for all the princes to die in accidents? The emperor, who abhorred fratricide above all, felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his heart trembling violently. This little girl from the Liu family could also be spared from dying of illness. The emperor gazed at Consort Chun, whose figure swayed unsteadily. On her face, he saw grievance, resentment, and forbearance, but no trace of regret or guilt. Do you want a child? Then why can't you tolerate the empress's child? Consort Chin's expression of grievance froze for an instant, as if she had not expected the emperor to suddenly ask her such a question. Tell me why. The emperor's icy voice struck Consort Chin's heart like a hammer. She forgot to cry, staring at him in a daze. Of course it's because of love. I simply cannot bear to see others receive your favor and bear your offspring. I wish to be an ordinary couple with you. I am indeed too greedy. The voice was so vivid and imitated Consort Chin's tone that the people hiding nearby, eavesdropping, almost burst out laughing. The Empress Dowager pressed her handkerchief to her lips. That child from the Liu family did speak one truth, just now. Such a person indeed does not deserve to bear children, nor should she receive favoritism. Otherwise, regardless of whether they are adult princes or young ones, they would all meet with a tragic fate. Consort Chun collapsed to the ground, fragile and sorrowful, staring blankly at the emperor. She could not understand what had happened. Why the man who had coaxed her gently in the morning and willingly come early to Ronghui court was now so cold to her. Your Majesty, just consider me too greedy. I cannot. Enough. The emperor was furious, whether because Liu Xinran had repeatedly guessed Consort Chun's reactions, or because everything seemed like a farce. Consort Chun lay prostrate on the ground, once again forgetting to cry, her eyes accumulating more and more panic and bewilderment. In the suffocating atmosphere, Eunuch Fu, with his sharp eyes, spotted someone leading He Yuyi from afar. He hurriedly ran out cautiously and brought the man into the waterside pavilion. Your Majesty, Imperial Physician, he has arrived. The emperor snorted, and when He Yuyi knelt before him, he threw the medicine packet and dregs at his feet. Confess on your own, or do you want me to use torture on you? He Yuyi saw the medicine packet on the ground, and the bloody, mangled palace servants nearby, his body trembled, and he nearly collapsed. Your servant will confess everything. It was Consort Chun who wanted a prescription that could make her pulse appear as if she were pregnant, and another that could make her seem weak after a miscarriage. I procured these two prescriptions for Consort Chun. Tisk acting as if you were so innocent and obedient. If I told you to die, would you go? Liu Xinlan. Please just stop talking. The emperor cast a cold glance toward the Liu family, his expression darkening further. If I remember correctly, you are my minister, not his. He Yuyi's lower lip trembled. He prostrated himself on the ground, daring not to make any more excuses. Consort Chun seemed to suddenly regain strength. She crawled forward and wrapped her frail arms around the emperor's legs. Your Majesty, I deceived you, but I only love you too much. I only wanted to receive a little extra favor. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me, won't you? The emperor looked down at her. Tears had smeared her delicate makeup. Though disheveled, she still appeared as his favorite. His fingers moved slightly about to instinctively brush away the stray hair stuck to her cheek, when an untimely, inner voice sounded again. Let me think about how that brainless line goes. All right, you lost a leg, but she lost love. I only love you too much, so no child in the bellies of other consorts can be born. Not even the empress. I don't want my hands to be bloody, stained with so many lives, but I love you. You must understand me, right? Ugh, it's so disgusting. I want to poke out my own eyes. Why did I have to see such an eye-aching scene? It's over, I'm going blind. The emperor. Very well, I'll make you truly blind later. He suddenly pulled his legs out of her embrace and kicked Consort Chun in the shoulder. Chao Wenqin, take her pulse again. It had been about 6 hours since Consort Chun first went to see him. Finally realizing what was about to happen, Consort Chun nervously clutched her wrist tightly. Even though the evidence was already laid out, she could not let the imperial physician confirm that she had indeed used those decoctions. Emperor, she feigned pregnancy and pretended to miscarry, trying to earn your pity. I don't care about that. I only want to know why she framed the Empress. In the chaos, the Empress Dowager's barely restrained fury spread through the venue. If looks could turn into knives, Consort Chun would have been sliced to pieces by now. The Emperor closed his eyes. Mother, after returning to the palace, I will definitely give you and the Empress an explanation. Empress Dowager, does she not understand her own son, or does she think she can take this opportunity to plead for the Empress? The Empress first lost her child, then was repeatedly wronged and humiliated and even reprimanded. After so many years and so many incidents, if the Emperor still had any place for her in his heart, he would not have let her become a laughingstock. As for giving an explanation after returning to the palace, what can he give? Just a few polite words, then send some gifts to Changchun Palace, letting the harem consorts know that the Empress still has some dignity. A superficial explanation, and the Empress still has to be grateful. Tisk, you only lost a child, but she lost love. Enough. The Emperor was furious. You? He raised his hand and pointed toward the Liu family, then flicked his sleeve and looked at all the guests in the pavilion. All of you leave. If he lets this young Liu keep stirring things up, today's matter will only become more entangled. Stay. I need them to stay as witnesses. Since things had come to this, the Empress Dowager was determined to go all out. She could not control how absurd her son the Emperor was, but she wanted to fight for some peace for the Empress. The veins on the Emperor's forehead throbbed. Meeting the Empress Dowager's stubborn gaze, he took a deep breath and gestured for Eunuch Fu to bring men to press Consort Chun onto the ground. Why did you frame the Empress? I want the truth, or I will annihilate your entire clan. Consort Chun's body trembled, then she let out a chuckle. Your Majesty, are you truly ignorant or pretending to be? Which woman in the harem doesn't want to be Empress? Who doesn't want her son to be crowned prince, and then Emperor, and herself to become Empress Dowager, no longer having to suffer under others' contempt? She merely thought of what everyone else was thinking and did what no one else dared to do. What a pity. She came so close to succeeding. If her father hadn't insisted on sending her into the palace back, then she could have married her childhood sweetheart, her cousin. She would have borne him children, managed the household, and lived in harmonious love with him instead of being trapped in the harem, scheming to rise, living a life that was neither human nor ghost. Your Majesty, I didn't want to frame the Empress either, but weren't these illusions all given to me by you? If he hadn't repeatedly neglected and reproached the Empress, how could she have developed such ambitions? In 10 years since entering the palace, from a lowly beauty to the mistress of a palace, she was just one step away, just one son away from reaching the pinnacle. Truly what a pity. He knew he was done for, framing the Empress and framing numerous imperial heirs as well. Over the years he had helped Chun Fei ruin countless lives. Trembling like a sieve, his vision went black after hearing Chun Fei's confession, and he collapsed on the spot. Just moments ago, Liu Xinran had found the scene nauseating, but now she felt it was worth the ticket. The details in her melon-eating system were far more thrilling than any palace intrigue novel. Yet she couldn't quite understand how Chun Fei, who was so calculating and manipulative, having held the Emperor utterly in her grip for so long, could suddenly come crashing down. Liu Xinran. If it hadn't been for her electric-like mind-reading ability, Chun Fei would surely have been the last one standing compared to the Empress. Unfortunately, Chun Fei's decade-long carefully laid plan, step-by-step calculated scheme, were ultimately exposed by her. Watching Chun Fei, no longer pretending the Empress Dowager, felt an unusual complexity stir within her heart. She sighed. Your Majesty, since Chun Fei believed she would face disdain and bullying in the inner palace, perhaps she should tend the imperial tombs instead. Chun Fei slumped on the ground, head bowed. No longer putting on airs of fragility, she resembled a dandelion sprouting through cracks, free-spirited and unyielding. The Emperor looked at her again, unable to bring himself to agree to the Empress Dowager's decree. Even as Emperor, he still could not grant his beloved favor. How oppressive it was to be an emperor. If only the Emperor and Empress could divorce. The Emperor granting the Empress her freedom, and the Empress letting go of all the wrongs from the past years. If the Emperor is willing to keep Chun Fei in the palace, it's as though nothing happened today. If he still cares about his reputation, hide her in the capital and sneak out occasionally, and the Empress could enjoy a few days of peace, no longer staying in the back palace, enduring oppression, living a few more years. If the Emperor is willing to keep Chun Fei in the palace, it's as though nothing happened today. If he still cares about his reputation, hide her in the capital and sneak out occasionally, and the Empress could enjoy a few days of peace, no longer staying in the back palace, enduring oppression, living a few more years. The irresponsible thoughts kept offering suggestions. Between the Emperor's cold snort, the reluctance and resentment in his heart dissipated by more than half. Very well, I will follow Mother's arrangement. Chun Fei sat up straight and bowed deeply before the Empress Dowager. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. The Empress Dowager gave her a complicated look, then turned aside to await the Empress's response. The Empress at the center of this vortex showed no reaction whatsoever throughout, as though the one who had suffered a miscarriage years ago was not her, and the one who had endured all the grievances and rebukes was not her either. She rose calmly and curtsied to the Empress Dowager. Everything is at your disposal, mother. The farce came to a hasty end. Chen Fei, who had arrived so arrogantly, was led away under guard from Ronghui court in complete disgrace. The emperor's gaze followed her retreating figure until she disappeared from view, then reluctantly withdrew it. If the emperor likes this kind of artificially delicate little white flower, just train another one in the back palace. Wouldn't it be simpler? After all, he doesn't care whether it's genuine affection, as long as she satisfies him in bed, that's enough. Cough, cough, cough. Lady Pei began coughing violently. She slid off her chair and knelt on the floor in one motion, her body trembling, just like He's had before he fainted. Having finished devouring this grand drama to satisfaction, Lu Xinran had barely closed her melon-eating system when someone grabbed her arm once again. Nearly instinctively, she followed Lu Xinran and plopped down onto her knees with a thud. Looking at Lady Pei and Lady Zhao and the others all shuddering in a heap, the emperor guessed within an instant why their faces had turned pale, why they looked as though they wouldn't survive until tomorrow. That young junior recently found among the Lu family. Could it be that all her inner thoughts were audible to others? Was there no way to tell her she was human Civ? He narrowed his eyes, glowering menacingly at Lu Xinran, wanting to roar, "Do you know your crimes?" But then his vision went dark and a wave of suffocation surged over him. His body swayed, and he leaned heavily against Eunuch Fu for quite some time before regaining clarity, drenched in sweat. In that fleeting moment, he had seemed to see a massive hammer condensed from thunder flashes before him. Whenever he harbored thoughts of punishing the Lu family and Lu Xinran, the thunder hammer would strike. Fear gripped his heart. He did not know where Lu Xinran's strange power came from, and his desire to punish them wavered. He would need to devise a proper way to handle both Lu Xinran and the Lu family. His peripheral vision caught the Empress's face, finally no longer expressionless, and he spoke indifferently. "Everyone may retire." "Yes, this humble one, thanks your majesty." Lady Pei's voice still trembled. Clenching her teeth, she rose on shaking legs and yanked Lu Xinran's wrist, dragging her away recklessly without looking back. She could not let the girl utter any more nonsense near the emperor. Lu Xinran, being dragged by Lady Pei, stumbled in her steps. She turned back about to say something, but her other wrist was seized by Lu Xinran, who pulled her along even faster. "Sister, why are we walking so fast?" What had just happened was not seen by only their family. So many ladies and maidens in this water pavilion had heard and seen everything. The law does not punish the multitude. Even if the emperor was furious and embarrassed, he could not punish only their family. Hearing her inner thoughts, Lu Xinran could only feel relieved that they had walked away fast enough earlier. Not only were they 10 paces away from the emperor and the Empress Dowager, but also from all those ladies and young misses. "Didn't I tell you long ago not to speak recklessly, nor even to think such things, eh? Why can't you just listen?" Lu Xinran felt somewhat wronged. "I clearly didn't say anything. I stayed right by your side and Grandma's side the whole time, behaving very obediently." She had been trying so hard to be a good girl. Finally walking dozens of paces away, Lady Pei glanced back, saw no one pursuing them from the water pavilion, and let go of her. Leaning against Aunt Sue, she panted heavily. "You little girl. They had almost died because of her today. Can one just eat melons casually like this? One wrong bite, and you could die." Lu Xinran felt even more wronged. Why did everyone look at her with blame when she had been so well behaved? It was Lu Xinran who could not bear to see her suffer. Guessing that the emperor letting them leave meant they were forgiven, she hurried forward and pulled the girl behind her. "Grandmother will be staying at Ronghui court until tonight. Why don't we find a courtyard? We can rest in the yard this afternoon." As long as she was confined to the courtyard and prevented from running around, she probably wouldn't cause any more trouble, right? Lady Pei sighed. They had no other option at the moment. As the Lu family departed, the gathered ladies at the water pavilion still had their hearts in their throats. They had heard everything they should and shouldn't have just now. The Lu family had wiped their bottoms and run away as though evil dogs were chasing them. What should they do? Staying behind made them suspicious of wanting to watch the emperor's drama. Leaving felt dangerous too, since the figures above had not spoken. How dared they depart? Zhang Shuier kept secretly shifting her body, her gaze constantly darting toward where Lu Xinran had left. "Enough, stop keeping everyone cooped up here. The garden is large and the flowers are lovely. Go take a look." The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling everyone to disperse. They were uncomfortable, and the emperor and empress, being covertly glanced at by them, felt equally uneasy. Only after everyone had dispersed did the Empress Dowager take the teacup from the old maid and sip a few mouthfuls. "How does your majesty intend to handle that young one from the Lu family?" Glancing sideways at the empress, who was once again clutching her hands tightly, the emperor retorted emotionlessly, "What does mother believe should be done with that young one from the Lu family?" The Empress Dowager had grown quite fond of Lu Xinran in her heart, and naturally did not wish for her to face any punishment. But this ability of hers was too extraordinary. She could not only uncover details that others were unaware of, but also hear the inner thoughts of many people. If left unchecked, the consequences could be unforeseeable. But if she were punished or restrained through ordinary means, the Empress Dowager's mind raced through the methods the Emperor might employ, and her heart grew strangely complicated. The Empress sat quietly aside, her thoughts drifting elsewhere once more. In recent years, the Emperor had harbored suspicions and disdain toward her, yet now that he noticed her attention was not on him, something gnawed at his heart. He glanced at her again, and when he saw she still would not meet his gaze, he could only clear his throat softly. What does the Empress think? The Empress withdrew from her wandering thoughts and met the Empress Dowager's expectant look with a faint, measured reply. From what her inner voice reveals, she appears to be an innocent and kind-hearted young girl. As for how to handle her, the Emperor had undoubtedly already formed his own plans, and he had never cared to listen to her opinions. So why ask her? The Empress rose. Your servant feels a bit unwell and must take her leave. Supporting herself on a palace maid's arm, she departed beneath the Emperor's complicated gaze. The Empress Dowager sighed. Stop staring. The Empress has lost all dignity just now. You were even considering sending her to guard the imperial tombs. There is hardly anything left for her to lose. Recalling the words he had heard from her inner thoughts earlier, a flush rose to the Emperor's face. Mother, have I been wrong? The Empress Dowager turned to gaze at the rippling water. You already know the answer in your heart. Why ask an old woman like me, eh? Given what had just transpired, the Emperor remained unable to tear himself away from watching concubine Chun being dragged off. The mere memory of that scene left her with no desire to continue speaking. I will say only this. That girl from the Liu family must not be taken into the back palace. As for everything else, dispose of her as you see fit. The Emperor frowned as he watched the Empress Dowager depart, supported by a palace maid. Indeed, nothing knows a son better than his mother, but she had read his thoughts in a single glance. He had originally thought it would be perfect to bring such an uncanny ability into the back palace. Whenever he wanted to know of the scheming and intrigue among the consorts, he need only go to her and hear everything clearly. It would serve his purposes well and spare him worry about unforeseen troubles arising from her outside the palace. Yet the Empress Dowager was determined to protect her and had already raised the matter so plainly. He could not very well defy her repeatedly. But if she were not admitted into the back palace, how else could she be dealt with? In a remote, secluded courtyard in the northwest section of Ronghui Yuan, Lu Xinran sat in the side room, staring wordlessly at Lu Xinlan, who guarded her side. What exactly is going on with all of you? Why were they all looking at her with such inexplicable expressions? Even Zhao Shi no longer regarded her as a fighting cock. The noisy inner voices surged forth once more, and Lu Xinlan massaged her brow in frustration. You think so many restless thoughts every day. Aren't you tired? Lu Xinran stared in astonishment. How do you know I've been overthinking? Lu Xinlan gazed fixedly at her, hoping she would finally realize she had become an open book. Instead, a flood of inner voices reached her along with one clear thought. Don't worry, sister. No matter what crosses my mind, I will never bring trouble upon the Lu residents. I've been well behaved all day. Nanny Su even praised me for how I conducted myself. Lu Xinlan. She had now confirmed that servants, who had all signed indenture contracts, were unable to hear her inner thoughts. As for whether others could hear her, there seemed to be some threshold still unpassed. She had yet to discover where that boundary lay. Since Nanny Su could not hear those rebellious thoughts, she naturally believed today's conduct had been praiseworthy. Facing Lu Xinran's wide, guileless eyes, she massaged her brow and began weaving falsehoods. Have you forgotten that the eyes are the windows to the soul? We lack depth in our schemes. What we think will show through our gaze and be detected by others. So next time, no matter the circumstances, try not to let your thoughts run wild. Understood? Lu Xinran nodded in dazed confusion. She felt her dear sister was targeting her, but she had no proof. Miss Zhang has arrived and wishes to request an audience with you and the second miss. Why had Zhang Shuier come here? Thinking of her fainting tendency, Lu Xinran instinctively waved her hand. Grandmother and the others are still resting. Let her in. Lu Xinlan did not wait for her to finish before having Zhang Shuier brought in. She could roughly guess why the other had come. Aren't you afraid of fainting right here with us? This person keeps fainting at the drop of a hat. What a nuisance. Following the servant through the door, Zhang Shuier had barely reached the threshold when she heard those words, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. If it weren't for this annoying person, how would she keep fainting so easily? Nevertheless, she huffed as she entered and curtsied before the two sisters. I apologize for what happened before. I, Zhang Shuier, am not someone who cannot distinguish kindness from ill will. From now on, we shall be good sisters. Lu Xinran. The other person was being so aggressively insistent that she momentarily forgot to complain in her thoughts. I only discovered today just how difficult life in the palace has been for my aunt. I was so willful in my youth. She straightened and sat beside Lu Xinlan, letting out a loud sigh. Lu Xinran. Why are you telling us this about whether your aunt had it hard or not? Is she plotting something? Doesn't she still have her sights set on her fourth brother? I don't believe for a moment she'd want to be good sisters with Lu Xinlan. At the mention of Song Junyan, Zhang Shuiyer's cheeks flushed instantly. In the past, not understanding the hardships faced by the empress, her grandfather, and her father, she had loved running to the imperial palace and chasing after the various princes. Now that she understood the situation of her Zhang family, how could she still harbor thoughts of marrying a prince? Lu Xinlan, I will no longer pester the fourth prince. Rest assured I will avoid him from now on. You must believe me. She clung tightly to Lu Xinlan's hand, gazing at her with pleading eyes. If she had a tail, it would be wagging frantically at that moment. Lu Xinran remained speechless. What difference does it make whether sister believes her or not? She is no longer the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family, and her betrothal to Song Junyan is certainly void. Zhang Shua, amidst the chaos at the water pavilion just now and her haste to come over, she had truly forgotten that Lu Xinlan's current status no longer made her suitable to be a prince's consort. Isn't she just coming here with false sincerity, pretending to want to be sisters, when she really intends to mock Lu Xinlan? Zhang Shuier was terrified and frantically shook her head. No, that wasn't it. She hadn't. Though Zhang Shuier could be willful in her actions, she was not the type to harbor such vicious intentions. Lu Xinlan, amused beyond endurance by the two lively souls beside her, pressed a handkerchief to her mouth and laughed silently. After a long while, with Lu Xinran looking bewildered and Zhang Shuier blushing in embarrassment, she finally managed to suppress her smile and turned to face Zhang Shuier. I believe you. From now on we are good sisters. Zhang Shuier hugged her excitedly. Thank you so much. I think now that the fourth prince is not good enough for you. Would you like to consider my eldest brother? He is not yet betrothed. Lu Xinran quickly pulled her back. No way. Your eldest brother is a military man with hands as big as palm fans. One slap could send her flying a mile. If he were violent toward my sister, how could she ever defend herself? Zhang Shua, what domestic violence? What getting slapped a mile away? What nonsense are you talking about? Our Zhang family has ancestral rules. We are not allowed to lay hands on women. Madame Pei heard the commotion drifting from next door, and her tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a fraction. However, the calamity destined for their Lu family had not yet passed. She still did not know how the emperor and the empress dowager would deal with Lu Xinran and the rest of the Lu family. If she had known she would come into such close proximity with the emperor, she should never have entertained the thought of formally introducing him to the various households in the capital. Even if doing so was unjust, it would still be preferable to them falling into their current dilemma. Mother, I actually think that child Xinran is blessed. Perhaps this incident will turn into a deliverance. Second Madame Kong smiled and offered gentle words of comfort. Regarding those inner thoughts of Lu Xinran from before, she perhaps felt more deeply than anyone else. She and Lu Kangping had shared a harmonious union since marriage, their love undiminished over the years. Lu Kangping had kept only her by his side all these years with no concubines or attendants. Having received her husband's singular devotion, she naturally understood how rare such a thing was. Lu Xinran sympathized with the empress and had always taken her side, voicing grievances on her behalf. Although this seemed to offend the emperor, it made her pure and kind-hearted nature appear all the more precious. If the empress dowager and the empress were willing to protect her, neither she nor the Lu family would face any trouble. Madame Pei shook her head with a bitter smile. It has come to this. Whatever we do now will only invite suspicion. We can only remain still and let events take their course. After the Shin hour passed, officials such as Lu Jinchuan would arrive at Ronghui courtyard in due succession. She had already sent word to him, leaving it to him to devise whatever measures he could think of. Intermittent sounds drifted from the inner chamber, and the carefree laughter of Lu Xinran only worsened Madame Pei's headache. The evening banquet was the true highlight of the birthday celebration. When the time came, everyone would be nearby. Would she continue causing trouble? Eldest daughter-in-law, if you are feeling unwell, perhaps you should take the two of them back to the residence first. Zhao Shi was somewhat reluctant, for several princes would be visiting that evening, and she still hoped to take this opportunity to prompt Lu Kanda to raise the matter of Lu Xinlan's marriage to the fourth prince. Seeing her reluctance, Kong Shi hurriedly intervened to smooth things over, fearing Madame Pei might grow angry. Mother, now is not the time for rash action. Later let Xinlan speak earnestly with Xinran and tell her to neither listen nor think about anything tonight, and simply wait patiently until the evening banquet concludes. Lu Xinran already trusted Lu Xinlan unconditionally. Whatever Xinlan said, she believed regarding Zhang Shuer, Xinran would likewise accept. By the time the group returned to the water pavilion after the Shun hour, the three of them had already grown as close as sisters, separated for years. My mother is calling me. I'll go back to her side first. Let's go out and explore together in a few days. Lu Xinlan nodded with a smile and watched her depart. Lu Xinran exhaled deeply. Finally gone. She talks endlessly. She spoke so densely it was as though she could read Xinran's thoughts, saying only what Xinran would enjoy, leaving her parched and exhausted. By the time they arrived, Lu Jinchuan had already come with Lu Kanda and Lu Kangping. Lu Jinchuan cast a reassuring glance at Madame Pei before narrowing his eyes to solemnly examine this dear granddaughter, who appeared well-behaved but harbored a mind full of absurd nonsense. He had recently gone before the emperor on bended knees to confess his transgressions. The emperor had only asked with significant meaning whether the scandal involving Zhang Yuchang and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhou family had come to light through Lu Xinran. Prostrate upon the ground, he recounted in meticulous detail everything he had learned from Lu Xinran, why the two sisters had been exchanged, and what Fang Suxin had accomplished over the years. He also honestly confessed how they had inadvertently assisted the fourth prince in solving a homicide case. As for what Lu Xinran had deduced regarding which types of people under what conditions could hear Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, he described it with particular thoroughness. Upon hearing this, the emperor fell silent for a long while before finally gesturing for him to leave. Lu Xinran had no idea she had walked a razor's edge upon the emperor's very affections. After taking her seat, she immediately leaned forward and peered around. She still remembered several noble ladies who had regarded Lu Xinran with sharp, critical glances earlier. She needed to quickly identify those women's positions and then sneak over to uncover their secrets. Do not run about. The emperor and the empress dowager will be arriving shortly. Hearing her inner thoughts, Lu Xinran felt a wave of warmth surge within her. She knew this cheeky girl had a conscience after all. Her worry, fear, and silvered hair had not been in vain. Zhao turned her head and let out an imperious hum. I alone decide Xinlan's marriage prospects. My daughter, whom I raised with such toil, is not someone just anyone can claim. Those shameless ones, I have noted them. Let them avoid crossing my path in the future. Lu Xinran watched her and fell into confusion once more. When had she become attuned to the thoughts of Mother Zhao and her son? How terrifying! Zhao shuddered, finding the notion equally unsettling. She shot her a fierce glare before turning away with feigned pride. Stung by the glare, Lu Xinran looked around in bewilderment, only to find her own grandfather regarding her with cold detachment. She immediately withdrew her gaze, straightened her posture, and sat properly, fearing she might offend this master of the household. She was quite satisfied with her current life, enjoying good meals each day, going out to watch the unfolding drama whenever free. Aside from those around her seeming peculiar, their expressions perpetually troubled, as though suffering from constipation, everything else was perfect. The very people she had silently condemned as constipated broke into coughs. She looked around in bewilderment, feeling utterly out of place among them. At the third quarter of the Shen hour, every table in the water pavilion was filled with guests from the various households. Events of the daytime had already spread. Those who had not received news before arriving had now heard nearly everything from their families. Thinking of imperial concubine Shun, who had enjoyed decades of favor only to be forced to atone for her crimes by guarding the imperial mausoleum, no small number of hearts filled with shock. The harem was about to undergo upheaval. The outer court likely would not remain peaceful either. At the stroke of the emperor entered the water pavilion, supporting the empress dowager with the empress and the attendant concubines of the inner palace trailing behind. As soon as the emperor stepped into the pavilion, his gaze instinctively fell upon Lu Xinran. Having learned that she could only discern secrets within a 10-step radius and unwilling to lose face again before his ministers, he had rationally chosen to put distance between himself and the Lu family. Moreover, he no longer wished to endure those noisy inner thoughts. The empress dowager, however, glanced at the Lu family's seating arrangement and shook her head in displeasure. Strange, the emperor and I have been seated so far away on the raised platform. If we cannot glean secrets from the emperor, then let us turn our attention to the Zhou family instead. Perhaps we cannot uncover anything else, but examining the scandalous matters within the household of Zhou Hanwen and Zhou Bingshan would not be amiss. Father and son both. Wait, keeping a mistress together. Such melodrama demands I investigate further. Walking halfway, the emperor and empress dowager exchanged a glance and silently summoned attendant Fu to have the tables and chairs on the raised platform moved down. Sitting too high creates too much distance from the ministers. Not good, not good. Absorbed in her melon-eating, Lu Xinran did not notice the sudden stillness that fell over the waterside pavilion, broken only by the clatter of palace servants setting out dishes and wine for each table. The officials and their families seated farther away grew anxious upon realizing the sudden silence. Lu Xinran, munching on her melon, let out gasps of wonder like a country bumpkin seeing the world for the first time. They're this depraved. Makes me look so naive. Sleeping with concubines in rotation, and that Fang Suxin. Taking aphrodisiacs together, even sending men to hunt tigers in the mountains for their penises. But they ended up catching a tigress. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The crowd was speechless. Hold your laughter, what about Fang Suxin? Spit it out. Zhou Hanwen and his son Zhou Bingshan were drenched in cold sweat. They wanted to rise and denounce the nonsense, but a single glance showed the emperor watching them with keen interest. Lu Xinran lowered her head, happily flipping through the small booklet. The contents appeared in chronological order from recent to distant. The longer she stayed near someone, the more she could see. Given enough time, she could even see them wetting their pants as children. The Spring Breeze Pavilion. Isn't that the most famous brothel in Qingping Ward? The crowd's hearts screamed in unison. Tell us what happened at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. 5 years ago, the courtesan Hiyu disappeared overnight. Turns out Zhou Bingshan had redeemed her. And Fang Suxin helped him find a courtyard in the city to settle her. He first offered Hiyu to Zhou Hanwen as a tribute, and after Zhou Hanwen grew tired of her, he took her back to his mansion as a concubine. 6 years ago, a newlywed woman came to the capital to lodge a complaint. Zhou Hanwen had his secret guards kidnap her, raped her for over half a year, and forced her to bear his child. Shameless bastard with a dick like a needle mushroom, yet he dares to humiliate himself everywhere. As the left censor-in-chief, doing all sorts of vile things in private. Does he think that by occupying the position to impeach officials no one can impeach him? No wonder Fang Suxin hooked up with Zhang Youchang, and Zhou Bingshan didn't react at all. This Zhou household is truly filthy. Zhou Hanwen looked as if he had been dragged out of water, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The emperor watched him with a smile in his eyes. He found that as long as the gossip wasn't about himself, it was quite refreshing. Zhou Hanwen wanted to kneel, but the emperor shot him a cold glare, forcing him to sit still trembling. But in his heart he knew it was over. Not just him, but Zhou Bingshan as well. Lu Kongda felt immense satisfaction watching the panicked Zhou family. Ever since he learned that his position as director of the household registry was obtained through Fang Suxin's body, he had wanted to drag him down from that post. But the Zhou family was stubborn, only agreeing to send Fang Suxin to a country estate, leaving no room for negotiation about the director position. Now Zhou Bingshan would have no choice but to give it up. He wanted to turn and give Lu Xinran an approving glance, but remembering her earlier complaints about how distant she was from him, her own father, he quickly steadied himself and tried to shrink his presence, terrified that she might look at him and start digging into his past. Having feasted on the juicy gossip of the Zhou father and son, Lu Xinran lifted her head in satisfaction, only to find the pavilion eerily quiet. The Zhou family members nearby looked grim. What happened to them? Was I too focused on eating melon to notice anything? She glanced at the gossip system again, but nothing had updated. A familiar confusion welled up in her mind. As soon as this thought surfaced, the crowd quickly raised their cups to toast the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Having enjoyed a delicious piece of gossip before the banquet officially began, the Emperor, his earlier embarrassment from the morning dispelled, smiled, and raised his cup to lead the officials in toasting the Empress Dowager for her birthday. Amid the lively noise, an untimely voice rang out again. All this talk is useless. Oh, just don't make her angry. That's better than anything. The Emperor's hand holding the cup paused, and the Empress Dowager chuckled, nodding in agreement. She leaned over, looking past the Emperor to the Empress. This child, every word she says pleases me. Indeed, I find this little girl from the Lu family quite adorable as well. The Empress smiled brightly. She had long since given up on the Emperor, and Lu Xinran's words today only made her more resolute. She fully withdrew her heart from the Emperor, and without attachment or resentment her expression softened. Thinking of the Emperor's earlier intentions, she added slowly, fearing he might actually be shameless. I truly adore this child. She just returned to the Lu family with no one to rely on. Since I have no children of my own in that moment, I thought of taking her as my adopted daughter. The Empress Dowager was surprised, then understood. She glanced quickly at the Emperor and chimed in, that's a good idea. If I were younger, I'd want to be her support too. The Emperor was speechless. Being watched like a hawk by the Empress Dowager and the Empress, he rubbed his nose and snorted inwardly. As the Emperor, there was no beauty he couldn't have. He preferred the flirtatious and charming consort Shun. This little bean sprout from the Lu family wasn't even worthy of his attention. His earlier thought of taking her into the harem was simply the most convenient solution. Your Majesty, what do you think? Seeing no response, the Empress Dowager pressed him. The Empress smiled aloofly, and the Emperor felt inexplicably put out. If the Empress likes her, adopt her. I won't bother a little girl. As long as he kept 10 paces away from her, he wouldn't be the one humiliated. With his words, the Empress relaxed. She looked at the Empress Dowager, asking with her eyes who should propose the adoption. Lu Xinran yawned, looking at the crowded waterside pavilion. She picked up a pastry, mentally calculating which gossip to sink her teeth into next. System, was that big gossip this morning worth much? Decent, added 15 days. What? Only 15 days. The Emperor, is that worthless? His affair with Consort Shun, is that worthless? Only 5 days for the Zhou family. With all that chaos, only 5 days. Lu Xinran was dejected. She slumped her shoulders, shrinking behind Lady Zhao and the others, radiating grievance. 2 gossips make 20 days. If you try a bit harder and look at a few more people, we'll definitely save 2 months today. That makes sense. Lured by the system, Lu Xinran immediately put in the effort of a high school senior cramming for exams. Isn't eating melon easy? Who shall I pick? The harmonious atmosphere of toasting froze instantly at this thought. The crowd, both eager and fearful, stopped their hands and smoothed their hair, dreading that they might meet the Lu family's eyes and become the protagonist. Lu Xinran tugged at Lu Xinlan's arm. Who is that person? Lu Xinlan followed her finger. That's the wife of the vice minister of the court of state ceremonial. Good, her it is. With that shrewish face, she dares to covet Lu Xinlan. I'll have to take a good look and find a way to hint at grandmother. All eyes fell upon the minister of the court of state ceremonial and his wife Lady Kang, following this inner voice. Lady Kang's triangular eyes glared fiercely at Lu Xinran, as if she was eager to see what nonsense this wretched girl could fabricate. She was not Fang Suxin, nor was she like the rotten to the core Zhou father and son. She stood straight as a rod, letting the onlookers from all directions cast their curious gazes upon her. The Empress Dowager and the Empress swallowed the words they were about to speak. Gossip came first. Is Lady Kong an advocate of the female virtue and female admonitions? Every day before the hour of Mao, the eldest daughter-in-law had to wait outside her courtyard. After she served the minister in attending the morning court, the eldest daughter-in-law had to assist her with washing and dressing and lay out her meal. Then she had to read scriptures and copy sutras. At noon, she continued to serve meals, and during the afternoon rest, she had to stay in her room, fanning her in summer, adding charcoal in winter. In the afternoon, she sewed undergarments and embroidered handkerchiefs for her, and in the evening, she served dinner again. And she even had to wash her feet. Was their family so poor that they couldn't afford servants? Or was she disabled in hands and feet, requiring her daughter-in-law to attend to her every need? Lady Kong raised her head and met the crowd's gaze unabashedly. A daughter-in-law filially serving her mother-in-law was only natural. The more Lu Xinran read, the more horrified she became. Hiss! She drew in a cold breath. Her eldest daughter-in-law was required to observe the rules in her courtyard even when pregnant. She had 2 miscarriages, barely managed to keep 1 pregnancy, and then in the coldest month of winter, she caught a chill while waiting for her mother-in-law to wake up, leading to premature labor. Even now her health has not recovered. And she even scolded her for not bearing a son and schemed to stuff concubines into her son's chamber. Behind Lady Kong, the eldest daughter-in-law Mu Shi had reddened eyes. The little girl beside her was already 6 years old, but she was so thin and small that she looked no older than 4 or 5 from other families. Her daughter was born with deficiencies, and she tried every means to improve her health, but her mother-in-law only scolded her for wasting silver and not knowing how to be thrifty. How terrifying, how vicious. How could there be such a malicious woman in this world? Being her daughter-in-law is no different from descending into hell, and she keeps mouthing that serving one's mother-in-law is only natural. Shameless. Let me see how she treated her own parents-in-law back then. The inner voice paused here. Lu Xinran frantically flipped through the booklet, while the smugness on Lady Kang's face abruptly froze. Found it. I knew she was a spiteful old hag, shameless. She had literally infuriated her mother-in-law to death, and then told Wang Jianmin that it was due to her mother's liver qi stagnation, and that she had suffered too much in the countryside, and couldn't learn to enjoy life in the capital. Why didn't she get up before the hour of Mao to attend to her mother-in-law's washing and meals? Why didn't she wash her mother-in-law's feet? Having driven her own mother-in-law to death, she feared suffering the same fate, so she ruthlessly tormented her daughter-in-law. What a glaring double-standard dog. I spit. Hell is empty, and all devils are here. Wang Jianmin is truly stupid. His own mother was driven to death, and he didn't even bother to ask the imperial physician what really happened. No, he's not stupid. His mother simply wasn't as important as his official career. He needed to cling to his father-in-law's coattail. Indeed, like pot like lid, 2 disgusting wretches. With such a character, they still dare to covet Lu Xinran. And they want Lu Xinran to wash her feet. What rubbish. I spit. By the end of the inner voice, everyone could feel her overwhelming fury. She seized Lu Xinran's hand firmly. When you speak of marriage in the future, you must tell me. I'll help you choose. Wicked mothers-in-law like Lady Kong, who deserve 1,000 deaths, should stay far away from them. Lu Xinran smiled softly and replied, All right, mother, and I will listen to you. Zhao Shi turned, wanting to say why she should listen to this wretched girl, but recalling the Lady Kong from that inner voice, she involuntarily shuddered. Letting this wretched girl have a say didn't seem so bad. The Empress Dowager looked at Lady Kong, who stubbornly refused to be a laughingstock and wouldn't admit her fault, and couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. How pitiful that Mu Shi had such a mother-in-law. Even when she herself struggled step by step in the harem, she had never endured such misery. Mu Shi's parents were already red-eyed with rage. They had never imagined their daughter was living such a life in the Wang family. That damned Lady Kong. Divorce. They must divorce. Whoever wanted to serve such a mother-in-law could do so. Their Mu family's daughter would not suffer this injustice. Every family with daughters stared at Lady Kong in horror, especially those whom she had subtly probed about joining families. Now they looked at her as if she were a mortal enemy. After learning from Tongzi that the gossip just now had earned her 5 days of life, Lu Xinran was immediately energized to dive into the next big piece of gossip. Lady Kong is no good, and Wang Jianmin, who could watch his own mother die without lifting a finger, is certainly no saint either. Today's birthday feast alone, he embezzled over 1,000 taels. At the imperial examination earlier this year, he embezzled 5,000 taels. At the winter solstice sacrifice, he embezzled 3,000 taels. He could squeeze a profit out of every matter, big or small. There's a hidden chamber in his study. Zhou Hanwen's hidden chamber is used to grind gold needles, while his is used to stack gold bars. He pretends to be incorruptible, wearing the same court robes for years, refusing to change them, because he's angry that the emperor hasn't promoted him. He appears to be a devoted husband returning home right after court, but he keeps 3 mistresses in Xingping Alley. Turns out he's a time management master. Well, no, it's more like he's too fast. A trip doesn't take much time. Lu Xinran. She grabbed her wrist, firmly refusing to let her race ahead recklessly. Lu Xinran looked at her blankly, wondering why she was pinching her again. Tongzi, do you know what's going on with her today? Why does she keep pinching my wrist? A childish voice left a wait a moment, and then went huffing and puffing to investigate. After searching for a long time, it finally replied in a milky tone, "No abnormalities detected. She probably just likes you a lot. Lu Xinran likes her enough to bruise her wrist." At the head of the hall, the emperor had calmed down from his rage. His attention bizarrely shifted from how to spend the gold in Wang Jianmin's hidden chamber to what exactly golden needle mushroom meant. His gaze lingered on Zhou Hanwen. Golden needle mushroom. Needle? No way. And what did time management master mean? A series of questions flashed through the emperor's mind. He realized that this girl's ability to pry into others' secrets, if used well, could, while constantly replenish the national treasury. The silver needed for the flood relief in Jiangnan. Now there was a source for it. Wang Jianmin's face was ashen. He knew he was completely finished. Lady Kang's back also bent. Thinking of the piles of gold bars in Wang Jianmin's hidden chamber and the fate that would befall their family after the seizure, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted straight away. Are people in the capital really that frail? Why do they all faint at the slightest provocation? Not far away, Zhang Shui'er, who felt indirectly targeted, glared at her in annoyance. Could she be compared to these people? Chaos reigned in the waterside pavilion for a moment. Palace attendants came to support Lady Kang away, and Wang Jianmin took the opportunity to leave the pavilion with his sons. Lu Xinran glanced sideways a few times, then sank her mind back into the gossip system. Who should I look at next? It's rare to be in a melon patch. Today I must pluck a few more people. The Empress Dowager at the head seat always felt that this year's birthday banquet was the most lively and interesting. Not only was she not involved, but she could also enjoy so much gossip. This banquet was truly delightful. The Emperor's eyes also shimmered with interest. He had just quietly calculated in his mind that the relief efforts for the recent floods in Jiangnan would require at least 100,000 taels of silver, and relying solely on Wang Jianmin might not be sufficient. If this young miss from the Lu family could uncover a few more such gross corrupt officials, especially in a setting like this, that left those old men who loved to smooth things over with no room for argument, it would be perfectly suitable. Lu Xinran, who was highly anticipated by many, flipped through her gossip system and felt that today was particularly grueling. How many days of life have I got now? The childlike voice responded earnestly, almost 50 days already. Would you like to reach 2 full months today? Lu Xinran lowered her head and secretly yawned. She found that gossiping was so tiring. Moreover, the big gossip about these court officials seemed quite worthless. Wang Jianmin was considered a major corrupt official in her eyes, yet his gossip wasn't even as valuable as Kang Shi's. Kang Shi had given her 5 days of life, while Wang Jianmin only gave 3. If the subsequent gossip all provided only 2 or 3 days, wouldn't she need to dig up 4 or 5 more people? Eating melons is also so exhausting. Who would want to see those filthy matters? They're really harsh on the eyes. Forget it, I'll just eat one more in the end. Her gaze stealthily swept across the water pavilion, and suddenly, she noticed Tang Xian, the minister of the Dali court, and his wife Lady Lu not far away. She still remembered how Xinlan's eyes and brows had lit up when talking about handling cases in the carriage and the disappointment of not being able to visit the Shuntian prefecture again due to avoiding suspicion. This was a rare opportunity if she had to see what Lord Tang liked, so as to help Lu Xinlan create an opportunity. Not far away, Tang Xian and Lady Lu. What do you mean by creating an opportunity? Lady Lu glanced at the person beside her, her willow-like eyebrows arching in anger. This shameless fellow always said cases couldn't be finished, as if he longed to live in the Dali court. She had even understood him. And the result? If not for the too many people watching around, Lady Lu would have pinched Tang Xian's ears and made him go back to kneel on a washboard. Tang Xian's forehead was covered in sweat. He had never met these 2 juniors from the Lu family. There had been no contact before. How could 2 juniors suddenly be thinking of him? This was an unjust disaster. Just as Tang Xian felt incredibly wronged, that voice like music from heaven finally appeared. I wonder if I can help Lord Tang solve cases. If I can assist, wouldn't it be legitimate for Lu Xinlan to want to help at the Dali court as well? This Lord Tang is a true workaholic, all his thoughts focused on handling cases. If Lu Xinlan wants to enter the Dali court, it seems impossible through him. No, I have to flip through more. What if this man has other hobbies besides investigating cases and viewing corpses? The voice paused here, and Tang Xian looked at his wife as if he had escaped disaster. Did you hear that? The person wants to get close to him simply to enter the Dali court. Lady Lu hummed, counting this guy as barely passing the test. However, both girls from the Lu family, though one was dignified and gentle, and the other was lively and impulsive, were of marriageable age. How could they be thinking of running out every day and wanting to enter the Dali court? Lady Lu was puzzled, and the Empress Dowager and Empress at the head seats were also somewhat perplexed. Emperor, that eldest girl from the Lu family. If my memory serves me correctly, you had mentioned to Lu Jinchuan before that you wanted her to marry the 4th son, didn't you? The Emperor nodded. At that time I didn't know she wasn't actually a Lu family daughter. If there had been no unexpected incidents along the way, their marriages should have been settled by the latest after the new year. But now he shook his head regretfully. These 2 girls now seemed unsuitable for the 4th son to him. Queen, I recall that the 2nd daughter from the Zhang family loved to follow the 4th son around, calling him 4th brother. That girl hasn't been engaged yet, has she? The Queen pulled at her handkerchief, her smile on her face hovering uncertainly. Indeed, she hasn't been engaged yet. However, I heard my sister-in-law mention a few times that she was almost promised to her natal family's nephew. Hearing this, the emperor only smiled faintly. Yes, the fourth son's marriage is not urgent. Let him focus on the Shuntian prefecture for now. The Empress Dowager watched the couple wanting to say something, but it ultimately turned into a sigh. Below, Lu Jinxuan had his eyes half closed, already contemplating the changes in the court dynamics after today. Zhou Hanwen's position as vice-censor-in-chief might be untenable, but strictly speaking his faults were only in virtue, so the emperor likely would not dismiss him completely. But it seemed their family could no longer stay in the capital. The emperor would likely transfer him to a province to serve as a regional governor. And Zhou Bingshan's position as director in the Ministry of Revenue would also be hard to maintain. When Zhou Hanwen left the capital, he would likely leave with him. If their scheming succeeded, and after a few more years when these romantic scandals were replaced by other matters, they might even return. But what the capital's dynamics would be like many years from now, father and son would have to take it one step at a time. The more Lu Jinxuan thought about it, the better his mood became. With the Zhou family's downfall, a second-rank official position and a fifth-rank position were both freed up. There was also the Minister of the Board of Etiquette. Wang Jianmin this time was not as lucky as the Zhou father and son. Having his property confiscated and being exiled was already the emperor's mercy. The Vice Minister of the Board of Etiquette, a standard fourth-rank post. Two highly lucrative vacancies tomorrow in the court. Who knew what storms would arise? Lu Jinxuan could think of these, and naturally others could as well. For a moment in the water pavilion, even without Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, the usual sounds of clinking glasses were absent. Everyone was silently calculating how to arrange these two lucrative posts and who would fill them. Lu Xinran was still scratching her head, flipping through Tang Xian's past. Was this person crazy? Passed the metropolitan examination at 19, entered the Dali court at 21. Starting that year, he followed an old coroner to learn autopsy methods. When there were no cases, he pored over old files. From the age of 23, he tried every means to reopen cold cases, and even the births of his children only saw him briefly at home. After becoming the minister of the Dali court at 32, he treated the court as his home. Unless Lady Tang allowed someone to fetch him, she wouldn't see him for 10 days or half a month. For a workaholic like this, when he retires, the emperor must give him a Lifetime Achievement Award, right? People use one Shurchin as two. He can't even see his own wife. How am I supposed to find opportunities to approach him with Lu Xinlan? Could we turn into corpses? But now he doesn't even handle autopsy work. He only looks at results. She was scratching her head so hard the Dali court was like a hell-level dungeon. Perhaps they should just go back to the Shuntian prefecture and grind through it with thick skin. At worst, they could choose part of that angsty romance plot and walk through it. At least the fourth prince now seemed like a normal person. Song Junyan, seated below the emperor, met the gazes coming from those at the head seats, calmly raised his cup and toasted them. Listening to the chaotic inner thoughts, Lu Xinlan was simultaneously amused and touched. This fellow townswoman of hers was truly kind and lovely. She had only shown her kindness a few times, yet she had taken her matters to heart and helped her calculate in every way. She waved to summon the palace maids, signaling them to take the few cool dishes from the table and reheat them. Lu Xinran, coming back to her senses and seeing her actions, hurriedly summoned several people as well. Add a dish of sour duck feet, a dish of osmanthus-scented glutinous rice balls, and pan-fried small yellow croaker, and a bottle of sweet glutinous rice wine. Remember to bring 2 wine cups. The palace maids absently accepted the order and left. She rubbed her belly. She had been busy eating melons and forgot to eat. She was so hungry. Lu Shi listened to the heart's voice, which recounted her husband's hardships over the years, and a wave of tenderness arose in her heart. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, upon hearing the complaints about how he had failed to care for his wife and children when they were born, was filled with guilt. At that time, he had just joined the Dali temple not long ago. Without any family background or connections, his only way to rise above the crowd was through sheer courage and deduction from the minutest details, striving to solve cases and gradually forge his path. Back then, in order to comprehend the autopsy reports handed to him by the coroner and to extract every possible clue from the corpses, he practically immersed himself in the mortuary every day. The mortuary was filled with a foul odor and heavy with energy. Even if he himself harbored no qualms, he could not disregard his wife and children. When Lu Shi gave birth, it was not that he was too busy to see them. He was afraid that he might carry contamination on himself and dared not approach them. Concealing his movements with the wide sleeves of his robe, he used the table as a shield and, full of remorse, took Lu Shi's hand. These years have been hard on you. It's all my fault. I was so preoccupied with official duties that I neglected you and the children. In the blink of an eye, his son and daughter had reached the age of marriage. Over the years, he had given far too little to his children. Lu Shi turned her head to look at him, moved. Without you, where would the children and I be today? Tang Wanru sat behind them. She and her brother had both heard those heart voices. The misunderstandings she once held toward her father now transformed entirely into admiration and guilt. Father and mother had endured so much for them all these years. If not for Lu Xinran, she might never have realized these things, or perhaps not until much later. She looked at Lu Xinran, who was smiling as she poured wine for Lu Xinlan, and made a decision immediately. When she returned, she would send invitations to the sisters inviting them to her residence. Unaware that she had inadvertently secured a backdoor opportunity, Xinran, having turned off the system, was now focused on filling her stomach. Her behavior made many people breathe a sigh of relief, secretly relaxing. After all, every family has its secrets, and they certainly did not want this girl to expose everything to the public. Sister, try this. These duck feet need to be marinated with peppers from Huzhou. Although they are very spicy, it's addictive to take a bite of duck foot and then sip some sugar water. She hissed, fanning her mouth with her hand, yet unable to restrain herself, she picked up another piece of duck foot and put it into her mouth. Xinran met her expectant gaze calmly, put the duck foot into her mouth, chewed slowly, and swallowed with composure. Even after finishing, not a single bead of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. Xinran. So it was just her, weak in tolerance, but strong in craving. Many people were secretly observing them. Seeing that they had ordered extra dishes, they also slipped silver to the servants to have the same dish brought from the kitchen. For a moment, the waterside pavilion was filled with the sound of people gasping from the spiciness they couldn't handle. Xinran's mind was fixed on the three distinguished figures at the head table. Xinran's ability could not be concealed. If not this time, then next time. They would eventually be discovered by the emperor and the empress dowager. So before attending the birthday banquet, she had deliberated with Pei Shi repeatedly about whether to bring her. Originally, they had anticipated that she might offend a few ladies or uncover some trivial matters that were harmless. But who could have imagined that this girl would dare to gossip even about the emperor and openly mock him in her heart? Even though Lu Jinxuan said it was not a big problem, she still worried for Xinran. If the emperor were not broad-minded and enjoyed having everything under his control, today's incident might not have ended well. What are you thinking about? Finally giving up the challenge of eating the duck feet, flushed and sweating, she looked at her, then followed her gaze to the head table. Looking at His Majesty and the Empress. What's so interesting about them? It's a pity that the Empress cannot leave the palace. Oh, otherwise how wonderful it would be to return to the desert. General Qi has remained unmarried all his life. Truly pitiful. At the head table, the Empress, suddenly hearing her mention Qi Yu again, trembled slightly, nearly spilling the wine from her cup. It had been over 20 years since she last saw Qi Yu, hadn't it? When they parted at the border, she was still a bright maiden full of hope. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. She had endured hardships in the harem, while he had never returned to the capital. This was the second time today the emperor heard her mention Qi Yu. From the corner of his eye, he caught the empress's dazed expression and unconsciously pursed his lips, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Since she knew the empress could not leave the palace, why did she keep bringing up that annoying fellow? If it weren't for Qi Yu's outstanding military achievements, the great Chu had no other heroic general like him. He would have summoned him back to the capital long ago. No, I summoned him back to watch him exchange glances with the empress. The emperor's own imagination brewed a vat of vinegar so sour that it nearly drowned him. He could loathe and suspect the empress relegating her to a mere ornament in the harem, but he could not tolerate anyone else coveting her. Xinran was still lamenting that she couldn't witness Qi Yu's life. The desert war god General Qi's bearing must be awe-inspiring. If only there were a chance to see him. Back then, when he was still the young General Qi, he once rode a horse leaning against a sloping bridge, drawing the attention of countless beauties. Such a romantic and dashing figure stationed in the desert for over 20 years. How strong must his conviction be to endure the hardship and loneliness there? A pity that when he bled and sweated no one noticed. The emperor only saw the 200,000 troops under his command. She tried to catch a glimpse of Qi Yu's life from the records of the empress's youth. Unfortunately, the empress had been dignified and open-minded all her life. In her eyes, Qi Yu was good, but merely good. The empress is so wonderful, what a pity. This was already the emperor's umpteenth time hearing that remark. If he weren't certain that Xinran didn't know others could hear her thoughts, he would have thought she was deliberately flattering the empress. But precisely because he knew she didn't know that the empress could hear her, this unconscious exclamation was quite brainwashing, causing the emperor himself to repeatedly cast his gaze toward the empress following her lament. At that moment, the empress's brows and eyes relaxed, a lost in thought. The smile at the corners of her lips grew softer. Though her youth was gone, she still made him unable to look away for a moment. Sister, do you think we can find a chance to leave the capital? Xinran. No, don't even think about it. Given how her thoughts leaked like a sieve, she would incur who knows how much resentment. If she really left the capital, she might meet with misfortune before even reaching the desert. She answered too quickly, clearly leaving no room for negotiation. Between bites, Xinran couldn't help but pout. Fine, if not, then forget it. When will this birthday banquet end? I've been sitting all night, my back is about to break. And why is this banquet so quiet? Shouldn't there be music and dance? Why is there nothing and so quiet? Everyone is so solemn and serious. I don't even know whose gossip to target. A series of murmurs reached everyone's ears, not only causing palpitations, but also a bit of noise. The Empress Dowager, seated at the head, only then realized that today's birthday banquet was indeed missing the sounds of music and dance. Originally, these performances should have been brought on after the officials offered their toasts, but as it turned out, in order to clearly hear Lu Xinran's inner thoughts when the palace attendants came to ask about the appropriate time for music and dance, she waved her hand to signal them to wait. If they waited any longer, the banquet would end. The emperor turned his head to look, and the empress dowager gave a light cough before waving her hand at the attendant who had come again to seek instructions. Outside the waterside pavilion, the dancers who had been waiting for a long time entered one by one carrying their instruments. Lu Xinran hugged a jar of glutinous rice wine, grinning foolishly. The wine is good, the dance is beautiful, the gossip is delicious. If only the empress dowager celebrated her birthday every day. Everyone was speechless. Would they even have a way to survive? Wouldn't everyone be exposed completely? Zhang Shuier looked over from afar, met Lu Xinran's gaze, and smiled as she made a toast gesture. Her mind should be a bit clearer now, right? That big pervert, oh, what's so good about him? What a pity that General Qi has no offspring, otherwise his son would surely be as devastatingly handsome as him. Zhang Shuiyer's hand holding the wine glass paused. Feeling the gazes from those around her, her pretty face instantly flushed red. Lu Xinlan, expressionless, took the wine bowl from her hand and then gently patted her on the back. If you're sleepy, take a nap. Later when the banquet ends, I'll have Nurse Su wake you up. Don't drink too much and go on a mental rampage. If General Qi finds out that there's a young girl who just came of age far away in the capital who's been pining for him, it would surely scare him to death. Lu Xinran chuckled. Sister, you don't know the Empress and General Qi are such a great ship. She was a bit too into shipping them. Lu Xinlan, expressionless, picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Don't say any more. Can't you see that the Emperor's face at the head seat is already as black as can be? Even though the Empress and Qi Yu had not seen each other for over 20 years and had not exchanged a single letter, the little stories in Lu Xinran's heart had already made the Emperor feel that his head was turning green. Everyone around pricked up their ears, still wanting to eavesdrop on some gossip, but then they saw that Lu Xinran actually obediently ate the pastry and then fell asleep lying on her own lap. Her obedient and adorable appearance was completely unlike that of a gossipy chatterbox. The inner voice completely disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Music and dance began, and the waterside pavilion finally took on the lively appearance of a proper banquet. Lu Kang's joy was impossible to conceal. He accepted every toast offered by those who came. Lu Jinchuan had already been appointed to the second rank. In the Great Chu court, the highest official positions with real power were the second rank. The first rank was mostly nominal prestigious posts without actual authority. He was already among the highest-ranking officials in the court, needing to curry favor with no one. If he had to flatter anyone, it would be the emperor. So he merely sat upright behind his table, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the other second-rank officials. When Zhou Hanwen and his son looked over, they nearly ground their teeth to pieces. How could you let Madame Fong run wild? If it weren't for that incident back, then how would the Lu family have kept targeting us? Today, all those who were targeted by that little girl of the Lu family had some past dealings with them. This time they were caught in the fallout from Madame Fong and suffered an undeserved calamity. Zhou Bingshan looked venomously in the direction of the Lu family. Father, you know well how many benefits Madame Fong has brought our family over the years. Whether she had slept with his own father, Zhou Bingshan dared not think too deeply about it. His father had always been extremely greedy in matters of men and women. If it weren't for the need to maintain his official position and not damage his image, the things he had done would not have only now come to light. So you are blaming me? Zhou Hanwen snorted coldly. His Majesty will not punish me, but you and I, father and son, cannot stay in the capital any longer. Over in Fuzhou, a lucrative post of governor has just become vacant a few days ago. You will come with me to Fuzhou. Zhou Bingshan's gaze still fell on the direction of the Lu family. But the marriages of Jiamao and Jingya have not been settled yet. Their marriages... Zhou Hanwen turned his head to look at him, as if surprised that his son could be so naive. Do you think they can find good matches in the capital? If we take them to Fuzhou where others don't know what their mother did, perhaps we can find them good matches there. In the capital, which family would dare marry their daughter into the Zhou family? Zhou Hanwen did not feel in the least that he had done anything wrong. He only resented the Lu family for exposing his hobbies in public. But fortunes change, and one day we will return. At that time, the various mansions in the capital would be licking their boots again. His gaze roamed over the several princes near the head seat. The empress had no sons, and the grown princes each held positions in the court. The first prince was in the Ministry of War, the second prince in the Ministry of Personnel, the third prince in the Ministry of Revenue, the fourth prince in the Shuntian Prefecture, the fifth prince in the Ministry of Justice, and the sixth prince in the Ministry of Rights. All 6 grown princes were entrusted with important tasks. When in a few years the princes began to contend for the throne, that would be the time for him to return to the capital. He raised his wine cup and met Lu Jinchuan's gaze. With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he made a distant toast gesture toward him. Life's road is long on a path without an end. Anyone can be the winner until the very last moment. Madame Zhao turned around, looked at the person already held in Lu Xinlan's arms, and instinctively wanted to pucker her lips in disdain. Is she really asleep? Emma, mother, let big brother carry her out later. That won't do. What status does your big brother have? Today, all the womenfolk from various mansions are here. I wanted to take the opportunity to find a match for your big brother. Madame Zhao refused without a second thought. But Lu Yuanheng, who was beside her, turned sideways to look at the little girl leaning in his elder sister's arms. Mother Xinran is also my sister. His biological sister had been back in the mansion for nearly a month. He had been repeatedly instructed and had never met her, which was already very rude, and had caused the little girl to complain about him. How could he continue to ignore her? Moreover, the two sisters got along so well. Why should he be the villain who only doted on one? Mother, seeing that Madame Zhao was about to say something, Lu Xinlan quickly interrupted her. If big brother doesn't even care for his own sister, word will get out, and outsiders will gossip. This sentence hit the vital point, immediately silencing Madame Zhao. She resentfully glared at the sleeping Lu Xinran, muttered, "Do as you please," and turned back sullenly. Lu Yuanheng smiled, and gave Lu Xinlan a thumbs up. The little girl seems to have a grudge against me. Xinlan, how about helping your big brother think of a good way to coax her? Lu Xinlan looked down at the one sleeping with rosy cheeks, and after a long while she spoke softly. She is easy to coax. As long as you are genuinely good to her, she will let go of her grudges and become close to you. Lu Yuanheng was taken aback. Looking at the little girl's soft hair crown, he sighed in response. Why did the two of you fall into the water together before? Have you found the reason? Lu Xinlan paused. The reason didn't need to be investigated. She and Lu Xinran both knew it. But neither of them wanted to bring it up after all. It was not very glorious. Lu Xinran stirred and sat up groggily. Falling into the water. How could she have forgotten about the original body's drowning incident? Fuzzily, she opened the gossip system and tapped into her own story. After she transmigrated, the story belonging to the original body had never been updated, nor had a new one been generated. After all, since it was her own, she didn't need to look inside. She still remembered the plot in the book. After returning, her biological mother disliked her, and the elders and others in the family mocked her behind her back, calling her a country bumpkin raised in the countryside. Even her seemingly impartial and noble eldest brother never spared her a glance. The original body felt both aggrieved and indignant. Clearly, she was the one who had been switched at birth, suffering in the countryside. Why did everyone think she shouldn't exist, as if she were the sinner who had stolen the impostor's place? But they were the ones who had brought her back from the countryside. The estrangement, sarcasm, and ridicule caused the original body's resentment to accumulate. Spotting Lu Xinlan sitting alone by the lake, she inexplicably crept over. She thought that if she pushed the other girl into the water and killed her, she would become the true eldest daughter of the Lu residence, and everything that had been taken from her would return. Yet she never expected it all to be a trap set by the other girl. She resented the other for taking everything from her, but the other also didn't want to lose what she had because of her. Only Lu Xinlan had miscalculated the original body's strength. Having grown up in the countryside, the rural girl was accustomed to all kinds of manual labor, and her physical power was beyond what a refined lady could imagine. Before she could dodge, the original body crashed into her. As she fell, she desperately grabbed the original body's arm, and the two of them plunged into the lake together. Well, it could only be said that both had their own schemes. Neither was a pushover. Yet, blinking her dazed big eyes, she looked at the person before her, who was both concerned and gentle. Why is she different from before? In the book, the female lead had exhausted every trick to stay in the Lu residence and the capital. Her entanglement with the fourth prince was also because she couldn't bear to give up the identity of the prince's consort that had almost fallen into her hands. Later, those torturous romantic plots were partly intentional, partly coincidental, and in any case utterly absurd. Why wasn't she following the plot seriously? Lu Xinran tilted her head, looking at Lu Xinlan. You just don't want to marry the fourth prince. Didn't you say he wasn't a good match? Did I? Lu Xinran expertly feigned bewilderment. Had she said that? No matter, it wasn't a big deal. As she had just browsed through the past, her thoughts were unusually silent. So Lu Yuanheng, standing nearby, felt something odd about the scene. Weren't they still discussing the drowning incident? How did it jump to the marriage between his eldest sister and the fourth prince? Xinran. He smoothed his sleeves, trying to make his first conversation with his biological sister seem solemn. Lu Xinran blinked, her dazed big eyes staring at him for a long while before realizing who he was. Is this the mama's boy eldest brother? Lady Zhao told him not to see me, so he obediently acted as if I didn't exist. Why is he talking to me now? Does he think he needs to maintain his image outside? Why not just be true to yourself? If you don't like me, keep disliking me. Look down on me from start to finish with your nose in the air. That's fine by me. I can't be bothered with you anyway. Unable to distinguish right from wrong and lacking empathy, whoever wants such an eldest brother can have him. I'm thoroughly disgusted. A string of inner thoughts seemed to carry the smell of alcohol, fragmented and disjointed, revealing only the gist. Lu Yuanheng's hand arranging his collar froze abruptly. His gaze towards Lu Xinran was filled with hurt. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he think I don't understand him, that I don't get how difficult his situation was? But if I understand him, who understands me? They were all busy pitying Lu Xinlan, assuring her she would always be the eldest daughter of the Lu family. What about me? What am I? When the servants sent me sour congee and moldy pickles in my room, who felt sorry for me? I never ate such things even in the countryside. How dare they treat me like this? And they have the nerve to look hurt, thinking I don't understand them. Huh. All their book learning is wasted. Since their hearts are biased, they shouldn't hypocritically want both sides. It's truly disgusting. After cursing inwardly, she let out a satisfied burp reeking of alcohol. In a place like the capital, every family is outwardly glamorous but inwardly filthy. And they all put on airs of propriety and righteousness. How ugly and boring. I'd better find a way to save some silver, and then settle in a beautiful secluded place as a widow. Lu Yuanhing's hands on his knees were already clenched tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh without feeling the pain. Lady Zhao's overt disdain for her own daughter had not yet faded, and her face had already stiffened. As for Lu Jinchuan, Lady Pei, and Lu Kongda facing the gazes from all directions, they could only grit their teeth to keep themselves from wishing they could crawl into a hole. What's going on? When did the servants of our household dare to bully their master? Lu Jinchuan's voice was cold, his heart filled with the wrath of losing face. Lady Pei lowered her eyes, listening to his reprimand, unwilling to argue with him in public. Lu Jinchuan only said this much before reining in his emotions. Of course he understood that even now she held little place in their hearts. But keeping such matters in one's heart is one thing, airing them out is another. Zhou Bingshan watched the Lu family's discomfiture, feeling a rare sense of satisfaction. Everyone losing face together, perfect. It just showed that the Lu family was nothing special. They might look glamorous, but they couldn't even tolerate a single girl. At the head of the hall, the emperor watched the slightly swaying drunken Lu Xinran, and his misgivings eased a little more. Just a young girl who even cursed her own family when she was drunk. He was the emperor, but in her heart he was probably no different. The Empress Dowager and the Empress looked at the drunken girl, both feeling a little sorry for her. But the girl was now so drunk she could barely sit still. If they were to have her acknowledge the Empress as her adoptive mother at this moment, would she do something foolish and inappropriate? What if she thought something she shouldn't? Forget it, they would find another opportunity to summon her to the palace in a few days. Just as the atmosphere was strangely tense, a young eunuch suddenly ran in panic, knelt before the emperor with a thud, and stammered, Your Majesty, there's a death. What? The emperor stood abruptly, then quickly glanced at the Empress Dowager. Having such a thing happen on the Empress Dowager's birthday was truly inauspicious. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted slightly. Do you know the identity of the deceased? The young eunuch nodded, his body involuntarily shrinking. It is the second miss of Lord Zhou's residence. Who did you say? Zhou Bingshan scrambled to his feet. The second miss of their residence. That was his and Fang Suxin's daughter. The young eunuch was so terrified he nearly wet himself. If it weren't for the death of a noble lady from a high-ranking official's mansion, they wouldn't have dared to bring such bad news. The waterside pavilion was in chaos. The seats were arranged according to official rank, with Lu Jinchuan holding a second-rank position and sitting closest to the emperor alongside other top officials. The third and fourth-rank officials sat nearby, but the lower-ranking officials further away could no longer hear Lu Xinran's inner thoughts. Many did not know the Zhou family had already fallen. Upon hearing that Zhou Jingya had met with trouble, they grew tense and anxious, as if their own daughters had perished. Tang Xiyan, minister of the Court of Judicature and Revision, and Song Zhenyan, prefect of the Shuntian Bureau, both rose immediately and departed. The emperor's expression darkened, but seeing the dowager's composed demeanor and no sign of displeasure on her birthday, his countenance softened somewhat. Mother, let me escort you back to the palace first. The dowager hurriedly waved her hand. She had been intrigued by Lu Xinran's words that evening, and now wanted to see for herself what had occurred. How could something so sudden happen to the Zhou family's daughter? Queen, lend me your arm. Let us also go see. The queen stepped forward to support the dowager, and together they walked toward the scene. Left behind, the emperor touched his nose. Had he just been rejected? He glanced toward the Lu family, and saw Lu Xinran still dazed, unaware of what had happened. Your Majesty. Eunuch Fu called out nervously. The emperor gathered his composure, deepened his expression, and strode forward in pursuit. Lu Xinran remained bewildered. She had not expected this body to have such poor tolerance for alcohol. Her mind groggy and sluggish, she struggled to process what was unfolding. Only when the pavilion erupted into chaos and the emperor and dowager departed did she gradually realize what had transpired. Shall we go take a look? As she spoke, she steadied herself on Lu Xinran's arm and rose, though her head still swam. She swayed dangerously, nearly toppling over. Lu Yuanhing reached out anxiously, but recalling the inner thoughts he had just heard and seeing her steady herself, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. Lu Jinchuan swept his robe sleeves and followed the emperor in long strides, not casting a single glance at the women of his family. Servants supported Lu Xinran as she staggered toward a secluded path. Zhou Jingya's lifeless body had been dragged from the lake. Her soaked garments clung to her frame, her face tinged blue, her hair disheveled. She lay motionless upon the ground, stripped of any trace of the noble lady she once was. The coroner was still en route, but Tang Xiyan had already rolled up his sleeves and begun examining the body. Initial assessment: she was struck on the back of the head with a blunt object before being pushed into the lake, where she drowned. As he spoke, Song Zhenyan approached and crouched down to inspect closely. Where are the maid of the second Miss Zhou? Your Highness, this servant is here. Two figures emerged from the crowd, trembling and pale with fright. How did your mistress come to be here? What time did she arrive? For what reason? The two maids dropped to their knees. Your Highness, we do not know. Earlier at the banquet someone passed a note to the miss. After reading it she left the pavilion. This servant wished to follow, but she was stopped. She instructed us to wait outside and only seek her at Dingbo Pavilion if she had not returned within half an hour. We waited long, but saw no return, so I followed Xinye here. We never expected. Hong Mei shivered as she spoke, pressing herself toward the ground. Song Junyan and Tang Xuyan exchanged glances. Before they could ask the other maid to corroborate, a familiar inner voice resonated. Lies. This maid is lying. The scene fell silent. Supported by attendants, Lu Xinran scrolled through her system. The emperor and dowager who had been at the rear stepped forward upon spotting her positioning themselves within 10 paces. That note was clearly delivered to Zhou Jingya by someone. She knows who handed it to her. Why would she lie? Song Junyan and Tang Xuyan continued exchanging glances, choosing to wait for more details from her thoughts. But the inner voice fell silent. Through the crowd Song Junyan saw its source battling sleepiness. This glutinous rice wine is sweet and fragrant. Why does it make one so drowsy? Lu Xinlan beside her felt exasperated. She alone had consumed 3 pots of wine, and now only desired sleep, proving the brew was not strong. No, I must watch what happens next. Zhou Jingya cannot offend the dowager. The dowager is so kind. She even granted me a gift today. A foolish laugh erupted, leaving Lu Xinlan uncertain whether to cover her mind or simply give up. The dowager regarded Lu Xinran swaying among the crowd and felt warmth in her heart. She is a good child. I was not mistaken in my judgment. A simple string of Buddhist beads was hardly precious, yet she still remembered it. The queen's gaze grew tender. Mother, how could she forget the kindness you showed her? She was inherently pure and kind, having rarely known warmth from others. The dowager shook her head regarding Pei Shi and Zhao Shi. Those two lacked discernment in their actions. Lu Xinran's eyelids grew heavy, nearly unable to keep them open. Her system's little booklet seemed impossible to flip through. What was this maid's name? Both of you state your names. Understanding that she needed names to access details, Song Junyan interjected the moment the inner voice arose. This servant is named Hong Mei. This servant is named Xingye. Hong Mei, yes, she was the one lying. Let me see why. The note was passed by a young eunuch. What was his name? Song Junyan. Tang Xian listened carefully and discerned Lu Xinran's investigative logic. Without knowing a person's identity or name, much remained beyond her reach. Still, this was immensely helpful. Guards, take the two of them away for thorough questioning. If any lie is discovered, execute them immediately with blows. Yes, my lords. Spare our lives, my lords, spare us. Hong Mei panicked, kneeling and striking her forehead frantically against the ground. This servant spoke wrongly. That note was taken from little eunuch Chen's hands. This servant spoke wrongly. That note was taken from little eunuch Chen's hands. Little eunuch Chen. Lu Xinran received the signal and immediately searched her system, but there were so many little eunuch Chens. Which one had delivered the note? Tang Xian's expression stiffened. Which little eunuch Chen? Point him out. Hong Mei raised her head in panic, searching the crowd, but after scanning around, she found no familiar face. It is the little eunuch Chen who serves noble person Tong in Anhua Palace. A flicker of confusion passed through the emperor's eyes. Consort Tong. Did his palace even have such a concubine? Consort Tong, identified by Hong Mei, stepped out from the crowd, with composure graceful and delicate, her steps light. After standing still, she made a graceful bow toward the emperor, and then spoke. Lord Tang, there is no eunuch surnamed Chun by my side. Impossible, he said. He was a palace attendant by Consort Tong's side. Hong Mei collapsed on the ground. My lord, this servant is not lying. That person truly said he was a eunuch by Consort Tong's side. Hong Mei didn't lie this time. That person did say that, but she had seen him several times before and never doubted his identity. But Consort Tong didn't lie either. There is indeed no eunuch surnamed Chun in her palace. Consort Tong is so beautiful, like the most exquisite crabapple blossom on the branch. The emperor is truly blind, preferring a fisheye over a pearl. In the end, that fisheye has a childhood sweetheart in her heart, hoping to reunite in the harem and give him a green hat. The emperor. Just solve the case. Why would you step on him again for no reason? By now Consort Chen must have already arrived at the imperial mausoleum. However, his gaze drifted to Consort Tong in the evening breeze. The setting sun sprinkled gold. The breeze stirred her temple hair, and bathed in warm gold, she was indeed very beautiful. A beauty entirely different from Consort Chen. Lu Xinran wanted to write a long essay to praise Consort Tong's beauty, but drunkenness made her head hurt. After thinking for a long time, only a 2-character national essence that could express everything flashed through her mind. Tang Xian felt like rubbing his forehead. The girl from the Lu family was too quick in her leaps of thought. Following her intelligence, the clues were fragmentary, but if he had to find clues to solve the case himself, today's results would likely be elusive. Song Junyan on the side summoned a close attendant and whispered a few words. The attendant quickly ran off, and soon someone brought a bowl of hangover soup to Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran stared blankly at the hangover soup before her nose twitching, then frowned and moved back a little. Terrible smell, I won't drink it. I want to go back to sleep. Lu Xinran. She picked up the bowl, brought it to her mouth, coaxed her like a child, and fed her the hangover soup sip by sip. Is it useful, eh? Tang Xiuyan continued to examine the corpse and the surrounding traces with his men. Glancing at the frowning girl, he felt that Song Junyant's effort might be redundant. Just giving it a try. No loss if it didn't work, and if it could sober Lu Xinran and provide them with useful clues they would have gained. The alcohol dissipated with the evening breeze, and her somewhat heavy body gradually became clear-headed. She looked around, finally fully seeing the surrounding environment and the corpse lying on the ground. Sister, shall we go take a look? Lu Xinran knew what the hurried, half-swallowed words were, only smiled and shook her head. Although she wanted to display her past knowledge and experience with so many people around, and with Tang Xiuyan and Song Junyant present, she didn't need to steal the spotlight. She didn't step forward, so Lu Xinran naturally wouldn't rush over. She flipped through Zhou Jingya's booklet in the system. She knew who had summoned her, so she didn't let the maidservant follow. She had just arrived at Dingbo Pavilion when someone knocked her unconscious with a candlestick, then dragged her to the lakeside and threw her in. She didn't see the person's face, only from the hem of the clothes she could tell it was a eunuch. Either the perpetrator or that little eunuch Chun. But why would anyone want to kill her? This question also appeared in everyone's mind. Zhou Bingshan gritted his teeth, looking at his daughter, who had grown up under his and Fang Suxin's care, now lying cold on the ground, never again to call him father, with a soft smile. Tears couldn't help but fall. Although he and Fang Suxin were not good spouses, they were good parents. Don't let him find out who harmed his precious daughter. Lu Xinran subconsciously looked up and happened to catch that scene. Zhou Bingshan and Fang Suxin may have been a bit messy in that aspect, but they are truly good to their children. I'm really envious. Unfortunately, Zhao Shi has a mental problem. Lu Kangda only cares about interests and climbing up, and the others. A sigh fell on everyone's ears, and the group gathered around the two sisters almost all looked at Zhou Bingshan in unison. Zhou Bingshan didn't care about being seen in his disheveled state, only defiantly met Lu Kangda's humiliated gaze. So what if he had taken the position of director of the household department? Even his own daughter despised him. Did he still want to climb higher? Tang Xiuyan was still assigning his men to investigate and collect samples. The inner voice mentioned that she was dragged to the lakeside. The perpetrator didn't carry her, so there must be traces on the ground. Zhou Jingya had a wound on her head. The perpetrator acted in Dingbo Pavilion, so there should be bloodstains in the pavilion as well. Lu Xinlan saw Tang Xiuyan's subordinates collecting bloodstains in Dingbo Pavilion. Her professional obsession made her itch with eagerness. After waiting for a while, and seeing no further action, she couldn't resist walking over to Tang Xiuyan, with Lu Xinran, and curtsying. Lord Tang, the murderer, used a blunt instrument to strike the victim. The back of the victim's head has a large wound. There are many bloodstains in the pavilion and along the path. The murderer must also have blood on his body. After throwing the second Miss Zhou into the water, he had to clean the blood on his hands and body, as well as dispose of the candlestick used as a weapon. Her tone was gentle and slow, logical and well-founded. Of course Tang Xiuyan would have thought of these things, but he hadn't had time to investigate yet. Now hearing her guess his next move, he felt a slight admiration in his heart. The younger generation of the Lu family is right. This official has already sent people to search for the murder weapon nearby, and also to investigate the servants who entered the garden today. Since the name was fake, the eunuch identity was likely fake as well. But today was the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and all officials and their female family members were present. Many people had entered the garden, making it no easy task to investigate one by one. Although Lu Xinran was scared, her gaze uncontrollably fell on Zhou Jingya. Did your young lady suddenly faint yesterday? Flipping through the gossip system, she suddenly saw a piece of inner information, and her gaze uncontrollably fell on Zhou Jingya's lower abdomen. Hongmei was too scared to speak, only nodding frantically. A dead person has no pulse. How can one check if she is pregnant? I think I know who the murderer is. Upon hearing the inner voice, everyone held their breath and looked over, waiting for her to continue. How to check for pregnancy? The month is still early, so it could easily be overlooked. And she is not yet betrothed or married. Having someone examine her rashly would certainly be seen as an insult to Zhou Jingya's reputation. Troublesome. How should I tell the coroner to best examine whether she was still intact? No, a coroner won't do. Coroners are always men. Even if the Zhou family is about to decline, they wouldn't allow a coroner to examine so thoroughly. But I shouldn't be wrong. Zhou Jingya didn't want to leave the capital, so she had to force that person to marry her. Her series of inner thoughts seemed like a riddle, making everyone even more curious. Lu Xinran continued to input names into the system, but found no information. Is the other person too far away, or simply not here? She looked up and scanned around in confusion. Elder sister, do you think everyone who came to the birthday banquet today is here? Lu Xinlan remained composed, exchanging a knowing glance with Tang Xiuyan, then asked her subtly. Who are you looking for? Let me see if they are here. The third son of Dinkong Marquis, Pei Xiuzhua. Who? Lu Xinlan thought she misheard. Dinkong Marquis was the Pei family's maternal home. Pei Xiuzhua was their cousin. You mean cousin Pei? Oi. Lu Xinran had already realized the other's identity, but what did that have to do with her? She was just a girl who had returned from the countryside. The Lu family had not specially introduced her to relatives and outsiders. She didn't know anyone and didn't need to show anyone face. Madame Pei's heart sank continuously as she scanned the crowd for the Dinkong Marquis household. Elder brother, sister-in-law, nephew, nephew's wife. She looked at each of them. The younger generation of the Pei family were all in the crowd except for Pei Xiuzhua. That note was written by Pei Xiuzhua to Zhou Xingya, but before that Zhou Xingya had sent someone to deliver a message to him. Seeing this, her gaze immediately shifted to the other maid kneeling on the ground. Elder sister, why did Lord Tang only interrogate one of the maids? Maybe the other maid is the one who knows everything. Qingya on the ground heard this and hurriedly prostrated herself, crying in a trembling voice. Your Excellencies, this servant truly knows nothing. I am only a second-class maid by the young lady's side, who I am not allowed to serve her closely. I really know nothing. Lies quite stubborn. The person who delivered the message to Pei Xiuzhua was her. Before, when Zhou Xingya met Pei Xiuzhua in private, she only brought this maid along. This maid is called Qingya, right? Let me see why she is so stubborn. Searching for Qingya's name in the system, she indeed obtained a booklet. She excitedly clicked it open and immediately clicked her tongue. So that's it. This Qingya was sent to Zhou Xingya's side by Pei Xiuzhua, and it was several years ago. Several years ago. Zhou Xingya was only 11 or 12, her back teeth hadn't even grown in properly, and he sent someone in. Isn't he a pedophilic pervert? The eavesdropping crowd instantly widened their eyes, all looking at the Dinkong Marquis household. The old Marquis's wife banged her cane forcefully, already wanting to have someone drag Lu Xinran down and make her stop talking nonsense. But before this thought could arise, the emperor heard the commotion and swept his cold gaze over. Her back instantly turned icy cold. She hurriedly lowered her head, no longer daring to show any emotion. Meanwhile, Song Junyan had already ordered his men to search for Pei Xiuzhua. As long as he was still in Ronghui Garden, they must bring him. Lu Xinran was still immersed in the joy of unraveling the mystery, flipping through several booklets. Qingzhu had been helping Pei Xiuzhua create opportunities for meetings over the years, delivering letters and gifts, and even told Pei Xiuzhua all of her preferences. The other party catered to her tastes, making Zhou Xingya always believe he was her true love, and whenever she had a chance, she would leave the mansion to meet him. Pei Xiuzhua had a courtyard in Qingping Ward. She would meet him there in secret whenever she left the mansion. Why does everyone like to buy courtyards in Qingping Ward? The Zhou father and son have a courtyard there too, right? So this is coming out of a brothel, feeling too weak and needing to rest nearby. Lu Xinlan, with practiced skill and a blank expression, pinched her wrist hard. The inner voice stopped abruptly, and Lu Xinran looked at her with confusion and grievance. Why did she pinch her again? And always on the same side. Her wrist must be bruised black and blue. Elder sister, I really think this Qingya is problematic. Can you tell Lord Tang to interrogate her thoroughly? If she's stubborn and won't tell the truth, use torture. Surely something can be dug out. Tang Zuyan, who was not far from them, was his presence so inconspicuous? He could hear these words all right. He beckoned his subordinates, drag her away and interrogate her thoroughly with torture. Find out her relationship with Pei Xiuzhua. Qingya had been clinging to a glimmer of hope, but when she heard him mention her real master, she instantly became truly nervous. Your Excellency, this servant truly knows nothing, Your Excellency. Before the banquet today, someone saw you leave the waterside pavilion. Where did you go? Lu Xinlan pressed down on Lu Xinran's hand, signaling her not to be anxious. Although she hadn't heard more details from the inner voice, she still deduced when Zhou Xingya would choose to send a message to Pei Xiuzhua. Qingya panicked, her body stiffening for a moment. This servant did not leave the waterside pavilion. You lie. Hong Mei suddenly perked up. Your Excellency, before the banquet the young lady said something to her, and she left for a quarter of an hour before returning. Qingya was still thinking of excuses, but Hong Mei had already cried out. Your Excellency, she is not a second-class maid. The young lady promoted her to first-class maid at the beginning of the year. To promote her, she couldn't finish, but the inner voice had already given everyone the answer. They had the first-class maid who was replaced, beaten to death. The mistress and maid conspired to frame her for adultery with a household servant. When Fang Suxin found out, she had the maid pressed onto a bench in front of all the Zhou household servants and beaten to death. Gasps were heard. Lu Xinran glanced around in confusion, then continued flipping through the booklets. After that maid was beaten to death, Qingya became a first-class maid, though it was not officially announced. But she received the allowance of a first-class maid. Moreover, after she became a first-class maid, Hong Mei was marginalized to the point of being like a second-class maid. She couldn't get involved in the inner chamber affairs, as she was the one who truly knew nothing. The crowd, hearing this series of inner thoughts, looked at Qingya prostrate on the ground, then at their own servants, and felt a chill down their spines, suspicious of everyone. Drag her away, use torture, directly interrogate thoroughly, just don't kill her. Song Junyan gave the order coldly. The guard stepped forward to drag her away, and Qingya was so frightened that she wet her pants. I'll confess everything, don't use torture, don't use torture. She was so panicked that she didn't care about anything anymore. She confessed everything, how she followed Zhou Xingya's instructions, delivered a message to Pei Xiuzhua before the banquet, received a note from his servant during the banquet, and lured Zhou Xingya away from the waterside pavilion. Your Excellency, the young lady left alone. She didn't allow this servant to follow her. I truly don't know what happened after she left. She had been afraid to tell the truth because she feared being implicated in Zhou Xingya's death. Who delivered the note? Was it the little eunuch Chun mentioned by Hongmei? This? Xingya hesitated. Seeing the guards approaching again, she quickly confessed. Yes, it was the young attendant of the third young master Pei dressed in palace clothes. Boom. A loud noise exploded in Pei Shi's mind. Her face turned pale. Not far away, the old madam of the Dinkong Marquis Manor was leaning on a servant, appearing as if she might faint. Lu Xinran was speechless. What is wrong with these people? Or is it that the feng shui in the capital is bad, and living here long makes one prone to fainting? She glanced toward the Dinkong Marquis Manor, then her thoughts returned to the booklet in the system. Now she just had to wait for Tang Xuyin and Song Junyin's subordinates to find Pei Xiuzhua and bring him over. Well, if they couldn't find Pei Xiuzhua, finding his servant would do. She thought happily to herself while the surrounding crowd, hearing this string of inner thoughts, also waited for Pei Xiuzhua and his servant to be brought over. But a quarter of an hour passed, and still no one appeared. Half an hour later, the emperor had already guided the Empress Dowager to sit on the chairs and tables brought by the attendants. The setting sun cast a lingering glow and lanterns began to light up. The red lanterns by the waterside pavilion glowed like a long dragon. Pei Xiuzhua didn't flee out of guilt, did he? Or did he think that Xingya's lips were sealed, and no matter how they interrogated him, he wouldn't reveal Pei Xiuzhua? Forget it, let me look back at Xingya's past, and see if I can find any clues. The evening breeze by the lake blew away the last traces of alcohol. She dared not let her gaze fall on Zhou Xingya, who was on the ground, so she pulled Lu Xinlan aside a few steps. As soon as she moved, everyone around her also shifted their positions under the pretext of stretching their legs. Even the emperor and the Empress Dowager's chairs and tables were moved forward again and again. No wonder she was so eager. It turned out that Pei Xiuzhua had promised her that after he married Zhou Xingya, he would take her as a concubine. Being able to rise from a servant to half a master, wasn't that the best way out for Xingya? Lu Xinran shook her head as she read. Better to be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. How could she not understand such a simple truth? He didn't even have a marriage contract with Zhou Xingya, yet he seduced her into having an affair. How could such a person be worthy of a lifetime commitment? Lu Xinlan skillfully tried to pinch her wrist again, but the sound of hurried footsteps from not far away directly interrupted Lu Xinran's wild thoughts. Pei Xiuzhua was escorted in the middle by several sword-bearing guards walking toward them somewhat disheveledly. Behind him, his servant still had the clothes he had not yet changed, with obvious bloodstains on his chest. Everything was now very clear. The guards brought Pei Xiuzhua and the servant before Tang Xuyin and Song Junyin. Lu Xinran quickly calculated the distance between them, and finding it a bit far, hurried forward 2 steps. The emperor and the Empress Dowager were speechless. Whenever we move, we have to shift our chairs. In Lu Xinran's eyes, we must look like complete fools. Within 10 steps, Lu Xinran quickly opened Pei Xiuzhua's booklet and began reading it rapidly. It is indeed him. He had originally planned to have his family propose marriage to the Zhou family after the Mid-Autumn Festival, but just after he tricked Zhou Xingya into giving him her body, Fang Suxin's scandal broke out. With a mother so lacking in propriety, her reputation was also tainted, and for him, she was no longer the most suitable candidate for a wife. He had already changed his target, but then Zhou Xingya discovered she might be pregnant. In the afternoon, she cornered him in the courtyard and asked when he would come to propose. He was already hesitant, but then before the banquet, Zhou Xingya sent Xingya to pressure him, so he decided to go all the way. But why did he do it? Even if she had a mother like Fang Suxin, she still had the Zhou family behind her. Wasn't it precisely her family background that attracted him to Zhou Xingya in the first place? The inner thoughts were filled with deep confusion, and her frowning, troubled expression made the Empress Dowager almost want to tell her the reason. Her thoughts leaked like a sieve, and everyone in the waterside pavilion was stuffed with all those juicy scandals. The Zhou family was already finished. She didn't know, but Pei Xiuzhua knew, and Zhou Xingya knew too. Tang Xuyin had already sorted out the cause and effect in his mind, but there was still one point unclear. Pei Xiuzhua was already the legitimate son of a marquis manor. With such status, his future wife's background would certainly not be inferior. Why did he have to scheme so much? Pei Xiuzhua, do you confess? Pei Xiuzhua swayed, nodding subconsciously in a daze, his face the color of earth, full of dejection. I confess. Zhuer. The old madam of the Dinkong Marquis, leaning on her cane, walked quickly over, her eyes filled with sorrow. As she arrived, she punched Pei Xiuzhua. What nonsense are you talking, child? Why do you confess? This girl from the Zhou family. What relationship does she have with you? As long as they stubbornly denied and dragged it through tonight, they would eventually find a chance to escape guilt. Then they would shift all the blame onto the servant. He would leave the capital and stay in the south for a while, and when the dust settled, he would return. Who would say anything? Pei Xiuzhua's ashen eyes gradually lit up. He grabbed the old madam's shoulder with his large hand. Grandmother, he wanted to ask if he really had a chance to escape guilt. Then he heard the inner voice he detested so much. You're not still thinking of escaping guilt by shifting the blame onto the servant, are you? Are you taking Lord Tang for a fool, or the emperor for a fool? Or do you think the Dinkong Marquis Manor can cover the sky with one hand, and make everyone act according to their wishes, eh? Poor Zhou Jingya to have such parents and then run into such a beastly character. Speaking of which, Pei Xiujua's downfall is all due to Madame Chao. Without her indulgence and doting, he would never have conceived the ambition to inherit the title and become the Marquis. He compared himself to his elder brother in everything. His elder brother married the eldest legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. Knowing that as the youngest son his wife would never be a high-ranking legitimate daughter, he decided to groom one himself. Well, good thing. If it weren't for the verbal engagement between Lu Xinran and the fourth prince, she would have been the one being groomed. After all, it's easier for cousins to make a move. Lu Xinran, what kind of terrifying constitution does this body have? Song Junyan scanned the sisters with an expressionless face, feeling a subconscious satisfaction in his heart. It was the fourth prince, not the great pervert. The old Madame Chao's hand still beating paused in midair, and her heart was full of confusion. What did this girl just say? It's all her fault. He knew that marrying Zhou Jingya was a climb, and both families would not agree, so he tried to seduce her into giving him her body. He thought that would be foolproof, but then Fang Suxin got into trouble, and Zhou Jingya accidentally became pregnant. He changed his target, and then wanted to kill her to silence her. How could he be so vicious? What a scumbag. With such a character, he still wants to be the Dingkong Marquis. What would the Marquis manner become in his hands? That's not right either. His grandfather is still alive. His father is still the heir. It will be at least decades before he can become the Marquis. By then he'll be hunched and wrinkled, and maybe that part won't work anymore. Then he'll truly be the old Marquis. Everyone, can you focus on analyzing the case? Why do you always mix in personal comments, and with such vivid imagery? How are they supposed to face the marquises, counts, and dukes in the future? If they accidentally let their eyes wander to the lower regions, wouldn't that make them mortal enemies? The old Marquis Pei Jinming, repeatedly despised as ancient and decrepit by her, wore a deeply troubled expression. Pei Qingyu, the heir apparent whom she looked down upon as an aging, fading man whose abilities had long since failed, yet who still stood to inherit his title, bore a face as though his own son had died. Pei Jinming stepped forward and roughly seized Chao Shi's wrist. This grandchild was beyond saving. Had the emperor not been present, and had he not heard those inner thoughts, perhaps they might still have found a way to salvage the situation. But with ambitions so vast, already scheming to seize the title, while this old Marquis grandfather yet lived, thinking so far ahead, that grandchild was no longer wanted. Marquis, Chao Shi implored. Even though that voice had dissected every detail with chilling clarity and laid bare Pei Xiujua's heart and mind with absolute precision, he was still her precious golden grandson, raised beside her since childhood. She could not bear to let go, clinging desperately to Pei Xiujua's arm. Marquis, it is not our Xiujua, it is not him. Think of a way, please. Unable to accept reality, Chao Shi wept until she nearly fainted. Pei Jinming side bowed to Song Junyan and Tang Xuyan and forcibly drew the others away. If even Chao Shi could find no recourse, then Jin Shi, Pei Xiujua's biological mother, was crying tears like broken beads, her body going limp against the servants who supported her. Jour, my lord, please think of a way. That is our joie. Jin Shi swayed unsteadily, her frail body collapsing against Pei Qingyu, weeping pitifully like rain on pear blossoms. With a heart full of anguish disregarding the onlookers, Pei Qingyu drew a handkerchief from his sleeve and carefully wiped her tears. But the emperor was still here, and their son had already confessed. What could they possibly do? Pei Xiujua, a hollow stare fixed on Zhou Jingya's lifeless body upon the ground, suddenly began to laugh. A low, trembling he-hesh sound. For what reason? Why is it that because I am not the eldest son, I cannot inherit the title? Why must only the eldest son marry the principal daughter and manage the household's affairs? I have been brilliant since childhood. I began my studies at 3, painted at 5, and could recite the 4 books and 5 classics flawlessly by 7. Yet because I was born into a marquis's mansion with 2 elder brothers above me, I am doomed to be nothing but a wealthy idler, forbidden even from taking the imperial examinations. Why can everyone else realize their ambitions while I am condemned to be nothing but a useless man? I refuse to accept this. Why? Why does my eldest brother, born only a few years before me, get to possess everything? And I can only ride horses and stroll with birds. The more I act like a profligate wastrel, the more at ease you all become. Is this your so-called affection? If you truly understood what I desired, if you truly loved and cherished me, you would know. Without a target to aim for, without a ludicrous excuse to justify himself, he did not know how he could endure the rest of his life. So then you went and maliciously plotted against Zhou Jingya. Starting when she was merely 11 or 12, you placed people around her, luring her into recklessly sacrificing everything for your sake. Your heart is twisted, yet you blame heaven and resent the world. Had you truly possessed ability, would you not have taken the examinations and entered officialdom? Would the old Marquis have stopped you? Your eldest brother rose at the hour of Mao and slept at the hour of Su, practicing martial arts and studying by day, refining his calligraphy and composing essays, never allowing himself a single day of idleness, terrified of failing to uphold the prestige of Dingkong Marquis Manor. While he devoted himself to his studies, skipping meals and rising at the crowing of cocks, what were you doing? Lying on some courtesan's belly in a brothel, complaining that the world was unfair. What a bizarre entitlement. to desire reward without ever offering anything in return. You might as well have others chew your food and spit it into your mouth. And where did you get the audacity to complain? When I was digging wild vegetables in the countryside and returning home to eat Liu family leftovers, I never once complained. The Liu family members fell silent. They knew about the leftover rice now, truly knew, and would investigate upon returning home. Not to mention it. Their faces had been utterly humiliated today. Pei Xiuzhua felt as though he had been mercilessly scolded from head to toe, and he turned with a ferocious glare toward Liu Xinran. It was all her fault. If she had not spoken so many chaotic and irresponsible words at the banquet revealing to everyone that the Zhou family was ruined and unbearable in the capital, he would never have acted in a blind rage and ordered Lu Shun to deal the fatal blow. Why is he glaring at me? He himself harbors sinister and cold-blooded designs, and when the incident broke, he wanted to shift the blame onto others to throw everyone under the bus, while convinced of his own innocence. Truly a man without responsibility or courage, utterly selfish. Should such a person ever rise to power, heaven only knows what he would do. To have raised such a person, never mind, one cannot say Dingkong Marquis Manor's family discipline was entirely bad. At least Pei Xiuzhua was a man of uprightness and virtue. Let me look into that eldest brother of his. The Dingkong Marquis Manor attendees instinctively cast threatening glances toward Pei Xiuzhua. Pei Xiuzhua lowered his head and concealed his eyebrows, hiding the interest in his eyes. He was quite curious to learn how the little cousin regarded him. Now I understand why he seems so pitiful. Beloved by neither father nor mother, his natural mother died early, and were it not for the support of his maternal relatives, who knows what kind of life he would have endured within the Marquis Manor. Tisk, that stepmother of his. It is precisely little Qin Shi. No wait, consort Qin plus little Qin Shi combined. By day she appeared human, but by night she was a demon in human skin. Yet the entire household believed her to be virtuous, and even Xiao Shi was brought completely under her thumb. She treated the precious grandson born of her former daughter-in-law as mere grass, while regarding those two waste products as treasures. Blind to such a degree and indulgent to boot, she deserved this day to come. Fortunately, the eldest cousin possessed steadfast character. No matter what vile and despicable schemes Qin Shi employed to corrupt him, he remained devoted to reading and martial training, causing Qin Shi to shatter several complete tea sets in frustration. Qin Shi was even more terrifying than Kang Shi. One cannot help but sympathize with the young lady about to marry into their family as a daughter-in-law. The eldest daughter of the minister of court for rituals, the object of such sympathy, grew paler and paler. Her thoughts drifted wildly astray, and those eavesdropping on inner voices followed her thoughts, now exchanging sking remarks while glancing between Pei Xiuzhua and Qin Shi, now looking toward the Taichung Si-Qing family with expressions of pity. That night, everyone was like a weevil in a melon field. Not only did they eat their fill, they nearly overate. As night deepened, the emperor rose and walked to the Empress Dowager's side to support her. Mother, your son will escort you back to the palace. Having learned the full sequence of events from Liu Xinran's inner thoughts, and with the hour growing late, it was indeed time to return. Before departing, the emperor cast a glance toward Tang, Xian, and Song Junyan, signaling them to remain and handle the aftermath. As for Dingkong Marquis Manor, the emperor did not grant them a single glance throughout the entire evening. After the emperor and his palace entourage departed, the court ministers and their families likewise had no desire to linger. A person had died. The garden carried an ominous atmosphere that grew increasingly chill as the night deepened. Before departing, everyone cast complicated glances toward the Liu family and the Liu sisters. The Liu family's waters, tisk, they were likely deeper still than Dingkong Marquis Manor's. To feed one's own biological daughter leftover sour rice. Madame Zhao must be just like Qin Shi. Her face had burned with shame throughout the entire evening. She merely looked down upon this vulgar daughter and had been too lazy to manage her. How could she have known the household servants would dare to abuse her? Pei Shi held herself together by a thread. The entire day had felt like walking a tightrope. She had anticipated their family might fall into difficulty at this birthday banquet, but she never imagined her own natal family would face disaster as well. Pei Xiuzhua actually dared to commit murder within the emperor's very sight. How had that sister-in-law of hers permitted her children and grandchildren to become so unruly and lawless? Her body felt ice-cold. She leaned against Nurse Su for several long moments before finally closing her eyes, withdrawing her gaze, and turning to walk ahead toward the gate of Ronghui courtyard. As soon as the emperor and empress dowager had departed, Zhang Shu'er came running over. She seized Liu Xinran's hand and shook it with excitement. Xiao'er, you're so capable, so amazing. At the sound of that name, Liu Xinran bristled like a startled cat. I'm not Xiao'er, and neither is anyone in my family. I've told you repeatedly to call me by my name. If you keep this up, I'll be angry. Zhang Shu'er laughed heartily. I'm called Xiao'er at home too. I wouldn't mind at all if you called me that. Liu Xinran. She wanted to strangle her. A figure darted past. Catching a glimpse of Song Junyan's back, Liu Xinran chuckled slyly. Your fourth brother is over there. Go seize the opportunity. The smug expression on Zhang Shu'er's face vanished the moment she heard those three characters, and she turned as red as a steamed crab. What opportunity? Stop talking nonsense. I have no relation to the fourth prince, how could I call him that so casually? If she hadn't seen through Lu Xinran's thoughts how miserably the empress lived in the palace, she might still have harbored illusions of becoming a prince's consort. But witnessing her aunt's pitiful existence, even as empress she still had to kowtow to others, had completely extinguished any remaining desire. It was a pity she had a brother, otherwise her family line wouldn't have continued, and she could have taken in a live-in son-in-law. Marriage was terrifying. She had been thoroughly frightened by Madame Kong and Madame Jean today, and had the unsettling feeling that none of the matrons in the capital were decent people. Reading this thought from the little notebook, Lu Xinran couldn't help but facepalm. Did her brother even know she possessed such fierce sibling loyalty? My mother's calling me. I'll send you an invitation in a few days. You must come visit my home. While speaking, she squeezed Lu Xinran's hand and shot them both a mischievous, knowing grin. My eldest brother isn't engaged yet. You should meet my mother first. She's wonderful and would never mistreat a daughter-in-law. If she gives you trouble, I'll make a scene. Lu Xinran suppressed a smile. Marriage has always been arranged by parental decree and matchmaker words. I barely passed my coming-of-age ceremony, so there's no rush. Your mother. Zhang Shuier was about to say that Zhao Shi was a fool who didn't even love her own daughter, a person not bright enough in the head to choose a suitable match for her. But the words died on her lips. Family matters were not hers to comment on. She stepped forward and gave both sisters a firm hug, then, without so much as a glance at Song Junyan, turned and fled at full speed. By the lake, many families had already departed. Lu Xinran caught sight of Pei Shi's hunched figure appearing a decade older, then glanced at Pei Xiuzhua, still railing against heaven and earth, and rolled her eyes in disgust. Shall we return to the mansion now, eh? Lu Xinran looked at Pei Xiuzhua and his servant, both in custody. The case was clear, and there was no need for her to remain. She gave a gentle nod. I'll kill you, you black-hearted wretch. How dare you? Your Pei family truly has terrible breeding, raising such a two-faced, beastly creature. As the sisters prepared to leave, a figure darted forward. Gripping Pei Xiuzhua's robe, the attacker swung their arm in wide arcs, delivering a series of brutal slaps. Caught off guard, Pei Xiuzhua was directly struck, losing several back teeth. Blood streamed down his face, making him look truly horrifying. Madame Chao and Madame Jean had been lingering nearby, neither willing to return home. Seeing their precious one beaten, they charged forward without hesitation. Stop! Stop hitting my darling grandson. Madame Chao lunged forward to pull the person away, but Zhou Bingshan twisted his body and swept his arm, sending Madame Chao flying. Madame Chao lost her balance and cried out as she fell to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Madame Jean followed close behind Madame Chao. Seeing her swept aside, she instinctively stopped, too afraid to advance, yet too terrified her precious son would suffer another beating. Onlookers who hadn't yet departed gathered around at the commotion. The Lu sisters also shifted their positions, finding the spot with the best view. Looking up, she happened to meet Song Junyan's raised eyebrow and knowing gaze. Lu Xinran's heart pounded frantically. Ah, that half-smile of the big pervert was terrifying. The moment Song Junyan averted his gaze, familiar plotlines echoed in her mind, taking the blade, a severed leg, confinement. Tang Xiuyan stared at him in shock. So you're this kind of fourth prince? Song Junyan. No, he wasn't. He could only feel relieved that the crowd gathering to watch hadn't yet reached them, and that those inner thoughts had been heard only by him and Tang Xiuyan. Song Junyan's men made no move to pull Zhou Bingshan away. His palm continued to swing in wide arcs across Pei Xiuzhua's face. When Pei Jinming and Pei Qingyu arrived and struggled to separate them, Pei Xiuzhua's face was already swollen like a pig's head. Yet Lu Xinran's attention was fixed on something peculiar. She quietly tugged at Lu Xinran's sleeve and whispered, "Did you notice? Even without his back teeth, his facial contours haven't changed. Still a broad face, just sunken in like a toothless old woman. Lu Xinran. He literally has no teeth now. All right. The onlookers. Strange knowledge acquired. Lord Zhou, what are you doing? We share your regret over what transpired today." Regret. Zhou Bingshan's hands began to tremble with rage. My daughter died, my beloved girl raised with care in the palm of my hand. Your family's beast defiled her reputation and took her life, and you dismiss it with a light regret. If he killed Pei Xiuzhua and then offered the same hollow phrase, could they accept it? Pei Jinming stepped forward 2 paces, shielding Pei Xiuzhua behind him. Lord Zhou, the fourth prince, and Lord Tang will give you an answer today. The Duke of Dingkong's mansion will also make amends to the Zhou family. Amends? I want blood for blood, a life for a life. Zhou Bingshan's eyes were vicious. Duke of Dingkong, our Zhou family has not yet fallen. Even if those shameful secrets of father and son were exposed, his father would not lose his position by tomorrow morning in court. The Zhou family had cultivated influence in the capital for many years and still retained power. No, you can't. Lord Zhou, I beg you, spare him. I implore you. Madame Jean finally pushed through, tearfully crying and bowing before Zhou Bingshan like a fragile white flower in a gale. Lu Xinran sneered inwardly. That affected and artificial display is far inferior to Consort Shun. Does she truly believe Lord Zhou would be moved by her appearance and graciously spare Pei Xiuzhua? Where does she get such confidence? Did she not look in a mirror before leaving? Does she think Lord Zhou would be so blind as to grab at any straw? The crowd. Zhou Bingshan. He spat in disgust regarding Madame Jean, as though she were some filthy thing. Get lost. Pei Qingyu, feeling utterly humiliated, pulled the person behind him and snapped, Why aren't you helping your mother up? Madame Jin's face flushed crimson. Since marrying into the Duke of Dingkong's mansion, this was the first time Pei Qingyu had ever spoken to her in such a harsh tone, and also the first time she had been publicly mocked. Unable to suppress the venom in her heart, she turned her head and shot Lu Xinran a glare. It was all her fault. If not for her, her precious son would still have room to maneuver, and she would never have been mocked so shamefully while begging for her son's sake. Lu Xinran shrank behind Lu Xinlan like a frightened rabbit, putting on a thoroughly terrified expression. So she's done pretending and ready to reveal her true colors. Fair enough. A dog can't stop eating feces after all, and expecting her to pretend for a lifetime was unrealistic. Lu Xinlan struggled to keep a straight face, and even Pei Xiuzhua, whose face was beaten to a pulp, suddenly looked rather pleasant to behold. With Madame Jin's commotion, Zhou Bingshan's raging fury finally subsided somewhat. Reason returned to his body, and he turned coldly toward Song Junyan and Tang Xuyen, bowing deeply. I beg your highness the fourth prince and Minister Tang to be my arbiters. Punish the culprit severely and exact blood for my daughter's blood. Tang Xuyen stepped slightly to the side to avoid the bow, but Song Junyan remained motionless, his voice cold as he brought the farce to a close. The law will judge all things. The laws of Great Chu will show favor to no one. Excellent. This subordinate will personally ensure the culprit receives due punishment. Even if sentenced to exile rather than death, he would see to it that Pei Xiuzhua perished along the way. Looking down at Zhou Jingya's corpse, tears welling in his eyes, he asked, May this subordinate take my daughter's body home. A mourning hall must be prepared. The case was already clear enough. Song Junyan and Tang Xuyen exchanged a glance, and Tang Xuyen stepped forward. Wait for the coroner's report, and you may take her. Zhou Bingshan wiped his eyes with his sleeve and bowed once more. Zhou Hanwen sent his people ahead to prepare the mourning hall, while he remained to keep his son company and await further developments. Darkness had fully fallen. The night wind carried a chill that brushed against their backs, raising gooseflesh along their spines. Lu Xinran had no desire to linger for more drama. She hastily grasped Lu Xinlan's arm, and together the two sisters followed the crowd toward the courtyard gate. Watching their retreating figures, a thoughtful expression crossed Song Junyan's eyes. Tang Xuyen followed his gaze and remarked, What a pity to waste such talent on anything other than adjudicating cases. If every magistrate in Great Chu possessed such ability, the realm would be cleansed of injustice, and no wrongful conviction would ever go unpunished. Song Junyan turned back and gave a faint hum. This talent, it would all depend on how his father the emperor chose to handle it. Thinking over the day's events, and everything he had heard from her inner voice, Tang Xuyen could not help but feel uneasy. Today, with the Empress Dowager present, and on her birthday celebration, the emperor would hardly defy her wishes. But in a few days' time, no one could predict what would transpire. Inside the carriage, Lu Xinran's intoxication was mounting once more. She leaned against the carriage wall with her eyes closed, drifting towards sleep. Lu Xinlan was far less carefree. Her mind raced with thoughts of how to handle the aftermath. Neither her grandfather nor her father could truly be relied upon, and even the Pei family likely already regretted their alliance. She rubbed her brow and upon returning to the mansion asked her two maids Cui Zhu and Cui Shi to help her to her courtyard. Taking advantage of the fact that the rear quarters had not yet been locked, she hurried to the front hall to seek out Lu Yuanheng. Why have you come? Where is your second sister? Big brother, you witnessed the predicament Ermiai will face. From here on, she can only rely on you. It was already late, so Lu Xinlan kept her words brief upon entering. Xinran is pure of heart and kind with no ill intent. She was the sole victim in those matters from years past. All your prejudice stems from that harm. We cannot let her continue living within its shadow. Big brother, right now you are the only one who can help her. Will you ask grandfather and father to protect her under the Lu family's name? Lu Yuanheng had already been filled with remorse since earlier that day, and hearing her blunt request, he nodded without hesitation. I shall go to grandfather and mother at once. As long as the Lu family stands, and as their eldest grandson, I will do everything in my power to shield her. Hearing this, Lu Xinlan felt a slight easing of tension in her heart. She quickly bowed to Lu Yuanheng in gratitude. On my second sister's behalf, thank you, big brother. Do not take her words to heart today. She is still young and speaks whatever troubles her without filter. I understand. Lu Yuanheng waved his hand to stop her further words and sighed with a mixture of guilt and sorrow. It was my fault. Everything she said was true. As her older brother, I have shown her nothing but neglect and never once considered what her life would be like upon returning to this mansion. Back then. Discussing it now is pointless and sounds like an excuse. I have been shaken awake and know how I ought to behave henceforth. Big sister, just wait and see. I will make her fond of having me as her brother. With those words, Lu Xinlan finally felt at ease. Seeing it was late, she did not linger further in his study. The siblings parted, she returning to the rear quarters, and he heading straight to find Lu Jinchuan. Why have you come? Is it about that girl Xinran? Yes. As I suspected, nothing escapes grandfather's notice. This grandson has indeed come regarding my second sister. Lu Yuanheng lifted the hem of his robe and was about to kneel when Lu Jinchuan gestured toward the seat beside him, indicating he should sit and speak. Enough. I know what you intend to say. Xinran is a girl from our mansion, and we cannot simply abandon her to her fate and stand by with cold eyes. That said, the emperor's intentions remained difficult to fathom, and he had not yet decided how best to navigate the situation. Having gauged his temperament, Lu Yuanheng too fell into deep thought. After an unknown span of time, the crackling of candle flames drew the grandfather and grandson back to the present. Grandfather, have you considered that Ermiai's ability, if wielded well, could become a sharp blade for our mansion? Whether facing political rivals or choosing factions in the future with her by their side, they could bypass all detours and reach their destination directly. Lu Jinchuan smiled and stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. It seems that speech of Xinran's has finally opened your eyes. No longer stubbornly filial and no longer possessed of that rigid, bookish rigidity. Lu Yuanheng felt ashamed but did not deny it. My second sister was right. I was far too presumptuous before, judging right from wrong without empathy. Looking back now, the realization sent a cold sweat down his spine. He realized he was no different from the young masters of the capital. He had always regarded people and matters from a posture of condescension. How could such a heart ever serve as an honest official pleading for the people? Lu Jinchuan's smile deepened. That she could shake you awake truly surprises me. Your father lacked exceptional talent. From here on, the Lu family's future rests upon your shoulders. I can hold this position for at most 10 more years. In 10 years' time, regardless of your rank, the Lu family will fall upon your broad shoulders. If you cannot be their shelter, then they will once again be thrown into peril. Lu Yuanheng rose and performed a solemn bow. This grandson will not let you down, grandfather. I won't let her eat leftovers. Lu Xinran slept soundly that night. When she awoke, sunlight flooded the room. She sat up still dazed, then swiftly leaped out of bed. Hearing the commotion from the outer chamber, Zizhu and Suishi hurriedly drew the curtain and entered carrying a basin of water. Why didn't you wake me earlier? I'm already late for paying respects to grandmother. The old mistress sent word especially that everyone was tired yesterday at Ronghui courtyard, and there's no need to go to her courtyard today for greetings. Lu Xinran let out a long sigh of relief and fell back onto the bed with a thud. With that said, she suddenly felt drowsy again. She hugged the silk quilt and rubbed against it comfortably, but her stomach let out an ungracious growl. Sitting up again, she washed and changed under the two maids' service, then went to the outer chamber for breakfast. She hadn't expected to deteriorate so quickly. Just a few days, and she'd grown accustomed to having servants. But she couldn't do her own hair. Not a single one of those intricate coiffures could she master, and the many-layered garments required assistance to arrange. Seated at the table, she gazed at the trembling crab roe buns in the bamboo steamer, her eyes alternating between bewilderment and astonishment. Why had her treatment suddenly improved so dramatically? Wasn't this the kind of privilege reserved for the noble young ladies of the house? In the book and the faint memories of her original self, the Lu household servants had always treated her abominably. It was only after both of them fell into the water, and she transmigrated after Qin Mama was dealt with by Madame Zhao, and after Lu Xinlan visited her several times, that the servants finally dared not look down on her. But even then, what Suizhu brought back from the main kitchen was only the most ordinary fare, including leftover pastries from others. Such expensive delicacies. Could it be a mistake from the main kitchen? Miss, this is your own allowance. Whatever the other young ladies of the house have, you will have from now on. Suizhu, not being particularly sharp-witted, repeated what she had heard. Suishi tugged at her arm, signaling her to keep quiet. Lu Xinran paid it no mind, and picked up a clean straw to poke into the soup dumpling. While eating, she asked Tongzi in her mind how much life force the gossip from last night had earned. 61 days in total, host. We now have 3 months worth of life force. So much. Lu Xinran was stunned. She remembered that at the waterside pavilion, each piece of gossip had only given 3 or 2 days, with Kong being the most valuable at 5 days. Hadn't they barely scraped together 50 days? How had it suddenly become 3 months? Tong Yin's childish voice bubbled with delight. Because you helped solve the case afterward. Don't you remember? That case alone gave you 10 days. Solving a case yields that much. Lu Xinran was dazed, feeling she had found a splendid way to accumulate life force. Tong Yin was equally excited. Host, let's go to the Dali Temple. Magistrate Tang is upright and impartial, a rare, honest official. If we offer to help him, he'll surely agree. Lu Xinran hesitated while slurping the soup dumpling, pondering the feasibility. To help solve cases, she would have to stay within 10 steps of the corpse, such a close distance. She was terrified. In her previous life, she had been a chronic invalid, one who couldn't afford emotional fluctuations. She could only watch light-hearted fluff when browsing dramas online. She had never seen a single murder mystery or crime drama. Host isn't the female lead here. She's interested in solving cases and enjoys the process of reasoning and examining corpses. You can just stand behind her and read the system booklet, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Lu Xinran. The logic was sound, but why did the system's description of the female lead sound a bit twisted? Could this be the main reason why she and the male lead could keep having their melodramatic, angsty romance? She bit into the thin skin of the soup, dumpling, feeling she had grasped the truth. After eating her fill, she idled in the breeze under the eaves for less than a quarter of an hour before being urged by the system to head to Lu Xinlan's courtyard. Second Miss B. Tao blushed as she saw her and stammered awkwardly. The eldest miss has gone to the old mistress's courtyard. Would you like to wait inside? No. Although Madame Pei had excused them for morning greetings since Lu Xinlan had gone, she couldn't very well stay away. If she intended to go out frequently to earn life force, she had to maintain a good relationship with Madame Pei. In Zhaoyun courtyard, the ground was filled with kneeling servants, especially several stewards from the main kitchen. Madame Zhao, supported by Lu Xinlan, was heaving with fury. Though she had little regard for this daughter who had grown up in the countryside, the girl was still born of her own womb. How could these servants dare to bully her? Mother, please go inside and sit for a while. The staff of the main kitchen was rather complicated, with several stewards being trusted confidants of various branches. This matter was not easy to handle. Whoever dealt with it would make enemies. Madame Pei had only made them kneel in the courtyard without announcing a punishment precisely for this reason. Although Madame Zhao was slow-witted, it was not her place to play the villain. Lu Xinlan took her mother's arm and with some firmness led her inside. Madame Zhao looked at her, a flicker of confusion, hesitation, and belated understanding passing through her eyes. She patted her daughter's hand with gratification. Thank goodness I still have you. Madame Pei found her dull-witted daughter-in-law hard to look at. She shifted her gaze to the window and stared at the two stewards kneeling at the front, pondering how to deal with them. Lu Jinchuan's two favored concubines, who had borne him children over the years, had also cultivated many connections in the household. These two stewards were their respective confidants. If they had been confidants of Madame Zhao or the Kong family, she would have disciplined them long ago. But those two concubines were no pushovers. If punished, they would run off to complain. What's going on? Why are so many servants kneeling in the courtyard? Isn't that the steward from the kitchen who puts on airs with a scallion up his nose? Look at how fat and well-fed he is. He must have skimmed plenty of grease from the main kitchen over the years. Too bad they all have powerful backers, none of whom I dare offend. Otherwise I'd make them pay. Hearing the familiar inner voice, the previously troubled Madame Pei suddenly had an idea. Lu Xinran stepped past the crowd in the courtyard, curtsied to Madame Pei, and reluctantly offered a perfunctory bow to Madame Zhao. Granddaughter pays respects to grandmother. A good child. Didn't I tell you to rest in your courtyard? Why did you still come? Madame Pei smiled and beckoned her to come sit, showing no signs of fatigue on her face, as if the events at the Duke of Dingkong's residence in Ronghui courtyard the previous night had little effect on her. Lu Xinran stole a few glances, saw no extra emotion on her face, and cautiously sat down. What crime did those people in the courtyard commit? Why haven't they been punished? If I could add some weight to their charges, could they get a few more lashes? It would be best if they were driven out of the house. So much for looking down on others and making things difficult for people. Lu Xinran looked at the two stewards in the courtyard and opened the gossip system to flip through the booklet, only to realize she didn't even know their names. Tongzi, don't you think this is a bug? Since when does gossiping require knowing the person's name first? And it has to be within 10 steps. I've already given up complaining about that. Can't this be changed? Tongyi's voice was aggrieved and tiny. That's just how it's designed. Yelling at Tongzi won't help. Tongzi wants you to gather life force quickly too. Lu Xinran sighed. She was just lamenting that it was hard to proceed without a name when she heard Madame Pei suddenly speak. Wang Dazhuang Zhao Sanfu, do you confess your crimes? Though Madame Pei's voice was not loud, it was enough for the two kneeling in the courtyard to hear clearly. Both of them threw themselves to the ground, crying out their innocence, yet neither their expressions nor their tones showed any hint of remorse. Lu Xinran felt puzzled, her consciousness already delving into the gossip system, flipping open the booklet belonging to those two. So that's why they were so emboldened. They were the old bastards, two concubines people. Wang Dazhuang is concubine Wang's man, and Zhao Sanfu is concubine Jin's man. Let me take a look at these two concubines. As long as it wasn't about gossip, like digging up such private details as what color underwear someone wore today, the system could still provide her with ordinary interpersonal relationships. One is the old bastard's chambermaid, the other is his cousin. Tisk, no wonder grandmother is so troubled. They are both the old bastard's darlings. Madame Pei. Well, whatever, never mind the details. Lu Jinchuan is the old bastard, and she is the grandmother. From the titles alone, it's clear whose side her granddaughter is on. These two were indeed difficult to handle. The main kitchen was a lucrative position, and Lu Jinchuan intentionally let the two concubines save up some private savings. If Madame Pei knew her place, she shouldn't touch his darlings. No wonder those two were so emboldened. They knew Madame Pei wouldn't dare touch them. Truly the shameless are invincible. If I were grandmother, I would make these people kneel here until the old bastard returns. Let him deal with his own darlings. What harmony between wife and concubines. Huh. Grandmother has many children and grandchildren, and she holds the position of the legitimate eldest. What is there to fear? To put it bluntly, once the old bastard dies, the entire household will listen to her. In such matters, one cannot put on the airs of a great lady. Giving face to those two bitches is just asking for trouble. They'll see that you dare not act, and they'll be even more smug behind your back, thinking they can bully you. Madame Pei. Well, whatever, her granddaughter is right. The old bastard's darlings. Let him deal with them himself. Untouchable and unassailable, the two concubines lived like exalted ancestors in the household. She had been swallowing this resentment for half a lifetime. To be pitted by a junior who had just returned to the household. Was her face so worthless? Innocent. Madame Pei lowered her head to straighten her robe. Since I, as the old madam, cannot punish you, then let us wait for the master to return, and let him judge. If Lu Jinchuan felt that he hadn't lost enough face, and wasn't afraid that Lu Xinran would air the family's dirty laundry outside, then he could continue to dote on those two concubines. Wang Dazhuang and Zhao Sanfu were both a little panicked, but upon thinking of their respective masters' positions in the master's heart, they calmed down again. Lu Xinran watched their emboldened demeanor, the little person in her heart, shaking its head incessantly. This minister's mansion looked splendid on the surface, but its interior was truly unworthy of praise. Men are all alike. They want their wives to be dignified and magnanimous, their concubines to be charming and attentive, and they also want a childhood sweetheart for idle romance. They want it all, and being a woman is truly pitiful. Madame Pei looked at her granddaughter, who was lowering her head with a smile, and felt a moment of daze. She was not even as clear-sighted as a little girl. Madame Zhao, hearing her mention concubines, thought of Lu Kangda's two concubines. Lu Kangda only came to her room on the 1st and 15th of each month. Most of the rest of the month he spent with his concubines, and the remaining time in his study. The couple almost never communicated, and her life was even worse than Madame Pei's. Madame Zhao sighed softly. If Lu Xinran hadn't said it, she wouldn't have felt anything wrong. But even if it was wrong, what could be done? She had endured it for so many years. Madame Pei composed herself, smiled, and addressed the people in the room, beckoning to Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling of the second branch. Your second elder sister has been back in the mansion for nearly a month, and only yesterday did we publicly announce that she is the second young lady of the house. From now on you will be the third and fourth young ladies. You are all good children, don't overthink it. Lu Xintong chuckled. Of course not. We all love second sister. Before they couldn't hear second sister's inner thoughts, but suddenly yesterday they could. Sitting in the back, they had heard all of second sister's inner thoughts, and they had feasted on the big gossip, delighted beyond measure. They all complained that second sister had returned too late. If she had come back a few years earlier, they wouldn't have been bored at all the banquets. She sidled up to Lu Xinran, took her hand affectionately, and under her hesitant gaze squeezed directly onto the seat beside her. Second sister, when you go out with big sister in the future, can you take me and little sister too? Lu Xinling nodded frantically in a fawning manner. Lu Xinlan could tell from the expressions of the two sisters that they could also hear inner thoughts. They couldn't hear before what had changed in the past few days. A flicker of thought passed through her eyes as she planned to go to Madame Kong's room later and ask. Lu Xinran blinked, feeling that there was something off about the way these two younger sisters looked at her. Of course. After all, she went out only for gossip, and it didn't matter who she went with. Hearing her inner thoughts, the two thought that going out with her would mean feasting on big gossip, and they all smiled even more happily. The sisters chatted and laughed, and Madame Pei, watching them get along harmoniously, felt her heart warm as well. In the courtyard, Wang Dazhuang and Zhao Sanfu had been kneeling for over an hour, and both were finding it hard to remain on their knees. Over the years they had lived in comfort in the main kitchen, enjoying a life no less than that of the masters. Now their waists and knees were sore, and neither could hold on much longer. Someone secretly ran to inform the two concubines, and they both sent word to Lu Jinchuan. Thus, just as noon approached, before Lu Xinran and the others could leave, they saw Lu Jinchuan striding into the courtyard with the two concubines. Oh, with such a fierce demeanor, one would think the kneeling ones were his legitimate descendants. Coming back specially to stand up for two servants and approaching the rightful wife with full fury. Has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or maybe it was pinched by a door, or he's been brain dead for years, otherwise he wouldn't have done so many heartless and reckless things. Before Lu Jinchuan even entered the room, he heard this string of inner thoughts. His left foot tripped over his right, and he almost fell to the ground in anger. He stormed in with furious eyes pointed at Lu Xinran and roared, "You get out." Lu Xinran obediently rose, and as she left she did not forget to bow to Madame Pei. Old bastard yelling at me. Fine, I'll dig up what color underwear you're wearing today and have it spread all over the capital tomorrow. After all, no one in this mansion likes me, and this isn't my home. I have no need to protect it. Your romantic affairs and your habit of favoring concubines over your wife will be spread across the capital tomorrow. Standing up for the servants of two concubines, what an achievement. Don't you feel ashamed when it gets out? That's not right either. Doing such a thing already shows that he has no shame. Otherwise, if he had any sense of propriety, he wouldn't have come in and thrown a tantrum at his wife over a concubine. How, what a piece of trash. The string of curses gradually faded away, and Lu Jinchuan's face turned the color of liver. He was so angry that he could barely speak. He raised his hand and pointed at Madame Pei for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. Is this how you teach your juniors? Madame Pei gave him a cold glance. Is the master accusing me of not knowing how to teach and discipline the young ones in the family? Since I am unfit for this position, I might as well step down willingly. If the master thinks someone else is more suitable to teach your juniors and manage the household, then let that person do it. You and I will write a divorce agreement today. Xinran, hiding behind the tree outside the courtyard, saw Mrs. Pei's words through the system and frantically gave her a thumbs up. It's about time. With children and grandchildren already, does he really dare to seek a divorce? Unless he no longer wants to be a second-rank high official. Why should she swallow this humiliation? Even disposing of a servant requires looking at the concubine's expression. Which legitimate wife would be bullied by a concubine? Standing up for the concubine over such trivial matters, how heroic. If you truly cherish the two concubines, why not promote them to legitimate wives? Go ask the emperor to grant them equal status. You've already filled your quota of 3 wives and 4 concubines. Anyway, the shameless are invincible. Don't just be shameless at home. Go out and be shameless elsewhere. A stream of inner thoughts came again, and the veins near Lu Jinchuan's temples twitched violently. Didn't I tell her to get lost? Mrs. Pei felt immensely relieved hearing these inner thoughts. She ordered Nanny Su to bring the account books and storeroom keys, and also to summon all the stewards of the mansion. Seeing that Nanny Su was about to leave after receiving the order, Lu Jinchuan's face turned even darker. Have you made enough of a scene? Master, I just want to salvage some face for myself. Otherwise, if people find out that the legitimate daughter of our mansion ate spoiled rice, they'll think I mistreated my own granddaughter. If I hand over the management rights, I can later make up for it a bit, letting people know that I too was powerless. With a bang, Mrs. Pei threw the account books and tally sticks at Lu Jinchuan's feet. Isn't it because you want to compensate them, thinking that being concubines is a great injustice? Then today I'll give up the position of wife to them, and the management rights as well. Lu Jinchuan, I Pei Mingyue have done nothing to wrong you or the Lu family. So today either you deal with them or we get a divorce. Her words were sonorous and forceful. Everyone in the room held their breath, afraid of becoming cannon fodder if they were not careful. Outside the courtyard, Lu Xinran saw these words and started clapping and cheering for Mrs. Pei again. Grandma is so awesome. Divorce, divorce. Hurry up and divorce. If you really divorce, I'll leave the mansion with you. Who wants to stay in this stupid Lu mansion? Who cares about the identity of the second young lady of the Lu mansion? Even when I was in the countryside, I never ate spoiled rice. Lu Jinchuan bit his upper lip hard, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath for a long time before suppressing the surging anger. At today's court session, the imperial censor impeached Marquis Dingkong for lax governance of his household and requested His Majesty to punish him severely as a warning to others. So what? You think the censor only impeached Marquis Dingkong, and not you, so you're feeling unbalanced? Indulging concubines and destroying the wife as if that's something glorious to talk about. It's truly like a crow landing on a pig, seeing only the blackness of others, but not its own. Mrs. Pei had originally been shaken by Lu Jinchuan's words, but upon hearing the inner thoughts, she immediately gave a sarcastic smile. So, Master, are you planning to threaten me for their sake? Even if the Marquis Dingkong mansion has no place for me, my dowry estate is enough to accommodate me. That's right. Why stay here every day looking at that nauseating face? Does he really think he's as handsome as Panin and everyone likes him? Lu Jinchuan could no longer maintain his composure, infuriated by the grandmother and granddaughter's duet, so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. This guy really feels sorry for Grandma. It's come to this point, and they're just 2 servants, yet he still can't bear to deal with them. I wonder how far the Lu family's decline will go. Lu Xinran sighed, feeling that this drama was no longer worth watching. Mrs. Pei had sacrificed her dignity, but still couldn't get Lu Jinchuan to say drag them away and sell them. The future of the Lu family was already foreseeable. The father is like this, and the son follows suit. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is crooked too. How dare they laugh at Marquis Dingkong? The Lu family will surely end up worse than that Marquis mansion. The last sentence was intermittent, the voice growing smaller until it could no longer be heard. Everyone in the room knew that she had truly left. Mrs. Pei sat back on the soft couch thinking about the words she had just heard, and the sneer at the corner of her lips turned into self-mockery. Nanny Su, pack up all my dowry. We'll move to the estate today. Yes, madam. Nanny Su lowered her eyes, seemingly oblivious to Lu Jinchuan's murderous glare. She summoned a maid and took the dowry inventory to check the storeroom. Lu Jinchuan flicked his sleeve in annoyance. Must you be so stubborn? Mrs. Pei ignored him, slipped the Buddhist prayer beads from her wrist, and slowly moved her fingers while lowering her eyelids. Concubine Wang and concubine Jean never expected that such a trivial matter would escalate to an irredeemable extent. Both panicked and fell to their knees with a thud. Master, it is this concubine's fault. I should not have sent someone to fetch you over such a trifle. We will go back and reflect on our mistakes. If the lady is not appeased, we will not step out. It is this concubine's fault. I know I was wrong. The 2 cried piteously. Lu Xinlan, Lu Xintong, and the other sisters all felt regret. How could second sister have left? She was such a good mouthpiece, able to curse out all the disgust in their hearts. Mrs. Pei's private treasury had been opened and chests of belongings were being carried out and piled in the courtyard. Lu Jinchuan looked at the scene inside and outside the room, feeling an immense headache. He blamed Mrs. Pei for making a mountain out of a molehill and also blamed himself for only pressuring her for being narrow-minded and intolerant. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, the day's farce could not end with her leaving the Lu mansion with her dowry. He almost clenched his teeth, beckoned the mansion's chief steward, and pointed at Wang Dazhuang and Zhao Sanfu. Beat each of them 20 strokes and sell their entire families. Master, spare me. This old servant knows his wrongs. The 2 concubines, and Wang Dazhuang, and Zhao Sanfu all cried out for mercy. Lu Jinchuan ignored them and coldly looked at Mrs. Hey, are you satisfied now? Satisfied? Why should I be satisfied? In other households, if a servant dares to be so vicious as to ride roughshod over the master, they would be beaten to death with clubs if the master is merciful. But in our mansion, since being the wife of a minister is so suffocating, I might as well go to the estate and seek some peace. Mrs. Pei's gaze was equally cold, staring at Lu Jinchuan without yielding an inch. You truly disgust me. Pei Minghua, you're insane. Lu Jinchuan was so angry he lost control. His daughter-in-law was in the room, his granddaughter was in the room, and the servants were all in the room. How dare she? Pei Minghua stood up and walked past him. Think what you will. From today on, I want to live a lighter life. Either you purge all the servants in the mansion, or we get a divorce, and the Lu family will have nothing to do with me. Someone who loves to watch the excitement, Grandma, go for it. Grandma, Ollie, give. Grandma, crush them. Piss off the old geezer. Piss him off, and from now on, everyone will listen to you. Mrs. Pei, alright, watch me. Madame Pei's words seemed to offer Lu Jinchuan 2 options, but in reality, he could only choose one. A woman of the boudoir might disregard others' opinions, but he could not. He, the esteemed Minister of Justice, could not allow others to mock him. Wasn't Madame Pei exploiting this very point to pressure him? Turning and chasing into the courtyard, ignoring the stunned gazes of the stewards and servants, he only set his face coldly and gritted out a sentence. Do you insist on this? Are you truly unable to understand, or are you pretending not to? Madame Pei turned around calmly, withdrawing her gaze from the chest of dowry. If I didn't make it clear enough just now and you insist on me breaking it down for everyone to hear, then I will oblige. Your shared bliss of 2 wives was built on my constant sacrifices. I no longer wish to serve. Either you purge the household staff. Those who overstep their bounds should sit quietly in their rooms applying rouge and powder and reflect on what they truly are. Or I leave. Whatever you want to do in this mansion, whoever you want to cherish, it has nothing to do with me. From today onward, no one will disgust me anymore. Not even you. Lu Jinchuan covered his chest in anger, utterly unable to understand how his dignified and magnanimous wife could have suddenly become possessed. Concubine Wang and concubine Jean were lying on the ground, still clutching their handkerchiefs, but having forgotten to cry. How did it come to this? They had only wanted the master to vent their grievances, lest the lady make a fuss over nothing and make their lives uneasy. Did they really think they were willing to be concubines? It was only because their status prevented them from being legitimate wives. At this thought, the grievance in their hearts surged forth and tears flowed uncontrollably. The dowry chests were still being carried out one by one, and Madame Pei had already ordered the carriage to be prepared. Lu Jinchuan watched the chaos inside and outside the room, his frustration reaching its peak. Enough, he roared. Concubine Wang and concubine Jean, who had been lying on the ground, immediately froze, holding their breath in unison. Madame Pei, however, gave him a disdainful glare. What bravado are you showing me? From the day I entered the Lu family, my food and expenses have all come from my own dowry. Both my sons and my daughter have relied on my subsidies. Do you think I am like those 2 playthings of yours whose every meal and expense depends on your mood, and who must constantly scheme to please you, eh? She turned around and directed the servants to carry her dowry, not forgetting to tell Mama Su to pack up the furnishings in her room as well. It's not that I care about them, but I'm afraid they might end up with some creature. The thought of my belongings falling into the hands of such a thing makes me sick. She kept calling them creatures, trampling the 2 concubines into the mud with disgust. Lu Jinchuan, infuriated to the extreme, instead grew calm as he watched the dowry being carried away. Are you serious? He couldn't believe Madame Pei would really dare to leave the Lu family without a care, especially since the Dingkong Marquis had just suffered such an incident and still needed his assistance. Having waited in the courtyard for a long time without seeing Lu Xinran come to find her, Lu Xinran realized that the matter at Zhaoyan courtyard must not have ended yet. She hadn't expected those 2 concubines to be so important in Lu Jinchuan's heart. After pacing back and forth in the courtyard a couple of times, she secretly sneaked back to the outside of Zhaoyan courtyard. She didn't know why Lu Jinchuan had lost his temper with her and told her to get lost, but she was magnanimous enough to overlook a minor offense. She would settle the score after enjoying the spectacle. So she crept back behind the tree where she had previously hidden, listening to the commotion in the courtyard while quickly opening the booklet. The old scumbag still won't relent. Does he think grandmother is putting on a show to force him? Where does he get the confidence to think grandmother cares about this face? Does he really think being the minister's wife sounds so dignified? The granddaughter was fed rotten food by servants. If word gets out, it would become the laughingstock of the capital. Dignity is long gone. Clinging to an empty title, even the concubines can bully her. Whoever wants this kind of life must be as foolish as him. Kicked in the head by a donkey. Moving out is good, moving out is good. We'll burn our boats and seek survival from desperate ground. Where hills and streams seem to end, there is a village in the shade of willows. As long as we take this step, it's a brand new life. The crowd, who had heard the inner thoughts again, were speechless. That's not how the idioms and poems are used. Madame Pei laughed in relief. Having gritted her teeth and endured for most of her life, she now looked back and felt she had been quite foolish. Reputation was important, but life was more so. She was already at an age where half her body was in the grave. Why should she continue to wallow in this filthy pit? Even if Lu Jinchuan agreed to purge all the servants in the mansion, she still wanted to leave the mansion and live a peaceful life. Mother! Lu Kangda and Lu Kangping, who had been urgently summoned home, were stunned dumb when they entered and saw the chests of dowry. If they remembered and heard correctly, today was only supposed to deal with a few servants from the main kitchen. How did it come to this? Mother, what are you doing now? Making such a fuss over nothing. If you don't consider father, at least consider me and second brother. Lu Kangda snapped out of it and stepped forward to rebuke, not forgetting to beckon Mama Su to have the dowry taken back to the storeroom. Madame Pei stepped back and looked up at him. The child she had raised with her own hands, once so docile and adorable, when had he become so unfamiliar? His eyes and heart held only himself and his official career, with no room for anything else. Think of you. Then, as a son, when have you ever thought of me, your mother? Knowing I was unhappy, did you ever do anything for me? You are already the minister's wife with a title of honor envied by countless people. What more could you be unhappy about? His words chilled Madame Pei's heart completely. She laughed mockingly. Indeed, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam is twisted. It's also my fault for not teaching you well. What does it have to do with you? It's obviously a matter of lineage. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice's sons can dig holes. A scumbag father begets a scumbag son, even surpassing the original in scumminess, which only proves that the Lu family's ancestors were no good. All of them are scumbags who only care about their own pleasure without considering the feelings of their wives and daughters. Where do they get the face and confidence to demand others sacrifice for them? Climb your own official career. Why should others think of you? Your own mother told you she's unhappy in this mansion. Where is your filial piety? Did you feed it to the dogs or stuff it into the concubines' bellies? And you still have the nerve to ask others to think of you. What kind of garbage family is this? Just thinking that such a person is my biological father makes me feel dirty. Lu Xinran grew angrier as she spoke, completely unaware that the father and son in the courtyard, who had frozen instantly, had turned to look in her direction. Hurry up and move. Let's not go to the manor or the villa. Let's go to Jiangnan. In the golden autumn of October, the scenery of Jiangnan is so beautiful. We can boat on the lake, climb heights for a distant view. Why stay in this wretched place listening to those damn concubines whining and ruining our appetite? And let those two scumbags think we got a huge advantage. The more Lu Xinran thought about it, the more delighted she became, already envisioning the blissful journey southward alongside Pei Shi and the others. As she suppressed a smile, she lifted her head and met Lu Kangda's sinister gaze. She twisted her body, deftly dodging the slap he swung at her. What trash dares to lay a hand on me? A grown man striking his own daughter. I knew this scum had no moral bottom line at all. The more she cursed inwardly, the more furious Lu Kangda became, his anger rising like smoke from 7 orifices. The root of family ruin, the root of family ruin. I should never have had you brought back. Without this wretched girl, mother would not have been bewitched, nor would she have recklessly insisted on leaving the mansion with her dowry. Lu Xinran took 2 steps back, fearing he might shamelessly swing at her again. She furrowed her brows at him. Father, why do you say such things? Your daughter does not understand why she has been saddled with such a heavy accusation. The face of a vested interest is always so ugly. Instead of finding fault in themselves, they shift the blame onto others. Her face no longer bore its usual obedience. A cold detachment emanated from between her brows. Meeting Lu Kangda's loathing eyes, she suddenly broke into a smile. My name has likely not yet been entered into the Lu family register, and there is no solid evidence proving I am a child of the Lu family. I shall not cling to this noble branch of the Lu mansion. She pivoted, bypassed Lu Kangda, and strode straight into the courtyard. Grandmother, would you be willing to take me in and keep me by your side after we leave the mansion? Pei Shi smiled and reached out to tidy her slightly disheveled hair. What nonsense are you talking? We are as close as family. Naturally, wherever I am, you shall be. The words "as close as family" made Lu Xinran beam instantly. She knew grandmother understood her best. Old madam, the carriage is ready. Shall we carry the dowry out now? Amid the chaos, Mistress Su ignored Lu Jinchuan's murderous glare, stepped forward, and asked softly. Pei Shi nodded. Carry them out. Also summon all the servants who came with my dowry. You cannot take them. Lu Jinchuan grabbed Lu Kangping and shoved him beside Pei Shi. Do you not care for them, or for Qingyi? Care. Are you as a father dead? Only a mother needs to care for her children. You don't. What disgusting rhetoric is this? I could vomit last night's dinner. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes dramatically while making these silent complaints. Since you can't bear to let your concubines suffer, go to the palace and petition the emperor to grant them titles of honor, then host a banquet to elevate them to equal wives. Oh no, once grandmother leaves, they can become the rightful wives. Then you would be the first man in the capital to force out his legal wife and elevate a concubine. How glorious, how deep your love. Even the emperor would have to grant you a first-rank title as a reward. The smile at the corners of Pei Shi's eyes grew even more cheerful. She took Lu Xinran's hand and gently pulled her behind her. Enough, don't bring up such meaningless things. If you wish to look after Qingyi, go ahead. If you can't be bothered, just pretend you never had this daughter. After all, if I were to die of anger, it would be the same situation. Let her think I've died of rage. Lu Jinchuan, seeing the grandmother and granddaughter impervious to reason, flung his sleeves in fury. Fine. Let's see if you can truly abandon the Dinkong Marquis mansion and the children. Pei Shi rolled her eyes. Servants, have the dowry people carry everything out through the main gate. I entered through the main gate, and I will leave through the main gate. Mistress Su acknowledged the order, summoning hands to carry the trunks one by one toward the main gate. Lu Xinran turned back to look into the house, and seeing Lu Xinlan glancing sideways, quickly waved her hand. Grandmother's health is poor, and I am not as knowledgeable as you. Will you not stay by her side to fulfill your filial duty? Lu Xinlan rose, walked to Pei Shi, and gently supported her arm. Grandmother, physician Tian has always said you need to rest and recuperate. Over the years you have suffered from liver qi stagnation and accumulated fatigue. You must not get angry or let your emotions fluctuate too much. So mother, why must you insist on this? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the mansion, take good care of your health, and enjoy your old age? Lu Kongda, hearing Lu Xinlan's words, thought she was mediating and strode forward again, pointing accusingly. Lu Xinran was truly speechless. What kind of tone is that? Speaking to his own mother like that? Is he not afraid of the censors impeaching him for unfilial behavior? Has all his education gone to the dogs? And does he genuinely not understand, or is he pretending? Lu Xinlan's words clearly meant that grandmother is in poor health. If he had even a sesame seed of filial piety, he would show consideration and keep his mouth shut. I truly feel sorry for grandmother. Raising a piece of barbecued pork would be better than raising him. Grandmother, I know a prescription to recuperate your health. Once we are settled, granddaughter will take good care of you. Pei Shi smiled and patted her hand, ignoring the father and son who were about to go mad with rage. She led the two sisters out of the courtyard. I have a villa outside the city. Let's rest there for a month or two. When the weather cools down, we'll take a carriage south. I've heard the winter scenery in Jiangnan is also splendid. Let's go see it. As the three of them walked farther and farther away, the head steward rushed in panic. Master, a crowd is gathered outside the mansion, all asking what is happening inside. Lu Jinchuan watched the dowry being carried out trunk by trunk. His arrogant gaze finally fell upon the two concubines who were sitting on the ground sobbing softly. He had merely wanted to give them some personal belongings to ensure that after his death, they and their children could live decently. How could she not tolerate them? As a woman not adhering to female virtues, she dared to use divorce to pressure him. Father, Lu Kongda, seeing that he could not persuade Pei Shi to change her mind, could only step forward and look pleadingly at Lu Jinchuan. It was just a matter of a few servants. Oh, why must it escalate to this? Lu Jinchuan gave him a disdainful glare. Useless wretch. A stabbing pain in his stomach made him press and rub it repeatedly, but the more he rubbed, the more the anger refused to subside. Yet he had to admit that if Pei Shi truly burned her bridges, the only option left was to compromise. He could not bear the shame of a divorce at his age. Having made up his mind, he strode after her. Stop. You may take inventory of the household staff. The condescending tone almost made Pei Shi laugh. She turned back and looked at him with a gaze of pity for the intellectually deficient. That was the previous price. Now it has changed. Pei Mingyue, don't go too far. Too far. You've gone too far for decades, and I've only been too far for half a day. Can't take it. If you can't swallow it, just lose your face. As long as you're not afraid of the censors' memorials, you're invincible. Pei Shi, imitating Lu Xinran's tone, felt immensely gratified after finishing her speech. Lu Xinran wildly cheered for her in her heart. That's the way. Never save face for a scumbag. She had her own dowry to support herself. Oh, why should she suffer this unjust wrath? Lu Jinchuan glared at her fiercely. This demon who wrecks the family. He should have sent her to the palace. He would settle this after he studied Pei Shi. What else do you want? All the shops, farmland, and estates from the clan's common property. Return them to me, every single one. Pei Mingyue. Don't shout at me. It shows you have no grace. All the servants in the mansion are watching. It will probably spread through the capital within a day. Pei Shi, slow and smiling, watched him leisurely, waiting for his compromise. Lu Jinchuan saw black spots before his eyes. Fine, he still had his private assets. He could just use them to subsidize the two concubines and their children. Pei Shi nodded with satisfaction. Write a deed and press your thumbprint. If you go back on your word, I'll have to reorganize the dowry. Too troublesome. Follow me to the study. He ground out these words through clenched teeth, then turned and strode toward the front study, afraid Pei Shi would raise further demands. But before he had taken many steps, the head steward rushed over again in panic. Master, something terrible has happened. Third young master. He's gotten into a fight at Zui Chun Lu with the young master of the Zhongqin Bo Mansion. Third young master Lu Kongha, the son of concubine Wang. Lu Xinran quickly flipped through the small booklet and discovered that this Lu Kongha was actually the son Lu Jinchuan doted on most. Tisk tisk tsk. The retribution for favoring a concubine while neglecting the wife has arrived. Pot calling the kettle black. Let's see if you still have the face to use the Dingkong Marquis mansion to threaten grandmother. The news that was able to be relayed back to the mansion was delivered in such a flustered manner that the steward had to come directly to Lu Jinchuan, and it sounded like no small trouble. Lu Xinran's eyes widened, instantly wishing she could flip through the booklet right then and see the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. Lu Jinchuan shot a warning glance at Pei Shi as if admonishing her not to cause him any more trouble. The Earl of Zhongqin had recently found favor with the emperor and had even been assigned to the Ministry of Justice, where Lu Jinchuan served. He had never been able to fathom the emperor's intentions, and he was undoubtedly wary of the Earl of Zhongqin Ma Jianbai. Thinking of the potential trouble that might ensue, he disregarded the chaos in the mansion and rushed out in haste. Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled, and her desire to watch the excitement was so loud that everyone could hear it. Xinlan, you two go over and take a look as well. If your grandfather is unable to handle it, you can help smooth things over. Lu Xinlan responded with a steady voice, her expression solemn, leaving no fault to be found with the three of them, grandmother and granddaughters. The servants prepared the carriage, and after bowing to Pei Shi, she left with the loudspeaker straight for Drunken Spring Pavilion. Back at the mansion, Pei Shi, having obtained Lu Jinchuan's permission, naturally intended to sell off all the confidants who did not belong to her. Go and call for a slave trader. Steward Su hurried out. She had been busy all day, and it was already past noon. Since the masters hadn't eaten lunch, she naturally hadn't had time to eat either. But seeing her mistress finally able to hold her head high, she would have been happy even if she starved. Concubine Wang and concubine Jean were still slumped on the ground. Lu Jinchuan had left in a hurry, not having time to deal with them. They only vaguely heard that something had happened. As for what happened, they both stared blankly, not thinking it had anything to do with them. The third Miss Lu Xintong emerged from her room, and seeing concubine Wang still lying askew on the ground, kindly reminded her, the steward just said that third uncle got into a fight while drinking at a brothel, and it was with the legitimate son of a high-ranking official's family. Concubine Wang's vision went dark. This time, she nearly fainted. Earlier today, she had lost the trusted agents she had painstakingly planted in the mansion over the years, and now she heard that her precious son was in trouble. No longer feigning weakness on the ground, she scrambled to her feet and rushed to Pei Shi's side, dropping to her knees with a thud. Madam, I beg you, save Kongha. He must have been set up. Pei Shi turned away in disgust. Lu Jinchuan has already gone to Drunken Spring Pavilion. Whether he is innocent or not will be revealed once he arrives. Lu Xinran gazed out the carriage window, her heart wholly set on Drunken Spring Pavilion. She thought back carefully, as she had never actually met this third uncle of the mansion. The day before, at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, he had not been qualified to attend due to his status as a concubine-born son. And when her original self had returned to the Lu mansion, it was simply a return. No one had specifically introduced her to the household members. Thinking about it this way, Pei Shi didn't seem particularly kind to the original self, though she did show some affection as a grandmother. Hearing her thoughts, Lu Xinlan considered the schemes the original self of this body had employed, and although she wanted to explain, she didn't know how. She had tried to subtly hint to Lu Xinran that she too was a transmigrator, perhaps even arriving in this time together. But every time she attempted to speak, it was as if a spell sealed her lips. Writing was the same, her body was constrained, and the pen felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, impossible to lift. However, regardless of whether she could make the other party aware of her identity, she had taken over the original body, and the deeds the original had done were sins she must strive to atone for. Before she could think of a better way to atone, she would stay as close to her as possible and do her utmost to protect her. Lu Xinran, after a thorough mental rant, turned around and saw her with lowered brows, lost in thought. The carriage stopped in the street. The commotion at Drunken Spring Pavilion was fierce, and the crowd of onlookers had completely blocked the road, making it impassable for the carriage. The two sisters each donned a veiled hat and descended from the carriage. Before them was a sea of people. Calculating the distance, Lu Xinran stood on tiptoe, trying to push through. But after several attempts, she was rebuffed. Just as she was hesitating, the crowd parted from the middle, and a group of riders on tall horses arrived from the other end of the street. The sisters turned sideways and looked up, meeting the gaze of Song Junyan. A look of confusion, speechlessness, headache, and a myriad of other complex emotions. Lu Xinran felt she had just seen a pie chart. As expected of the male lead, his eyes functioned differently from normal people's. Song Junyan. Accustomed to her strange remarks, he now only wanted to know what a pie chart was. Lu Xinlan pulled her along, squeezing in beside Song Junyan and the officers of the Shuntian prefecture before the crowd closed in. Not wanting to hear the ridiculous thoughts in her mind, she quickly explained, His Highness is about to lead us inside to investigate the situation. If they wanted to watch the excitement following him was the most convenient. Lu Xinran understood instantly and gave her a thumbs up. Knew how to delegate, clever. The pie chart gaze swept over again. The two sisters assumed a respectful demeanor, thick-skinned, as they followed the group directly into Drunken Spring Pavilion. So this is a brothel. It looks really nice. No wonder men like coming here. I like it too. If there's this kind of brothel, isn't there also a house of male courtesans? I must find a chance to go see it. Maybe I can dig up some earth-shattering gossip. Song Junyan and Lu Xinlan both paused in their steps. They exchanged a rare glance, then looked away with a complicated expression. Was she really not worried about causing enough trouble for herself? Upstairs, Lu Jinchuan sat in the chair with a dark face, locking eyes with the Earl of Zhongqin Ma Jianbai, who had arrived just after him. Both old foxes were trying to gauge the other's stance first and gain the upper hand, so after understanding the general situation, they sat opposite each other, making vague conversation. Lu Jinchuan was still calculating how to resolve the matter when a thought struck him like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. He suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked down at the first floor. Behind several tall figures, he spotted two familiar slender silhouettes. As if sensing his overly intense gaze, Lu Xinran glanced up in the midst of the commotion, grinning to reveal her white back teeth. Surprise, surprise. Seeing you and your precious son doing poorly, I can rest easy. You dote on your concubine and neglect your wife, treating the concubine as true love and the wife as an accident. Retribution is still coming. Your precious son is about to present you with a monstrous gift that will drain all your private savings. Ha, the thought of that old scumbag getting his comeuppance makes me want to sing. Her tone was so merry that everyone in the building couldn't help but look at Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan's face was like a palette of spilled paint, so ugly that even Ma Jianbai couldn't help but laugh. Lord Lu, this young member of your family is truly interesting. To curse even her own grandfather like that. How terrible a grandfather must he be? Having weathered the officialdom for many years, Lu Jinchuan quickly withdrew his gaze and sat back down on the chair with the calm of an old master. The second floor of the Drunken Spring Pavilion looked as if it had been ransacked, with chairs and tables all knocked askew and lying on the ground. Lu Konghe cowered behind Lu Jinchuan, while Ma Wenong lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut with bruises at the corners of his eyes and lips, and silver needles stuck in his scalp. Is it that serious? Isn't he just pretending? Lu Xinran glanced over, and then flipped open her booklet. Indeed, he was pretending. As the saying goes, barking dogs seldom bite. Lu Konghe is just that kind of dog that makes a lot of noise, while the one on the ground is a mad dog that bites off a chunk of flesh from others when no one is looking. Ma Wenong, called a mad dog, rolled his eyes desperately, as if he could open them, and spring up to charge at Lu Xinran at any moment. Lu Jinchuan, who had just been scolded as an old scumbag, began to smile again. It is not the scarcity, but the inequality that troubles people. As long as he was not the only one disgraced, and his granddaughter wanted to scold, he could not stop her, so they might as well be disgraced together. Song Junyan strode upstairs, swept his gaze around, and then walked directly to Lu Konghe. What's going on? He is a petty man. He schemed against me. Snapping out of the shock of being able to hear his thoughts, Lu Konghe was so furious that he wanted to go up and give Ma Wenong a few more punches. He came today and tried to snatch Tianxiang away from me. He knew well that I had reserved Tianxiang and that I was here, yet he still sent people to haul her over to serve him. He simply doesn't take me seriously. I told him and his men to get lost, but he still came to provoke me, and even dared to curse me. How did he curse you? Let me see. Tisk, indeed he did curse you. A silver spear with a wax head. That's calling you impotent. No wonder you can't stand it. But your little hot pepper is like underdeveloped. Him saying that is actually a compliment, isn't it? No wonder after all these years of debauchery, he only has that one seedling. But to fight over a prostitute, what an achievement. Will it turn into accidentally killing someone tomorrow, so that the one on the ground no longer has to pretend so hard? No, his eyeballs are about to wear a hole through his eyelids. Does he really think everyone is blind and can't see he's forcing it? Ma Wenong, who had nearly worn through his eyelids, could no longer pretend. He got up from the ground in one swift motion like a corpse rising. Everyone who had overheard his thoughts let out a soft cough and turned away to snicker. Ma Jianbai's face no longer held the cheerful smile from before. He had realized that this voice criticized everyone indiscriminately, and no one could gain any advantage from her. Earl, said Lu Jinchuan, cupping his hands, and let out a light laugh, while looking at the lively Ma Wenong. Since they each have their own absurdities, why not let this matter go like this, eh? After returning to the mansion, I will severely punish him. If they investigated further, no one would benefit. From the moment Ma Wenong got up, the loyal, diligent Earl's estate had lost the upper hand. The censor planted among the crowd was also useless. It was better to let it go and each retain a shred of dignity. Ma Jianbai narrowed his eyes, slightly unwilling, but he knew the matter had lost its opportunity for exploitation. He cupped his hands and was about to speak when suddenly a thunderclap sounded in everyone's ears. How could it just be let go? What are you dreaming of? That Miss Tianxiang was beaten to death by them in the chaos. This is a murder case. They don't really think that such a small matter would alert the Shuntian prefecture, do they? Someone died. Lu Jinchuan and Ma Jianbai both changed color, their sharp eyes like knives falling on their respective sons. These two useless men, neither of them dared to tell them. The coroner who had come with them had already entered the room to examine the body, and the constables were also organizing the clues inside. The actions of the Shuntian prefecture personnel were not concealed at all, but neither Lu Jinchuan nor Ma Jianbai had noticed. Go take them to separate rooms for statements. As he spoke, Song Junyan glanced at the layout of the Tsuechuan building, swept his gaze around, and then pointed a finger in a direction. Take them all over there to the innermost room, isolate them, and interrogate separately. The drunken spring pavilion was enormous with a span of 20 to 30 meters on each side. If handled properly, none of them would be able to hear Lu Xinran's thoughts during the interrogation. The constables acknowledged and stepped forward to take the people away one by one. Lu Jinxuan and Ma Jianbai quickly calculated in their minds, hoping to shift the blame for the murder onto the other. Their gazes instinctively fell toward the direction of the two sisters Lu Xinran and Lu Xinlan, but Song Junyan blocked them with his body, stepped forward, and raised his hand in a gesture of please. Both of you are officials in the Ministry of Justice, well versed in the statutes. It would be better to go outside together and wait for the results so as not to disrupt justice and incur the reputation of knowingly breaking the law. Lu Jinchuan's heart suddenly sank. He seemed to still hear the words Lu Xinran had said when she first entered. A gift that could wipe out all his private assets. Could it be that Lu Kanghe accidentally killed someone? His face pale, he wanted to step forward to beg for mercy, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he was gradually forced downstairs by the guards, pushed out of the range where he could eavesdrop on thoughts. Upon hearing that there was a case, Lu Xinlan's heart began to itch, and her gaze uncontrollably shifted toward the room where the incident occurred. Lu Xinran was afraid to look, but this kind of case was valuable. If she could see the whole cause and effect, she would gain a lot of life points. She gritted her teeth, secretly tugged at Lu Xinlan, and the two sisters stealthily crept toward the room where the incident had occurred. Song Junyan glanced at the sneaky sisters and called out again for the guards to clear the scene. Clear all unrelated personnel out of the Tianxiang building. Set up a human wall 10 paces away. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a suspect. Yes, sir. The building gradually quieted down. Finally, Lu Xinran, who had crept to the door of the room, was startled by the terrifying scene inside, causing her heart to skip several beats. The room was covered in blood everywhere. Tianxiang's neck had been twisted, and she lay on the ground in a grotesque posture, wearing only her undergarments. Her exposed skin was covered with bruises of various sizes. Horrifying and brutal. Lu Xinlan stood at the door of the room, carefully scanning the interior. She felt around her waist, finding it empty, and then realized she was no longer the former captain of the criminal investigation team. Sister, aren't we going in? Lu Xinran covered her eyes with her hands, terrified but unwilling to give up the life points she was about to gain. No rush, let's wait until the people inside have sorted out the traces and clues before we go in so as not to affect them. Having just come over and heard the sisters' conversation, Song Junyan discreetly looked Lu Xinlan over, then glanced into the room, found an angle, and slipped inside. So there really was a premeditated plot. That old scumbag is truly in trouble this time. Regardless of how Ma Wenong and Tianxiang schemed, the fact is that Lu Kanghe killed someone by accident. If he is smart enough, he should abandon this spoiled son and let him be judged according to the law. However, with his son's moral failure, the censors won't let him off, will they? Alas, does he really need to flee early with the silver? This family seems unreliable from top to bottom. The more she watched, the more melancholy she felt, and she let out a complicated sigh. Tianxiang surely never imagined until her death that Ma Wenong's sweet words were all lies. He never intended to redeem her and make her a concubine in the Earl's mansion. All he wanted was her life. After learning the full story from Tianxiang, Lu Xinran could only sigh deeply. Men's mouths are full of lies, and being born in a place like this, how could she not know that not a single word from those frequenting the brothel could be trusted? Lu Kanghe, though foolish and debauched, was at least not malicious. He merely indulged in wanton affairs outside. Ma Wenong, however, was a venomous bee. Once targeted by him, one's very life would be forfeit. Inside the room, the officials had already examined all traces and conducted a comparative analysis of Tianxiang's cause of death. Having reviewed the progress, Lu Xinlan entered the room, listening to the report being delivered by the officials while surveying the surroundings. Song Junyan stood beside the corpse, observing the coroner's examination. Both of them pretended not to hear the two exclamations. Your Highness, the number of people in the room at the time of the incident should have been more than 3. As she spoke, Lu Xinlan crouched down. Before her lay a chaotic jumble of overlapping footprints, some stained with blood, others not. A more detailed comparison is impossible, but roughly speaking, there should have been 5 people in the room earlier. 5. Song Junyan walked over to her, lifted the hem of his robe, and crouched down to carefully examine the direction she was pointing. The two stood a little too close together, and when Lu Xinran snapped out of her thoughts, she caught sight of them. Seen this way, the two of them are quite a good match. What a pity. I wonder if they could make an effort to overcome the barriers of their statuses. But if they were to really try, would the subsequent plot lines begin to unfold as well? Would it start with a broken leg, or with taking a blade? That's not right either. Why does it feel so dangerous to be around this person? The two, engrossed in deducing the case, both coughed lightly, unsettled by this chaotic stream of thoughts. Ding Er, make rubbings of these footprints and compare them with those of the 2 men and their servants. Yes, my lord. Ding Er quickly brought men with rubbing paper, and under Lu Xinlan's meticulous guidance imprinted all the overlapping, somewhat blurred footprints before hurrying off for comparison. After examining the footprints near the door, she continued deeper into the room. Although Tianxiang was not the top courtesan of Zuichan Lu, she was a popular and thriving one, and her room was among the best appointed on this floor. The room was spacious, originally partitioned by a screen. But a violent struggle must have occurred earlier as the screen had been knocked over and smashed to the ground with wooden splinters scattering from the broken frame. She walked over to the screen, beckoned the official who had made the footprint rubbings, and instructed him to also take impressions of the footprints on the screen. Isn't this unnecessary? Isn't the case already clear that it was one of those two men? The official was puzzled. The footprints on the screen were equally chaotic, and taking all the impressions would take at least a quarter of an hour. Lu Xinran stood up, estimated the height of the screen and the deepest footprint, and raised her foot to test it. The person who kicked over the screen should be between 7'7" cun and 7'8" cun in height. He used his right foot, failed to knock it down with the first kick, and added two more. When he kicked it down, his body was slightly unsteady, so his shoes might have picked up with splinters. The official crouched on the ground, looking up at her in astonishment. Could one really analyze it like this? Lu Xinran's eyes sparkled. Wow, how can she be so brilliant? Like the heroines seen in novels before. The moment the thoughts reached the ears of the two people in the room, they were instantly censored. Lu Xinran looked over in confusion, then quickly guessed what the censored words might have been. It was a good thing that terms not belonging to this time and space would be censored. This way, even if she spoke a bit out of line, no one would suspect she had been replaced. She smiled and waved at her. Would you like to come over and take a look? I'll teach you how to read the scene. Lu Xinran nervously shuffled over to her side. No need to teach me specifically. I should be able to learn a lot just by watching you. Besides, she had the system. No matter what details appeared, she could see them in the little booklet. Clutching her cheek, she could enjoy the gossip happily without having to work so hard. Sensing her thoughts at that moment, Lu Xinran let out a faint sigh from the depths of her heart. Solving a case was like answering an exam paper. Having only the final result was far from enough. They needed a reasonable process of deduction and sufficient testimony and physical evidence to bring the criminal to justice. The overly smooth resolution of the case the previous day at Ronghui Garden was an anomaly. With the servant's testimony, the blood-stained clothes of Pei Xiujua's attendant, the murder weapon that hadn't been disposed of in time, and his confession under pressure, all supplemented by her thoughts. Only after organizing everything could Pei Xiujua be convicted. But the situation here was clearly more complicated. Although Lu Jinxuan and Ma Jianbai had been driven out, they would not leave. And since Ma Wenong had set up Lu Kanghe, he would definitely insist that he had nothing to do with the matter. Despite her contempt and disgust for the men of the Lu family could not fall yet. So she had to work hard to find some evidence favorable to Lu Kanghe, limiting the case to him alone and not affecting the entire Lu family. As she thought this, she shifted her attention away from the screen to other areas. Lu Xinran also realized the predicament the Lu family would face if Lu Kanghe and Lu Jinxuan met with misfortune. She bit her lip, her heart filled with conflict. Should I help that old scumbag after all? I really hate this guy, and I'm quite looking forward to seeing him suffer. But in this capital, everyone has a heart as full of holes as a sieve. If he really falls, will it affect the peaceful days in the mansion? If I can't happily enjoy the gossip and carefreely indulge in eating and drinking, wouldn't my journey here be in vain? I'll forget it. Let's bail him out. I'll make up for it by driving him to death in other ways later. Gloomily, she reopened the little booklet, preparing to find some breakthroughs. She would strive to ensure that only Lu Kanghe suffered, not the entire Lu family. I wonder what punishment Lu Kanghe will get. If he were exiled to the northwest to carry bricks, that would be perfect. Once he's done for that, concubine Wang will definitely have no way to compete with grandmother. It would be best to have grandmother stir up trouble, so that whenever Lu Jinxuan thinks of those two concubines, he recalls today's vexation and misfortune. Once concubine Jean is also subdued, the Lu mansion will be our domain. Lu Kanghe still has two concubines, but he's a heartless man. He keeps them like decorations. Xiaoshi can handle them, so no worries. A few steps away, Lu Xinlan and Song Junyan listened to her unrestrained, cheerful thoughts. One could only facepalm in exasperation, while the other's eyes flickered with contemplation. Lu Xinlan requested two capable officials from Song Junyan, one to gather evidence, and the other to record detailed information. Half an hour later, all traces in the room had been sorted. Following instructions, the coroner began a more meticulous autopsy. The deceased Tianxiang female, 17 years old, has multiple abrasions and contusions on her body. Based on the pressure and livor mortis reactions, the marks should have been formed at least 1 hour before the incident. There is a wound behind the right ear near the temporal bone, about 2 cun in length. The fatal wound is between the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. The coroner's calm tone, like a bleak painting, unfolded slowly before Lu Xinran's eyes, accompanied by the detailed information provided by the system. Lu Kanghe had always been dissatisfied with his status as a concubine-born son, complaining to concubine Wang more than once. If she had married his father as the primary wife back then, he would have been the legitimate eldest son of the main branch, instead of a despised concubine-born offspring. At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the invitations from various mansions, and the court feasts during the new year, he would be able to attend with full legitimacy, instead of just watching helplessly as his eldest and second elder brothers led their families onto the carriage. The day before was the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. When he left the house in the morning, he happened to see Pei Shi leading a group of female family members out of the mansion. In the afternoon, Lu Jinxuan returned to the mansion, changed his robes, and hurriedly left with his two elder brothers. From beginning to end, his dear father never asked him if he wanted to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, never asked if he wished to broaden his horizons. Just because he was a concubine-born son, he was excluded from that circle. Unwilling yet powerless, he could only come to Zuichuan Tower to seek pleasure, trying to reclaim his dignity from women. After a night of debauchery, he woke up the next day, still hesitating whether to return to the mansion, only to be interrupted by the forceful knocking of Ma Wenong's servant boy. After that, he covered his head, unwilling to recall. It wasn't me, I didn't kill her, no, it was Ma Wenong. He pulled Tianxiang over, and he pushed her near the screen. He lost his composure, and tried to rise and grab the officer recording the confession, but someone behind him quickly pressed a hand on his shoulder, firmly pinning him to the chair. Details. Tell me clearly what happened after Ma Wenong and the servant entered. Don't play tricks. If you make the magistrate personally interrogate you, you will regret your disobedience. I've already told you everything. What more do you want me to say? Lu Kanghe roared in frustration. He no longer cared whether he had killed the person or not, he only wanted to know if his father could save her. In the adjacent room, Ma Wenong, with a smile in his eyes, crossed his legs and looked at the officer before him with a nonchalant air. Didn't I say it? Lu Kanghe killed her. He was desperately pulling Tianxiang, refusing to let her go with me, and then accidentally killed her. Song Junyan stood outside the room, listening to the intermittent sounds coming from within. After a moment, he threw out a sentence. Take them all back to the Shuntian Prefecture prison. If they won't talk properly, let them talk slowly back there. Others might be wary of the status of Lu Jinxuan and Ma Jianbai, but he was not afraid. However, he still needed to report to the palace first. Lu Xinran carefully flipped through the booklet belonging to Tianxiang many times. The more she read, the more she marveled at how meticulous Lu Kanghe was. He had left no evidence that could expose him. Even those few meetings with Tianxiang, he had dismissed the servants, leaving only the two of them in the room. What they had conspired was unknown to anyone, and Tianxiang was already dead. As long as he kept all the details to himself, judging solely from the traces in the room, everything would appear to be an accident. Is Lu Kanghe doomed this time? Whether he lives or dies doesn't matter. After all, no one is close to him. But if he drags them down, he'll be as detestable as his mother. Lu Xinran sighed inwardly. Hearing her sigh, Lu Xinlan also sighed in her heart. An officer had just run back to deliver the confessions. These confessions included not only those of Lu Kanghe and the others, but also those given by the crowd who had been watching the excitement at Zuichuan Tower. All the confessions were very unfavorable to Lu Kanghe. In several of them, she even saw the idiotic remark, "My father is the Minister of Justice." Why didn't he say his father is Li Gang? What a horny, brainless pig, only thinking about venting. Or maybe we could let the old jerk's favoritism of the concubine over the wife take all the blame, but then grandmother's face would be trampled on. The distant door was pulled open, and the two, separated during interrogation, were brought out by the officers. As soon as Lu Kanghe saw Ma Wenong, he howled and tried to lunge at him, but the officers prepared pulled him away. "Your Highness, may I return to the mansion?" Ma Wenong walked to the central hall, saw Song Junyan standing there with his hands behind his back, and immediately approached with a cheeky grin. Song Junyan cast a cold glance at the two of them. "Take them away. Your Highness, I didn't kill her." He also says he didn't kill her. What you say doesn't count, it depends on where the evidence points. Song Junyan threw out these words, then turned and strode downstairs. Lu Kanghe saw Lu Xinran as if he had seen a savior. He tried to run over, but was firmly held down. "Niece, quickly tell His Highness. I didn't kill her, really I didn't. Tell him." Lu Xinran was speechless. This man's brain is indeed eaten away by lust. What am I? How can I tell that pervert who actually killed the person? I could also say the madam killed her, but where is the evidence? Truly a family trait of being kicked in the head by a donkey. Lu Kanghe, infuriated by this string of contempt, saw black spots before his eyes. He stammered, you for a long time, then his head tilted, and he fainted dead away. No way. He's that weak. Indeed, indulgence not only drains the brain, but also drains the body. An hour later, when Lu Jinxuan and Ma Jianbai heard the inner voice, this was the line. Song Junyan strode out of Zuichuan Tower with long steps, seemingly unaffected. But if one looked closely at his knitted brows, one would find a sector diagram in them. "Your Highness, how is it? Can this humble official take my son back? Wait until the case is resolved. If he is innocent, he can naturally return to the mansion." With that, he gave them no chance to pester him further, mounted his horse and left. As soon as they left, the madam looked at the mess in the building and wanted to cry, but had no tears. She hurried out, grabbing Lu Jinxuan with one hand and Ma Jianbai with the other. "Two gentlemen, you cannot leave. The losses in our establishment are at least 5,000 taels. You two must not refuse to pay. 5,000 taels is not enough, is it?" They also smashed a jade ornament in the center of the hall. Such a large piece must be worth at least 1,000 taels. And those tables and chairs, all made of fine sandalwood and rosewood, plus the furnishings in Tianxiang's room. The two heard this string of her inner thoughts and nearly ground their teeth to pieces. These two prodigal sons. Is the second young lady of the Lu family here? A shrill voice suddenly sounded, and the crowd parted to reveal a eunuch with a pale, beardless face walking toward them. The eunuch's gaze swept over the two sisters, then fell on Lu Xinran. The Empress Dowager summons the second young lady of the Lu family to the palace immediately. Come with me, eunuch. Lu Xinran nervously pulled her sister's hand. My second sister has only recently returned to the capital. I fear she might speak improperly and offend the Empress Dowager. May I accompany her to the palace? The eunuch looked at her with impatience. She quickly took out a purse from her bosom, stepped forward, and pressed it into his hand. Please grant this favor, eunuch. He pinched the contents of the purse, then waved his hand. Follow me. In the carriage, Lu Xinran was filled with confusion. Why had the Empress Dowager summoned her to the palace? Hadn't she been perfectly well behaved from start to finish yesterday, simply eating and watching the excitement without causing any trouble? Hearing her thoughts, Lu Xinran had 1,000 complaints she wanted to voice, the kind that would leave one utterly spent. As the carriage swayed, the two sisters each harbored their own concerns. The sunset painted the sky, casting slanting rays that enveloped the entire imperial palace. The red walls and green tiles were all bathed in a thick golden glow. Lu Xinran alighted from the carriage, steadying herself on Lu Xinlan's hand. She looked up at the majestic, solemn palace, her eyes brimming with awe. The palace in ruins was not bad, but compared to one with people it fell short by a considerable margin. Lu Xinlan dared not let her continue such reckless thoughts. She hurriedly pulled her along to follow the eunuch who had delivered the summons. The two were inspected at the city gate, and then allowed entry. Why summon me to the palace when it's almost dark? Will I be able to return to the Lu residence tonight? After all that has happened, I still want to go back and see the outcome. Madame Pei would surely seize the opportunity to thoroughly purge the two concubines' people and tighten her grip on the entire Lu residence. As for Lu Jinxuan, he must still be fretting over his precious son's murder, especially since the culprit had been taken away by Song Junyan. As a prince, he had no need to consider the status of Lu Jinxuan and Ma Jianbai. Now that she and Lu Xinlan had both entered the palace, the only two who knew the full details of the incident were absent, which would only drive him more frantic. At the thought that the old scoundrel could gain no advantage from them, she nearly burst out laughing. In the palace of eternal longevity, the Empress Dowager was twisting a string of prayer beads between her fingers, her eyes lowered and lips moving in silent recitation. The emperor rubbed his temples, glancing at the beads in her hand. He wanted to speak several times, but ultimately swallowed his words in resignation. The empress sat by the window, her gaze fixed on the sky beyond the palace walls. She had been somewhat dazed ever since returning to the palace the previous night. The emperor could not fathom what she was thinking, nor did he care to. He and the empress had come to this pass entirely because of his own actions. He did not think he had done anything wrong, as an emperor's sacrifices had to be made for the sake of imperial power. He believed he had granted the empress enough honor and dignity with the position of the nation's mother. The three people in the room sat each on one side, all awaiting the arrival of the summoned ones. The two sisters, draped in the sunset glow, entered the palace of eternal longevity under the guidance of the palace attendants. Two slender and graceful figures, one lively and carefree, the other dignified and composed, crossed the palace threshold together to pay their respects to the three. The Empress Dowager raised her eyes and saw two figures with perfect proportions. After a moment's thought, she guessed why Lu Xinlan had come to the palace as well. The bond between these sisters seemed even more harmonious than what she had heard in their thoughts. Why is the Empress Dowager looking at us like that? There's nothing inappropriate about my attire today, is there? Zhao may not be the sharpest tool, but my grandmother has been quite kind to me lately. She's given me several chests of hairpins and jewelry. The ones I'm wearing today, they can't be out of style, can they? The youthful murmuring thoughts echoed in the room, making the cold palace of eternal longevity seem to come alive. The Empress Dowager smiled and gestured to an attendant to bring soft stools. Sit down. Let us have a chat. The two sisters obediently took their seats. Lu Xinran, keeping her eyes cast down and her composure steady, edged slightly backward to hide behind Lu Xinlan. Did some accident occur on the streets today? Your Highness, it was a murder case at the Drunken Spring Pavilion in Qingping Ward. Lu Xinlan rose to answer, but her voice faltered slightly when she said the words Drunken Spring Pavilion. Only then did she realize that in this era the two sisters visiting a brothel together was shocking and scandalous. The Empress Dowager uttered a soft "oh," clearly curious about the murder case. The emperor had heard of the incident before coming. Stories of jealousy and fights in brothels would only defile the Empress Dowager's ears, so he gave a light cough. Mother, it's already late. Did you summon these sisters to the palace for a reason? His blunt question earned him a glare from the Empress Dowager. What if it's late? I can send them back later. Come, child, tell me about this murder case. Lu Xinlan was in a dilemma. The matter involved Lu Kanghe and Lu Jinxuan, and it was inappropriate for her to speak. I wonder how Song Junyan will judge this case. Ma Wenong is too scheming. He set up the entire incident, luring Tianxiang and Lu Kanghe into the trap. One killed as he designed, the other died as he wished, leaving no evidence linking him to the crime. He and his father both knew that Lu Kanghe was the old scoundrel's favorite son, and the old man would resort to any desperate measure for his child. Even if this won't shake his position as Minister of Justice, it will leave a stain of moral failing in the emperor's mind. After several such incidents, when the emperor's disappointment has accumulated enough, the position of Minister of Justice will naturally fall to Ma Jianbai. The old scoundrel may be muddled in matters between men and women, and his favoritism toward concubines over his wife is despicable, but in other matters, he still has principles. He's not a clear-headed good official, but he's not terrible either. But the character of that father and son. If Ma Jianbai becomes Minister of Justice, how many unjust cases and errors will there be throughout the Great Shu? Then the entire Ministry of Justice could become their private property right. And they'd commit high-intelligence crimes, leaving no trace of error for you to find. How terrifying. Lu Xinran, recalling what she had witnessed in the drunken spring pavilion, could not help but sigh. Without more conclusive evidence, even if Song Junyan could guess the cause and effect, this case would be difficult to judge. The Empress Dowager was baffled, knowing nothing of the details, but the Emperor, who was aware of the general situation, fell into contemplation. Could the Earl of Zhongqin truly be a scheming, cold-hearted individual, as this girl suggests? Your Majesty, Your Highness, the fourth prince requests an audience outside the palace. Why is he here? The Empress Dowager glanced at the two sisters in surprise, then suddenly seemed to think of something and smiled. Let him in. These two sisters, both were promising. Lu Xinlan's birth was somewhat inferior, but she had been raised by Madame Pei since childhood. Years ago, the emperor had verbally betrothed her to the fourth prince, and her conduct had been strictly modeled after that of a princess consort. It would be perfectly suitable to match her with the fourth prince. Song Junyan strode swiftly into the hall, his gaze sweeping over the two sisters he had just seen in the brothel, and a hint of surprise crept into his eyes. Father, I have official business to report. Is it about that pavilion? I've just had my curiosity piqued. Tell me here what exactly happened. The Empress Dowager had originally wanted to say she would listen to the story, but then remembered that someone had died, so she swallowed the words. Song Junyan, with a strange glance at Lu Xinran, who was hiding behind her sister, like a quail, briefly recounted the incident. Only then did the Empress Dowager grasp the complex web of interests. Is there any hidden truth in this? Old Fourth, as the prefect of Shuntian Prefecture, you must be diligent and impartial. You cannot shield any party. Song Junyan. Yes, I have taken note, grandmother. So he was being reprimanded. His gaze fell once more on Lu Xinran. What thoughts had she voiced before his arrival? The sisters, in the prime of their youth and beauty, were a delightful sight, even for an old woman like her, let alone for a young man brimming with vigor. The Empress Dowager, recalling the verbal betrothal between Song Junyan and Lu Xinlan, couldn't help but glance at the emperor. The fourth prince is about to reach his coming of age next year, isn't he? After his coming of age, he will leave the palace and establish his own residence, and it will be time for him to marry. The emperor observed the dignified and graceful Lu Xinlan, finding her seemingly perfect in every way, yet regretting that her lineage was beneath his precious son. There's no rush. He has just taken up the post in the Shuntian Prefecture this year. Let him first accomplish his duties before considering marriage. This remark, made in the presence of the two sisters, was a blunt indication that neither of them was worthy of his beloved son. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes inwardly. As Song Junyan closed his eyes in despair, her thoughts arrived as expected. As if everyone covets his precious son. What a twisted, perverted old man. We are not so fortunate as to enjoy his favor. Broken legs, blocking blades, miscarriages. All sorts of torturous methods that no human could devise. Marrying him would be no different from jumping headfirst into a pit of fire. They should quickly betroth him to whoever they fancy, and stop ruining Lu Xinlan's life. I wonder if the plot can still proceed if the target is changed. Since the slap won't land on my own face, it would be quite amusing to watch the drama. I wonder when he will start turning twisted. Should I get a little notebook to keep track? The Emperor. The Empress Dowager. The Empress, who had been gazing at the sky, also withdrew her gaze, and looked incredulously at Song Junyan, who was absorbed in picking at his toenails. Among the grown princes, the one closest to her was the fourth prince. His birth mother was of low rank and in poor health. After she died of a cold when he was 7, he suffered greatly in the harem with no one to care for him. It was only after she accidentally witnessed the palace maids mistreating him that she sent her own attendants from the Changchun Palace to his side, gradually restoring his dignity as a prince. Over the years, she had secretly looked after him, considering herself a dutiful stepmother. How could she have raised him to be twisted? Could it be that the mistreatment he suffered from the palace maids back then had been harbored as resentment in his heart? Song Junyan regretted deeply. He should have turned and left the moment he saw the two sisters without hesitation or lingering. Now, a few more people knew he was twisted. This cascade of thoughts was so shocking that the Empress Dowager almost forgot why she had summoned Lu Xinran to the palace. The emperor looked at the seemingly honest Lu Xinran and suddenly smiled. Mother, you always say the Yongshou Palace is too quiet. Since you rarely meet young people who suit your taste, why not keep them in the palace for a few more days to accompany you? Emperor. The Empress Dowager snapped back to reality and shot him a warning glance. One of these two girls was nearly his daughter-in-law. If he coveted the younger sister, that would be nothing short of incest. The disgust in her eyes was so evident that the emperor felt deeply wronged. Mother, I simply thought that you and the empress have no one to talk to on ordinary days, and the palace is too desolate. If there are any younger generations from other families that catch your eye, you may summon them to the palace to keep you company. Is that so? Yes. Just so happens I need to discuss with the fourth prince the murder cases of Lu Jinxuan and Ma Jinbai's sons. Keeping them in the palace will also save us some trouble. Sending Lu Xinran back would be like handing Lu Jinxuan a cheat sheet. Since they were to uphold the law impartially, let them each rely on their own means to bail out their people. With this explanation, the Empress Dowager reluctantly accepted. Glancing at the sky outside, she smiled and ordered the palace maids to prepare rooms for them. How did it turn into us staying in the palace with no way back? Grandmother will be worried when she hears the news, won't she? The mansion is in such chaos today. Without us there, I wonder if she can handle it alone. Will that old scumbag take his anger out on grandmother when he returns? If he dares, I'll definitely urge grandmother to divorce him and send him far away. Listening to this cascade of thoughts, the Empress Dowager suddenly felt that keeping them in the palace would indeed be lively. But this girl wanting to urge Lady Pei to divorce, that was truly inappropriate. At her age, with sons and grandsons filling the hall and grandchildren already of marriageable age, if the family fell into discord, how would they ever marry in the future? Which family would dare to take them in? The Empress Dowager looked at them with a smile, feeling that in the coming days she would have to have a good talk with this girl to make her understand that everyone in the capital sacrifices for their family. After the Empress Dowager had the girls stay, the emperor left with Song Junyan. Once they were gone, free from that oppressive gaze, Lu Xinran secretly straightened her back. How long are we supposed to stay in the palace? Why did we suddenly end up staying here? We're not going to be trapped here forever, are we? Her heart was full of doubts, but she dared not ask aloud, so she could only sneak a glance at Lu Xinran. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lu Xinran's mind, and she felt that what she feared most was about to happen. Could it be that the emperor planned to keep Lu Xinran in the palace, give her a random title, and never let her leave the harem? Her system, with its leaky thoughts audible to everyone, was a threat to all. Keeping her in the harem was probably the safest option for the emperor, wasn't it? But with her temperament, she wouldn't even survive 3 days in the harem. The more she thought, the more worried she became. With a sigh, she lifted her head and met the empress's concerned and smiling gaze. You may rest in the Empress Dowager's palace today. Tomorrow I will summon Shui'er to the palace so you can have someone to talk to. Lu Xinran quickly moved to lead Lu Xinran in a bow, but the empress smilingly waved to stop them. All right, keep the Empress Dowager company today. I'll take my leave now. She rose and bowed to the Empress Dowager, then left. The Empress Dowager watched her gaunt, slender back and sighed. She would rather the emperor and empress became estranged than see her son turn into a scumbag. The emperor returned to the palace last night and went to Consort Tong's chambers. He displayed his imperial might, shaking the bed until the end of the Cho hour and called for water 4 times during the night. He only rested just before the Cho hour ended, and by the Mao hour he had to attend the morning court with less than an hour of sleep. Is this the special ability from the novel? Shaking the bed and still being energetic, needing no sleep. Then Song Junyan, as the male lead, must be capable of 7 times a night, full of vitality. The Empress Dowager. Wait, why did the carriage wheels suddenly roll right over her face? At her age, and having been through it herself, she understood these words immediately. But the girl's tone, why did she sound like she knew everything too? Had she become so out of touch with the countryside nowadays? The wheels had rolled rather harshly, afraid that hearing such raw thoughts might damage her dignified and kind image as the Empress Dowager. She said, the rooms have been prepared. Go and rest. I'll have someone send your evening meal to you. She waved them away, and Lu Xinran, also fearing that the loudspeaker would say something too fast, quickly pulled her sister away and took their leave. The sisters shared a room. Shortly after they entered, the meal was delivered. Lu Xinran waved for the palace maids to withdraw and began to set out the dishes herself. Oh! She curiously took out a white jade wine flask, brought it to her ear, and shook it. Hearing the sound of liquid splashing inside, she couldn't help but smile. Is this the imperial jade nectar wine? Lu Xinran's heart skipped a beat. She opened her mouth to reply, but before she could speak, the other party burst into hearty laughter, then began muttering in a halting manner. Court jade nectar wine, 1 cup. How much was it per cup? Lu Xinran's brows knitted together in frustration. The words on the tip of her tongue stubbornly refused to come out. Lu Xinran stepped forward and took the wine flask from her hand, her heart hammering as though it might leap from her chest. She opened her mouth and found she could breathe and speak without dizziness. Her fingertips were ice cold, yet her eyes were brimming with warmth. 180 per cup. That's right, 180. Lu Xinran felt as though she had scooped up a fallen fruit and was overjoyed, eager to blow off the dust. But then she suddenly froze. She stared in disbelief at Lu Xinran, whose smile remained dignified and gentle, as if a bolt of lightning had struck straight into her mind, leaving her nearly breathless. How do you know it's 180 per cup? Small hammer, 40 big hammer. How much is the big hammer? 20 big hammers, 80. When 3 are long and 1 is short, choose the shortest. When 3 are short and 1 is long, choose the longest. Don't move from where you are. I'll go buy some oranges. Wrong, how could you be taking advantage of me? Tears spilled in great drops from her eyes. She snatched the wine flask from Lu Xinran's hands and set it on the table, then gripped her arm as though afraid to blink. You look at me. I have a very serious question. Who did the boss of Jiangnan Leather Factory run off with? Lu Xinlan's misty eyes softened into a wry smile at the question. Should I answer in song? No need I just. Lu Xinran stammered in agitated excitement. Let me think again. I just can't believe it. She had never imagined that the completely different behavior of the person before her was due to such a reason. She had thought it was because she herself lacked ambition, so the other had let her go. So it was like this. But. She had been so careful. She should not have shown any signs of anomaly. How could she have discovered they were from the same hometown? She laughed through her tears, wanting to jump for joy, yet afraid someone might notice something amiss. Why didn't you tell me? Let me guess, for so long. You're too mean. Do you have any idea how terrified I was when I first realized I'd arrived here? Especially since the system had told her she had transmigrated into a book, and her original self was the biggest cannon fodder in the story destined for a wretched end. Though the drama was entertaining, collecting life points proved so difficult. Her remaining lifespan hadn't even reached a year yet. The more she thought about it, the more pitiful she felt, and she cried some more. No, I need to test you one more time with my ultimate move. You must pass this trial. It's the essential phrase for recognizing fellow countrymen in every novel I've ever read. She wiped away her tears and broke into another silly giggle. Odd changes, even stays the same. Lu Xinlan giggled along with her, and the sign depends on the quadrant. Though my teachers barely emphasized that phrase back in school, I'm glad I'd read novels. You big meanie, why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Xinran threw herself into Lu Xinlan's arms and cried again. She was not alone in this strange timeline. She finally had someone to rely on. They could whisper secrets together, gawk at spectacles side by side. Everything in her heart, her thoughts, her values, so different from this world, could finally be understood by someone. Heaven treated her so well. Even transmigration came with a confidant to walk beside her. She clung to Lu Xinlan's arm, nuzzling affectionately. Did you come over with me? Probably. I also woke up after the original host fell into the water. Then why didn't you tell me? All that time she had worried and trembled, terrified that the woman smiling beside her might stab her in the back the next moment. Lu Xinlan sighed helplessly. Don't you remember the first time I went to your courtyard to find you? Lu Xinran concentrated hard to recall, and then remembered those two occasions when she had suddenly seemed as though someone had grabbed her by the throat. Were you going to tell me then? Wait, had she exposed herself so early? Lu Xinran was shocked. Lu Xinlan nodded. You could say I learned through some means that you and I come from the same world, but I simply couldn't bring myself to say it. If Lu Xinran hadn't spoken that line first, and she hadn't been able to smoothly continue with the response, they might never have recognized each other at all. Lu Xinran hugged her tightly, beaming with satisfaction. So we won't end up like the characters in the book. You won't go through that angsty romance with Song Junyan, and I won't become cannon fodder. Indeed. The Emperor's words just now made that clear enough. He has no interest in us. My humble origins and your rustic upbringing both fall short of his precious son. We're actually quite fortunate to be let go. Lu Xinlan was fairly content with their current situation, though both she and her companion had already reached the age of 17, making marriage arrangements an urgent matter. Lu Xinran murmured wistfully, I wish we didn't have to marry. They could fleece some benefits from the Lu family and find a serene, beautiful place to spend their lives together as companions. Unfortunately, even she, a simple soul, thought that idea was rather unrealistic. But Lu Xinlan's smile remained calm and reassuring. Where there's a will, there's a way. Even if we must marry, we can choose someone we genuinely fancy. Her definition of genuinely fancy was little more than someone from a simple family, easy to manage, honest and obedient, who would not take concubines. Lu Xinran sighed, then broke into giggles again. Forget those dreary matters. Let's have a drink. Knowing you're not her makes me so happy. She could finally rely on her and peace be her sister in every sense of the word. She eagerly rummaged through the food container and produced 2 wine cups, pouring one for each of them. She pressed the cup into the other's hands and asked with eager seriousness, Can I trust you forever? Of course. To me you matter more than anything else in this world. Having witnessed life and death throughout her past existence, worldly power and status meant nothing compared to the person standing beside her. Hearing this, Lu Xinran's tears returned, and she believed her unconditionally. And she had no choice but to believe. For with Lu Xinlan, a single clever mind was more than enough to deceive her without even trying. Cheers to our days of sticking together through thick and thin. Lu Xinlan. That's not how you use that phrase. I know, I'm just so happy. Still sniffing from her tears, Lu Xinran downed the fruit wine in one gulp and immediately burst into another round of silly giggles. System, she's a transmigrated too, and you didn't even detect it. The system whined aggrievedly. The fluctuation is extremely subtle. Besides, I'm not omnipotent. I'm among the first batch of gossip detection systems developed by the mainframe. My functions are still incomplete. Incomplete? Does that mean there are bugs? Aren't you going to cheat me? Lu Xinran's eyes widened in sudden alarm, and the system hurriedly soothed her in a childlike voice. No. All the melons are guaranteed authentic. The core functions work fine. As for which aspects are lacking, the mainframe didn't specify when we left. It should be nothing serious. No big problem. Suddenly hearing the conversation between Lu Xinran and the system, Lu Xinlan swirled the wine glass in her hand. This is not a small problem, it's clearly a huge problem. But this gossip system was too overbearing. No one could make her realize that her thoughts were leaking like a sieve. After being thoroughly fooled by the system, Xinran looked at the wine in her glass, then smiled, and clinked glasses with Xinran. If Madame Zhao finds out that her precious daughter has been replaced, she will definitely be furious enough to faint. So you must never tell her, not even think about it in your mind. Can you do that? Xinran looked at her strangely, not understanding why she emphasized this so much, but this was indeed a secret that could not be known to anyone. She nodded seriously and forcefully. Then you must also promise not to tell anyone and not to think about it in your mind. Okay, it's a deal. Xinran looked at her cute, innocent, and obedient appearance and couldn't help but extend her pinky finger, pinky swear. In the main hall, the Empress Dowager put down her prayer beads and looked outside the hall. Previously afraid of hearing more shocking words, she had deliberately instructed the palace attendants to arrange the side rooms farther away. Now that she couldn't hear their thoughts, she didn't know if they would be anxious in the palace. However, with Xinran around, it should be fine. That girl was raised by the Lu family as a candidate for a prince's consort. Her temperament and demeanor were both excellent. In the side room, Xinran, slightly tipsy, looked at Xinran with sparkling eyes. What? She exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes darting around as if she had done something wrong. You were the captain of the criminal investigation team. You're amazing. I was wondering why you looked so professional today, much more capable than those officials around Song Junyan. If it weren't for the fact that the book described Song Junyan as too terrifying, she would have wanted to set her up with him. After all, they were already betrothed. By then, as a couple, they could work on cases together, search for clues, analyze and solve crimes. They would never lack common topics. Xinran smiled meaningfully. When we leave the palace, we can visit the Tang family. Minister Tang is open-minded and upright. If we occasionally go to the Dali Temple to help, he will surely not refuse. As for Song Junyan, after today's incident, if he still has any face, he will avoid this lady whenever he sees her. Xinran nodded with a dazed, silly smile. Okay, I'll do as you say. You arrange it. I'm so envious that you have the original body's memories after transmigrating. Not only memories, but everything she learned is muscle memory in your body, so you won't slip up. I'm in a bit of trouble. I have very few memories of the original body. If grandmother really brings the country aunt here, I will definitely be found out. Xinran skillfully took the wine glass from her hand and handed her a teacup. Don't worry, the matter of our swapping has been settled. Grandmother won't bring the country aunt to the capital. At most, she will send someone back to inquire about the situation back then and how your original body lived in the countryside. Speaking of the original body, Xinran couldn't help but pout. My original body was a pitiful person. The one who occupied your nest is not a good thing. If the people in the mansion had ignored or mistreated the original body, she wouldn't have thought of pushing the fake daughter into the water. As a result, before their entangled later lives even began, they both died together, allowing each of them to obtain a body. What my original body did to wrong you and your original body. Since she is gone, I will atone for her sins. What belongs to you I will definitely return to you, whether it's the family's affection or the identity of the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Xinran said it extremely solemnly. She had her own pride. Occupying and stealing Xinran's identity and love. How was that different from theft? Xinran waved her hand indifferently. The two of them are already entangled and gone. Although I inherited the other's body, I don't want to inherit her obsession. You know what kind of people those in the Lu mansion are. I find their affection disgusting just thinking about it. If you also detest them, just ignore them. As for returning it to me, forget it. If you do that, it would be biting the hand that feeds you. There is no reason to grab garbage and hold it in your own hands. They should be told to go as far away as possible and not to come and bother me. That would be true kindness to me. Xinran listened silently to her inner thoughts and somehow felt that her idea made sense. Since she truly didn't care, there was no rush to resolve this matter. With more time, a better solution could surely be found. As night deepened, the two climbed onto the bed and lay side by side. One talked about the various interesting cases she had encountered in the past, while the other talked about the strange and bizarre posts and short videos she had seen while lying in bed during her recovery. It wasn't until the night was deep that the room gradually fell silent. Early the next morning, the two got up to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager saw the dark circles under their eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Are you not used to staying in the palace? This Yongsho palace is a bit desolate. Once night falls, there is no vitality. If I hadn't lived here for decades, I would probably not be used to it either. Your Majesty, my sister, and I rested very well. We just stayed up a bit late whispering secrets last night. Alas, the Empress Dowager is really pitiful. Once you enter the palace gates, it's as deep as the sea. From then on, you can only be trapped in this small space. Even as noble as she is, she just whiles away the days. Two voices, one after the other, reached the Empress Dowager's ears. The smile on her face gradually faded into a slight daze. She pitiful. Aren't all women in the palace just enduring like this? Compared to others, she was already fortunate enough. Her son became the emperor, and she became the exalted Empress Dowager. From now on, no one could bully them. This honor was something others couldn't even beg for. How could she be pitiful? The Empress Dowager smiled gently again. Go quickly to have breakfast. After eating, go to the Changshun Palace to pay respects. I heard that the girl Shuair has already entered the palace. You can have a playmate there. The Empress Dowager waved them away. The two sisters hurried back to their room, had a simple breakfast, and then rushed to the Changchun Palace. They were not particularly early. All the consorts who came to pay respects to the Empress had already arrived. Before they even entered the hall, the scent of cosmetics nearly suffocated Lu Xinran. The Empress is definitely a high-risk occupation. With so many cosmetic fragrances attacking every day, how can her body endure it after a long time? Oh, Consort Tong has been promoted in rank. Consort Chun was sent to the imperial tombs. With the 4 consorts' positions vacant, she became Consort Tong. Indeed, the Son of Heaven is heartless. Once he's done, he turns his face away. Whoever can serve him well in bed can get promoted. From this perspective, the Emperor is no different from a rutting boar. In the hall, the Empress pinched her handkerchief and lightly pressed her lips. This little girl from the Lu family was becoming more and more pleasing to her. On that day in Ronghui Garden, Lu Xinlan discovered that the Emperor's consorts could not hear Lu Xinran's thoughts. As she stepped into the hall, her gaze swept discreetly over the group of concubines, confirming this notion once more. Concubines by status were considered secondary wives. Those who were not the principal wife could not hear her thoughts. With this realization, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Those bold words just now should have been heard only by the Empress. Your subjects Lu Xinlan and Lu Xinran pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress and all the esteemed consorts. The two performed a neat curtsy in unison, with Lu Xinran standing obediently and securely behind Lu Xinlan. The Empress, with a smile in her eyes, looked at them and said, "Suping, bring them seats." The senior palace maid standing beside her immediately went outside the hall and ordered 2 more chairs to be brought in. Zhang Shuair, who had arrived at the palace early in the morning, sat beside the Empress, constantly winking at them. The Empress patted her hand and said, "I knew you wouldn't be able to sit still once they arrived. Go sit with them." "Thank you, Aunt." Zhang Shuair rose with a grin and quickly moved over to join them. "My elder brother has entered the palace and will come to pay respects to Aunt later. This is a rare opportunity, I'll introduce him to you in a moment." She gazed ardently at Lu Xinlan, wishing she could whisk her home to become her sister-in-law that very instant. Lu Xinran, who had just found a pillar of support, was unwilling to let her take her away, so she quickly shielded her behind her. "No, my sister is mine. If I don't marry, she can't marry either." "You." Zhang Shuair was startled by her unreasonableness, then scanned her from head to toe. "You'll do too. How about you become my sister-in-law?" Lu Xinran. "She's daydreaming. My sister and I are educated, graceful, and beautiful. Not just anyone can aspire to us. Families like theirs are sure to have multiple wives and concubines, with the inner quarters all in a hubbub. We're not going to wade into that muddy water. Whether it's me or my sister, if we must marry, we should marry a man who doesn't take concubines, is honest and content, and willing to live a quiet life with us. A spoiled carrot only deserves to be chopped off." Zhang Shuair shuddered. This last line touched on a blind spot in her knowledge, but she inexplicably felt it was rather bloody. The Empress, who had been eavesdropping from her seat, looked at them with affectionate indulgence. Ought to be young, with countless dreams for the future. Unlike her, whose life was already set on a track, unable to break free or escape, walking step by step toward desolation. Amid the silence, Consort Tong, who had just been promoted in rank, rubbed her waist with a coquettish pout. "Elder sister, I have been serving His Majesty for the past 2 nights. You know how vigorous His Majesty is. I haven't had a moment's rest all night, and I'm terribly exhausted now. How about we call it a day?" Consort Tong was half showing off, half pouting. She truly hadn't slept well for 2 nights and was really tired. The Empress looked at her gently, her heart as calm as a still lake. "Very well, let us end here today. All sisters may return. Consort Tong, you have worked hard serving His Majesty these past 2 days. I will have someone prepare a medicinal soup from the imperial kitchen and send it to you shortly. How could I trouble you so much, elder sister? Such a small matter, I can have my own people arrange it." Consort Tong rose with a smirk, gave a slight bow, and turned to leave. Lu Xinran and Zhang Shuair, who were huddled near the door, stared in disbelief. No way. After just 2 consecutive nights of serving the Emperor, she can be so arrogant. Is this how the Emperor indulges his harem consorts? Just because she has served the bed, she can disregard the Empress. Lu Xinran looked at the Empress, who still wore a faint smile on her lips, and felt both anger and pity. That damn Emperor. How can he be so inhuman? This is not giving her honor, it's clearly trying to drive the Empress to death. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Just as she was considering whether to curse a few more times to vent her anger, a series of kneeling sounds came from outside the hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Why is the damn Emperor suddenly here?" Held tightly by the wrist by Lu Xinlan, Lu Xinran hurriedly knelt down with a thud along with everyone else in the hall. "This shabby palace. Every time you see someone you have to kneel. My knees must be bruised already." As soon as the Emperor turned into Changchun Palace, he heard the familiar thoughts and the unfriendly, "Damn Emperor," 3 words. Rarely he felt no anger or displeasure. He merely glanced at the kneeling figure, who was pretending to be obedient as he entered. "Your Majesty, why have you come?" The Empress rose to greet him, her voice warm as if they were an old married couple making small talk, but the Emperor instantly detected the hidden annoyance in her tone. He snorted with a laugh. Is the Empress accusing me of not sending someone to announce my arrival in advance? Your servant would not dare. Yielding the main seat, the Empress waited for him to sit before saying to the hall, "Everyone rise." Consort Tong, who had just been so coquettish and disrespectful to the Empress, entered the hall with a sway of her willow waist and bowed delicately to the Emperor. "Your servant pays respects to your Majesty." Tisk, I feel like she's another Consort Shin. Is the damn Emperor's taste so consistent? Consistently favoring these frail, delicate little flowers. Hearing the slander entering his ears, the Emperor narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. "If you are unwell, go back and rest. For the next month, stay in your palace and recuperate carefully." Consort Tong's face turned pale. She looked at the Emperor shocked and aggrieved. How could she not understand that this was the Emperor's reprimand confining her to her quarters for the coming month? But haven't the consorts in the palace always been like this? Why was Consort Shin allowed to do it, but not her? Her body swayed and tears fell almost instantly. Truly devoid of innovation, all leftovers from Consort Shin. Following the path others have taken leads only to a dead end. These successive complaints made the Emperor feel no pity or desire for Consort Tong's pitiful appearance. He only waved his hand coldly, signaling her to leave quickly. "See, I told you long ago that the Emperor is just someone who turns his face after getting what he wants. No need for genuine feelings at all." But let me see. She originally wanted to find an opportunity tonight to ask the Emperor to promote her father or elder brother's official rank. What a pity all that hard work for 2 nights wasted. The girls in the Drunken Spring Pavilion charge a lot of silver for a night. Serving so diligently for 2 nights and getting nothing in return. Truly a bit unfair. The Empress could barely contain herself. This girl was too bold. But upon reflection, the Emperor didn't seem much different from a client at a brothel. The Emperor's face gradually turned dark. He squinted at Lu Xinran. He considered himself a wise ruler, but he didn't want to keep hearing such slander from her. Especially since her thoughts might be heard by who knows how many people. "Empress, there have been many vacancies in the harem lately, haven't there?" The Empress's heart skipped a beat. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Since the harem has vacancies, why not select more noble ladies to enter the palace?" The Emperor's words fell like a boulder, sending ripples through the hearts of all present in the hall. Was he once again selecting noble daughters to enter the palace? Hadn't this just happened 2 years ago? Lu Xinran gripped Lu Xinran's wrist tightly, almost instantly guessing the Emperor's intent. Did he still intend to take Lu Xinran into the harem? However, their grandmother was absent, leaving them without anyone to confide in within the imperial palace. Lu Xinran's wrist ached from the grip, and she couldn't understand why Lu Xinran had suddenly lost her composure. Her background wouldn't qualify her for the inner palace, would it? The Emperor's move was clearly meant to counterbalance his ministers, and Lu Xinran entering the palace certainly wouldn't serve that purpose. She furrowed her brow, slightly thinking for a long time before finally realizing belatedly that the person they were worried about was herself. "Tongzi, host, what's wrong? I'm only saying if I ended up in the harem under that dog Emperor, would there be enough gossip to sustain me? Could it generate sufficient vitality?" If she recalled correctly, most of her vitality came from murder cases. Though the harem held many concubines, it was nowhere near 3,000 beauties. The Emperor wasn't particularly lustful. The palace held only dozens of concubines with titles and ranks. Even if each one offered substantial gossip, the vitality each could provide would remain quite limited. Even if one person provided 5 days' worth, she wouldn't survive a full year. The system seemingly hadn't anticipated this scenario, either sputtering, as though it might malfunction, before urgently responding after a long pause. "Host, you must find a way. Never enter the harem. Without gossip to consume, you'll perish." Lu Xinran sighed. "All living things must die eventually. If it truly comes to this, I'll simply accept my fate and reincarnate peacefully. But you, what would become of me if I died?" The system panicked utterly. "You cannot die. If you don't pass naturally and allow me to detach peacefully, I will fracture into countless shards and scatter among everyone. The world will fall into chaos and I'll never be able to return." As it spoke, the system began weeping. Lu Xinran. So advanced is artificial intelligence. It can actually cry. And if she died, it would fracture. How extraordinary. At the head of the hall, the Emperor's large hand, gripping the tea bowl, showed prominent veins. What was this, threatening him? Sigh. Would elder sister be heartbroken if she learned I wouldn't survive a year? After all, I'm her closest kin here. If only nothing had happened last night, I'd be dead by now, and she'd have only a minor regret, still able to remain the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu mansion. Lu Xinlan continued to grip her wrist tightly, while Zhang Shuer snapped out of her astonishment and shared the worry. What twisted logic was this? How could dying from lack of gossip happen? This melon-eating system was utterly vile, and shattering into countless pieces. Wouldn't everyone then discover each other's secrets, leaving no privacy whatsoever? The Empress gazed down at the clear tea in her bowl, her smile serene and unfazed. She held no place in the Emperor's heart anymore, and he would heed not a word she said. So why bother? Silence blanketed the hall, so profound a pin drop would echo. The concubines bowed their heads lest any emotion slip through. If even the Empress could not intervene in the selection of noble daughters for the palace, what hope did they have? Yet it was the emperor himself who had spoken of the selection, and now he sat pale-faced and grinding his teeth in fury. The concubines dared not read the situation or speak out, keeping their heads bowed and breaths held. Within Lu Xinran's thoughts, she was already arranging her affairs for the afterlife. What a shame. I still couldn't find a cute younger man to love. But hadn't the wretched emperor dismissed them yesterday? He'd scorned their low birth and coarse manners, so the noble daughters he sought surely weren't like them. To survive, she'd have to play it safe, for at least raising a young lover before dying would make it worthwhile. Her disjointed thoughts gave the emperor a throbbing pain at his temple. Without consuming gossip, she'd die. Yet if he let her wander freely outside unaware and offending others who might seek revenge, wouldn't that also lead to her death? Those she'd unwittingly offended, if they were determined to take her life, she'd perish regardless. He had originally planned to defy the Empress Dowager and forcibly bring her into the palace, but now he found himself restrained and torn between options. A bitter frustration weighed on his chest, trapped and suffocating. What he'd considered a trivial matter, simply bringing her into the harem and finding some convenient excuse to order her death, now seemed impossible. Enter the palace and die without entertainment to sustain her, stay outside and die from vengeance. It sounded like an absurd ultimatum. Was she conspiring with that so-called system to deceive him? But he couldn't gamble on this. His fingers tightened around the tea bowl as he took a deep breath, his glance catching the Empress's composed demeanor. What does the Empress think should be done? The Empress shook her head, set down her tea bowl, and calmly regarded the three young girls below. This humble one will follow your Majesty's will entirely. If you wish to select noble daughters, I shall begin preparations today. Her evasion clearly irritated the Emperor. Rising, he swept his sleeve and cast a resentful glance at the one still yearning for a young lover before departing with a single remark. This can wait. In other words, it would be postponed indefinitely. The moment he left, Lu Xinran released her grip on Lu Xinran and slumped into the chair as though she had escaped death itself. How wonderful. The Emperor had changed his mind. The Empress smiled along, deciding that seeing him thwarted was cause enough to enjoy an extra meal that morning as a celebration. Enough. His Majesty has departed, and you may return as well. Shui and the young ladies of the Lu family, take a stroll in the garden and come back at noon to keep me company. Aware that the Lu sisters would surely want to speak privately, the Empress smiled and allowed them to find their own secluded space. Barely having exited Changchun Palace, Lu Xinran dragged Lu Xinran straight toward the Imperial Garden. Having entered the palace multiple times before, the original owner knew the Imperial Garden well and understood where private conversations could take place. She needed to make the stakes perfectly clear to her. Zhang Shui'er watched their hurried figures recede, uncertain which of them deserved more pity. She felt Lu Xinran, who worried about everything, was somehow more pitiful. Xinran, have you forgotten my warning? When it comes to gossip and watching the drama unfold, keep it silent. Don't let others know. Lu Xinran blinked with grievance. But I never said it aloud. I told no one. If possible, don't even think it. Lu Xinran opened her mouth, but though there was no choking sensation, that familiar silencing effect returned. What terrible system was this? So domineering. Sister, Lu Xinran carefully studied her expression. When do you think we can leave the palace? And what did the Emperor mean? Is he trying to summon you or me into the harem? Neither. His Majesty likely won't be selecting noble daughters for the palace after all. What the Emperor was now struggling with was how to prevent her from dying. Otherwise, with no secrets remaining in the world, even an emperor would find such a state unbearable. Within the Yongshou Palace, the Empress and the Dowager Empress had dismissed all serving maids from the chamber. The Dowager Empress listened quietly as the Empress carefully recounted everything she had heard that day, though she deliberately omitted those remarks Lu Xinran had made comparing the Emperor to a frequent visitor of pleasure houses. The Dowager Empress hesitated, convinced she must have misunderstood or missed something entirely. Does this girl's life depend on going around creating a scene everywhere she goes? This was far too absurd. The Empress also found it ridiculous, but among everyone present she was the quickest to accept it. His Majesty originally intended to bring her into the harem, but now he must be weighing whether to trust those inner thoughts Lu Xinran has revealed. I suspected yesterday that His Majesty had already been considering taking her into the harem. Simply taking her into the harem rather than allowing her to die suddenly already counted as mercy on his part. Unfortunately, the situation had already shifted once more after just one night. Do you believe those inner thoughts of hers are genuine? The Dowager Empress remained doubtful, feeling it was too coincidental. How could it be that the moment the Emperor mentioned selecting noble daughters for the harem, news spread that she would die without witnessing the spectacle? Seeing the suspicion on the Dowager Empress's face and recalling the identical expression the Emperor had worn when leaving Changchun Palace, the Empress smiled inwardly. Yes, which is why your Majesty suspects these inner thoughts might not be reliable. His Majesty likely will not readily allow the two sisters to leave the palace. Given the Emperor's naturally suspicious disposition, he would need to repeatedly verify whether Lu Xinran's inner thoughts were truthful before making a final decision. That girl certainly has an amusing temperament. If she truly stays in the palace, spending every day in the company of two of us who have long lost our youthful vigor, what a pity. Such a vibrant young maiden confined within the palace walls would be like a bird with broken wings, stripped of her natural spirit. Hearing her lament, the empress finally felt relieved, for she had feared the dowager empress might change her mind and insist on keeping the girl. Mother, do you think I might take her as my adopted daughter? Let us wait and see what His Majesty's intentions are. As for him, I have never truly understood him. In the imperial garden, watching Lu Xinlan sink into deep thought, Lu Xinran sat quietly and obediently beside her. She always felt that Lu Xinlan harbored secrets in her heart, but since her sister did not volunteer them, Lu Xinran would not press the matter. Everyone deserved some privacy and private concerns. She would respect her dear sister. Whatever she was unwilling to mention, Lu Xinran would firmly refrain from asking. Xiaoyi, are all the little books about her completely uninteresting now? The system was still wallowing in self-pity, letting out pitiful whimpers. It took Lu Xinran a long while before it finally snapped back to awareness. Her little book, you can read about her past experiences. Everything her original self went through is truly real. If I were to die, would you really shatter into pieces, eh? Yes. I just reran a system diagnostic. The childlike voice began whimpering again. There is a problem with the detachment module. If you do not live to the age of 80, I will shatter. Lu Xinlan, who had overheard the conversation. She felt the emperor was the one who would shatter. From dying a natural death to living only until 80 years old. With the limited medical conditions of this era, living past 60 was already considered long-lived. His Majesty would surely want to shatter upon hearing this enhanced version of hell-level difficulty. On the other side of the rockery, the emperor, who had just overheard both the sisters' conversation and Lu Xinran's inner thoughts, was indeed contemplating shattering. As emperor, he could not even guarantee he would live to 80. By what right could she? By what right did that so-called system believe this troublemaking creature would live a natural life past the age of 80? The emperor firmly refused to admit he had focused on the wrong point, but the mere thought of that 80-year mark filled him with jealousy. The system retreated into a corner to sulk in self-imposed isolation once more. Without its pathetic whining, her ears finally found a moment of peace. After a long while, Lu Xinlan finally snapped out of her daze. Let us go. It is getting late, and we cannot keep Her Majesty the Empress waiting for her afternoon meal. Mom, let's go. Lu Xinran hurried to her feet and followed after her, wondering whether the palace cuisine would be palatable. If she was ultimately unable to leave and had to remain confined, at least eating well for 3 meals a day would be some small comfort before death. Novels always say the struggles within the inner palace are fierce. With my emotional intelligence, I wonder if I can survive until my health bar runs out. What if someone puts arsenic in my food on the second day after entering the palace? Oh no, you cannot think like that. I refuse to shatter. I still want to go home. The system, which had just gone quiet, immediately popped back out and resumed its whining. Lu Xinran pressed her temples in exasperation. If you keep crying, I'll be dead before evening from your noise. Ugh. The system, behaving like a real child, let out a hiccuping sob, the emperor secretly trailing behind them. So these dire warnings were not meant to deceive him. If she died, that so-called system would truly shatter. Eunuch Fu stole glances at his grim-faced master. Seeing the two figures ahead grow ever more distant, he finally gathered his courage to speak. Your Majesty, it is time for your afternoon meal. Yes, let us return. Since he had already confirmed the inner thoughts were genuine, he should go back and consider his strategy. Inside Changchun Palace, when the two sisters entered, the afternoon meal was already laid out on the table. Seeing this, Lu Xinlan hurriedly pulled her forward to offer apologies, but the empress waved them off with a smile. The two of you share a certain rapport with me. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Come wash your hands and join me for the meal. Both curtsied and agreed. Zhang Shuier giggled and drew near, putting on an air of mock grievance. Why were you two walking so fast just now? By the time I came out, you had already vanished. Lu Xinlan smiled and promised to take her to the garden in the afternoon. Zhang Shuier cheerfully agreed. Their demeanor was altogether too natural, giving Lu Xinran no sense that anything was amiss. Auntie, may I stay in the palace to keep you company for a few days? I will leave together with them once they depart. The empress glanced at her affectionately. Very well. I am more than pleased you wish to stay and accompany me. With the girl no longer trailing after the fourth prince, both she and her brother could finally breathe easier. Rules were inevitably observed when dining in the empress's palace, meaning no talking during the meal. The three ate in silence. For Lu Xinran, experiencing the imperial cuisine for the very first time, she was as cheerful as a little bird. From the moment she picked up her chopsticks, her inner thoughts never stopped chattering. In her eyes, there was not a single dish she found unpalatable. The empress, listening to her exaggerated inner monologue, ended up eating half a bowl more rice than usual. After the meal, the empress wished to rest. Zhang Shuier led the two sisters to the chambers she stayed in whenever she entered the palace. It's a pity there are only 3 of us. Otherwise we could play mahjong. Mahjong. Lu Xinran blinked and quickly flipped through the little book belonging to Zhang Shuier. Wasn't this just mahjong? She absolutely loved playing mahjong. We can make some paper cards to play with. Seeing the disappointment on both their faces, Lu Xinlan smiled and beckoned a maid, requesting some sturdy cardboard and writing materials. Lu Xinran immediately understood what she intended and hurried over to help. Zhang Shui'er found it amusing and also called for palace maids to assist. With so many hands working together, a full deck of cards was ready in less than half an hour. Let's play. The three naturally wanted to play a classic three-player game, but calling it by that name felt inappropriate. Lu Xinran's big eyes sparkled with an idea. Sister, let's call it Striking Scumbags. Lu Xinran. She really did not wish to change the name to that. As it turned out, Zhang Shui'er had a natural aptitude for being a troublemaker. After Lu Xinran explained the rules in detail, the three of them had only played 2 rounds before she grasped the essence of the game. Once the three officially began playing, the scene grew inexplicably lively. Lu Xinran did not find it at all improper to peek at her opponent's cards, and her transparent thoughts allowed the other two to know exactly what cards everyone held. No matter how much Lu Xinran racked her brain, she could not understand why, despite having years of experience and secretly knowing what cards the others had, she was the one who lost the most. There was no more space on her face for paper strips. When the Empress woke up and heard the commotion, she came in to find the 3 young women laughing and playing. Hearing Lu Xinran's grumbling thoughts and seeing the knowing glances between Lu Xinran and Zhang Shui'er, the Empress stood at the doorway, feeling that youth was truly wonderful. In her youth, she had been just like them, carefree and joyful. Back then she had not borne the burden of her family, nor tasted the bitterness of being a wife who she had lived without a care. Your Majesty. After finishing a round, the 3 of them laughed and placed another paper strip on Lu Xinran's face before noticing the Empress standing at the doorway, who had arrived at some unknown moment. Lu Xinran pitifully lifted the strips, blocking her eyes to see clearly. Your Majesty, would you like to join us? Can you win back the game for me? They're ganging up on me. Yet she could find no evidence of their collusion. How frustrating. The Empress waved her hand with a smile. You go ahead, I'll just watch from the side. Your Majesty, eunuch Xiao Wang from the Emperor's presence has arrived. He says the Emperor summons the eldest Miss Lu for an audience. Hearing the voice, the 3 immediately put down their cards. Lu Xinran hurriedly tore off the strips from Lu Xinlan's face and helped tidy her appearance. Why does His Majesty suddenly summon sister? Could he have taken a fancy to her? This morning he mentioned selecting women from noble families. Was that not just for her ears? But yesterday he was complaining about her humble background. Hearing her worried thoughts, Lu Xinlan vaguely guessed the Emperor's intention in summoning her. She smiled and gently patted her shoulder. It's fine. Wait for me here at Her Majesty's place. Uneasy, Lu Xinran watched her leave with the young eunuch, then gathered all the cards on the table. The Empress watched her, finding it curious. Don't you resent her for taking your identity? Lu Xinran was momentarily stunned. Of course the original self had resented it, but what she truly wanted was equal affection. But both restless souls had vanished somewhere, and she did not want to inherit that grudge and become miserable. However, she could not say that to the Empress. For once she did not let any thoughts slip, speaking softly instead. Perhaps I should resent her, but she is not the one who swapped us. And she is kind to me, the kindest in the entire Lu family. So I cannot bring myself to hate her. Your Majesty, holding a grudge must make one look ugly. Revenge requires so much effort, and I do not want that. I want to look forward and make my future days better. So I choose not to resent her, but to live happily with her. Though her words were 7 parts false, her tone was sincere, causing the Empress's smile to slowly freeze. She lowered her gaze, and after a long pause let out a self-deprecating laugh. I am not even as wise as a young girl. Since the one whose life was stolen did not hold a grudge, why should she continue to resent the Emperor? Without love, what was there to hate? In Wenhua Hall, the Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, not turning at the sound of footsteps behind him. There came the rustle of fabric, then the thud of knees hitting the floor. A clear, youthful voice rang out. Your subject Lu Xinlan pays respects to Your Majesty. Rise and speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. The rustling sound came again. The Emperor gazed at the plaque above the hall for a long while before asking. Who can hear these thoughts? Your Majesty, your subject knows only that the court officials and some of their family members can hear them, while concubines and servants cannot. As for why some family members can and others cannot, I have not yet had the chance to investigate. How long will it take? The Emperor's voice was deep with no hint of emotion. Lu Xinlan clenched her fists again. Your Majesty, my 2 younger cousins in the mansion could not hear before, but on the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet they could. I had planned to test them yesterday after returning home. But after leaving Zhuai-Chun Pavilion, she had come straight to the palace with Lu Xinran. Too many things had happened in the past few days, leaving her overwhelmed. I will have them summoned to the palace immediately. With that, the Emperor ordered her to wait in the side hall for Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling to arrive. As dusk began to fall, the 2 sisters hastily summoned appeared in the side hall of Wenhua Hall. Both looked flustered, unsure why they had been called. Lu Xinlan wanted to ask about the family, but as this was the Emperor's political hall and eunuchs and maids stood outside, she did not know if their conversation was being monitored. She could only pat their hands reassuringly and ask softly. Xintong, what did you and Xinling do in the half-month before the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet? We did nothing. Mother was afraid we would make mistakes at the banquet, so she drilled us in etiquette every day. Remembering that half-month, the 2 sisters nearly forgot they were in the palace and wanted to complain bitterly. Lu Xinlan pursed her lips. Think carefully. Recall everything, no matter how trivial. Wee oi. Lu Xinling glanced at her elder sister. Mother gave each of us a farm and a shop. Does that count? She said we were old enough to start learning how to manage our dowries. Farms and shops. Lu Xinlan's heart stirred. She recalled the day she first met Zhang Shui'er, who had been surrounded by daughters of minor officials. That day it seemed only Zhang Shui'er had heard Lu Xinran's thoughts. Dear sisters, can you tell me where these farms and shops are, and how much they are worth? Lu Xinling glanced at her sister again, and only after Lu Xintong nodded slightly did she reply. Mother said they should be worth about 5,000 taels. When we are older she will add more. 5,000 taels. Having obtained the answer, Lu Xinlan hugged her two younger sisters tightly. Someone will escort you out of the palace shortly. Don't be afraid. As she was about to report back to the emperor, Lu Xintong anxiously grabbed her wrist. Elder sister, when will you and second sister come home? Grandmother is ill and third uncle has been thrown into prison. Everything is in chaos. When will you return? Hearing that Madame Pei was ill, Lu Xinlan's heart tightened. She was about to ask what had happened when Eunuch Fu's voice came from outside the hall. Elder Miss Lu, His Majesty summons you. Yes, thank you, Eunuch Fu. I am coming. She squeezed Lu Xintong's hand firmly. Tell your mother to bear the hardship for a few more days. A heavy weight settled in Lu Xinlan's heart. At this moment, she suddenly became aware of the responsibilities that came with being the legitimate eldest daughter of a prestigious family. Fortunately, this body belonged to her elder sister. Otherwise, with Lu Xinlan's flighty and endearingly naive disposition, she could truly not imagine how she would ever bear such responsibilities. Given her temperament, she might simply give up and yell out, "Let it all crumble." At the thought of such a scene, the heaviness in her heart seemed to lighten somewhat. The emperor sat behind his desk, buried in memorials. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not even lift his head, only asking coldly, "And Your Majesty?" Before the Dowager Empress's birthday banquet, their two younger sisters received shops and farmland from their mother, which would amount to approximately 5,000 taels when silver. The emperor raised his eyelids, his probing gaze settling upon her. This legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family was rather sharp-minded, entirely different from those chaotic inner thoughts. 5,000 taels, a threshold that was not insignificant. In the capital, the number of families who could provide such extensive private property for their children before marriage could be counted on one hand. As for ordinary citizens, even merchants with modest means would likely struggle to amass such an estate. Those capable of hearing inner thoughts were relatively controllable. The emperor withdrew his gaze and fell into thought, his mind oscillating between having Lu Xinlan killed and allowing her to leave the palace. Lu Xinlan knelt on the ground motionless. Her heart hung high in suspense. She could guess what tormented the emperor at this moment. Yet she dared not utter another word. The emperor was suspicious by nature, and one misstep could prove fatal. All she could do now was wait. In Changchun Palace, Lu Xinlan paced restlessly, constantly peering outside. Night had fallen deeply, yet Lu Xinlan still had not returned. Zhang Shui'er could sense her anxiety and worry, and she looked to the empress for guidance, but the empress merely shook her head helplessly. Having been the emperor's wife for so many years, she had already guessed why he had summoned them. Only the ultimate decision eluded her. Life and death hung in a single thought. That was the ruthlessness of an emperor. Throughout it all, Lu Xinlan, who still had no idea what had transpired, was worrying about others, entirely unaware that she herself had fallen into danger. System, why are you so useless? If not for the distance restriction, wouldn't I already know what's happening? The system she scorned was still in self-pity at that moment. Not even a whine was permitted, and it felt on the verge of shattering. It must be the most pitiful system of all. If not for the distance restriction, even if I happened to enter the harem, I could gossip at any time and wouldn't be in danger of dying. Still receiving no response, Lu Xinlan continued her muttering. The system, as if its paw had been stepped on, immediately began yowling. How is this my fault? You have low emotional intelligence and are foolish. You can't even gossip properly. You only complain silently in your heart about useless things. The girl and her system began quarreling in her mind. The moment Lu Xinlan stepped into Changchun Palace, she heard those familiar noisy voices. She couldn't help but smile. How wonderful. That silly girl was as lively as ever. Upon seeing her enter, Lu Xinlan nearly collided into her side, scrutinizing her from head to toe. I'm fine. I only went to reply to a few words. She pulled Lu Xinlan into the hall, bowed to the empress, and then sat down at the empress's invitation. The empress studied her expression with a smile, but Lu Xinlan spoke before she could ask. Earlier, 2 cousins from our family came to the palace. They mentioned that grandmother fell ill, third uncle was imprisoned, and grandfather is too overwhelmed managing the estate's affairs to attend to anything at home. They had only recently received a manor and a shop from their aunt, and were just beginning to learn to manage household affairs. They could hardly assist with matters back home. They hoped my sister and I could return soon to lend a hand. She spoke with deep concern, but the empress and Zhang Shui'er's attention was entirely fixed on the manor and the shop. So that was it. To hear inner thoughts, one needed not only an official position, but also private property. With such a threshold, perhaps the emperor would finally feel somewhat relieved. Lu Xinan's attention was entirely fixed on Mother Pei's illness. How had she suddenly fallen ill? Had that treacherous man said or done something after returning home? His precious illegitimate son was barely hanging on yet. He still had the audacity to flex his dominance over his lawful wife. She grew anxious to leave the palace, but a strange feeling told her that the two sisters seemed temporarily confined within the imperial grounds. That night back in Yongshou Palace, Lu Xinran discreetly recounted the day's events. As a champion of palace intrigue, the Dowager Empress immediately grasped the multiple layers of meaning within her words. Only when they could leave the palace depended on the emperor's decree. Even as Dowager Empress, she could offer no certain answer. I shall have someone send word to the Lu mansion tomorrow. You two will simply stay in my palace. This humble one thanks you, your majesty, the Dowager Empress. With composed heart, Lu Xinran led Lu Xinan back to their quarters. Lu Xinan stood by the window feeling that something was off. Sister, why can't we leave the palace yet? Is it because of third uncle and the murder case involving the young master of Zhongqing Bo? She truly could not think of any other reason. Perhaps. The imperial will is unpredictable. Since the Dowager Empress has told us to settle in peacefully, we should not speculate further. Very well, I'll follow your lead. Lu Xinan simply ate and slept, and since she couldn't leave, she made the most of the delicacies sent from the imperial kitchen. This carefree attitude left both the Dowager Empress and the Empress amazed. Had the countryside now become some feng shui treasure land that could nurture such extraordinary individuals? The allure of card games paled compared to mahjong. Lu Xinan extended her desperate paw for a third player toward the Dowager Empress, and then discovered she was losing even more miserably. While Lu Xinan feasted and drank in the palace as though on vacation, the emperor, as the master of the imperial grounds, had not even entertained thoughts of visiting the harem these past 2 days. After days of agonizing deliberation, he ultimately dared not take the gamble. He feared that a cursed system might truly shatter into pieces, exposing everyone's privacy and allowing others to hear his own innermost thoughts. If no secrets remained throughout the realm, he, the emperor, would lose all dignity. Lu Xinan must not die. If she must live, then she must be protected. Imperial physicians, shadow guards, and stern warnings to court officials all followed. The emperor, burdened with vexation, summoned Lu Jinchuan for a harsh dressing down, then called Tang Xian and Song Junyan to assign them their tasks. After several days of exhausting work, he finally straightened out the aftermath and breathed a sigh of relief. Stretching lazily, he made his way to Yongshou Palace with light steps, only to find his mood souring once more. Why, after rising before dawn and laboring through the night with his ministers, had he grown haggard and thin, while that troublesome girl merely ate and drank daily, her face growing round and plump? With his mindset completely shattered, the emperor that very day directly expelled the two sisters, who were filled with bewildered confusion, from the palace. At the palace gates, patting the soft flesh on her belly, Lu Xinan was filled with regret. I never even had the chance to have the imperial chefs recreate the Mao Shuawang and Shuizhu Rou. What a pity. They had only just grown close enough with the Dowager Empress to boldly order dishes from the imperial kitchen. How unfortunate to be thrown out so abruptly. Not knowing how to face her sister's thoughtlessness, Lu Xinlan pulled her into the carriage bound for home. Grandmother is still ill. All right. A golden nest or silver nest is no match for one's own humble abode. Let's hurry back. The plaque of the Lu residence hung high, spotless and dust-free. Upon alighting from the carriage, Lu Xinlan lifted her head for a rare glance at the vast manor. Not quite a dog kennel, was it? In the Zhaoyan courtyard, Madame Pei, upon hearing the news of her granddaughter's return, instantly sat up with renewed energy. Old Madame, Steward Su hurried forward to help her lie back down, but Madame Pei directly brushed aside the outstretched hand. I've been lying down for days and my bones have gone soft. The two sisters entered to find Madame Pei sitting neatly on the soft couch, her complexion still somewhat pallid, but her spirits remarkably high. Grandmother isn't sick. That old scoundrel wanted to use silver to fish Lu Kangha out, asking grandmother for money. Grandmother refused to give a single coin, and the old scoundrel left in a huff, flicking his sleeves. After hiding the keys to the treasury, grandmother pretended to be ill. Ha 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 ha, it's good that she's ill. That's how it should be. Why does that old scoundrel lose his mind whenever it involves the concubine and his illegitimate son, as if he's been hexed? This case is presided over by Song Junyan and has been noted by the emperor. Even if he gets the silver, how can he possibly secure the man's release? No, he shouldn't be that foolish. He clearly wants to take this opportunity to extort silver to subsidize his concubine Wang. Pa, how disgusting. At his age, scheming so against his own lawful wife. Doesn't he fear losing his own lifespan? Lu Jinchuan, who had rushed from his study upon hearing of their return, stepped into the courtyard just in time to catch the last few sentences. His old face flushed with anger, but just as the words of reproach rose to his lips, he recalled the emperor's recent admonishments. 80 years old. He as a grandfather wouldn't even live to 80 himself, yet he had to consider her feelings and ensure she lived to 80. The very thought of this unreasonable demand made Lu Jinchuan want to curse, but the three people in the room looked up at him with not a trace of respect in their eyes. How did that old scoundrel get here so fast? Doesn't he think that since we're back, we can help him ask grandmother for silver? No, I just misread. Lu Kangha and Ma Wenong smashed many decorations and furnishings in Drunken Spring Pavilion, and the madam demanded they pay 5,000 taels of silver. He and Wang Jinbai were to split the cost, but he came back demanding 5,000 taels outright, intending to use the remainder to subsidize concubine Wang, compensating her for the loss of income from the estate shops and farms that she had been skimming. Doesn't he have his own private assets? There are clearly 7,000 taels of silver notes in his study. How can he have the face to ask grandmother for such shameful money? Oh, I see. He knows Lu Kanghe is to be exiled, so he's preparing this silver to bribe along the way and also to purchase property in the northwest so that his son can live comfortably. His little schemes laid bare before Madame Pei. Lu Jinchuan, meeting her blazing gaze, awkwardly touched his nose. Lu Xinran sat with her eyes downcast, feeling that Lu Xinran's words were quite apt. Their grandfather truly seemed to be under some kind of spell. Otherwise, why would a man of second-rank officialdom with many children and grandchildren still scheme day and night to grab benefits for his concubine and illegitimate offspring? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of anger. That old scoundrel and that concubine Wang are making me sick to death. I'm done for. I'm losing years off my life. Lu Jinchuan. What nonsense is she talking? Even if he favored his concubine, he wouldn't tolerate her insolence. She should have avoided eavesdropping on elders' affairs, but instead she dared to say that it would shorten her lifespan. After venting her anger internally, she felt slightly relieved. Her gaze shifted downward to a line on the pamphlet, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She rose and respectfully made a bow to Lu Jinchuan. Grandmother suffers from qi deficiency and blood stasis. The imperial physician advised her to rest more and avoid overexertion, and preferably to take more nourishing medicine. Sea cucumber and bird's nest, which are mild and nourishing, are most suitable for grandmother. When I entered the gate just now, I heard that you brought back premium sea cucumber and bird's nest from Baoshan Hall a couple of days ago. These must be intended for grandmother. Let my sister and me fetch them from the front courtyard and personally prepare a tonic for grandmother to show our filial piety. I hope you will grant our request. Lu Jinchuan clenched his teeth. These sea cucumber and bird's nest were specially procured for concubine Wang to nurse her health. Kangha had been wronged by villains, and though he could not protect his son, he must not fail to protect the boy's mother. It's just a little bird's nest and sea cucumber. Is that old scoundrel really so reluctant to part with them? What kind of spell has that concubine Wang cast on him, making him lose his mind and act like an idiot whenever he thinks of them? No, I must find an opportunity to investigate concubine Wang and see how she has such a tight grip on that old scoundrel. Just as she was contemplating when to take a stroll over to concubine Wang's courtyard, she heard Lu Jinchuan's words squeezed out through gritted teeth. It's rare for you to show such filial devotion. I'll have the nourishing items sent over shortly. Xinran thanked grandfather on behalf of grandmother. Knowing that staying any longer would yield no advantage, Lu Jinchuan swept a cold glance over Madame Pei, and without another word turned and strode away. The moment he left, Lu Xinran laughed heartily to herself. That old scoundrel's face just now could have opened a dye shop. He tried to steal a chicken, but lost his rice. He must be furious. Madame Pei and Lu Xinran exchanged a glance, both raising their handkerchiefs to cover their lips. Knowing that Madame Pei was not genuinely ill, they both felt relieved. The three generations chatted for a while longer until Lu Jinchuan sent the sea cucumber and bird's nest. Only then did the two sisters leave Jiayan courtyard. Sister, do you think we should find an opportunity to go see that concubine Wang whom grandfather treasures so much? She was now extremely curious about this concubine Wang. Unfortunately, when concubine Wang and concubine Jean had come to stir up trouble a few days ago, her attention had been on Lu Jinchuan, and she had forgotten to dig into those two secrets. No rush. Let's wait until grandmother recovers, and then we'll go together to visit the sick. Madame Pei's illness was feigned, but that concubine Wang's illness was genuine. Her son had committed murder and was imprisoned. Even if not beheaded, he would be exiled. It was said that the delicate and pampered concubine Wang had fainted from shock on the spot, and thereafter wept daily, unable to rise from her bed. Good. Let's hope that with our filial devotion, grandmother will recover soon. The two sisters exchanged a smile and parted at the fork in the path. Lu Xinran watched her sister's figure disappear down the path, then turned back to Madame Pei's courtyard. Madame Pei had already ordered tea, snacks, and fruits to be served ready to sit and listen to everything that had happened in the palace. From this perspective, His Majesty must have chosen to protect little Xinran. That is also my conjecture. Lu Xinran's heart had been on a roller coaster these past few days, rising and falling, but now it could finally settle in peace. Grandfather's forbearance today may also be due to His Majesty's instructions. The word instructions was euphemistic, bluntly speaking it was a reprimand. Madame Pei chuckled. It's time that old fellow suffers a bit. Xinran wants to go to concubine Wang's courtyard to watch the fun, doesn't she? We'll go tomorrow. We'll go when that old fellow goes to court. Having served as the matriarch of the household for so many years, Pei Shi had experienced both glory and disgrace. Through storms and trials, she now felt no shame in relying on her granddaughter to vent her grievances. As long as she could vent, the details didn't matter. When Lu Xinran received word that evening that her grandmother would recover by morning, she went to bed with a smile curling at the corners of her lips. The next morning before Tsueju and Tsueshi could call her, she had already dressed in a brand new outfit, her radiant spirit evident. She pinned her hair into a neat bun with a hairpin adorned with a thumb-sized Eastern pearl. She wore the Buddhist prayer beads bestowed by the Empress Dowager on her wrist, examined herself repeatedly in the bronze mirror, then took out a gold lock-shaped pendant from a box and hung it around her neck. It looked extraordinarily opulent, perfect. With her granddaughters back to support her, Peisher's illness was almost entirely cured. Upon hearing that they would visit concubine Wang's courtyard later, Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling were so delighted that they chattered incessantly around Lu Xinran. Wang Shi, the wife of Lu Kanghe, still had swollen eyes as she had been beset by misfortune lately. She was the younger half-sister of Wang Jianmin, the minister of the court of state ceremonial. First, Wang Jianmin's official duties went awry. All evidence of his embezzlement was uncovered, and a memorial was submitted to the emperor. Though she was only a half-sister not of the same mother as Wang Jianmin, Lu Kanghe was favored by Lu Jinchuan, and as his lawfully wedded wife, she was quite valued in her natal family. Over the years, the couple had often taken advantage of this connection to reap benefits. When Wang Jianmin's troubles arose, the Wang family had asked her to find a way to help. But before she could even mention it to Lu Kanghe, she was thrown into the Shuntian prefecture prison for manslaughter. "Mother, please find a way for the third master," she pleaded. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Her natal family was ruined, her husband was finished, her world was collapsing. Peisher looked at her kindly, her gaze gentle beyond words, but her words were far from pleasing. "What good ideas can an old woman like me come up with? This matter, with both human testimony and material evidence at hand, and personally handled by the fourth prince, it's difficult. Mother, you have old ties with the Empress Dowager. Please help the third master." Wang Shi fell to her knees with a thud, crawling to Peisher's feet, determined not to rise until she agreed. This sudden turn made the others in the room focus their attention. Lu Xinran had already flipped open Wang Shi's booklet. What is she doing? Pressuring grandmother, trying to morally blackmail her. Why doesn't she go beg concubine Wang now to let her find a way for Lu Kanghe? Before she did everything to help concubine Wang trip up, grandmother joined her in seizing the family's common assets. Now that trouble has come, she suddenly remembers grandmother is her legitimate mother-in-law. Truly, she never burns incense when all is well, but clings to the Buddha's feet in a crisis. What nerve does she have to ask grandmother to beg the Empress Dowager, a concubine's daughter who constantly quarrels? If grandmother didn't clap in applause when trouble struck, it was already out of kindness and magnanimity. Wang Shi's wail had just begun when her face flushed red as if someone had choked her. Peisher still looked at her with that kind, benevolent expression, but a closer look revealed the icy coldness in her eyes. "Third daughter-in-law, the third master, is the one your father-in-law dotes on most. If he can't find a way, none of us can. Don't worry too much, go back and rest well. You've been through so much these days, you've grown thin." As Peisher finished speaking, Mama Su along with two maids half forcibly dragged Wang Shi to her feet. Wang Shi left in a daze. Peisher smoothed the rumpled hem of her robe, smiled, and stood up. "Such a big thing has happened. Concubine Wang is also pitiable. Let's go see her." Lu Xinran immediately happily stepped forward, taking her arm. "Grandmother is so kind-hearted. To have a matriarch like you is her blessing." Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling followed behind, flattering. The smiles on their faces were unabashed. The courtyards of Lu Jinchuan's two concubines were both near the lake, enclosed only by trees, so that from the windows of their rooms they could see the garden lake. As expected, the old scoundrels' darlings. They're lodged in the finest spots in the estate. But living by the lake, the dampness is heavy. Easy to get rheumatism right. Then the two concubines will end up with one with old cold legs, the other with rheumatoid arthritis. The thought made Lu Xinran burst out laughing. Peisher, with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, thought that the two concubines indeed had one with old cold legs and one with arthritis. The imperial physician who came to treat them had once subtly hinted at it, but the old man dismissed it as her jealousy, and after several refusals the physician never mentioned it again. It had been a trivial matter long forgotten by her, but now hearing her precious granddaughter mention it, her heart suddenly felt incomparably relieved. Lu Xinran gazed at the lake, her mind flashing with the image of her original self, and Lu Xinlan falling into the water together. She wondered where they were now, whether they had swapped souls or had vanished from this world entirely. Peisher looked at the shimmering lake, reached out, and patted the back of her hand. Lu Xinran snapped back to reality, then suddenly broke into a wide grin. "Grandmother, if third aunt and concubine Wang come begging again, you don't actually have to refuse outright." She chuckled, meeting Peisher's questioning gaze, and winked. "Third aunt and concubine Wang are both quite well off. I'm sure they'd be willing to part with some silver to pull strings for their husbands and sons." Peisher was taken aback, then laughed along. "You little rascal." Before the half-hidden courtyard gate, the maids on duty were gossiping together. Seeing their group approaching directly, one hurried inside to announce them, while the other greeted them with a full-faced smile. Concubine Wang, her eyes swollen, was staring blankly at the canopy above the bed. Hearing that Peisher had arrived, she struggled to sit up, and ordered her maids to apply her makeup. Having been ill for several days, her small face was sallow and dull with obvious spots on both cheeks. Even during her illness, she would have her maids apply pearl powder before Lu Jinchuan returned, covering up her unsightly complexion and leaving only a pallor that invited pity. She had struggled with Pei Shi all her life. How could she let her see her at her worst? Pei Shi entered swiftly, and upon seeing the pearl powder in the maid's hand, she smiled and stepped forward, blocking the maid. "Lie back down," she said, moving to sit by the bed and even pulling up the corner of the quilt to tuck it around concubine Wang. "You need to focus on recovering now. Don't bother with these trivial details." But as she said this, the mockery in her eyes was plain to concubine Wang. Concubine Wang's eyes stung with anger, and she forced out an ugly smile, as if squeezing blood from her throat. "Thank you for your concern, madam. Oh, it's a pity that my concern is useless. Even the master can't figure out a way, so I'm even less help." Pei Shi spoke with genuine emotion, almost wearing her glee on her face. Lu Xinran, tucked away in the crowd, eagerly flipped open her booklet. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier. Grandmother's words are about to drive concubine Wang mad. But with her own son causing trouble, she can't refute a single word. Better to be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. Let me see how she entered the household and how she stooped to become a concubine. As her inner voice fell, even Pei Shi, sitting by the bed, pricked up her ears to listen. Lu Xinran's quest for gossip hit a dead end at the question of what exactly the relationship was between concubine Wang and Lu Jinchuan. So this is a cousin many times removed. The daughter of the sister-in-law of his eldest aunt's sister-in-law's sister-in-law's sister-in-law. Everyone was speechless. That was indeed quite distant. After so many twists and turns, coming to the capital to seek fortune was not originally aimed at the Lu family. It was the old scoundrel's aunt who wrote to his mother asking her to take care of them a little. Then concubine Wang was dazzled by the wealth of the capital, determined to stay, and began to look for opportunities. The man she first tried to seduce was not the old scoundrel, but the left censor-in-chief, Zhou Hanwen. She actually set her sights on a man of the Zhou family. As it turned out, he found her vulgar and unappealing and wouldn't have her even if she threw herself at him. Desperate to enter the Zhou manor, she schemed to drug Zhou Hanwen in the backyard of Hugua Temple during the New Year festivities. But Zhou Hanwen turned on her as soon as he pulled up his pants, accusing her of being scheming and indecent. That was when she remembered the old scoundrel who was also at the temple as a backup plan. The drug was then administered to the old scoundrel, who believed he had suddenly been overcome by lust and forcibly taken her, and he had always felt guilty about it. The bed they rolled on was the very same one she had just used with Zhou Hanwen. No wonder the old scoundrel didn't notice anything amiss about the lack of a virgin's blood. So he cherished her like a treasure for decades, completely unaware that he had picked up a second-hand item. I'd love to see the scene when Zhou Hanwen subtly mocked him for being a cuckold. It must have been hilarious. The way he looked at him like a fool, probably feeling immensely satisfied inside. Outside the courtyard, Lu Jinchuan heard that Pei Shi had come to cause trouble for concubine Wang and hurried back. As soon as he entered the yard, he was bombarded by this series of thunderous inner thoughts, leaving him stunned. Oh, if you think about it, Lu Kanghe might even be Zhou Hanwen's son. After all, when the old scoundrel grandly brought her into the mansion, concubine Wang was already over 2 months pregnant. If Lu Kanghe is Zhou Hanwen's son, then he's definitely a cuckold. How tragic, how tragic. Ha ha ha, but it feels so satisfying. He deserves it. The more Lu Xinran dug, the more excited she became, and she even looked at concubine Wang with a hint of admiration. To have the old scoundrel wrapped around her finger, no one could match her mastery of manipulation. In the courtyard, Lu Jinchuan remained frozen for a long time, while Pei Shi's gaze at concubine Wang shifted with a mix of emotions. She suddenly felt a pang of melancholy, as if all her years of scheming and disappointment had been in vain. She stood up, smoothing her collar, which was already free of wrinkles. "Rest well. If you feel unwell, send for a physician promptly. There are still some ginseng roots in the storeroom. I'll have someone bring them to you later." Concubine Wang stared blankly for a long while, then noticed Pei Shi's shoulders and back suddenly relax. She sensed that something she didn't know about had occurred. She struggled to sit up. "Thank you for your trouble, madam, for coming specially to see me." Pei Shi chuckled lightly, but just before leaving the inner chamber, she turned back and dropped a remark. "As for the third one, you might send a message to the Zhou family. Perhaps you can find someone there to help you." "You?" Concubine Wang's face instantly changed, her sallow complexion draining of all color. "Madam, what do you mean by that?" Pei Shi smiled knowingly, too lazy to pay further attention to the terrified concubine Wang. She held her head high and left the room with satisfaction. As she emerged, she met Lu Jinchuan's gaze in the courtyard. She rolled her eyes sarcastically, then beckoned Lu Xinran and led the granddaughters away with an air of pride. Once out of the yard, Lu Xinran couldn't help but glance back. Well, if that isn't the jewel in his heart, rushing back right after court, isn't he? Go on, go see your second-hand treasure without her powder and makeup. There might be a surprise waiting for you inside. Lu Xinling, walking behind, couldn't help but snicker. Lu Xinran turned around in confusion and saw her sister waving her hand with a laugh. Nothing, I just thought of something funny." She withdrew her gaze and suddenly recalled Pei Shi's words, asking in puzzlement, "Grandmother, why did you tell her to seek help from the Zhou family?" It just suddenly occurred to me that she might have some distant connection with the Zhou family back then. Paisher said it with a straight face, and Lu Xinran didn't suspect a thing, happily diving back into the system to dig up more juicy gossip. After feasting on this earth-shattering scandal, the group returned to Ronghui Garden in high spirits, where Steward Su had already prepared tea and snacks. Lu Xinran spotted the refreshments and gleefully pounced on a piece of juju paste pastry, stuffing it into her mouth, while mumbling praises. Grandmother Steward Su is so thoughtful. Steward Su, however, looked at her speechlessly. All those etiquette lessons had gone to waste. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling exchanged glances, both curious about what would happen after they left. Long after they had gone, Lu Jinxuan still stood in the yard, reluctant to enter. He kept thinking, trying to find any resemblance between Lu Konghe and Zhou Hanwen. Lu Xinran hadn't said whose child he was, but he couldn't help suspecting that the boy wasn't his. His other 3 sons had all started their education at 5, passed the imperial examinations in their 20s, and each had a bright future. Only Lu Konghe had been unruly and unteachable since childhood, fond of nothing but racing horses and bird-keeping, and by 15 or 16, he was already visiting brothels. Such a temperament was exactly like Zhou Hanwen and Zhou Bingshan, as if they were cut from the same mold. If this son wasn't his, then why should he bother? Old master, the gatekeeper called out nervously. Lu Jinxuan snapped back to reality and was about to turn away. But remembering Lu Xinran's parting remark about a surprise inside the room, he stepped into the house. Concubine Wang was still frantically pondering Paisher's words, seek help from the Zhou family. What did she mean? No one else should have known about what happened back then except Zhou Hanwen. The 2 servants who helped her administer the drug had their tongues cut out and were sold far away. How did Paisher find out? Zhou Hanwen had promised her that the matter would never be mentioned to anyone. So why did Paisher know? In her panic, she suddenly heard someone call out, "Master." Remembering her disheveled appearance without makeup, she covered her face and let out a shriek. In Zhaoyan courtyard, Madame Pei smiled as she looked at several granddaughters reluctant to leave, and gestured for old Madame Su to arrange lunch in the main kitchen. They were all children who loved to watch a spectacle, but just as they were curious, so was she. If Lu Jinxuan could remain indifferent after hearing that string of inner thoughts, then she would admire him from now on. Only Lu Xinran, unaware that her thoughts were being heard, simply did not want to return to her own courtyard. In her past life, due to health issues, she had very few friends, and the last few years of her life were spent in the hospital with only her parents and medical staff by her side. She rarely had friends or sisters to chat and joke around with, so now that Lu Xintong was pestering her about the method of making playing cards, she repeated the explanation several times without any impatience. "Second sister, let's have the servants make a few sets so we can play while waiting." Lu Xinling, being the youngest and least sophisticated, bluntly stated why they were waiting. Lu Xintong speechlessly tugged her sister's arm. "Don't talk nonsense." Coming to her senses, Lu Xinling covered her mouth, her big eyes darting around, and let out a few dry laughs. The people in the room acted as if they hadn't caught any other implication and waved to summon a maid, sending someone to find cardboard to make playing cards. Once the cards were made, they had just started playing when old Madame Su rushed in excitedly. Seeing her like this, the 4 of them dropped their playing cards and gathered around. "Old Madame, the master has ordered Concubine Wang's courtyard sealed. No one is to go to her courtyard without his orders." Sealed the courtyard. The young sisters exchanged glances, and Lu Xinran looked at Lu Xinlan with a bewildered expression, completely unaware of what had happened. Seal the courtyard had the old thing still nose to save face. Since she had completely fallen out with Lu Jinxuan, Madame Pei spoke of him without any courtesy. Just sealing the courtyard. Lu Xinling was clearly dissatisfied with this outcome and muttered softly. She slipped over to Madame Pei's side, grinning as she hugged her arm. "Grandmother, Concubine Wang won't be able to come out and be an eyesore anymore, right?" Madame Pei hummed in agreement, yet felt a bit regretful. Over the years, Concubine Wang had extracted no small amount of benefits from Lu Jinxuan. She would have to find a way to get those good things out and add them to her granddaughter's dowries. As they were talking, Concubine Jean, who had heard the commotion and could learn nothing from Concubine Wang's side, came to Zhaoyan courtyard with her own handmade knotted tassels. Her curiosity piqued. She entered and saw Lu Xinlan and the others all in Madame Pei's room, and she was momentarily stunned. When Lu Xinran saw her, her eyes immediately lit up. It was truly a case of someone delivering a pillow just when she was drowsy. Since returning from Concubine Wang's, she had been thinking of how to find an opportunity to meet Concubine Jean. For the old scoundrel to treasure them as his heartthrobs, these 2 must each have their own methods. Concubine Wang clearly played the tea ceremony act, while this Concubine Jean, she would have to observe carefully. Hearing her inner thoughts, everyone suddenly perked up and stared at Concubine Jean, making her extremely uncomfortable. "Madam, I had nothing to do and made some knotted tassels, all in the girls' favorite colors. I intended to trouble you to give them to the girls, but it seems I've arrived just in time." She smiled as she stepped forward, took a box from a servant's hands, and presented it to Madame Pei with both hands. Madame Pei gestured for old Madame Su to take it, and then smiled genially, indicating for her to sit down and speak. "It's rare that you still remember them. Madam, you flatter me. They are all precious flowers of our household. It is my blessing to be able to make tassels for them." Concubine Jean smiled at Madame Pei with poise and composure, looking humble and respectful. Seeing this, Lu Xinran's movements to flip through the booklet quickened. So she's a cup of green tea, a flower of understanding. Concubine Jean came to the old scoundrel's side at 17, before that she was a first class, made by the old scoundrel's mother's side. When the old scoundrel was 16 and about to be initiated into worldly affairs and take a concubine, she secretly plotted against the sister who was originally meant to be his concubine, and kept hinting to the old scoundrel's mother that she was willing to be the concubine, so she was assigned over. She was literate and had studied. When the old scoundrel was reading or writing essays, she would be by his side grinding ink, serving tea, and pouring water. Her hands were not steady, always spilling tea on the old scoundrel's hands, or on herself, then seducing him with her wet clothes, engaging in extreme teasing with him in the study. She had also switched the contraceptive soup before wanting to give birth to a concubine's eldest son before grandmother entered the household, but was discovered by the old scoundrel's mother, who almost beat her to death. It was only because the old scoundrel knelt and begged for mercy that she was spared. Xinran felt like an old man on the subway looking at his phone again. What a mess this was. How could the old scoundrel be so easily manipulated by women? The expressions of the people in the room shifted. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling blushed as they speculated about the extreme teasing. What kind of teasing was it? She had been beaten severely before injuring her body in the following years. Even after stopping the contraceptive soup, she couldn't conceive. Then ha ha ha. The series of loud laughter made the others anxious. Then what? Just say it. What happened next? Lu Xinlan, who knew her temperament well, looked at concubine Jean, with a faint smile on her lips, thinking of her fourth uncle Lu Konglin, who was an official assigned to a post outside the capital. Following her gaze, Madame Pei also looked at the uncomfortable concubine Jean. A thought suddenly surfaced, nearly causing her to lose her benevolent and kind old lady image. Only after laughing enough did Lu Xinran smack her lips in exclamation. What kind of fate is this for the old scoundrel? The two sons he favors are not his own. Concubine Jean had injured her body and once thought she could never conceive. After seeing concubine Wang proudly flaunting her son every day, she bribed a local doctor and a young imperial physician. She had someone make a false belly out of cotton and hide it under her clothes, tricking the old scoundrel into believing she was pregnant. She kept saying she was afraid grandmother would not tolerate her and their child, making the old scoundrel summon the bribed doctor and imperial physician to take her pulse until the birth. Lu Konglin was a child she had someone buy from the countryside. Tisk, she was even more ruthless than concubine Wang. All the people who helped her were framed and killed by her. Except for that doctor and imperial physician, no one knew that Lu Konglin was not her biological son. Even Lu Konglin himself did not know, and he even complained to her that he was not born of the legal wife. And one morning, having eaten two shocking pieces of gossip, Lu Xinran was nearly stuffed. Madame Pei and the others were also stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Their gazes at concubine Jean grew stranger. Concubine Jean had never been stared at like this by Madame Pei and the others. Even though she was no longer young and had weathered many storms, she still found these gazes somewhat eerie. She hastily stood up. Madam, I will take my leave now so as not to disturb your time with the young ladies. Without waiting for Madame Pei's response, she hurried out of the room. Lu Xinran was regretting how to tell Lu Jinchuan about these successive shocking scandals when she heard concubine Jin's voice from the courtyard. Your servant greets the master. What sort of misfortune must it be to learn in a single day that neither of his two sons is truly his own? Lu Jinchuan glared at concubine Jin, his gaze so cold and murderous it seemed he could devour her alive. Under his unrelenting stare, concubine Jean grew deeply unsettled, sensing that something she was unaware of had taken place. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Madame Pei nearly sprang from the cushioned couch in one fluid motion. Abandoning all the dignified composure befitting a noblewoman, she hurried forward and burst out of the room to witness the spectacle. At her age, opportunities to witness Lu Jinchuan in such a wretched state were few and far between. Stepping outside and catching sight of his ashen face, she could not suppress her laughter. Deserved. Truly deserved, Lu Jinchuan. You have finally met your comeuppance. Madame Pei had been so swift that even Lu Xinran could not match her pace. Emerging from the room, Xinran supported her arm and, glancing into Madame Pei's inner thoughts, finally understood the depths of her grief and fury, the reason behind her clenched teeth. Back then, when the posting to Jiangnan was assigned, there was only one vacancy. That old scoundrel favoring his younger son disregarded Granny's objections and gave the opportunity meant for the legitimate son to Lu Konglin. Because that favoritism had been so blatantly apparent, unable to compare with his biological elder brother above, nor his concubine-born brother below, second uncle Lu Kongping lost all ambition for officialdom and became merely an ordinary instructor at the Guozijian. Otherwise, with second uncle's abundant talent and governance wisdom, he surely would have risen to govern a province. Once that old scoundrel retired, he would have returned to the capital for a promotion to a third-rank post. What a pity, truly a pity. Among those men, second uncle was the most filial and the most capable. But that old scoundrel was utterly blind, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. All these years he squandered countless resources and connections on Lu Konglin, painstakingly raising him to the position of prefect, only to discover he was not his own seed. How ironic. It seems the Lu family truly has no future worth speaking of. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling had eyes red with tears. The second uncle spoken of by their elder sister was their own father. They had no idea their father harbored such bitterness within his heart, enduring such hardship. The two secretly raised their hands, and while Lu Xinran was unaware, wiped away their tears. A haggard grayness covered Lu Jinchuan's gaunt face. That string of inner thoughts from Lu Xinran contained the memories he most dreaded recalling. Both were his sons. How could he not love the second one? But the opportunity back then was rare, and concubine Jean had never ceased her tears at his side. He had reasoned that since Lu Conlin was born of a concubine, he ought to receive somewhat more support. Hand and palm are both flesh, huh? Who would believe such nonsense? Who in their right mind would choose to be the back of the hand exposed to wind and sun? That old scoundrel is truly gifted at self-deception. Tisk, how does that saying go again? Oh, I remember. Look up at the heavens if you don't believe. Justice may be slow, but it arrives. Retribution indeed. A punishment manifest in this very lifetime. Tears glistened in Madame Pei's eyes as she glared bitterly at Lu Jinchuan. Her fine pinger had been diminished and crushed by his partiality, yet not once did he utter a single word of complaint. Did he deserve to be called a father? Breathing in ragged gasps, Madame Pei spoke slowly yet unmistakably to Lu Xinran's bewildered gaze. Lu Jinchuan, let us divorce. How had Shi Pei Mingyue wasted her entire life on such a man? Their eldest son had been raised by him since childhood, inheriting every disgusting habit he possessed. Lu Kangda had learned them perfectly. The second son, she had raised herself gentle and magnanimous, embodying true noble bearing, yet he had been crippled for half a lifetime by his father's favoritism. How had her own life become such a failure? The depth of her disappointment and loathing was so intense that it sent panic through Lu Jinchuan. Her tone was eerily calm, stripped of the aggressive urgency from previous days, no longer seeking leverage through talk of divorce. Thinking of her fierce and resolute nature, Lu Jinchuan no longer cared about dealing with concubine Jean and strode forward swiftly. Yuanyang, I was wrong. I was blinded. Give me one chance. I will devote myself to you alone. Let us live well together, shall we? Madame Pei stepped back. Stay away from me. You make me sick. Yuanyang. Two streams of tears suddenly traced down Lu Jinchuan's gaunt yellowed face. With a thud, he dropped to his knees before Madame Pei, to the shock of all who watched. Yuanyang, I was wrong. Truly deeply wrong. Let us live well together, shall we? We still have Kangda and Kongping and children like Xinlan and Xinran. Even if you despise me, cannot you think of them? Yuanheng is not yet engaged, and Xinlan and Xinran have reached the age of matchmaking. I beg you, consider them for their sake. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck his own face. Lu Xinran stood with her mouth agape, utterly bewildered at how events had reached this precipice. If Granny truly wishes to divorce, then she need not consider us. Sister and I never wanted to marry anyway. We could stay by her side for life. Her pure and sincere inner voice only deepened the tears in Madame Pei's eyes. She struck Lu Jinchuan across the face. You dare mention the children. You only think of them as your grandchildren now that you know they aren't yours. What were you doing before? His eyes had been stuffed full of filth long ago. That ill-timed inner voice drifted forth once more, carving a fissure through the overwhelming sorrow and indignation. Get out of my sight. Do not let me ever see you again. Leaving 2 red palm marks on his face, Lu Jinchuan rose swiftly, seized concubine Jean, and hurried out of Zhaoyan courtyard. Madame Pei's chest still heaved violently. Lu Xinlan immediately instructed Nanny Su to send someone for the physician. Still entirely unaware of what had transpired, Lu Xinran's eyes were filled with bewilderment. She supported Madame Pei back into the inner chamber, helped her remove her outer robe, and guided her back onto the bed. Though she did not understand why she was so enraged, it did not stop her from rambling. Grandfather, you know what he's like. Why anger yourself so? Ruining your health only brings pain to those who love you and joy to your enemies. It's not worth it. Madame Pei's earlier fury had faded, leaving only a heavy desolation in her heart. It's just that I keep thinking of your second uncle. Such a fine son of hers. What a tragic waste. Second uncle is hardly past 30. His life has barely begun. Whatever he wishes to do, it is not too late. Granny, you must recover your health. Only then will he not worry about you, and can devote himself to what he loves. Don't you agree? Yes. That is reasonable. Madame Pei's chilled heart gradually warmed under her gentle comfort. Throughout the morning, her emotions had soared and crashed. Exhausted in both body and spirit, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Nanny Su was left to attend to her inside, while the others withdrew to the courtyard. Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling still bore traces of tears. Being young, they could not conceal their feelings, exchanged a few mumbled words, and returned to find grandmother calm. Watching them depart, Lu Xinran's brows knotted so tightly, they seemed ready to tie a knot. What exactly happened? Why is everyone acting so strangely? Is there something you're all hiding from me? Everything that had happened that morning seemed rather strange. The more Lu Xinran pondered, the more something felt off. Ever since they had gone to concubine Wang's courtyard, both grandmother and her sisters had been acting strangely. And that old scoundrel too. Just now he was kneeling and slapping his own face as if the sky were falling. Had his brain been kicked by a donkey again? Listening to her inner thoughts, Lu Xinlan sighed with amusement. Perhaps they have just discovered some hidden secrets from long ago and find them hard to bear. How far back? Lu Xinlan probed carefully with a hint of guidance. Roughly over 30 years ago. But the notion that someone could hear her inner thoughts was simply too extraordinary. Lu Xinran clearly lacked experience. She had not read enough novels before transmigrating. She never once considered the possibility that her inner thoughts might be broadcast live whenever she consulted her gossipy system. Though something still felt amiss, she let out a regretful sigh. Why does it have to be so coincidental today? Wherever we go, grandfather appears right behind us. Her grandmother's sorrowful disappointment at seeing him had robbed them all of a lively shared midday meal. Hearing this regret in her thoughts, Lu Xinlan recalled images of her former self lying alone on a hospital bed and could not help but say, "Have Boitao order food from the main kitchen and come have lunch in my room with me, all right?" Really? The previously disheartened Lu Xinran suddenly perked up again. "I want roast meat and chicken casserole." "Good, I will have someone prepare it." The moment the two sisters reached Lu Xinlan's courtyard, Madame Zhao's elderly attendant came hurrying over with a smile. "Miss Madame has prepared many of your favorite dishes and wishes for you to come have lunch. Mother-in-law is ill. Shouldn't she as a daughter-in-law go attend to her? How can she show no sense of duty as a daughter-in-law?" The matter between master and mistress was hardly something a servant like her should speak ill of. The attendant who had come to deliver the message offered a strained smile, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. Lu Xinlan guided her inside and seated her, then turned to address the attendant. "Sister is here with me, so I will not be having lunch at mother's place. Please tell her I will visit later." She had already brought the person back to her own courtyard and would not abandon her simply because Zhao Shi was looking for her. Lu Xinran cradled her teacup, smiling contentedly as she took a sip. Zhao Shi is both foolish and clumsy, unaware of what she is scheming in her heart. She probably wants to embarrass me on purpose, so stupid and vicious. Hearing her inner thoughts, Lu Xinlan found herself caught between laughter and exasperation. Though Zhao Shi often acted without discretion and repeatedly showed she disliked her own daughter after everything that had happened, she surely would not stubbornly hold a grudge against her. Calling her over was probably just to ask what had transpired throughout the morning. As Lu Xinlan had predicted, Zhao Shi came running over on her own when the summons did not work. Upon entering and spotting Lu Xinran, the mother and daughter simultaneously rolled their eyes at each other. "Don't you know anything about taking turns? I was here first. If she were sensible, she would wait for me to leave before showing up. But she is too foolish and stubborn to understand such things anyway. She herself is not much to speak of, yet she has the audacity to look down on me." The moment Zhao Shi finished rolling her eyes, she caught that rapid-fire stream of thoughts. Enraged, she nearly lunged forward to silence her, but feared confirming Lu Xinran's claim that she herself was unworthy. Watching the two bicker like petty schoolgirls gave Lu Xinlan a headache, so she stepped forward and physically interposed herself between them. "Mother, why have you come in person?" Did the attendant fail to convey the message fully? With only chairs around the table available, she hesitated. But Zhao Shi had already taken her seat opposite Lu Xinran and poured herself a bowl of tea. She waved her hand to dismiss the servants from the room, then lowered her voice curiously. "You went to concubine Wang's place this morning. What happened? Why did grandfather seal off her courtyard the moment you left?" "Sealed off" was putting it gently. In reality, the woman was simply locked inside to fend for herself. Just this morning, he was treating her like a treasure, and when he heard you had gone to see her, he hurried back in a fluster. Yet the moment you left, he turned on her completely. Zhao Shi was practically wringing her hands with curiosity. If propriety had not forbidden a daughter-in-law from visiting her father-in-law's concubine, she would have followed along herself today. Lu Xinran's eyes lit up, eagerly too keen to hear how she would explain. Lu Xinlan felt a headache coming on, and carefully chose her words, attempting to phrase things without triggering any silencing. They discovered that concubine Wang had been involved with another man before entering the household, and grandfather learned of it through chance circumstances. After we departed, he said something to her that we could not hear, and then sealed off her courtyard. Discovered she had been unfaithful. Before even entering the household, Zhao Shi became instantly agitated, her hand gripping her handkerchief, trembling slightly. "How was this discovered? Concubine Wang is so calculating. How could you have uncovered?" She suddenly realized something was off and spun around to face Lu Xinran, whose face showed eager anticipation. The words died on her lips. After pausing several times, she finally managed to look away and asked again, "What about concubine Jean? How was she locked up too?" Lu Xinlan kept it brief. Fourth uncle was purchased from the countryside by concubine Jean, not grandfather's child. Zhao Shi, this was an absolute bombshell. How was she uncovering such secretive matters from decades past? Zhao Shi's heart suddenly swelled with mounting questions. When she was 5, her gentle and graceful mother had been struck down by a sudden illness and passed away within half a month. Barely 6 months after her mother's death, her father had married a new wife into the household. Less than 7 months into that marriage, the legitimate eldest son was born prematurely. She had never harbored doubts about these matters before, but after hearing one bizarre story after another lately, she found herself unable to shake the suspicion that her mother's death might have held hidden truths. Lu Xinran waited a long while, without getting a concrete explanation, only recalling what she had seen in the system. She pouted in disappointment, lifted her teacup, and caught Zhao Shi's reddened eyes fixed intensely on her from the corner of her vision. Why is she staring at me like that? I did not say or do anything. I wonder how many days of lifespan those two concubines' scandalous secrets have added to me. With that thought in mind, she summoned the system. It whined shyly. A total of 7 days. Why so few? These explosive vintage scandals cannot possibly be worth that little. How about you visit the court of judicature and revision more often with your fellow townsmen? She can handle trace analysis and evidence collection while we refine the logic and build the chain of evidence through our investigations. Perfectly complimentary. The childlike voice cautiously probed her reaction. Lu Xinran sighed. It seemed she would have to shamelessly hang around Tang Xian to survive. Hopefully his wife Lady Lu would not overthink it. While she was distracted chatting with the system, Lu Xinran keenly detected that Zhao Shi was acting strangely. She hurriedly stepped forward and offered her a handkerchief, saying, "Mother, what is wrong with you?" Zhao Shi wiped her eyes and replied, "I suddenly thought of your grandmother. I was only 5 years old when she passed away, and 30-some years have flown by in a flash." Returning to her senses, Lu Xinran caught the scent of gossip and eagerly opened the system to frantically search through information. Before I hadn't paid much attention, but looking at her now, it's no surprise that Zhao Shi is both foolish and clumsy. Her stepmother was no better either. She's cut from the same cloth as the Lady Jean of the Dingtong Marquis estate. However, Zhao Shi lacked the cunning of Pei Xiuqi. That woman indulged and flattered her, and she genuinely believed herself more precious than a princess, developing all sorts of spoiled habits. Arrogant, obsessive, and stupid. Oh, and terribly gullible. Even a servant like Nanny Chin could manipulate her completely. But her own mother died suddenly of acute illness when she was only 5 years old. Looking at it from any angle, this surely smacks of poisoning. Her stepmother brought in a stepsister only a few months younger, and within 7 months of entering the household gave birth to a son. Tisk, the Rongyan Marquis estate must be hiding quite the scandal. What is going on in the capital? Why is everything gilded on the outside but rotten within? Can't a single household escape its own filth? For the first time, Zhao Shi listened to her daughter's pointed criticism without rising in anger. She suddenly realized every word was true. She had indeed been corrupted by her stepmother's upbringing. From childhood, she had been treated differently from her stepsister, who was closely supervised at all times by a matron teaching proper conduct. She could neglect all studies. Reading, zither, playing calligraphy, none of it mattered. Her stepmother always claimed such pursuits were useless for girls. As long as she married well and her husband's family treated her kindly, that was sufficient. But her stepsister learned everything. At 13, she had been secretly ridiculed at the spring banquet hosted by the royal princess, while her stepsister had become renowned throughout the capital for her literary talent and zither skills. Recalling carefully, her stepmother had actually attempted to poach her betrothal to Lu Kongda and give it to her stepsister instead. But this match had been arranged by her own mother and the Pei family, and the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family could not be a girl raised in a marquis estate with unclear paternity. She still remembered the day they exchanged wedding dates with the Lu family. That day her stepmother had smashed an expensive set of teacups in her room. One by one memories surfaced in her mind, making her face grow ever paler. Zhao Shi was indeed a pitiful soul. While lost in memory, Lu Xinran thoroughly sifted through everything about her from childhood to the present. If only I could visit the Rongyan Marquis estate and meet that stepmother and father of hers. Perhaps I'd uncover something new. Having just been hesitating whether to persuade Lu Xinran to accompany them to the estate, Lu Xinran immediately felt relieved upon hearing her inner thoughts. Mother, after sister returned, she hasn't yet visited the ancestral home to pay respects to our grandmother. Why don't we find a suitable day to go to the Marquis estate? Zhao Shi immediately nodded along with her words, and as though fearing Lu Xinran might retract her agreement, she tossed off a hasty remark and quickly rose to leave. Rest assured I will never fail you. Lu Xinran silently watched her retreating figure and muttered, "What's wrong with her now?" Thinking of some sorrowful memories from the past, Lu Xinran explained. Having no birth mother's care, lacking her father's favor, and growing up at an age when she could not yet distinguish right from wrong. That she had grown up safely and married into the Lu family, living so many peaceful years, already marked her as a woman of great fortune. Lu Xinran merely shrugged and offered no judgment on Zhao Shi's past. A servant returned carrying a food basket, and the table was soon laden with her favorite dishes. Ever since Madame Pei had reorganized the household staff and reclaimed the main kitchen, their meals had steadily improved. After a delightful lunch, she returned to her own courtyard for an afternoon nap. Worried about Zhao Shi's hasty departure, Lu Xinran visited her courtyard once more. Afterward, she went to Tang Xiaoyin's quarters, where Madame Pei, having slept soundly, showed visibly better color and had even sat up in bed. Your mother is also a pitiful person. Since she has grown suspicious and Xinran possesses such abilities, it would be good for you to return and investigate. I only fear that once the hidden secrets of the past are truly uncovered, the years will have erased all witnesses and evidence, leaving nothing to be done. For your mother, such knowledge would bring far greater suffering than living in blissful ignorance. Lu Xinran knew these truths well, but Zhao Shi's obsessive nature meant her heart was now entirely fixed on returning to uncover the truth of those years. Grandmother, I would like to find another way to see our grandfather and the others without needing to return to the Rongyuan Marquis estate. It would be even better if Lord Tang or the fourth prince could be present at such an occasion. Since Lu Xinran's unique ability had already been openly acknowledged and approved by both the emperor and the empress dowager, if her inner thoughts were simply overheard by Tang Ziyuan and Song Junyan, couldn't their crime of murder stand even without evidence? Madame Pei calculated the dates and said, then let us wait a while longer. On the 7th day of the 9th month, it is the old lady's birthday at the Duke's mansion. When all the households in the capital gather to offer their wishes, you who are somewhat acquainted with that young lady from the Zhang family may have her help arrange an opportunity for you. It was already the 28th of August. Only a few days remained. Lu Xinran immediately thought this a splendid idea, and just as she was about to speak, someone outside the room called out for the second miss. Upon entering, Lu Xinran found that Lu Xinlan had already arrived, and she instantly regretted not having instructed Suju to keep track of the time during her afternoon rest. Has grandmother's health improved? Much better, do not worry. Grandmother still needs to watch you marry and see your children wed, so she will not let anything happen to herself. That is exactly the right way to think. Getting angry at that old scoundrel would be a betrayal to one's own health. Punishing oneself for another's mistakes is a form of self-disrespect. It is a pity I cannot go to that old scoundrel to mock him in person. Otherwise I would certainly order a purely vegetarian banquet to send his way. Her inner voice was as lively as ever, and Madame Pei felt her ailments ease considerably just from listening to her cheerful chatter. A few days ago, did not Lady Tang send you an invitation to visit their residence? The weather has been pleasant these past few days. Why not accept their invitation and pay them a visit? Lu Xinlan almost instantly grasped the meaning behind Madame Pei's words. She smiled and asked Lu Xinran, Sister, would you be willing to accompany me to the Tang residence? Lu Xinran nodded with delight. Her very life depended on Tang Ziyuan, and she could not afford to miss any opportunity to make herself known. At the Tang residence, Lady Lu gazed at the invitation delivered by the Lu family, her mood unexpectedly complicated. Wherever that girl from the Lu family went, turmoil inevitably followed. Surely their household had no such scandalous affairs. The text references the protagonist's past life experiences, noting that if her parents had been poor to her, they would not have cared for her so carefully during her prolonged hospitalization. The female protagonist is not lacking in love, which is precisely why she possesses such kindness and maintains an innocent, guileless demeanor. Because she is loved, she does not concern herself with Zhao Shi's attitudes. Whether Zhao Shi changes her attitude is Zhao Shi's matter. Whether the female protagonist accepts her is the female protagonist's choice. The next morning, upon learning that the two sisters were going to the Tang residence, Lu Xintong and Lu Xinling wanted to accompany them, but feared their eagerness to gawk at the spectacle was too obvious. All they could do was watch the carriage gradually disappear into the distance, then wait hopefully for everyone's return so they could sample a few pieces of the expired melon. Having traveled through the capital's streets more than once, Lu Xinran had already lost the initial novelty of the scenery outside the window. The company beside her had likewise eased her previously lingering wariness. She leaned back against the soft cushion, flipping through the Tang family's general information on her system. The Tang family was not a prominent aristocratic household. Tang Xian's father had only obtained the Tongjianshi degree past the age of 30, and when the Court of Judicature and Revision happened to need additional personnel that year, he entered the institution as a low-ranking clerk. The Tang family moved to the capital that same year. As an ordinary clerk, Tang's father drew a modest salary, and the Court of Judicature and Revision was hardly a lucrative post, so the family lived in moderate circumstances. More often than not, Tang Xian and his two younger brothers took turns bringing their father his midday meal. Consequently, Tang Xian grew up within the court's walls and possessed intimate knowledge of its inner workings. This explained why even after achieving success in his examinations, he was able to rise swiftly to the position of one of the Little Nine ministers in record time. His wife, Lady Lu, was the youngest daughter of the former minister of the Court of Judicature and Revision, Lu Dongquan. Her marriage to him had unquestionably been a match below her station. Viewed this way, official Tang bore a striking resemblance to the archetypal underdog protagonist from male-oriented fiction, rising from humble origins through sheer perseverance, ascending to positions of great power and influence, then capping it all with a beautiful wife and favored concubines for a life of ultimate triumph. Then again, that wasn't quite right. Official Tang didn't seem to have taken any concubines at all. A murmur of surprise escaped her and thought he was the first man she'd encountered since arriving in this era who hadn't filled his household with multiple wives. The morning roads teemed with pedestrians and carriages, slowing their progress considerably, and the journey from the Lu estate to the Tang residence consumed nearly half an hour. No sooner had they alighted than Tang Wanru appeared with her attendants to welcome them. I've long wished to invite you to visit our home, and today has finally brought that opportunity. We are the ones imposing on your hospitality. After a few courteous exchanges, Lu Xinlan led the way, and the three of them proceeded directly to the courtyard where the Tang family matriarch resided. As guests, they naturally paid their respects to the senior members of the household. Tang Xian's father Tang Yanjiu had weakened his constitution through years of relentless hardship, and despite his efforts to recover, he passed away 2 years prior. Under the Great Chu's customs, officials were not required to escort their deceased relatives' remains back to their ancestral homes, or observe the full mourning period before returning to their posts in the capital. Thus, following Tang Yanjiu's death, Tang Xian took only a brief leave of absence before resuming his duties at the Court of Judicature and Revision. Regrettably, timing had worked against them. All three of Tang, Chongli, Tang Wanru, and the juniors from the other branches had reached the age for matrimonial arrangements. The nearly 3-year mourning period had delayed Tang Wanru's prospects until she was approaching 18, while Tang Chongli had already passed the traditional coming-of-age ceremony. Originally, Madame Pei had taken a liking to the Tang family's reputation and was determined to secure Tang Wanru as a bride for Lu Yuening. But with recent events transpiring, Madame Pei had abandoned that scheme, and Lady Lu had likely revised her own intentions as well. Lu Xinran walked alongside them, her little notebook flying through its pages. Tang Wanru, however, was devoted to needlework and kept herself confined to her quarters each day. Beyond the scattered embroideries filling the room, Lu Xinran found herself with nothing substantial to uncover for once. Lady Tang was shielding her daughter with remarkable care. What a devoted and capable mother Lady Tang proved to be. Sister Tang of the Tang household truly lived a fortunate life. Hearing those murmured praises, Tang Wanru's eyes brightened with a fuller smile. Of course, her mother was the finest. Without absolute trust in her family's character, she would never have extended such an invitation to these guests. Elder Madame Tang, dressed in a fresh ochre gown with a matching headband and honey-colored Buddhist beads gleaming softly on her wrist, exuded an air of refined elegance. Upon seeing them enter, warmth spread across her features in a grandmotherly smile. After the two Lu sisters offered their respects, she promptly gestured for them to take seats nearby. Truly two heavenly maidens. Excellent, most excellent. Elder Madame Ji regarded the sisters with gentle affection, her smile growing ever more benevolent as she looked upon them. My Wanru girl prefers to stay in her rooms doing needlework every day. I'm glad you don't mind her quiet nature. She at least has you two to keep her company. Grandmother. Tang Wanru pouted, playfully protesting that she wasn't nearly so difficult as described. Grandmother speaks wrongly, she added warmly. Our Wanru is a blessing upon whoever wins her hand in marriage. Tang Wanru blushed deeply at the praise. Meanwhile, Lady Lu's thoughts had shifted. She no longer wished to see her daughter marry into the Lu family, though Wanru remained unaware of this change. She assumed both Lu Xintong and Lu Xinran would become her sisters-in-law someday, and the shame of it kept her from meeting their eyes. Lady Lu's face wore a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. Beneath it lay a quiet sigh of resignation. The moment she entered, Lu Xinran quietly opened Lady Lu's file, noting the wistful quality in her smile. Cross-referencing the intelligence from her system, she couldn't help but sigh in sympathy. So sister's background falls short, making her unworthy of Song Junyan. The emperor has redirected his choice for a daughter-in-law toward Tang Wanru instead. Song Junyan serves in the prefecture of Shuntian, while Tang Xuan works at the Court of Judicature and Revision. There does seem to be some overlap there. But what is the emperor truly thinking? Placing wives of such high status among his sons? Is this his way of gauging whether the powerful ministers will align themselves? And yet, considering Song Junyan's nature, how would a woman with Tang Wanru's gentle disposition fare? She'd likely be oppressed to death by his concubines and secondary wives. The unexpected thoughts resonated in Elder Madame Ji's ears while she smiled warmly, and after a moment of surprise her gaze swept between her daughter-in-law and granddaughter as she realized these voices were familiar. Though confused about why she could hear these thoughts, the prospect of hearing what came next regarding her precious granddaughter was too compelling to resist. But as she waited, no further thoughts emerged. Tang Wanru turned to her mother in shock, desperate to know whether what Lu Xinran had said was true. Could she really be marrying into the imperial family as the fourth prince's bride? Lady Lu shot her a reassuring glance. Wait and see, and gradually calmed her anxious daughter. Great Aunt Annie Wanru. Before anyone could respond, a sweet voice called out from the courtyard. Lu Xinran turned curiously toward the entrance and caught sight of a graceful figure in pale, yellow silk stepping into view. Tang Wanru rolled her eyes in visible annoyance at the newcomer. This reaction only fueled Lu Xinran's curiosity, her eyes practically sparkling with eager anticipation for the drama about to unfold. Xijiao, what brings you here? I thought you were still recovering and needed a few more days of rest. Elder Madame Ji asked with a smile, gesturing for an extra cushion to be placed beside Tang Wanru before introducing their guest. This is Wanru's cousin, my sister's granddaughter, Elder Madame Ji explained. Lu Lan recognized the familial connection and smiled warmly at Luo Xijia, while Lu Xinran's attention immediately sharpened at the mention of cousins, her usual trigger for gossip. She quickly flipped to Luo Xijia's file and opened her corresponding notes. As I suspected, Lu Xinran thought. Cousins are the most prone to complications, even unintentionally. They're tempting fate. The real question is whether Luo Xijia's mother would remain satisfied with just watching from the sidelines. Upon hearing her mention Luo Xijia's mother, the cousin of Tang Xian, the smile on Madame Lu's face gradually grew perfunctory. Ji Shi could only cast a guilty and aggrieved glance at her daughter-in-law, her hands twisting helplessly within her sleeves. Luo Xijia's mother was the daughter of old Madame Tang's younger sister. When their family encountered trouble and needed to take refuge in the capital, they stayed with the Tang family for a long time. By that time, Lord Tang had already passed the imperial examinations and entered the Dali Temple and had married Madame Lu, with whom he had a son. Luo Xijia's mother, Madame Zhang, unwilling to return to her hometown for a life of hardship, was determined to remain in the capital. Moreover, her ambition was rather high. Old Madame Tang's youngest son was not yet married at the time. If she had set her sights on Tang Zhulei, old Madame Tang, out of sisterly affection, would likely have agreed. But at that time, Tang Zhulei held no official rank, so she looked down on him. Instead, she coveted Madame Lu's dowry and aspired to become Tang Ziyin's second wife. Upon hearing the words second wife, Tang Wanru's heart tightened. She had always known that her mother had suffered a difficult childbirth, nearly losing her life, and her mother had never alluded to any hidden circumstances. But now it seemed there was indeed a reason. When Ji Shi heard her mention becoming a second wife, the guilt on her face deepened. Madame Lu, however, remained indifferent throughout, as if the words spoken from the heart had nothing to do with her. Luo Xijia, puzzled by the sudden silence, looked awkwardly at Ji Shi, only to see her ingratiatingly gazing at Madame Lu. Xinran kept his head down, concentrating on summarizing the gossip. Since Luo Xijia's mother was absent, he had to switch between Ji Shi, Madame Lu, and the other woman to gather all the clues. In those days, the Tang family was impoverished. The entire household's expenses, including those of Madame Zhang and her daughter, were sustained by Madame Lu's dowry. Old Madame Tang had no guard against them and never concealed the family's straitened circumstances. Madame Zhang wanted to stay and become a legitimate wife, but she was unwilling to endure a frugal life with Tang Zhulei, so she coveted Madame Lu's dowry. Her original plan was to kill Madame Lu if possible. Failing that, she would become Lord Tang's concubine, given that the bond between cousin and cousin made it easier to make a move. However, Lord Tang was always busy with official duties, leaving her no opportunity. So a man dedicated to his career is the most charming. He wouldn't fall for such messy schemes. This untimely praise gave the engrossed listeners a sense of being pulled out of the story. At the courtyard entrance, Tang Xian was about to enter with Song Junyan. As soon as they stepped within 10 paces, they heard this compliment. Meeting Song Junyan's puzzled and scrutinizing gaze, he squared his shoulders with great pride. His heart and soul belonged to his wife. Unlike that fellow who would let a woman take the blade and break his leg. Song Junyan. Wait, did he just see contempt in his eyes? Originally, Madame Zhang planned to use the day of Madame Lu's childbirth to seduce Lord Tang into bed, then send word to the laboring Madame Lu, hoping to provoke her and cause her death along with the child. But Madame Lu's labor began suddenly, and Lord Tang was away on a case, not even in the capital, so all her schemes came to naught. Although Madame Lu's labor was difficult, both mother and child survived. Having lost this golden opportunity, Madame Zhang attempted to poison Madame Lu's food, but was discovered by the nanny at Madame Lu's side. In her fury, old Madame Tang drove both mother and daughter back to their hometown. Madame Lu forbade the old lady from telling Lord Tang about such a dangerous affair, fearing that worry for his family would hinder his official duties. To have such a wife, what more could a man ask for? Lord Tang's fortune was not merely a wisp of smoke from his ancestors' graves, it was a blazing inferno. To have such a wife, what more could a man ask for? Lord Tang's fortune was not merely a wisp of smoke from his ancestors' graves, it was a blazing inferno. The preceding words were both infuriating and sorrowful, yet this last remark nearly made Tang Wanru laugh out loud. After returning home, Madame Zhang never stopped yearning for the wealth and splendor of the capital. Unable to marry into the Tang family herself, she resolved to have her daughter do so. Fearing that Tang Chongli might become betrothed after the mourning period ended, she racked her brains to send Luo Xijia to the capital. Old Madame Tang believed she had come simply to atone for her mother's sins, never suspecting any ulterior motives. She had already bribed the servant boy attending Tang Chongli, waiting for the right opportunity to drug him and then consummate the union, forcing Tang Chongli to marry her. Ji Shi's vision went dark and her body swayed. How could this niece of hers refuse to leave their family in peace? Was this meant to make her lose all face before her daughter-in-law? Their Chongli had been disciplined and virtuous since childhood, gentle by nature. Had it not been for the old man's untimely death, he would surely have passed the examinations and entered the court as an official. If such a thing had happened during the mourning period, his entire life would have been ruined. Even if he could pass the next examination, an affair so shameless and degenerate would forever destroy any prospects. Ji Shi understood this all too well, and now her eyes held hatred when she looked at Luo Xijia. Madame Lu, however, suddenly rose and poured a cup of tea, handing it to Ji Shi. Mother, the lunch menu hasn't been finalized yet. What do you think of adding a dish of eel shreds? Ji Shi returned to her senses, and seeing her daughter-in-law's concerned gaze, her eyes grew even redder. Yes, yes, whatever you arrange. I don't know what good karma I've accumulated to deserve such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Having heard her own mother speak ill of Madame Lu so often, Luo Xijia instinctively rolled her eyes at Ji Shi's words, a gesture noticed by Tang Wanru, who turned her head. What cousin Luo do you disagree with grandmother's words? Is my mother not worthy of such praise? Luo Xijia hurriedly forced a smile. No. Aunt is most kind and amiable. I am more than fond of her. Cousin, you've been in the capital for 2 months. Your mother sent word the day before yesterday, asking you to return home soon. There's no time like the present. Pack your things today and set out tomorrow. She was unwilling to let her grandmother and mother play the villain, so she would be the one to drive her away. What's all this chatter about? Tang Xian stepped through the door with a smile, bowed to Ji Shi, and then turned his gaze toward Luo Xijia. Tomorrow the Dali Temple happens to have someone going to Jianzhou on official business. With their escort, mother need not worry about the journey. Luo Xijia wanted to say that her mother would never write to say she missed her and that she hadn't yet achieved her goal in the capital. Cousin Chongli spent every day reading in the front study, and she rarely even saw him, let alone had a chance to make him fall for her. She couldn't leave the capital. Panicked, she racked her brains for an excuse. But when she looked up, she met Tang Xian's penetrating gaze. Forcing down her anxiety, she bit her lip and rose to give her thanks. Strange, why did they suddenly want to drive her away? And without giving her more time? Could it be that they had discovered her despicable intentions? But Luo Xijia's vision was still too narrow. Her mother's eyes saw only the Tang household, and she followed suit, fixating solely on Tang Chongli. Yet the capital was not just the Tang family. There was this prince standing right before her, an excellent prospect. Why didn't she set her sights on seducing Song Junyan instead? A passionate, tormented romance between the two of them would be far more interesting. Song Junyan. I didn't provoke anyone. Lu Xinran's sarcastic remark left everyone in the room who could hear her thoughts at a loss for how to face Song Junyan. Tang Wanru had only just heard from her thoughts that the emperor intended to betroth her to Song Junyan, and now she overheard Lu Xinran teasing him in such a tone. Hesitant and flustered, she felt deeply uncomfortable. Thankfully, no one was looking directly at her, so she did not have to resort to the mortifying act of squirming in embarrassment. Luo Xijia was unwilling to be sent back like this. The bustling capital was something her mother had pined over for over a decade, and she herself did not wish to spend her remaining years in regretful nostalgia. She gritted her teeth inwardly. If they were determined to force her hand, then she would slip into her cousin's study tonight. As long as she was discovered in a disheveled state, her reputation would be ruined, and Tang Chongli would have no choice but to marry her. She is still not giving up. She wants to sneak into Tang Chongli's study to seal her fate tonight. Sai, how should I warn Madame Tang and the old madam? Next year is the examination year. If he ruins his reputation, his official career would be over for life. Witnessing Luo Xijia's inner thoughts through the system, Lu Xinran could not help but feel anxious. She held an exceptionally favorable impression of the Tang family. She liked them all, whether it was the gentle-hearted old madam, the outwardly meek but inwardly resolute Madame Tang, or the socially anxious Tang Wanru. Because she cared for them, she could not bear to see them troubled by such unpleasant matters. A furrowed brow and a worried expression crossed her face as she struggled to find the right words. But upon hearing her inner thoughts, Ji Shi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly glanced toward Luo Xijia and forced out a tight smile. Miss Luo, you may rest with your great-aunt tonight. Since you must return tomorrow, we can chat a bit more. Eldest daughter, you should also accompany your Luo cousin. Who knows when we shall meet again after this parting. It has been rare for Miss Luo to visit the capital, and it is only proper that I spend some time with her. Dare not meet the gaze of Song Junyan, the outsider among men. Tang Wanru could only respond with a dry and stiff voice. Luo Xijia's complexion grew several shades paler. What on earth was going on here? Were they plainly trying to watch over her? Despite this, Shi remained uneasy. She looked directly at Tang Xian. Being perfectly in sync as spouses, Tang Xian almost instantly understood her intention. However, taking his son away so directly would appear too calculated. He gave only a slight nod, gesturing for her to hold off, and he knew exactly how to arrange matters. Seeing his response, a sense of reassurance settled over Shi's heart. Lu Xinran raised her eyes and witnessed this exchange, immediately breaking into a mischievous, grinning expression. How sweet. Minister Tang and Madame Tang are being all lovey-dovey. Her excited inner monologue flushed both Tang Xian and Shi. They both cleared their throats and deliberately looked away. Shi's ears burned with heat. Being so openly observed by a junior, especially in front of her mother-in-law and daughter, tested even her composure and poise. Tang Wanru was seeing her mother display such an expression for the first time. In that moment, her earlier discomfort completely faded, and she pressed a handkerchief to her lips, secretly smiling. Again, entirely ignored by everyone present, Luo Xijia watched the group in the room with hate in her eyes. She felt as though she were some pitiful clown being scorned and mocked by all. Does her very presence make them so uncomfortable? Do they wish to dispatch her as quickly as possible? Yet she simply wanted to remain in the capital to become a dignified and respectable young mistress of the Tang family. What was wrong with that? Lu Xinran cast another glance at the little booklet, her peripheral vision catching Luo Xijia, who looked as though the entire world owed her a living. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Wishing to stay in the capital did not require only one method: scheming against Tang Chongli. She was so fixated on taking shortcuts, and when the path proved impassable, she blamed heaven and cursed the earth. She truly thought highly of herself. Shirshir did not wish to direct any further attention toward Luo Sijia. She quickly had soft stools brought in. Jishir was about to rise and yield the principal seat to Song Junyan, who hastened forward to support her. Old madam, please do not stand on ceremony. He and Tang Xiuyan had encountered a troublesome case. They could not simply bring people straight to the Ministry of Justice or the Shuntian Prefecture, and knowing that Lu Xinran was visiting the Tang mansion today, they planned to lure the person to the mortuary through Lu Xinran. However, he did not wish to raise the matter himself, so after pacifying Jishir, he turned to exchange a meaningful glance with Tang Xiuyan. Tang Xiuyan turned to his wife with an imploring look. Shirshir smiling asked, "Husband, your highness, you returned in such a rush. Have you encountered some troubling matter?" Troubling is perhaps too strong a word. Tang Xiuyan pretended to clear his throat modestly. A series of malicious assault cases has recently appeared in the city with 3 young women already killed in succession. Since the coroners from both the Ministry of Justice and the Shuntian Prefecture are men conducting autopsies presents considerable difficulty. We were hoping the 2 young ladies of the Lu family might offer their assistance. Conducting an autopsy. Before Lu Xinlan could say anything, Tang Wanru's face paled at these 2 words. She immediately rose and stepped in front of them. "Impossible, father, how could you ask them to handle such sordid affairs? You." She wanted to protest that they were her guests having arrived at the mansion less than half an hour ago, and that there was no precedent for summoning them away immediately. It would appear as though they were poor hosts. But behind her a soft warm hand gently rested on her arm. "Sister, please do not worry. It is our honor to share in the burdens of your honorable father and your highness." The Tang household exuded perfect harmony. Clearly no juicy gossip awaited them here. If they returned empty-handed, Lu Xinran would certainly feel the trip had been utterly pointless. A serial murder case that had already claimed 3 young women's lives. Solving it would undoubtedly earn her a generous amount of life value. Moreover, she wished to contribute something, putting her past knowledge and skills to meaningful use. She turned her head and saw anticipation shining clearly in Lu Xinran's eyes. "Without a moment to lose, let us go at once. Otherwise, after noon, the energy of the mortuary would grow overwhelmingly strong." Lu Xinran rose and slipped out from behind Tang Wanru, only to find Song Junyan's gaze fixed directly upon her. Her heart clenched instantly, and she hastily shrank back behind Tang Wanru. Tang Wanru met Song Junyan's sidelong glance, and a chill ran down her spine, every hair on her back rising. This 4th prince's gaze was terrifying. She was genuinely frightened. Their panicking demeanor resembled that of mice encountering a cat, which left Shirshir and Tang Xiuyan torn between amusement and exasperation. Jishir remained thoroughly bewildered. She felt that too much had transpired in the past half hour. Growing older, her mind no longer darted with its former agility, and the present situation suddenly seemed incomprehensible to her. "Eldest son, why not have lunch before you depart for your duties?" "No, absolutely not. They cannot wait until afternoon." She admitted she was quite cowardly, skilled at dreaming, but lacking in courage. But her previous life had been that of an ordinary person, and she had never experienced anything like this. Feeling afraid was only natural. Lu Xinlan rose, took her hand, and bowed to old Madame Tang. "We are truly most unfortunate that today prevents us from enjoying a leisurely chat with you, madam. On another occasion, we sisters shall surely visit again to pay our respects." Tang's old madam quickly rose, knowing they could not be persuaded to stay, and promptly instructed her son. "You men attend to your public duties. That is only right. But those 2 young ladies must not accompany you into such reckless endeavors. Eldest, remember to keep them safe and ensure they return home unharmed, understand?" Tang Xiuyan answered solemnly, "Mother, rest assured. I have noted your words." Seeing them off at the courtyard gate, Luo Sijia gazed at Song Junyan's tall, upright figure. Thinking of his noble bearing and strikingly refined features, her ears grew warm once more. "Cousin, who was that gentleman just now?" Tang Wanru, still worrying about the Lu sisters, answered without hesitation. "He is His Imperial Majesty's 4th son, the 4th prince." Even in his hasty departure, Tang Xiuyan did not forget his wife's instructions, and had his servant deliver a message to Tang Chongli telling him to go to the Dali Temple to organize the case files. If he could not return to the Dali Temple, then he could not return to the residence. The request was rather strange, but Tang Chongli never questioned his father's decisions. He had a carriage prepared, changed into different robes in his room, and headed straight for the Dali Temple. Upon receiving news that her son had left the residence, Lady Lu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With Jishir and Tang Wanru keeping Luo Sijia by their side at all times, and Tang Chongli absent from the estate, she believed such arrangements would prevent any further incidents. The Lu sisters boarded the carriage and hurried toward the municipal mortuary outside the city. The carriage jolted violently along the bumpy road. Lu Xinran opened her mouth to speak, but found her throat trembling uncontrollably, making it impossible to form words. She could only suppress the urge to say something to Lu Xinran. As soon as the carriage drew near the mortuary, the putrid stench washed over them. Lu Xinran pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve to cover her nose, but it offered only fleeting relief before becoming useless against the overwhelming odor. In the courtyard, officials had already gathered. The moment the group stepped out of the carriage, someone came to greet them. "Lord Tang, Your Highness, we have identified the third victim. The deceased is named Zhang Yuan, a merchant's daughter from the southern district. Her family shop primarily deals in various types of paper." "A shop dealing in paper?" Tang Xuyen furrowed his brow slightly. "The first victim's family operated a bookshop, the second dealt in ink sticks, and this one is connected to paper sales. If there is another victim, might the connection be with writing brushes or paperweights?" Lost in thought, Tang Xuyen watched as Song Junyan examined the investigation reports handed to him by his subordinates. After quickly scanning through them, he instructed someone to deliver them to Lu Xinran. Lu Xinran leaned in to examine the identification information of the three victims, but her eyes immediately fell upon the coroner's autopsy records. Her heart skipped a beat, fearful yet drawn to read further. Lu Xinran had always possessed the ability to absorb key details from information at first glance. After quickly scanning through the reports, she passed them to Lu Xinran, and then walked composedly toward Tang Xuyen and Song Junyan. "Lord Tang, Your Highness, I wonder if there is anything I might assist with." The coroner's autopsy records were quite detailed, including thorough examination of the victim's intimate areas. Her role seemed reduced to merely accompanying Lu Xinran. Tang Xuyen cleared his throat awkwardly. "Niece, Your Highness mentioned you have considerable expertise in examining traces. Perhaps there are oversights in the Dali Temple coroner's findings. If possible, could you?" He hesitated, hoping Lu Xinran would review the evidence once more. If they could uncover even the slightest clue, it might prove pivotal to solving the case. Yet the words stuck in his throat. He could no longer bring himself to ask. A direct daughter of a second-rank official offering to assist with autopsy work. The mere thought made him feel the request was excessive and unreasonable. Lu Xinran, however, showed no embarrassment. She calmly surveyed her surroundings. "Do you have a coroner's examination toolkit?" "Yes." Song Junyan gestured, and a subordinate promptly brought forward a brand-new rattan chest containing a complete set of coroner's examination tools. She took the chest, opened it, removed a face cloth, and carefully tied back her sleeves. After donning gloves, she lifted the rattan box and walked into the morgue, drawing Tang Xuyen's startled gaze. Lu Xinran studied the autopsy records. The perpetrator must have been in a state of panic when killing the first victim, which explained why her body bore the most wounds. By the time they reached the second victim, the killer's technique showed noticeably more proficiency. With the third victim, there were barely any extraneous injuries, only abrasion marks on her back from post-mortem violation. Though she had not yet accessed the system and opened the victim booklet, horrific images of these three young women meeting their deaths seemed to already materialize before her eyes. Alternating waves of sorrow, sympathy, and anger surged through her heart, and the surrounding stench faded from her awareness. She took a few steps forward and activated the gossip system. The first victim was a young woman named Wang Huiru, whose family operated a bookshop. With two academies nearby, scholars frequently purchased books there, so business had always been steady. When popular titles ran out of stock, Wang's father would have the students record their orders in a ledger, then deliver the books to their academies or homes once they arrived. On such occasions, the delivery duties fell to Wang Huiru and her two younger brothers. On the 27th day of the 8th month, she set out as usual to deliver books. The address left by the customer was quite far away in a village several li beyond the city walls. Originally, Wang's mother had worried about sending her daughter alone outside the city and wanted her brother to go instead. But on that day, someone offered her brother a bowl of mung bean soup. Shortly after drinking it, he began suffering from diarrhea. Since the other brother was too young, the delivery task ultimately fell to her. She departed home during the way hour and made her way out of the city, but encounters with acquaintances along the way delayed her. She arrived at the village at the third quarter of that same hour. After delivering the books and collecting payment, she began her journey back. But barely had she left the village when someone struck her from behind with a staff, knocking her unconscious. She awoke to excruciating pain. The killer had intended to plunge the blade directly into her heart, but the strike had veered off course, striking against her ribs instead. When the man saw her regain consciousness, panic set in. He drove the knife into her abdomen, then struck her ribs once more. The gruesome details were almost unbearable to read, yet she forced herself to continue searching for clues. She steadied her breathing and kept reading. The assailant delivered 6 strikes before finally piercing her heart. She had already lost consciousness after the third blow, yet the killer showed no mercy, insisting that the fatal wound be the one that reached her heart. When she came to, the surroundings were dim and shadowy. She couldn't make out the attacker's face clearly, but noticed that as he exerted himself, a cloth binding around his head loosened slightly, revealing what appeared to be either a black birthmark or a mole beneath. Was it a birthmark or a mole? She reviewed Wang Huiru's final moments and everything she had witnessed, but found no useful information on the second reading. Though disappointed, she couldn't identify the killer from the first victim's account. Tang Xuyen and Song Junyan exchanged glances and noted each detail she had unconsciously revealed. In the morgue, Lu Xinran cross-referenced the whispered accounts with each body, examining them in the order they received their wounds. She resolved to work hard and expand their capabilities. She wants to become investigation partners with her older sister. Lu Xinran had never imagined that the gossip system capable of peering into people's private affairs would one day become a weapon for victims to uncover their killers. Each line of those cold and ruthless words made her heart tremble uncontrollably. Without a second thought, she clicked open the information of the second victim. Qin Gaoi also resided in the southern district on the same street as the bookshop owned by Wang Huiru's family. She and Wang Huiru had grown up together and were inseparable confidants who shared every secret. On the 27th day of the 8th month, Wang Huiru had gone out of town to deliver books and did not return until late at night. Mrs. Wang grew deeply anxious and even visited the Qin residence to make inquiries. Early the next morning, when Mrs. Wang went to file a report at the Shuntian prefecture, it was Qin Gaoi who accompanied her. That afternoon, the Qin family shop received an urgent order for 10 high-quality ink cakes. A cart was arranged outside the city gates for delivery. The 10 wrapped ink cakes were quite heavy. Mr. Qin had originally intended to deliver them himself, but just as he was about to leave, a customer arrived requesting the finest Winsong ink from the shop, so the delivery task fell to Qin Gaoi instead. Why did everything happen at such convenient moments? Wang Huiru's brother happened to suffer from diarrhea, and for Qin Gaoi a customer happened to arrive at the shop. Could Zhang Yuan's murder also be connected to some coincidence? Doubt rising in her heart, she immediately looked up Zhang Yuan's file. She simply left the city as usual. Were all these truly just coincidences? Glancing through, she found nothing unusual in Zhang Yuan's information, so she returned to review Qin Gaoi's details. Repeated coincidences cease to be mere chance. Song Junyan and Tang Xiuyan had already dispatched someone to the Wang and Qin residences instructing them to have sketches made of the person who delivered the mung bean soup and the buyer who purchased the ink cakes on both occasions. In the morgue, Lu Xinlan was skeptically cross-referencing the autopsy results in her mind. She found no signs of violation on Wang Huiru's body. Though the summer heat had begun to cause decomposition, the maiden's lower body remained intact, and the bruises on her legs were from dragging and bumping. Coroner Su, how did you determine that the deceased was violated after death? Su Bai pointed to the victim's garments set aside nearby. When the body was discovered, the lower clothing was severely torn, and she was not wearing undergarments therefore. The location where the body was found may not be where the killer disposed of it. Several hours to a day may have passed between when the body was dumped and when it was discovered and reported. During that interval, who knows what transpired? We cannot draw hasty conclusions. Sheriffs rely on evidence to apprehend killers, so our report must be as fair and objective as possible. We cannot rely on subjective speculation. You wrote on all 3 reports that the deceased suffered violation after death, which could mislead the sheriffs and officials into concluding the killer is a depraved man possessed by lust. Sweat beaded on Su Bai's forehead. After years of working as a coroner besides his master, this was the first time he had been reprimanded by an amateur. Worse still, her criticisms left him unable to find any words of refutation. Her words were neither loud nor soft, yet everyone within 10 paces heard them clearly. Wow, sister is so formidable. Solving cases requires rigor with no room for error. How could a Dali Temple coroner make such a basic mistake? If coroners can rely on subjective speculation, can sheriffs also just grab someone off the street, fabricate charges, and claim the case is solved? These murmured criticisms made Song Junyan and Tang Xiuyan's ears burn. They had been despised by 2 young girls. Let us return to the story. After Qin Gaoi handed over the ink cakes to the buyer and collected the silver, she prepared to return to the shop, but encountered an acquaintance near the city gate. The elderly woman had twisted her ankle and was carrying rice and flour freshly purchased from the city, over 10 jin in weight. Unable to manage the burden, she begged Qin Gaoi to help carry her home, and without much thought Qin Gaoi agreed and escorted her back to the village. On the way back to the city, just like Wang Huiru, shortly after leaving the village, she was knocked unconscious with a stone. When she regained consciousness, she was in the same dim room, able to smell the scent of blood, likely the very room where Wang Huiru had been murdered the day before. She almost instantly realized what had happened to her. She wanted to scream for help, but her hands and feet were bound, something covered her eyes, and a stone was stuffed into her mouth. When the killer discovered she had awakened, he slapped her across the face and cursed, "You stinking whore." The killer did not give her a chance to struggle. He thrust a knife into her rib cage. The excruciating pain made her lose count of how many times she was stabbed. She only remembered one blow to her abdomen and another to her face. This time the killer's stab to her heart was true. Only then did she finally draw her last breath. Reading through the entire sequence of the crime, Lu Xinran's hands and feet turned cold. The autopsy report indicated the killer's methods grew more skilled as time went on, but what she saw through the system told a different story. Both murders were carried out with brutal violence, as though driven by a desire for vengeance. She had a strong feeling that the killer must have known both women, that there was personal animosity or a prior quarrel involved. Back in the morgue, Lu Xinlan, guided by the inner voice, re-examined Qin Gaoi's body in sequence. Again, she found no signs of post-mortem violation. Su Bai's face grew increasingly pale. Meeting Lu Xinlan's gaze, he felt a momentary daze, tense, as though transported back to the days when he was an apprentice frequently scolded by his master. After reading through the records of what Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi had experienced before their deaths, Lu Xinran gloomily realized that the system's assistance seemed limited as well. Why couldn't they have seen their attacker's face? Lu Xinran sighed and prepared to open the file on the third victim. She hoped to find useful information, if only she could learn the killer's identity. Tang Xiyan and Song Junyan grew tense as well. They could only hope for crucial information to solve the case quickly before more innocent women fell victim to such tragedy. 3 deaths in succession constituted a major case. If the bodies had not all been discovered outside the city where few people past panic would already have gripped the city, Lu Xinran secretly prayed for good fortune for quite a while before finally opening Zhang Yuan's file. Interestingly, she and Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi were also close confidants. The 3 were roughly the same age, their family shops stood on the same street, and they had always gotten along harmoniously. Zhang Yuan was the eldest of the 3. She had already come of age earlier that year, and her family was preparing to find her a suitable match. She harbored feelings for her cousin on her mother's side, but her aunt was determined to wait until her cousin passed the imperial examinations so he could marry the daughter of a high-ranking official. She gave no response to the match whatsoever. Disappointed, she confided her feelings for her cousin to Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi. Both friends urged her to let go of her attachment, but she felt neither truly understood her. She had even complained about them in the courtyard where a household servant happened to see her. Lu Xinran's heart suddenly stirred as she read this, and she hurriedly continued. That servant was a shop assistant, somewhat dull-witted. She had warned him once before returning to her room. During their subsequent meetings, Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi repeatedly urged her to let go of her cousin, and each encounter ended in discord and unhappiness. Whenever she found no solace from her friends, she would retreat to the courtyard and murmur her grievances under her breath, each time inadvertently overheard by that very dull shop assistant. After Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi vanished in succession, she visited their homes with concern and assisted their mothers in searching throughout the city and its outskirts, but their diligent efforts yielded no trace of either woman. The following day, the corpses of Wang Huiru and Qin Gaoi were discovered beyond the city walls, and she had gone out to assist in the grim task of identification. Upon returning home, she appeared deeply troubled and distracted. The servant who had been secretly listening to her mutterings suddenly approached and asked whether she would feel any satisfaction should they perish. She was startled into panic and lashed out with an insult, demanding he leave her alone. But the servant's expression suddenly darkened with menace as he lunged forward with terrifying speed, striking her unconscious. Then wait. The little booklet abruptly ended there with no further content. Lu Xinran checked repeatedly, but found nothing more. Dazed, she slowly grasped the implication that after being knocked unconscious, Zhang Yuan had never regained consciousness. That servant. The murderer must have been that servant. In the morgue, without the murderer's chronological reminder, Lu Xinran studied the corpse discovered at dawn beyond the city walls for a moment before retrieving her tools from the rattan case to begin her examination. Zhang Yuan bore only one fatal wound, a single stab to the chest, yet traces of rope binding were visible on her limbs, lips, and neck. The victim had remained unconscious from the initial blow until her death, leaving remarkably clean restraint marks. Her clothing was notably more intact than the other 2 victims. Despite being the only one violated after death, her long dress and undergarments remained properly fastened upon her body. Su Bai watched anxiously, visibly relieved, when no critical errors surfaced this time. Lu Xinran carefully redressed the deceased before cleaning her instruments with spirits and returning them to the rattan case. Lu Xinran wrestled with how to break the news to Tang Xiyan and Song Junyan about the killer, someone who had murdered 3 people across 3 consecutive days, a creature beyond the pale. If they failed to apprehend him swiftly, what if the killing consumed him entirely? Another target could be next. As Lu Xinran emerged from the morgue, she found her younger sister's face twisted in distress. My lords, I have conducted a thorough examination of all 3 deceased. Any discrepancies have been noted to Coroner Su. Very well, I am indebted to my virtuous niece. My lord and I apologize for our presumption this time. Tang Xiyan bowed deeply, his every gesture and word brimming with sincere gratitude. Song Junyan offered a slight nod, his expression conveying equal gratitude for the valuable leads they had provided. After pondering for a considerable time, Lu Xinran cleared her throat and spoke as though casually. My lords, for a killer to murder 3 young women across 3 consecutive days, he must be intimately familiar with them. Likely one of the shop assistants or employees from these 3 establishments. You ought to dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly. Tang Xiyan nodded solemnly. My niece speaks wisely. I shall send men to investigate at once. Don't merely investigate. Arrest them. Lu Xinran said eagerly. Lu Xinran felt a moment of alarm, realizing her tone had been too certain and hastily added a qualification. Precisely. If the killer is among them, and we fail to act swiftly, they could escape or strike again. Your warning is well taken, dear niece. Tang Xiyan responded cooperatively, summoning his men to arrest all the assistants from the 3 shops. Seeing their readiness to heed her advice, Lu Xinran felt a wave of relief. Once they apprehended the suspects and conducted thorough interrogations, the killer would inevitably crack. Having received the leads, Tang Xian and Song Junyan prepared to return to the city to coordinate their operations. Lu Xinran still carried the Rot-Tan case, and after a moment's hesitation decided to return it. My niece, I shall have this case kept separately. Should another such matter arise, and I must trouble you once more, you may use it directly. Though Tang Xian expressed himself with careful tact, Lu Xinran immediately grasped the underlying meaning. They were laying groundwork for future requests. Song Junyan's investigative abilities remained uncertain, but Tang Xian had long enjoyed a reputation as a brilliant magistrate. Such a man had no need for shortcuts. Their actions must have been guided by imperial decree. Lu Xinran rejoiced for some time upon learning her sister now possessed a dedicated Rot-Tan case. As long as she stayed close, her companion would never be left behind. With enough occasions, her life points would quickly accumulate to a full year. Once the system upgraded, her viewing range should extend further. Would she then be able to observe everything from outside the morgue without even stepping inside? Only then did she regain her sense of smell and feeling, and her spine stiffened with sudden alarm. Sister, are you finished? Shall we return? It's almost noon. Her pitiful, cowardly demeanor somewhat eased the weight on Lu Xinran's heart. As Tang Xian and Song Junyan also prepared to depart, the group entered carriages outside the mortuary. Upon reaching the main road, they encountered two opposing carriages, the mournful sobs of grieving families drifting through the air. Sister, have you encountered many such bereaved families before? Indeed, many. That is precisely why we must cherish our lives. Lu Xinran's gaze drifted to the carriage window, where through the passing carriages she could make out 3 devastated families within. When Lu Xinran reached for her hand, she instinctively drew it away. I haven't had the chance to wash my hands yet. The carriage sped along, reaching the city gate within a quarter hour. As vehicles queued to enter the capital, the lead carriage was abruptly halted, forced to a standstill with theirs wedged between the gate. Lu Xinran peered outside the noon sun, too blinding to see clearly, managing only to catch the wind-ruffled yellow skirt hem. Yellow. Her eyes widened in shock. Sister, that cousin from the Tang family is ahead. Shall we get down and take a look? Her youthful face displayed unmistakable eagerness for the spectacle, prompting Lu Xinran to shake her head with a smile. We're too close to the carriage ahead to openly investigate. Her warning was clear enough, and true to her word, Lu Xinran activated her gossip system and opened the volume belonging to Luo Xijia. A certain voice roughened to a whisper, Your Highness. At the city gate where people came and when a charming young woman stood gracefully. The maid beside her nervously tugged at her sleeve. Miss, let's go back. If the old madam finds out we ran out without permission, she'll surely beat us to death. The young maid was on the verge of fainting with fright. She was not a servant Luo Xijia had brought from home, but rather a household-born servant of the Tang mansion dispatched to her side by Lady Ji. Luo Xijia impatiently flicked her sleeve, casting the little maid aside. She had no idea how her intentions had been discovered, but upon sensing that Tang Chongli had left the mansion, she knew that if she could not find a way to save herself, she would certainly be thrown onto the carriage returning home the next day. The capital was such a splendid place. Tang Xian was merely a 4th-rank official, yet his residence was already a deep courtyard with mountains and lakes. If she could stay by the side of a prince, she knew that with her background, to become a prince's consort was nothing but a pipe dream. But she could be his most favored concubine. She did not know how long it would take for them to return from their trip outside the city. She refused to be sent back. Waiting at the city gate was her only chance. They were using the Tang family carriage. Song Junyan was discussing the follow-up arrangements with Tang Xian, planning how to allocate manpower between the Dali Temple and the Shuntian Prefecture. This major case had already been reported to the emperor's desk. For 3 consecutive days, a young woman had been brutally murdered each day. Once word of this spread throughout the capital, every family with a marriageable daughter would live in constant anxiety. After the morning court session, the emperor had summoned them to the Wenhua Hall, reminding them in no uncertain terms that if they could not solve the case quickly, they might consider extracting information from Lu Xinran. Now that there was a definite lead, the subsequent task was how to bring it to a close. Your Highness, we. Before Tang Xian could finish his sentence, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, and the coachman's voice came from outside. Master, the young lady from the distant relatives has blocked the carriage. Tang Xian paused for a moment before realizing which cousin the coachman was referring to. What was she doing here? Tang Xian was about to ask through the carriage curtain when a delicate, soft voice drifted into the carriage. This humble woman pays her respects to Your Highness. Tang Xian. Meeting Song Junyan's narrowed eyes, he immediately darkened. Go and tell Tang Shun to personally escort the young lady back to her residence. Song Junyan helplessly raised his hand to rub his brow as the familiar commentary arrived on schedule. As expected, initiative creates opportunity. Luo Xijia has already bravely run out of the Tang mansion. Shouldn't he have someone carry her to a courtyard in the city on a small sedan chair? Then, after the wedding, lead her by the hand into the prince's mansion and tell his lawful wife, this is the one I truly love. Then engage in intense emotional games with both the wife and concubine, which would truly suit the character of a great pervert. Alas, why was she sent away? She risked breaking through every obstacle for him, and how could he be so heartless? Lu Xinran grew more and more convinced it was a pity. But how did she leave the mansion? She first bribed the servants around Tang Chongli, and now she can leave the mansion at will. Could it be that after leaving she might still return? At that time, whether she secretly followed Song Junyan or had Tang Chongli's young servant create an opportunity, it would be a guaranteed win. Having heard every thought, Tang Xiuyan, truly thank you very much. He would absolutely not give Luo Xijia even the slightest opportunity. Not only would he send his trusted men to personally escort her back, but he would also leave people there to constantly monitor the Luo family's activities. Only when Luo Xijia stepped onto the wedding sedan chair would he recall his informants. The carriage had started moving forward again. Through the window, Lu Xinran saw Luo Xijia being held back by the servants, yet still unwillingly trying to approach. Sister, don't you think it's strange? Luo Xijia is merely a cousin who came to rely on relatives. Where did she get so many schemes? Lu Xinran smiled and looked out through the carriage window. When a person sets a goal, she will inevitably find a way to overcome all difficulties to achieve it. It was simply deliberate calculation against inadvertent carelessness. Her thoughts were well concealed, and the Tang family members were all rather simple and innocent in nature, so it was only natural that she would exploit the gaps. But Lu Xinran hesitated for a long while before murmuring softly, do you think since she failed to achieve her desires on the fourth Prince Tang, Chongli might settle for something less? Lu Xinran thought seriously for a moment, then shook her head. Lord Tang and Madame Tang should remain vigilant. But if young Master Tang is still inadvertently manipulated, then it would be the Tang family's own foolishness. If Lu Xinran's continuous inner voices could not make them alert, and Tang Chongli still ended up with a ruined future, he would have only himself to blame. The carriage took them directly back to the Lu mansion. After entering the house and returning to her room to wash and change clothes, Lu Xinran touched her empty stomach and finally realized they had not eaten lunch. When Consort Pei learned they had returned to the mansion, she also received news that they had gone to the public mortuary outside the city and even had a charcoal brazier prepared for them. Stepping over it could drive away foul influences. After the two sisters followed this ritual, they finally entered her room. Simple food was already laid out on the table, and after offering their respects, both sisters began to eat heartily. Weren't you going to the Tang mansion to see Madame Tang and the eldest Miss Tang? How did you end up at the mortuary? Lu Xinran set down her bowl contentedly, then recounted everything that had happened at the Tang mansion and the mortuary that day. Heavens, what kind of monstrous villain could do such a thing? Can this person be caught immediately? Lu Xinran nodded. I believe Lord Tang can certainly manage it. I've already narrowed the scope of the culprit to among a few servants. If they still cannot find him, they should quickly resign from their posts and go home to farm sweet potatoes. Knowing that she had already helped discover the culprit, Consort Pei finally felt at ease. In a few days it will be the birthday of the Duchess's mother. Why don't you two rest at the mansion these few days? Xinran, you should also review the proper etiquette more carefully. Lu Xinran smiled and agreed. She had already asked earlier, and after visiting the scenes of the last moments of the three young women at the mortuary, perhaps she could still help Tang Xiuyan solve the case. The system generously granted her 30 days of remaining lifespan. Then Luo Xijia had also contributed 2 more days for her. Having exceeded her mission targets on this outing, she could rest at the mansion for a few days. When Consort Pei and Lu Xinlan heard she had obtained 32 days of lifespan, both smiled warmly in joy for her. Old Madam. Elder Ma Su hurried into the room, glanced at the 2 young ladies, hesitated for a moment, then immediately reported, the case involving third young master has reached a verdict. He has been sentenced to 18 years of exile, departing this very day. Exile as expected. Lu Xinran felt not the slightest surprise at this outcome. Even the system could not determine whether Lu Kanhe was Lu Jinchuan's biological son. Even if Lu Jinchuan harbored doubts in his heart after decades of favoring him as a son, how could he bear to see him die? Moreover, this counted as negligent assault, which did not warrant the death penalty. Consort Pei snorted. Hearing these news only filled her with displeasure. Consort Wang is at the courtyard entrance and wishes to request an audience with you. See me. Consort Pei rolled her eyes in disgust. She wants me to help her good son smooth things over, ensuring an easier journey into exile, doesn't she? Go tell her not to bother me. Otherwise I can certainly ensure her son suffers far worse than death on the road. Luo Xijia, with all paths blocked, listen to me, thank you very much. From what source did concubine Wang derive the face and audacity to believe that after years of vexing her, she would be forgiven and treated as a benevolent, legitimate mother? Acting on her instructions, Nanny Su hurried out again. From beyond the courtyard came intermittent cries and wails, which eventually faded into utter silence. Lu Xinran, however, was fixated on how concubine Wang had managed to leave the courtyard. Grandmother, didn't grandfather confine her to the courtyard and forbid her from leaving freely? How could she come to your place? And she seems remarkably well informed. Hadn't the servants in the household already been purged once? Peisher snapped out of her sullen disgust and immediately seized on this point. When Nanny Su returned, she ordered her to investigate where concubine Wang had obtained the information and how she had left the courtyard. The young servant at the gate who had passed messages to concubine Wang and the old woman who had released her were found by Peisher that very day through a slave trader. Their tongues were cut out, and they were sold off directly. During the earlier purge, many had remained hesitant, but upon witnessing the miserable fate of those two, they all fell into line. Upon returning to the manor, Lu Jinxuan received this news. He stood in the front study wrestling with himself for half an hour before deciding to try his luck in the rear courtyard. Then, as expected, he was stopped by the servants of Pei Shi's courtyard. Master, the mistress says she is only staying in the manor for the sake of her children and grandchildren. If you come to trouble her again, she will immediately take her dowry and leave. Lu Jinxuan hunched his back, staring at the closed courtyard gate. It was as if all his vitality had been drained away, aging him several years in an instant. Retribution. It's all retribution. In his younger days, he never imagined he would end up like this. How does he know about concubine Wang and concubine Jean? How did he find out? Such private matters, concealed for so many years without discovery. How did he suddenly uncover them? All people are better off muddling through. As long as he pretends not to know, he can still treasure concubine Wang, while wearing that green hat, raise sons who aren't his, and listen to the sweet whispers of concubine Jean, that soothing flower. Anyway, he never liked the two sons grandmother bore him, so why should he care about blood ties? After all, the evidence of his past transgressions is right there. Other people's sons seem more precious when he dotes on them. His own are like weeds by the roadside, not worth a single glance. The murmurs of ridicule faded into the distance. Lu Jinxuan watched the two sisters leave together until they disappeared from sight, then trudged dejectedly back to the front courtyard. Lu Xinran felt something was amiss. She turned it over in her mind several times before finally recalling that earlier in the Zhaoyan courtyard, grandmother's complexion had been far from good. Elder sister, do you remember that Pei Shiozhua from the Dingkong Marquis Manor at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet? Lu Konghe's case has already been judged. Shouldn't that case be decided by now? Lu Konghe was caught off guard by a premeditated scheme, so he was sentenced to exile and spared his life. But Pei Shiozhua deliberately took a life and confessed before a crowd his life should be forfeit. Lu Xinlan recalled the rumors circulating in the city and answered with some uncertainty. It probably hasn't been decided yet. The Dingkong Marquis Manor is different. The Pei ancestors fought alongside the Gaozu Emperor to found the dynasty and received an iron scroll of immunity from His Majesty. If they are determined to save Pei Shiozhua's life, it might still be possible. But if they do, the Dingkong Marquis Manor will surely incur the Emperor's displeasure. The Gaozu Emperor bestowed the iron scroll to honor their brotherly bond, but even if he were alive today, he would not wish to see it used, especially for such a person. Nevertheless, this involved Pei Shi's elder brother and relatives, so they could not say much more. Don't you dare mention this matter in front of grandmother. Don't even think about it. Forget it completely, understand? The request was strange, but Lu Xinran stared at her for a moment before nodding in agreement. On the 7th day of the 9th lunar month, the Lu family made preparations early and gathered in Pei Shi's courtyard to leave for the Duke's manor. Zhao Shi had been longing for this day, eager to learn how her biological mother had passed away. During these days, every night, she would recall various fragments of her early childhood in her dreams. The more she pondered, the more the past seemed riddled with inconsistencies and holes. Lu Xinlan gripped Lu Xinran's arm tightly and whispered, Did you mention this to the second young lady of the Duke's manor? Is she willing to help? I did. She will arrange a suitable opportunity when the time comes, so that either Tang Xiuyin or Song Junyan could be present. Good, that's wonderful. As long as I can learn the truth, I'll be at peace. As she choked back tears, Lu Xinran entered with her maidservant. Whether out of some hidden intention, she was dressed today in a goose yellow gown. Her hair bun and accessories were strikingly similar to those of Luo Sijiao on that day. Lu Xinlan looked at her with a headache. If not for the fact that everyone could hear her inner thoughts, her attire today would surely have led Lu Shi and Tang Wanru to misunderstand. Though Zhao Shi's heart still fluttered with anxiety, her expression changed the moment she saw Lu Xinran's outfit. What about the clothes and hairpins I sent you? Why aren't you wearing them? Lu Xinran rolled her eyes. You send what you want, I wear what I want. I didn't ask you to send things to my courtyard, and you have no right to dictate my choices. Lu Xinran. Zhao Shi fumed. Do you regard me as your mother at all? You guess. Lu Xinran spread her hands in a frank manner. You never fulfilled your obligations as a mother, so why should I fulfill my duties as a daughter? If your brain has been kicked by a donkey, go see a doctor early. Don't just bray like a donkey. It's unbearable, yet you delude yourself into thinking your voice is beautiful. The others in the room all lowered their heads, hiding their faces behind handkerchiefs, terrified that their upturned lips would be seen. Zhao Shi's chest heaved with rage. This daughter must have been born to torment her. Pei Shi beckoned for Lu Xinran to help her rise. Today's birthday celebration for the old lady is not like the Empress Dowager's banquet. The Duke's manor will be filled with guests. Don't wander off. Stay close to me and your elder sister. Lu Xinran supported her with a grin and nodded. A crowd is good. More people means more juicy gossip to devour, and she could gather enough life points for the year. Pei Shi helped her as they walked out, and as they passed Zhao Shi, she shot her a warning glare. What kind of mother is that? No wonder her daughter refuses to acknowledge her. One day she will regret it. Outside the Duke's manor, a long line of carriages had formed with guests from various mansions, alighting in turn before the gate. Zhang Shuier kept looking around anxiously. When she finally spotted the Liu family carriage, she dashed over in a single bound. First, she decorously helped Pei Shi down from the carriage, then exchanged winks and grimaces with Liu Xinran. Don't worry, I've prepared everything you asked for. I can lead the fourth prince over whenever you need. Liu Xinran. What fourth prince? When did she ever say to bring that big freak over? She reached out and touched the other's forehead. No fever, so why was she talking nonsense? Zhang Shuer giggled at her, and thinking that Liu Xinran was not deliberately hiding anything from her, but simply unable to bring herself to speak, she laughed even more happily. She stood beside Madame Pei, smiling and paying her respects. Madame Great-Grandmother has been waiting for you since early this morning. She will be so happy when she sees you. The old Madame of the Duke's mansion was the mother of the current Duke Zhang Shuer's father's grandmother and the Empress's grandmother. By family hierarchy, Madame Pei would also address her as an aunt. Though nearing 80 years of age, the old madam remained vigorous with clear eyes and steady breath. Her silver hair was coiled into a simple bun secured with a white jade hairpin at the crown of her head. Upon seeing them enter, she immediately smiled and beckoned, signaling for Madame Pei to come closer to converse. Liu Xinran looked at the vigorous elder filled with shock and admiration. Even in later eras, reaching near 80 was considered a long life. This old madam must have been a woman of great wisdom and broad mind. Madame Pei was still a junior before the old madam, while Liu Xinran and the others were even further removed. After approaching to pay their respects, the few of them retreated to outside the room, whispering and laughing while listening to the proceedings within. Have you heard? Dingkong Marquis Manor has used the iron certificate of exemption granted by the founding emperor on behalf of Pei Shizhua. Zhang Shuer leaned close to the ears of the Liu sisters and softly dropped a bombshell. Liu Xinran's eyes instantly widened in shock. A few days ago, Liu Xinran had said that if Dingkong Marquis Manor used the iron certificate of exemption, it would definitely cause trouble later. At the time, she had thought that even if Pei Jinming was foolish, he would not disregard everything for the sake of a grandson. But reality slapped her youthful face with a series of smacks. Liu Xinran, however, had anticipated this, and was not surprised at all. The iron certificate of exemption has been used, which is not necessarily a bad thing. The families that had followed the founding emperor to establish the dynasty and still held titles today were only the Duke's Mansion and Dingkong Marquis Manor. The Duke's Mansion's iron certificate of exemption had been taken to the imperial palace by the empress, while Dingkong Marquis Manor's certificate stood alone, making it particularly conspicuous. Pei Jinming's action was less about preserving his grandson's life and more about using the opportunity to discard this hot potato legitimately. Great-grandmother also said so, remarking that although this move by Marquis Pei was risky, it could also make His Majesty lower his guard against the Marquis Manor. As she spoke, Zhang Shuer's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Liu Xinran's hand. You are so clever. Grandmother and great-grandmother will surely like you very much. Would you like to become my sister-in-law? Liu Xinran stepped forward, pulled Liu Xinran's arm away, and drew her behind herself. Sister's origins are humble, and she does not match the wealth and nobility of the Duke's mansion. Do not speak such words again in the future. Even the Empress finds life in the palace so difficult, everyone in the Duke's mansion must be walking on thin ice. I cannot bear to let her come to the Duke's mansion to endure hardship. This overwhelming wealth and honor, like oil poured on a blazing fire, should fall upon others instead. She only wanted to accumulate enough life points, then abduct grandmother, and the three of them, grandmother and grandchildren, would travel across the Great Chu together. The old madam inside the room had long heard that the new girl brought back by the Liu family, her inner thoughts would occasionally be overheard. Hearing her speak of the Duke's mansion's predicament, she chuckled magnanimously. You are quite fortunate, several of your grand are thorough and wise. This girl may seem a bit flighty and not dignified or steady enough, but she possesses great wisdom disguised as foolishness. Receiving the old madam's praise, Madame Pei laughed heartily, happier than if she had been praised directly. At their age, what one compared was the younger generation in the family. She had a kind and filial youngest son, as well as several obedient and perceptive granddaughters, thus this life was not lived in vain. This girl is a source of endless worry. Whenever I take her out, my heart remains perpetually elevated. Upon hearing this, the old madam laughed boisterously. Elevating the heart. Those who were most terrified were likely the people in the mansion involved in sordid affairs. Have you heard the commotion at Dingkong Marquis Manor? I have. Speaking of her elder brother, Madame Pei instantly suppressed her smile. Elder brother is foolish. That child is not worth him risking everything to save. She spoke with heartache and sorrow, but the old madam saw no trace of loss in her eyes. Knowing that these words were meant for outsiders, she smiled and brought up their arrangements again. Later I will have that girl Shuer lead you to take a walk in the courtyard. The pleasure boats on the lake were just refurbished a few days ago. By then we can also go together to the boat to enjoy the breeze. She expressed herself euphemistically, but they were all old foxes. How could Madame Pei fail to understand her intention? Knowing that she also wanted to see the excitement at Rong'an Manor, she smiled and replied, It is our fortune to accompany the old madam to sit on the boat. In the courtyard, Zhang Shuer was proudly showing off her arrangements to Liu Xinran. There are 2 pleasure boats on the lake. Later I will have someone bring the people from Rong'an Marquis Manor onto one boat. and then have the servants guide official Tang and the fourth prince onto the other boat. As long as we stay close, people on both boats can hear what they should hear. This way it does not seem deliberate. Am I not clever? She held her head high, exuding an air that begged for praise, which made Lu Xinran unable to suppress her smile. I knew I could rely on you for help, or it will surely be done steadily and well. Indeed, in the beginning, she wanted to say that she had originally been determined to become a princess consort, so she naturally had to make herself scheming, resourceful, and extremely capable. But remembering that the verbal engagement between Lu Xinran and Song Junyan had not yet been dissolved, and that she had lost that desire herself, she found it difficult to utter these words. She coughed lightly in some embarrassment. Let me first take you to the garden for a walk. We will go on to the pleasure boats in the afternoon. If there were truly troublesome, sordid matters, they could not be allowed to mar the old madam's birthday banquet. She led the people away. Many in the courtyard saw them huddle together, whispering for a while, and then leave with faces full of interest. Those who were clever knew that there must be a big drama to watch, so they hurried to follow at a moderate distance. Today the Duke's mansion was filled with people. Zhou Hanwen and his son had not yet left their respective official positions, nor had they departed the capital. On the occasion of the old madam's birthday, the Zhou family women naturally also came to offer congratulations. However, the eldest branch was too desolate. Fang Suxin had been sent to the country estate, and Zhou Jingya had been schemed to death by Pei Xiuzhua. Without a legitimate wife, Zhou Bingshan's two concubine-born daughters had no one to escort them, making it difficult for them to leave the mansion. Old Madame Zhou did not wish to come and lose face, so she had the wives of the second and third branches bring the younger generation from the mansion to the Duke's mansion. The two ladies of the Zhou family were still adept at socializing. Although somewhat embarrassed, they could still save face and mingle with the ladies they had known before. The young ladies with thinner skins always felt that the glances falling upon them were those of people looking at a joke. After entering the mansion, the few of them had hidden in the garden. Seeing the Lu sisters approaching from afar, they thought of how they had fallen into such a plight, and all their eyes reddened. Second sister, are we really going to endure this grievance like this? The fourth daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengfu, stared fiercely at Lu Xinran, wishing she could devour her alive. Zhou Jinglian looked at the smiling Lu sisters, feeling sour and resentful in her heart. All because of them. She had originally planned to marry her cousin after Zhou Jingya's wedding, but now her aunt had already arranged the engagement for her cousin and to wed at the end of the year. Lu Xinran was still listening to Zhang Shui'er boast about how exquisite and ingeniously designed the Duke's mansion garden was, and how dedicated the craftsman had been in designing it. She was bantering with her, when suddenly they both sensed unwelcoming gazes directed at them. She immediately turned her head and saw several young ladies sitting in the shadows, their eyes wide open like bronze bells. Zhang Shui'er followed her gaze, and knowing she might not recognize these women, hastily said, "Those are the young ladies from the residence of Lord Zhou, the left censor-in-chief. The one in the middle is the second Miss, Zhou Jinglian, and the one beside her with eyes bulging like a bullfrog is the fourth Miss, Zhou Jingfu." Lu Xinran. Like a bullfrog, really. But to be fair, it was quite apt and vivid. Why are they staring at me like this? I don't even know them. Could it possibly be because I'm more beautiful than they are? But indeed, they aren't as fair-skinned as me, nor do they have eyes as large or the same height and figure. Lu Xinlan sighed, rubbing her forehead. Can this girl be any more narcissistic? Even without knowing anything, she could still provoke hostility with such ease. But if we meet, it's fate. Let me see if there's any gossip to be had. Oh, there actually is. Lord Zhou Hanwen can't keep his position as left censor-in-chief anymore. A rank 2 official, how could he step down? Does he think he's unworthy of her? Those who overheard her thoughts. He's resigning as left censor-in-chief. All the Zhou family's marital relatives, and those who had been close to them, have already drawn a clear line. Even Zhou Jinglian's cousin is going to marry someone else. How can these people be so opportunistic? The moment he steps down, they cut ties completely. Didn't Zhou Jinglian's aunt always say her precious son, and she were a match made in heaven? Feared she'd suffer marrying elsewhere, and now she doesn't care. Who is her aunt anyway? Such a wretched person. Oh, it's Madame Pang, wife of the right junior censor. Let me see if she's here today. Lu Xinran cheerfully sought out the little book on Madame Pang, and to her surprise, her consciousness managed to open it. This person was actually nearby, truly a heaven-sent opportunity to gather gossip. Madame Pang is quite adept at enduring hardships for a future reward. Whenever a family could benefit her husband's career, she would shamelessly grovel before them. Previously, she had devoted herself entirely to ingratiating with Zhou Zhenglian and her mother. Upon discovering that Zhou Hanwen was about to leave the capital, she immediately shifted her target to flatter the eldest daughter-in-law of the right censor-in-chief, Madame Qin, and her frail daughter. Not only did she kneel and flatter at the right censor-in-chief's mansion every day, but she also arranged for her son to have chance encounters with the young lady. Is Madame Qin blind, or is her mind also clogged with something? The Zhou family runs into trouble, and Madame Pang immediately abandons the niece she watched grow up to go grovel before her and her daughter. With such a mother-in-law, isn't she afraid her delicate daughter will be worn down to death? Someone like Madame Pang, once she gains power, will surely take revenge 1,000-fold for all the grievances she suffered in the past. Moreover, she is eloquent and skilled in weaving words. Even when she's groveling, she knows exactly how to brainwash others. Once married, if her delicate constitution prevents her from conceiving, that's a fault. If she does conceive, but finds childbirth difficult, that's also a fault. And if heaven forbid both mother and child perish during delivery, they would still consider her son the victim. Marrying a woman so weak despite her condition was clearly aiming to make her son a widower. Just thinking of such a person was terrifying. Zhou Xinlian still hid in her room, crying every day because of her cousin's engagement. Not marrying a mama's boy and not letting such a monstrous aunt become a mother-in-law. She should be secretly rejoicing. Only when disaster strikes can one see who truly cares. Such an aunt is ill-omened, even to be near, let alone marry into. If she truly cared for you, she would have immediately arranged a matchmaker to propose as soon as trouble began, rather than having her son stage accidental encounters to ruin another family's daughter. The anger and resentment in Zhou Xinlian's eyes had been replaced by confusion. Could her aunt really be as despicable as she said? She suddenly recalled her own mother's words. Her mother had never approved of her and her cousin, believing that her cousin was frivolous and not steady enough to be a good match. It was only because her aunt had kept whispering in her ear how much her cousin loved her that she had gradually fallen for him. Watching Zhou Xinlian nearby gradually wake from her confusion, her brows now filled with relief and lingering fear, Lu Xinlan knew she would no longer fixate on that path. Without Madame Pang as a mother-in-law, she should be secretly rejoicing. Misfortune turned into blessing. Understand. Let her be for now. I'll see what others have to offer. Who should I look at next? Meeting Lu Xinran's gaze, Zhou Zhengfu grabbed the sisters beside her and quickly ran away. Lu Xinran watched their panicked retreating figures in astonishment, feeling regretful and perplexed. What a splendid source of gossip. Why did they run away? She turned around, her gaze roaming through the garden. Anyone who met her eyes instantly fled. Lu Xinlan smiled and led her to a now empty pavilion to sit. The birthday banquet will begin in another half hour. Let's rest first. Where's the birthday banquet being held? Lu Xinran's eyes instantly lit up like stars on the horizon. The banquet. There would be so many people around. The younger generation will be in the backyard, but there are too many people there. I've already arranged it. When the time comes, you will go to my courtyard. Zhang Shuier coughed softly. This was what she and her mother had carefully planned. She still shouldn't ruin her great-grandmother's birthday banquet. Lu Xinran let out an extremely disappointed, but then remembered they were going lake boating in the afternoon. There would surely be more than just them on the boats, so her spirits instantly recovered. With no abrupt inner voices appearing, everyone sighed in relief after taking their seats. Some who didn't understand the full situation curiously wondered why those around them wore such twisted expressions, like those who had been pardoned, yet somewhat regretful. Zhao Shi across the crowd looked at her father and stepmother, as well as her stepsister seated behind, feeling as though her heart were half in a boiling oil pot and half in icy water, tormenting her with waves of pain. After agonizingly waiting for the banquet to end, she could hardly wait to summon her close friend and lead her people aboard the boat first. Only after everyone had boarded as scheduled did Zhangshu lead the Lu sisters onto the boat. Under her arrangement, the two pleasure boats were positioned very close to each other. The unmarried young ladies on one boat, seeing the young gentlemen on the neighboring boat, all blushed with shyness. Lu Xinran was breaking open dried goods in her hand, managing to peel out a nut and toss it into her mouth. Looking up, she saw a figure on the opposite boat that suddenly seemed strangely familiar. Aren't these two boats too close? She grabbed Zhang Shuiyer's sleeve, then suddenly thought of another possibility. You're not still hung up on your fourth brother, are you? Zhang Shuo, and nearly choked on her own saliva. She hurriedly glanced at the opposite boat, then quickly signaled Lu Xinlan to speak and steer the conversation toward Zhao Shi and the Rongyan Earl's mansion. Lu Xinran suspected nothing, assuming it was just reminiscing, and casually replied, "That was many years ago. How could it be so easily investigated? But I have a system, I'll see what exactly happened back then. Everyone is actually here. Truly, heaven is helping me gather gossip. Today no one can stop me from being a happy gossip-gathering creature. Positions ready, let's eat." Lu Xinran felt immensely delighted at this moment, having already mastered the art of piecing together gossip. Her fingers flitted swiftly among the booklets of several people. Zhao's father was named Zhao Jingtian. 10 years ago, after the old earl passed away, he transformed from the heir into the head of the Rongyan Earl Manor. 8 years ago, his mother also passed away from illness. After dividing the family assets and sending away several half-brothers, the current Earl Manor housed his branch along with the branches of his two younger brothers. The current heir of Rongyan Earl Manor was Zhao Kaiyan, the eldest son born to Zhao's stepmother Tao. Zhao Kaiyan also had a younger brother who had been idle for years, a reckless fellow who dared to do anything, relying on his father being the earl. Lu Xinran noticed that the booklet belonging to Zhao Kale was also there, and she knew he was on the opposite pleasure boat at that moment. She decided to take a good look at it later. If this person had done anything outrageous, then Kofsong Junyan was here, so she could let him exert himself. She started with Tao's booklet, then Zhao Jingtian's, Zhao Kaiyan's, and afterward Zhao's half-sister Zhao Jijin, who was only a few months younger than her. I knew there must be a juicy drama, and a big one at that, So Zhao Jijin is Zhao Jingtian's biological daughter, born from the illicit union between Tao and Zhao Jingtian. She wasn't a widow after marriage either. This identity was fabricated by her and Zhao Jingtian to deceive people. She used to be a Yangzhou sing-song girl, and Zhao Jingtian was her patron. Their relationship was originally just a pure physical arrangement, but Tao didn't want to be a prostitute for life, so she gritted her teeth and used all her savings to buy her freedom. When Zhao Jingtian sought her out, she even fabricated many inspirational stories, such as falling into the red light district was not her wish, and if she had a choice, she would rather be a peasant girl with the simplest background. However, while she was weaving those inspirational stories, she never stopped seducing Zhao Jingtian. Every time he went to her place, he would come out with weak legs. The skills she had been trained by the madam were not wasted at all. Her bedroom tricks surpassed even those of the girls in the brothel. Upstairs, the room where Tao and several ladies were located was directly above the room of Lu Xinran and her group. Tao, hearing her own name mentioned in the heart voice, had already changed expression. Hearing her deliberately concealed identity being exposed, she was instantly both shocked and terrified. The looks from the ladies beside her had changed to the respect for the earl's wife had all turned into unbridled scrutiny of a sing-song girl. Previously, they only thought that Zhao Jingtian's new wife had a somewhat soft and delicate figure, her slender waist swaying as she walked. They had assumed she was just too slender and not in good health, but never expected that she had deliberately cultivated that figure specifically to seduce men. Tao's face turned pale and green. She wanted to go downstairs and tear apart the mouth of that young Lu person, but felt that doing so would be an admission of her identity. In her panic, her gaze happened to fall on the opposite pleasure boat. The sight of Zhao Jingtian immediately gave her a backbone. She couldn't believe that the young Lu as a granddaughter would slander her own maternal grandfather. Lu Xinran, of course, was unaware of her thoughts at that moment. She was still frantically flipping through the booklets of several people striving to piece together and restore the most authentic situation. Let me take a look at Zhao's biological mother, Zhao Jingtian's first wife, Yun. A voice like muttering reached everyone's ears, and Zhao from the next room immediately felt her heart tighten. Finally, it was her mother's turn. Yun was a truly pitiable person. Back then, the Rongyan Earl Manor made a wrong political alignment. To dispel the emperor's suspicion of the manor, Zhao Jingtian's father almost exhausted the family fortune to support the emperor's western campaign. The emperor's suspicion was dispelled, and the Earl Manor survived the crisis, but the manor was left empty, without even the silver to make new clothes for each branch during the new year. Under such circumstances, the Zhao father and son set their sights on Yun Ting, the daughter of Yun Hua, a wealthy merchant in the capital. The heir of the Earl Manor seeking a merchant's daughter in marriage was quite a joke back then. After all, anyone with a sound mind could see the reason behind Zhao Jingtian's proposal to Yun Ting. Yun Hua knew from the start that this was not a good marriage and saw the disgust and aversion in Zhao Jingtian's eyes, but he was just a merchant and dared not defy the illustrious Earl Manor, so he could only grit his teeth and marry off his precious pearl. He even gave half of his family fortune as a dowry when marrying his daughter into the Earl Manor. As soon as Yun Ting's dowry entered the Earl Manor, it was seized by Zhao Jingtian's birth mother Qi. The whole family shamelessly robbed her family wealth, yet felt they had bestowed great honor upon her. They bullied Yun Ting every day, even more viciously than Madame Kong from the court of state, ceremonial vice minister's mansion. Ah, so disgusting. Why are all these families so low and despicable? Why hasn't this family's title and rank been stripped yet? A whole family of sanctimonious hypocrites, trash, disgusting, I can't bear to watch anymore. The Zhao father and son on the opposite pleasure boat were being scrutinized by many with mocking glances. Especially Zhao Kaiyan, as the heir of the Rongyan Earl Manor, he had always been self-important, putting on an air of superiority and looking down on anyone of lower status. Yet his birth mother turned out to be a Yangzhou sing-song girl, a child of a prostitute. Where did he get the arrogance to think he was nobler than others? Zhao Kaiyan's face flushed red, and he looked at Zhao Jingtian with a pleading gaze, hoping he would angrily refute the nonsense. His mother, how could his mother be a sing-song girl? She was clearly father's distant cousin who, after her husband's death, married into the Earl Manor to take care of father's children and serve his parents. The two pleasure boats were close together, and he could see at a glance the eldest daughter sitting in the room next to theirs along with her mother-in-law and the old madam of the Duke's mansion, the protagonist of today's birthday banquet. Pei and the old madam were in the room next to Zhao's, firstly for the convenience of gossiping and secondly to support them, preventing Zhao Jingtian and Tao from using their status to scold them. Father. Seeing that his father kept giving no response, Zhao Kaiyan shouted anxiously. Zhao Jingtian snapped back to reality, saw the terror in his eldest son's eyes, grunted, and was about to go find the boatman. Since the old madam was on the opposite boat, he couldn't shout and tell them not to spout nonsense. But he could have the boatman row this boat farther away, as long as they were far enough the other party couldn't slander him in the Rongyan Earl Manor so recklessly. He strode towards the lower deck of the pleasure boat, and Zhao Kaiyan, amidst a crowd of mocking and contemptuous glances, hurriedly followed. Lord Duke, why are you here? With a fierce aura, Zhao Jingtian strode into the control room at the bottom of the boat and saw Zhang Yongping, the grandfather of Zhang Shuer, standing inside. Zhang Yongping was not surprised at all to see him enter. He just smiled and pointed at the helm. There's been a minor problem. The servants are still investigating the exact cause. It won't be able to move for at least an hour. Are you in a hurry to leave, Earl? I can have a servant swim to take you back to shore. Zhao Jingtian's face turned dark knowing that the other party was doing it on purpose, but he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Nothing just happened to walk here and wanted to take a look. Unlike the Rongyan Bo Mansion guests who sat on pins and needles, Zhao Shi only wanted to know whether her mother had truly been killed by her father and stepmother. After her mother passed away, her maternal grandparents' family spent all their wealth and returned to Shu. They would send some Shu specialties to the capital every new year. Later, after she came of age, her maternal grandfather feared her marriage would be snatched away, so he specially returned to the capital and only went back to Shu after she married Lu Kangda. Back then, tricked by Tao Shi, no matter how her grandfather asked, she always claimed that her parents treated her exceptionally well. Now recalling it, she could only imagine how sorrowful her grandfather must have felt hearing those words. How had she been raised so foolishly by Tao Shi? The more Zhao Shi recalled, the more she wanted to slap herself. That wretched old woman abused Yun Ting daily, and no servant in the mansion treated her as their mistress. Had she not brought her own servants along upon marriage, she could not have endured a single day in the Rongyan Bo Mansion. Zhao Jingtian always felt profoundly wrong, believing he had sacrificed his own marriage to enrich the Bo Mansion's treasury and thus subjected Yun Ting to various forms of emotional abuse. He even compared her to Tao Shi between the sheets. How dare he compare a girl raised in loving kindness to a courtesan? Does he have no shame at all? How can such scum still live? Why wasn't he struck by lightning or drowned? Letting someone like him live is simply heaven turning a blind eye. Lu Xinran was absolutely furious. Why were there so few decent men in the capital? Facing Zhang Yongping's mocking gaze, Zhao Jingtian felt his elderly face burning with shame. You despised people of merchant backgrounds, fine, you consider yourself too noble for commoners. Yet you went to such lengths to fabricate a background for Tao Shi and marry her openly into the mansion. How is it you do not disdain a courtesan of humble origins? Why do you not find her low birth unworthy of you? You worthless scum. You truly are unworthy of a girl from a respectable family. Lu Xinran vented her fury in her thoughts, cursing to her heart's content before continuing to read. Tao Shi and Yun Shi became pregnant nearly simultaneously. Zhao Jijin was actually less than a month younger than Zhao Shi, but fearing suspicion, Tao Shi falsified her birth date when she entered the mansion. Before Yun Shi's death, Tao Shi had been Zhao Jingtian's kept mistress outside the mansion. Though Zhao Jingtian had suggested taking her back as a concubine, she harbored greater ambitions and refused to accept such a modest position. For those years, despite having concubines and bed companions around Zhao Jingtian, and even keeping a girl at the Zichuan pavilion, he still visited her regularly. Having spent years by Zhao Jingtian's side, she had thoroughly learned every detail of the Rongyan Marquis mansion. Listening to his veiled contempt for Yun Shi, she conceived the ambition to replace her. However, Yun Shi was the legally wedded daughter-in-law ceremoniously escorted into the mansion on an 8-cushion sedan chair. Divorce or separation were not feasible options. Tao Shi understood that to become Zhao Jingtian's principal wife, she first needed a respectable identity, and then, Yun Shi had to die. She spoke those final 3 words with utter coldness, devoid of any emotion, as though the previous complaints and venting had come from someone else entirely. At this point, the truth no longer mattered. When everyone hoped for her death, she had lost every reason to live. A sigh echoed in everyone's ears, and the married women aboard the pleasure boat all felt a profound sense of sorrow, mourning as though for themselves. Across the way, Zhao Shi had already shed tears. Recalling how she had taken a treacherous woman for a mother all these years, she longed to strike herself. One must see things through to the end, so even though Lu Xinran had already guessed the outcome, she continued reading to the conclusion. First, using Zhao Jijin's true lineage as a pretext, she pleaded with Zhao Jingtian to secure her a respectable position. Then she orchestrated opportunities to meet Qi Shi, offering her schemes daily to devise ever more ingenious ways to torment Yun Shi. Yun Shi had already weakened her constitution during childbirth. Before her confinement period ended, Qi Shi relentlessly harassed her, and her health deteriorated day by day. Yet Yun Shi still had the Yun family behind her. Though they held no power or influence, they possessed wealth, and Yunhua would travel across the empire to find rare medicinal herbs to nourish his daughter's body. Most of these herbs were confiscated by Qi Shi, with only enough remaining to keep Yun Shi barely clinging to life. Originally, Tao Shi had planned to wait for Yun Shi's illness to claim her life before finding a legitimate way to marry into the Bo Mansion. But after waiting 4 or 5 years without success, she grew impatient. Zhao Jingtian was a man without loyalty. He visited her frequently because of his indulgence in their intimate encounters, and someday another woman might ensnare him with similar means. So she decided she could no longer wait. 4 or 5 years had given her ample time to bribe numerous servants within the Bo Mansion, making it easy to poison Yun Shi. She had originally planned to secretly administer poison over several months, allowing Yun Shi to suffer gradual decline until all remedies proved futile. But Yun Shi, weakened by years of torment, was barely surviving on sheer will. Her body had long been hollowed out by Qi Shi's abuse. Within just 2 days of the poison, Yun Shi collapsed entirely, and within days, she passed away. Despite spending her married life in humiliation, not a single tear was shed for her after death, except by her father and brother. Upon learning of her death, Zhao Jingtian did not even return home, but rushed straight to Tao Shi, where they indulged in debauchery throughout the night until dawn. Yunhua's hair turned white overnight upon hearing of his daughter's death. He waited outside the mansion for a full day and night before finally being granted entry. The legally wedded heir's wife, and yet after her death the mansion did not even erect a mourning hall. Zhao Jingtian, finding her death ill-omened, ordered her body moved to the most desolate and dilapidated courtyard in the estate. They lived off others, exploited others, yet dared to bully like this. This was the illustrious Bo mansion. The noble Rongyan Bo and the heir. Yunhua had not lacked the desire to seek justice for his daughter, but lacking power and influence, and with his granddaughter's life held hostage, he was forced into exile from the capital. What mighty authority the Rongyan Bo mansion truly wielded. Before the emperor, they cowered like dogs with their tails between their legs, but before the Yun family, they were still dogs, vicious dogs. A base family that only bullied others under the shelter of power. Upstairs in the room, Tao Shi was drenched in sweat. Opposite on the pleasure boat, Song Junyan's sharp gaze was fixed directly upon them. In the cabin below deck, Zhang Yongping looked at Zhao Jingtian and his son with utter disgust, feeling as though every surface they had touched was contaminating and repulsive. Zhao Shi had already collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Her daughter spoke the truth. She had indeed been foolish enough to fail to recognize true hearts, mistaking a pair of treacherous scoundrels for family. Her grandfather had worried about her until his dying breath, and all she had done was write letters telling him she was well in the capital, that her parents cared for her dearly. Lu Xinran had never imagined a man could be so utterly base in his depravity, driving his legitimate wife to her death, and on the very day of her passing indulging with his mistress through the night. He then threatened her with their daughter, compelling her father-in-law to abandon any investigation into Yunshi's death. She closed her eyes, a wave of suffocation crashing over her like a tide, threatening to pull her under. In her past life, poor health had denied her the chance to love or marry, leaving her existence so sheltered and innocent that she had never conceived the depths to which human hearts could descend in their wickedness. She mechanically continued flipping through the fates awaiting each of them, her gaze vacant. Zhao Jingtian had never questioned why Yunshi had passed so suddenly, though perhaps some instinctual unease lingered within him, a sense that her death carried something untoward beneath its surface. He showed no concern and made no effort to uncover the truth, merely satisfied that she had died well and at just the right moment, forever freed from his sight. To Zhao Jingtian, Yunshi represented the sole source of disgrace for himself and the Rongyan Marquis manor. Her death erased their family's shame entirely. Tao Shi had not anticipated her scheme would unfold so seamlessly. Within a month of Yunshi's passing, she bribed 2 fake Taoist priests with substantial sums, instructing them to engineer a chance encounter with Zhao Jingtian on the street. She shared her knowledge of Zhao Jingtian with these charlatans, who then performed their elaborate deception, conjuring illusions and mysticism until Zhao Jingtian was entirely convinced they were transcendent beings from beyond the mortal realm. Through the false Taoist, Tao Shi whispered that his eldest son would be the descending star of literary prosperity, destined to elevate the Marquis residence to even greater heights of glory. She further claimed that auspicious tidings would arrive within the year, that the woman already bearing his child was none other than his eldest son's mother, the true mistress fit to bring honor to the Marquis house. Zhao Jingtian accepted these words without a shred of doubt, and with the groundwork firmly laid, Tao Shi consumed fertility elixirs without pause, finding herself with child again within half a year of Yunshi's death. Upon learning of her pregnancy, Zhao Jingtian brought the false Taoist to visit Tao Shi, urgently asking whether the prophesied son of literary stars was already taking root within her womb. Having accepted Tao Shi's payments, the charlatan extolled her virtues beyond measure, and Zhao Jingtian, entirely ensnared by their performance, devised means to persuade Qi Shi and bring the woman into the Marquis mansion. How absurd! Yunshi, a fine young woman from a prominent family, was cast aside like refuse, while Tao Shi, of brothel origin, was elevated to the heavens. Indeed, he did not even frequent the drunken spring pavilion anymore, all for her sake. A man's breath can feel like an offense when his heart has turned cold. The heavier Lu Xinran read, the more her spirit sank. She felt as though she had stumbled upon an unprepared witness to a profoundly tragic spectacle unfolding before her. And yet such tragedies might continue to unfold. Tears were nearly spent from Zhao Shi's eyes when she suddenly rose, knocking over her round stool in a desperate rush. Someone caught her before she fled. Her body shook with sobs as her friends held her, patting her back in gentle reassurance, urging her to wait until the inner voice ceased before seeking Tao Shi upstairs. The crash of the fallen stool reached the adjacent room, rousing Lu Xinran from her daze. She could not understand why the chamber had suddenly fallen silent, nor why everyone wore such heavy expressions. She felt no desire to converse or laugh. Yunshi's ordeal left her adrift in a vast ocean, each breath weighed down by the suffocating dread of drowning. Taking several deep breaths, she pulled her consciousness back into the system to continue reading. After successfully marrying into the marquis house, Tao Shi had won over Qi Shi through both cunning and the promise of the child she carried. Qi Shi, who had been venomous as a demon toward Yun Shi, treated Tao Shi as if she were her own daughter, considering her every need and regarding Zhao Jizhen as her own child. Tao Shi retained enough sense of propriety to recognize that Zhao Jizhen's illegitimate birth must remain concealed, choosing instead to have her officially adopted by the marquis house. Acknowledging her daughter's compromised status, Tao Shi poured all her resources and meticulous instruction into ensuring Zhao Jizhen lacked nothing in wealth or upbringing. She recruited a retired palace governess to oversee Zhao Jizhen's education, paired with the finest female tutor in the capital, vowing to shape her into the exemplary noblewoman all would commend. For Zhao Shi, the daughter born of the principal wife, Tao Shi harbored murderous impulses countless times, yet she needed to cultivate a reputation for virtue and magnanimity to establish herself quickly among the noble women. Unable to kill her, Tao Shi resolved instead to ruin her, letting Zhao Shi drift through life uneducated, embracing the notion that a woman's greatest virtue lay in her ignorance, for the eldest daughter of the marquis house had no need to learn such things. If practicing the zither proved too arduous, she simply set it aside. There was no need for the marquis house's eldest daughter to cultivate such arts merely to please others. Tao Shi imparted every coquettish mannerism she had acquired from her days in the pleasure quarters, hoping to see Zhao Shi mirror that same superficial charm. But Zhao Shi's dull nature rendered her incapable of mastering such subtleties. After testing her repeatedly and confirming that Zhao Shi's foolishness was genuine rather than pretended, Tao Shi finally set her concerns aside and devoted herself entirely to raising her own children. Zhao Shi. The inner voice paused for an extended moment, and just as everyone believed this weighty revelation had reached its end, her lament emerged once more. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise for the foolish. If Zhao Shi hadn't been so dim-witted, she never would have survived to reach marriageable age. Her match with Lu Kangde was arranged by Yun Hua before departing the capital, securing the grandmother's approval through their family's matron. Zhao Shi had always known she would wed Lu Kangde, so she never harbored anxieties about her future. At that time, Lu Jinchuan held only a modest fourth-rank post. He was neither the illustrious Grand Secretary nor a senior counselor of the Grand Secretariat, so this betrothal fell entirely below Tao Shi's standards. She had always believed that as long as she cultivated Zhao Jizhen properly, ensuring her demeanor and conduct matched that of a proper noblewoman, she could secure a distinguished match for her daughter. But when the time came and both girls had grown to marriageable age, Tao Shi discovered that despite all her efforts, and however accomplished her daughter might be the capital's elite, still judged solely by birth and lineage, her precious daughter remained nothing more than an adopted daughter of the marquis house, unable to attract a single suitor of distinction. Only then did she understand how fortunate Yun Hua's match had been for Zhao Shi. She employed every tactic imaginable, openly and covertly pressing her grandmother to substitute Zhao Jizhen for the arranged marriage, yet her grandmother ignored her entirely. On the day the match was finalized, she shattered every ornament in her chambers. Having long forgotten her own humble origins as a singing girl, Tao Shi again harbored thoughts of destroying Zhao Shi. But Yun Hua, who had already uncovered the truth behind his daughter's death, rushed to the capital with his son, bringing Zhao Shi to stay at the Yun residence under the guise of reunion, while simultaneously presenting to Tao Shi the maid who had drugged Yun Shi years before. Only then was Zhao Shi's life spared and her betrothal secured. The marquis house, having seized all of Yun Shi's dowry, refused to provide even 30 trunks of bridal wealth for Zhao Shi's wedding. It was Yun Hua who gritted his teeth and amassed 128 trunks of dowry, enabling her wedding to proceed with full splendor and allowing her to live as the esteemed principal wife of the Lu mansion for all these years. And Yun Hua, not long after returning to Shu, passed away. His son Yun Xiong sold off all family possessions and vanished from the capital, living under an assumed name ever since. The once respectable merchant house of Yun was sealed to a tragic fate the moment the Rongyan Marquis Manor set its sights upon them. Yet this outcome proved far more devastating than Yun Hua had ever foreseen. The daughter he had nurtured with such tenderness and care had withered away within those devouring walls of the marquis residence. Sighs of grief echoed long in everyone's hearts. Seizing another's family property, appropriating the first wife's dowry, and tormenting a person to death. Then marrying a new bride less than a year after the funeral, only for that bride to bear a child within a month of entering the house. Every incident was shocking enough to plunge both pleasure boats into silence. When a person sheds all shame, they can truly reach depths without any bottom line. The final inner voice arrived, and its helpless sigh wove through the women-filled boat with an unnameable sorrow. This scandal was far too potent, and Lu Xinran could not recover her composure long after absorbing it. In the adjacent room, once Lu Xinran's voice had completely faded, Zhao Shi, who could no longer restrain herself, rushed upstairs like a madwoman. She thrust open the door to Tao Shi's guest room, seized her hair, and rained slaps from both hands. How dare you, how dare you? You lowly creature! How could you harm my mother and embezzle her dowry? Like a frenzied spirit, Zhao Shi poured all her anguish onto Tao Shi. The dignified composure that Tao Shi had painstakingly cultivated over years dissolved completely under those slaps. She stumbled, desperately seeking to evade the madwoman, yet those gathered to intervene seemed conspiratorially positioned, blocking every possible escape route, just as if they had planned it together. With nowhere to flee, she could only bear the full fury of Zhao Shi head-on. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Jizhen rushed in to pull people apart, but the enraged Zhao Shi resembled a female avatar of slaughter. No one who approached escaped her beating. She backhandedly seized Zhao Jizhen by the hair, hurled her body onto Tao Shi, and rained several more slaps. "You are just as low and filthy as your mother. Did you really think I didn't know you seduced Lu Kangde?" Back then, if not for Pei Shi's stubborn insistence on claiming her for herself, this mother-daughter duo would have stolen the match her maternal grandfather had worked tirelessly to secure. Lu Kangde hardly qualified as a decent husband, yet Pei Shi was an exceptionally rare and virtuous mother-in-law. Since the age of 6, she had known she would marry Lu Kangde when she came of age. This conviction took root in her heart for over a decade, allowing her to transcend the naive infatuation of girlhood. Regarding Lu Kangde, there existed only the certainty that she should marry him, not the fluttering emotions between man and woman. Her heart was not invested in him, so she could not be bothered to care about his concubines. She had children, she cherished a loving mother-in-law and sisters-in-law who were generous and understanding. Such a wonderful family. That worthless woman almost succeeded in ruining it back then. Remembering how she had nearly stolen away her good mother-in-law, Zhao Shi's rage burned even fiercer. Zhao Jizhen screamed, trying to dodge. "Zhao Yuming, let me go? If you keep touching me and my mother, I will have father discipline you." "Father? That kind of scum is unworthy of being my father." Zhao Shi slapped her face again. "You live off my mother's provisions, and yet dare to flaunt authority before me. The dowry matron for my mother's household still resides in my courtyard, and the dowry inventory is in my possession. Wait until I file a lawsuit to claim my mother's dowry." Shielded by her daughter, Tao Shi had been about to pretend to faint, but upon hearing the threat to claim Yun Shi's dowry as startled, brought her sharply back to full awareness. "My mother's dowry, including all the valuables and silver sent from my maternal grandfather's household in the capital over the past years, must not be short by a single copper coin." She resolved to bear the stigma of unfilial conduct rather than let these executioners who harmed her mother prosper. Chaos reigned upstairs. The old madam listened to the commotion above and turned to Pei Shi with a sigh. "I never expected you to endure it back then, gritting your teeth to bring Zhao Shi into this family." Under Tao Shi's malicious upbringing, Zhao Shi had already lost any reputation for virtue and magnanimity while still in her boudoir. Many in the capital had been waiting to watch the spectacle, yet they never imagined Pei Shi's iron resolve, forcing Lu Kangde to bend and accept the marriage despite his resistance. Thinking of that close friend from years past, Pei Shi felt an unbearable bitterness in her heart, and her eyes reddened slightly. "I once resided briefly in Yozhou when the Yun family lived in the courtyard next to mine. Yun Shi and I were close companions. When the Yun family was driven to such dire straits, she never once asked me for aid. After we married, we had no contact. The Rongin Bo household looked down upon her lowly origins and forbade her from mingling with society. And the early years of my own marriage were fraught with hardship as well. The next news I received was her death. Yin Ting's mother came to me asking me to care for and assist her only child. How could I possibly refuse? That was her dear friend's sole offspring. Even if Tao Shi had corrupted her, Pei Shi would bring her into her home to watch over her day by day. The old madam had never considered such history between them, and she patted Pei Shi's hand with a sigh. "You are a woman who values loyalty and affection. That Zhao Shi is blessed to have a mother-in-law such as yourself." In the adjacent room, Lu Xinran, who had been immersed in melancholy, abruptly shed her sorrow upon hearing the cries from upstairs. She rose and leaned toward the window to look upward. What is happening upstairs? That voice, why does it sound so familiar? She seemed to have heard Zhao Shi's horse shouting. Seeing her about to step out to witness the scene, Lu Xinlan quickly seized her arm. "Send a servant to investigate first. All the ladies from various households are upstairs. We should not go up yet. What does it matter if they are connected?" Lu Xinran countered instinctively, then paused and nodded knowingly. "Oh right, we must protect our reputation." Zhang Shuier, standing nearby, turned away in exasperation. This woman dared to speak anything that crossed her mind. Her reputation had been forfeit long ago. The clamor upstairs persisted, and curiosity, driving her, Lu Xinran immediately opened Zhao Shi's personal notes. She is accusing Zhao Jingtian and Tao Shi of seizing her mother's dowry. File the lawsuit. Let that pair of scoundrels vomit up everything they have swallowed. They have done more than steal Yun Shi's dowry. Over these years, they have also appropriated farmland and estates belonging to wealthy families in nearby villages. Zhao Kaiyan cheated on the imperial examinations, and Zhao Kale trampled a man to death on horseback. Not a single one of these monsters can be spared. The assembled crowd froze. Wait, you didn't mention any of this before. The land seizures could be investigated thoroughly, that could wait. But the examination fraud and fatal horse incident explain everything. On the opposite pleasure boat, cold sweat already trickled down someone's forehead. Examination fraud. Once unraveled, this would become a case of rolling heads. No, they could not allow this girl to dig any deeper. Lu Xinran immediately sensed something was gravely wrong. She gripped Lu Xinran's arm, urging her to stop looking. Across on the opposing pleasure boat, Song Junyan, Lu Jinxuan, and Tang Chu Yin had all turned to stare. Given the gravity of such a case, now that she had exposed one corner of it, it could no longer be suppressed.